The Sickly Beauty Substitute Called It Quits Chapter 101 to Chapter 150. Shang Junlin's cold expression froze. Ha ha ha, Xinyu found it funny. She grabbed Shang Junlin's wrist and said, Your Majesty can come with me if you're worried. Or is it that Your Majesty doesn't want me to see? I'll go with you. Without waiting for Xinyu to finish, Shang Junlin interrupted her and stroked the delicate skin on Xinyu's chin. Since Yu has admitted our relationship, as her husband, I should accompany my wife. Xinyu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that he had dealt with the person. However, before he could finish his sigh of relief, the man leaned over. Since we're husband and wife, shouldn't you fulfill the duties of a husband and wife? Her whisper disappeared from her lips. The man's breath swept over and wrapped Xinyu in it before she could react. She felt a warm touch on her lips and her chin was clamped by a strong hand. She couldn't break free. Xinyu was kissed by the man in his arms without any resistance. The man's kiss was overbearing and powerful. It rushed forward with an indomitable momentum, vowing to conquer every space. Under the man's powerful attack, Xinyu was utterly defeated. The slight sound of water could be heard in the enclosed space. Their clothes rubbed against each other and made a rustling sound. The black clothes blended into the blue clothes and became one. Unknowingly, her chin was released. Shang Junlin held Xinyu's soft waist with one hand and pressed the back of Xinyu's head with the other. He held her tightly in his arms. When doing this, Shang Junlin was as domineering as ever. Xinyu closed her eyes and focused all her senses on her lips. Her lips were sucked and her mouth was occupied. Under the storm, she could only drift along with the man's movements. The kiss was over. Shang Junlin still refused to let go of the person in his arms. His lips touched Xinyu and touched her gently as if he was comforting her. Xinyu's breathing was unstable, the corners of her eyes were dyed red, and her lips were as red as if she had applied rouge, glistening with tears. Shang Junlin's eyes darkened. He wanted to kiss her again, but he only kissed Xinyu's hand. She bit Xinyu's palm with dissatisfaction. You? If you continue to kiss me, I won't be able to see anyone later. Xinyu's voice was muffled. Let's go straight back to the palace. Xinyu shook his head. His attitude was firm. What a joke. If he went back like this, wouldn't he be like a lamb in a tiger's den? Wouldn't he be troubled by Shang Junlin for the rest of the night? Shang Junlin couldn't resist him, so he could only give up the idea of continuing. He kissed Xinyu's face twice before releasing him. In the following time, Xinyu tidied up his clothes. When he was almost recovered, they arrived at Yingxing Tower. At this time, other than her lips being a little red, Xinyu's face didn't have any abnormalities. The two walked into Yingxing Tower. The waiter warmly welcomed them. 2 guests, please come in. Would you like to sit in the hall or in a private room? Private room. Shang Junlin said. Okay, please follow me. Yingxing Tower was very lively. The hall was full of people. It was different from the simple and elegant decorations during the imperial examinations. The whole Yingxing Tower was brightly lit and magnificent. The difference was huge. It didn't seem like the same restaurant at all. When they went up to the second floor, they could occasionally hear the sound of musical instruments from other private rooms. Yingxing Tower does other business? Xinyu stopped. Are you talking about the sound of musical instruments? They are not from our tower. Some guests will bring 1 or 2 girls to add to the fun. Xinyu faintly said, yes, and changed the topic. You seem to be very different from before. You mean during the imperial examinations? Our boss specially ordered us to open this time every 3 years for those who go to the capital to study for the imperial examinations. The rest of the time, we operate as usual. Your boss is a wonderful person. The waiter led the 2 of them to a private room. Xinyu ordered the dishes with ease. Do you have any new snacks recently? What a coincidence. We happen to have some in our tower recently. The waiter introduced them non-stop. Xinyu chose a few with pleasant names. Sure enough, the customers of this restaurant are usually high officials and nobles. After the waiter left, Xinyu sighed. The price of each dish was several times more expensive than the last time they came. If it's like before, this restaurant can't continue to operate. Do you want to drink water? Xinyu nodded. He happened to be thirsty. Shang Junlin took the teapot on the table and poured a cup of tea for the two of them. They didn't have to wait long. Soon, the dishes were served one by one. The last one was Xinyu's dessert. The fruit was cut into small pieces and mixed with milk evenly. There were finger-sized ice cubes inside. It was similar to what Xinyu ate in Yuzhong Palace. Xinyu stirred it with a spoon. This is? Customer, you have good taste. This is a recipe from the palace. It's best to eat it in summer. This is also the best-selling dessert in our tower. Xinyu scooped a spoonful and put it into his mouth. He didn't know how the milk got rid of the fishy taste, leaving only the sweetness. The fruit was fresh and juicy. With the cold texture, eating a bowl of it in the hot summer was indeed a pleasure. After Xinyu tasted it, he looked at the other bowl. There were also ice cubes in the other bowl, but the fruit was cut into smaller pieces. Instead of milk, there was a transparent liquid like water in the other bowl. The waiter followed Xinyu's gaze and introduced, "There's fruit wine in this bowl. Don't worry, it's not intoxicating. Children can also eat it. Speaking of which, we have to thank the imperial court for selling ice at such a low price. Otherwise, ordinary people can't afford it, let alone make these desserts." The ice sold by the imperial court was divided into two categories. One was ordinary ice used to cool people down, so the price was lower. The other was edible ice, so the price was higher. However, no matter how high the price was, ordinary people could still afford it. It was not like the previous price, which was so expensive that it made people feel intimidated. Shang Junlin and Xinyu didn't like to be served. After all the dishes were served, they sent the waiter away. Yingxing Tower's dishes were delicious. The tempting aroma greeted them. However, Xinyu didn't pay much attention to these dishes. Instead, his eyes fell on a small bowl. It was the fruit wine ice brew that the waiter had just introduced. Xinyu had been craving for wine for a long time. However, Shang Junlin was strict and didn't let him drink at all. Now that he finally had a chance, Xinyu couldn't wait to put the small bowl in front of him. "I'll just have a taste." Xinyu put the spoon into his mouth. He was slightly disappointed. There was only a very light taste of wine, which was completely different from what Xinyu had imagined. After casually eating 2 mouthfuls, Xinyu lost interest. He preferred the bowl with milk, which was sweeter. Shang Junlin found it funny. He took the half bowl that Xinyu hadn't finished and ate it. "Your Majesty, what do you think?" Xinyu supported his chin and looked at Shang Junlin. "Is the taste of wine slightly lighter? You wants to drink wine?" Shang Junlin and Xinyu ate and lived together. Because Xinyu's body couldn't drink wine, he hadn't drunk wine for a long time. Xinyu nodded. The tip of his tongue slid over his lower lip and licked the milk stained on it. Some images flashed through his mind. Shang Junlin's eyes were dark. Before Xinyu could react, he had pulled him into his arms and kissed him deeply. Shang Junlin's kiss had always been far from gentle. It was like a fierce beast patrolling its territory. Every move of his carried a strong force that couldn't be disobeyed. This kiss was especially heavy. It was as if he wanted to mark every part of Xinyu's body. He didn't let go of any part of Xinyu's body. The kiss was very deep. Xinyu's tongue was numb. His fingers weakly grasped the clothes on Shang Junlin's shoulders. After a long time, Shang Junlin let go of Xinyu. His lips lingered on Xinyu's face. Xinyu leaned on Shang Junlin's arm. It took a while for him to recover. "What's wrong, Your Majesty?" Xinyu asked, panting. Shang Junlin stroked Xinyu's lips with his fingers and gently pressed. He didn't answer the question, Ayu's lips are so soft. "Xinyu?" Shang Junlin didn't say anything else. He tidied up Xinyu's clothes. "It's late. Let's go back to the palace." It was already dark outside. There was a curfew in Dahuan. After a while, they wouldn't be able to stay on the streets. Official Feng kept in touch with the imperial court every day. After Yun County, they would reach the border of Subei. The situation was getting worse. In order to ensure that they could reach Subei as soon as possible, official Feng chose the shortest route. There was an army accompanying them on the way, so they didn't have to worry about bandits. Even so, they were still ambushed near Subei. There weren't many casualties, but a batch of disaster relief supplies was stolen. The atmosphere in the main hall was oppressive. Shang Junlin sat on the dragon throne and looked down coldly. Ministers, what do you think about this matter? I think that this matter must be investigated thoroughly. The Prime Minister was the first to stand up. I second that. With the first to stand up, the other ministers also stood up one after another. This matter will be handed over to the Prime Minister to handle. When they returned to Yuzhong Palace, Shang Junlin immediately hugged Xinyu. Xinyu felt that the man was in a bad mood. He patted him on the back and asked, "What's wrong, Your Majesty?" Fang Jun and the others encountered bandits. Xinyu paused. Where did the bandits come from? How dare they steal disaster relief supplies from the imperial court? They were attacked in Yun County. I've already asked the Prime Minister to investigate. I'm afraid that this matter isn't as simple as it seems. Are official Fang and the others all right? I secretly sent some people to accompany them. If it weren't for these people, the loss wouldn't be so small. Shang Junlin's eyes were cold. These people obviously know the imperial court's arrangements very well. However, the imperial court's arrangements for disaster relief are public. Many people know about it. It's hard to determine who did it behind the scenes. Xinyu touched Shang Junlin's neck. Your Majesty, have some water first. Ayu, feed me. Shang Junlin rubbed Xinyu's face. Your Majesty, let go of me first. Shang Junlin let go. Xinyu walked to the table and poured a cup of tea. Shang Junlin didn't take it and just looked at him. Xinyu had no choice but to raise his arm and feed the tea to the man's mouth. After drinking the tea in this position, Shang Junlin took the cup from Xinyu's hand and put it aside. He hugged Xinyu again and said in a daze, I don't understand. Those are disaster relief supplies. Millions of people in Subei are waiting for them to save their lives. Why did they steal them? Your Majesty, you don't need to understand what these people are thinking. Just find out who did it and deal with them directly. There's no need to waste your breath. Ayu is right. They only need to know that they are destined to pay for what they have done. We're missing a batch of supplies. Will the supplies that official Fang and the others brought be enough? Xinyu thought of the most important problem. They can last for a while, but they must make up for the shortage as soon as possible. The Minister of Revenue is already gathering supplies. Shang Junlin thought of something and smiled. The Minister of Revenue was the one who reacted the most when the news came back. He was so angry that he directly scolded the robbers in court. It scared the ministers. They probably didn't expect that the Minister of Revenue, who has always been gentle and polite, would have such a side. Xinyu couldn't help but laugh when he imagined the scene. Yun County. The people with the remaining supplies temporarily stayed in place to rest. Lord Fang took a pot of water and walked to the other side. The closer he got to Subei, the more he could feel the heat and drought. Yun County was close to Subei, but it was also affected by the drought. The ground cracked, the flowers and plants on the roadside drooped their heads listlessly, and even the wind blowing in his face was hot. Not far from the relief team, a group of men in tight-fitting uniforms hid in the dark. Everyone wore a black mask with strange patterns on their faces, which tightly covered the upper half of their faces. It was because of the sudden appearance of these people that they did not suffer heavy losses. Before the incident, even Fang Jun did not know that there was such a team following them. Lord Fang expected that this trip would not be smooth sailing, but he did not expect those people to be so bold. The people they sent just happened to be able to suppress them. Lord Fang did not dare to imagine what would happen to them if Her Majesty did not have a backup plan. As he walked, Lord Fang recalled what happened at that time. It happened in the middle of the night. Except for the people on night watch, everyone else was fast asleep. Lord Fang was awakened by the sound of weapons clashing. His subordinates heard the sound and rushed over to protect him. Those people's purpose was clear. They were here for the relief supplies, so they did not use fire. In the sound of fighting, they gradually lost and fell into a disadvantageous position. Seeing that another cart of supplies was stolen, Lord Fong took his subordinate's sword and desperately slashed at the thieves. He hit the target, but he was also exposed to the enemy. A cold light flashed behind him, but it was too late to dodge. Fong Jun was not afraid of death. He only hated that he could not complete Her Majesty's task and send the relief supplies safely to Subei. The sharp sword approached. At the last moment, with a clatter, the long sword was flicked away and fell to the ground with a bang. Then, there was the sound of a sharp weapon stabbing into a wound. Lord Fong wiped the blood splashed on his face. Only then did he realize that a group of people in black had filled the gap between the soldiers and fought with the enemy. In the dark night, these people in black were like ghosts, wandering the battlefield and taking away the enemy's life. The situation was reversed in an instant. Everyone, please drink some water. Master Fong walked to the front of the group, but didn't approach them rashly. After defeating the bandits, these people stayed behind to protect them in the dark. Later on, they were attacked a few more times. With these people around, they didn't suffer any losses. Instead, it was the other party who lost many people here. Lord Fong could faintly smell the scent of blood. Without any explanation, he handed the water bottle to the leader. Are you injured? I brought some emergency medicine. Wait for me, I'll get it for you. No need. The voice of the men in black was as cold as the masks on their faces. This is the medicine that I specifically requested from Imperial Physician Gu of the Imperial Hospital before I came here. You know Imperial Physician Gu, right? He's an Imperial physician who specializes in nurturing the noble lord's body. His medical skills are very brilliant. I thought that this trip would not be peaceful, so I asked for some emergency medicine. See, it just so happens that I can use it. Lord Fong could sense that the young man in front of him wasn't too old. Furthermore, the other party had saved his life, so he had a good impression of him. Hearing the name, the man in black swallowed his words of refusal. I know that you're protecting us because you're following orders, but you should also protect yourselves. If you're injured, how are you going to protect us? The same goes for the people you brought with you. If you need anything, just say it. Lord Fong couldn't help but ramble. The young man chuckled. Do the people in the imperial court know that Lord Fong is so meticulous? I don't need them to know what to do. Lord Fong waved his hand. I'll go get the medicine for you. Wait a moment. Lord Fong came back with the medicine. There were several bottles of medicine of different sizes. At a glance, one could tell that it was Imperial Physician Gu's style. Seeing the young man take the medicine and stuff it into his clothes, Lord Fong smiled with satisfaction. You can't ignore your health. Remember to apply the medicine properly. Thank you for the medicine, Lord Fong. The man in black clasped his hands. No need. If anyone should thank someone, I should be the one thanking you for saving my life. Lord Fong stopped him. Then, his expression turned serious. I'm afraid that the next part of the journey won't be easy. I'll have to trouble you. After Lord Fong finished speaking, he went back. He was the main person in charge of the disaster relief this time. There were still many things to do. After resting and reorganizing, Lord Fong took people to count the supplies. He wrote down the losses and surplus in a memorial and sent it back to the imperial court. Then, he took people to continue north. Their mission had just begun. After receiving the memorial from Subei, Shang Junlin immediately summoned the Prime Minister and the Minister of Revenue to discuss the next step of the plan. Subei involved a lot of people and was a solid barrier for Dahuan in the north. No matter what, nothing could happen to it. Imperial Physician Gu seems to have something on his mind. Did something happen? After taking his pulse, Xingyu saw that Imperial Physician Gu was distracted and asked. It's this subject's younger brother. He said that he had to go out for a few days. It's been more than 10 days and there's been no news from him. Imperial Physician Gu didn't have any friends who could talk about these things. He was really worried, so Xingyu couldn't help but ask. Gu Huai? Yes, Xiao Huai has never been separated from me for so long in his life. I don't know where he went or if he's in danger. Imperial Physician Gu frowned slightly. Don't worry, Imperial Physician Gu. Gu Huai will be fine. Thank you for your comfort. At night, Xinyu nestled in Shang Junlin's arms and asked about Gu Huai. Your Majesty, do you know where Gu Huai went? Ayu, why are you suddenly asking about him? Shang Junlin pinched Xinyu's face. Who said something to you? Xinyu, it's Imperial Physician Gu. He was worried about his younger brother and said a few words to me. Shang Junlin, Ayu, do you still remember that I sent people to secretly follow Feng Jun? Xinyu, Your Majesty is saying that the person who secretly followed Lord Feng to Subei was Gu Huai? Shang Junlin nodded. Xinyu, why did your Majesty think of sending him? Shang Junlin, first, no one in the court knows about Gu Huai. Sending him is convenient to avoid people's eyes and ears. Second, I see that he is a talented general and want to give him an opportunity to perform meritorious service. The Dahuan Kingdom's way of becoming an official was fixed, and only the military officials had room to maneuver. But now that the Dahuan Kingdom was peaceful, and there was no war, this path had been blocked. If one wanted to become an official, they could only obediently follow the rules. I can't always personally lead the troops. Dahuan should also have a group of qualified military officials. Shang Junlin lifted a strand of Xinyu's hair and twirled it between his fingers. After the disaster of the previous emperor, Dahuan's interior could be said to be devastated. The civil officials were still fine, but it was not an exaggeration to say that there was no successor for the military officials. When the previous emperor was on the throne, the capable military officials were all demoted or even killed for various reasons. The ones who replaced them were all idiots. If not for this, Dahuan would not have lost so many battles and lost so much of its territory. Does your Majesty want to rehabilitate those generals? Xinyu turned over and lay on Shang Junlin's body. Those generals are not the only ones who need to be rehabilitated. Many ministers who wholeheartedly served the country were also sacrificed. I want to wash away the stain on their bodies. While speaking, Shang Junlin stared into Xinyu's eyes. Xinyu couldn't help but blink. She lowered her head and rubbed Xinyu's cheek. Your Majesty can definitely do it. Shang Junlin reached out and wrapped his arms around Xinyu's waist. His eyes were as black as ink. If it was Ayu's wish to be a wise emperor, he was willing to be the most qualified emperor in Ayu's mind, as long as Ayu was willing to stay by his side forever. The disaster relief matters were arranged in an orderly manner. As for the bandits, Shang Junlin also handed them over to a general in the north. They were determined to catch them. However, they still encountered a problem in the disaster relief matter. A part of the supplies were stolen. Although the imperial court kept some as backup, it was not enough. Subei was too big, including the entire Subei army. The consumption was astonishing. It was unknown when the drought would end. If it dragged on for too long, the imperial court could not afford it. After the Minister of Revenue peeled off the second batch of supplies, he calculated the remaining quantity and had to come to Shang Junlin with a bitter face. At this time, Shang Junlin was discussing the alcohol with Xinyu in Yuzhong Palace. After more than a month of trial and error, Xinyu finally succeeded in producing the first bottle of medical alcohol. She sent the alcohol to Yuzhong Palace as soon as possible. Eunuch Meng walked in from outside. Your Majesty, the Minister of Revenue requests an audience. It's probably about the disaster relief supplies. Your Majesty, can I come with you? Xinyu had some thoughts about this matter. Then you will accompany me to the imperial study. Therefore, when the Minister of Revenue arrived at the imperial study, he saw Xinyu and Shang Junlin. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Although he did not understand why Your Majesty was here, the Minister of Revenue still bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, I have an important matter to report. Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, with all due respect, the national treasury is not enough to support the disaster in Subei for a long time. If there is no other way, it can only last for a month at most. However, Your Majesty also knows that after the drought, there are often locusts, plagues, and other situations. I'm afraid that in a month, there was another very serious problem. After autumn, before winter, the nomads in the north would go south and rob everything they could. If Subei was still affected by the disaster at that time, Dahuan would be in danger. Do you have a plan? Shang Junlin certainly knew the seriousness of the problem. I have thought of two ways. One is to levy more taxes, and the other is to collect more taxes. These two methods can solve the urgent problem, the Minister of Revenue said in a deep voice. Zhang Junlin frowned. The taxes in Dahuan were all collected at the end of the year. If they were collected now, many people would not be able to pay. Moreover, these two methods would take a certain amount of time to complete. From the local area to the capital and then to Subei, it would take too much time. It would also consume a lot of manpower and material resources. I also know that this method is not appropriate, but there was no other way for the time being. Your Majesty, I have an idea. Instead of levying more taxes and collecting more taxes, it will be voluntary donations. For the people, they will donate as much as they can. We can't affect their normal lives for the disaster relief. For the rich aristocrats or members of the imperial clan, we can give them a certain amount of rewards based on the amount they donate. This method focuses on the rewards. The rich all have a competitive mentality. Wouldn't it be better to let them donate voluntarily rather than forcibly collecting? The Minister of Revenue was a smart person. He could immediately figure out the difference between the two methods. If they were to change to voluntary donations, there would be no complaints. It would also give the donors a sense of honor. He cupped his hands and saluted Xinyu. Your Majesty is a great talent. Darren doesn't need to be so polite. The specific operation still needs Darren to take care of it. There are also the various vassals. Subei is in trouble. As relatives of the imperial clan, they should contribute to the country. After listening to Xinyu's words, the Minister of Revenue couldn't help but look at him again. He cupped his hands and said, I will do my best. How did you come up with so many novel ideas? After the Minister of Revenue left, Zhang Junlin hugged Xinyu from behind and asked. It's just a different way of expressing the Minister of Revenue's idea. No matter what it is, the feeling of being forced to do something and the feeling of voluntarily doing it is different. The more money and power a person has, the more they value a good reputation. After donating resources, they can obtain a good reputation recognized by the imperial court and the praise of the people. Why not? Xinyu had dealt with these people too many times in his previous life, so he had his own way of dealing with them. Although Dahuan didn't prohibit merchants, the status of merchants wasn't high. They had enough wealth in their hands, but they were still constrained by various kinds of restrictions. Any local official could bring them big trouble. Every year, the money they used to bribe various officials was not a small amount. Xinyu proposed that as long as they donated, they would be rewarded by the court. Those who contributed a lot could also get special rewards. Instead of spending money to build relationships with officials, it was better to build a good relationship with the court directly. Smart people knew what to do. After the Minister of Revenue returned, he immediately summoned all the officials in the Ministry of Revenue to discuss. The Ministry of Revenue hadn't had a good rest for several days because of this matter. They were in charge of Dahuan's money bag. Such a large national treasury needed to take care of the entire Dahuan. They couldn't just empty it for disaster relief. That would bring huge hidden dangers. Darren, did His Majesty approve our proposal? An official of the Ministry of Revenue asked. It didn't. His Majesty made some changes. Today, I summoned you to discuss the specific implementation. The Minister of Revenue spoke in a deep voice about Xinyu's proposal. What do you think? This method is wonderful. It's much better than the one we gave at the beginning. Yes, yes. This way, it won't be a waste of money. We don't have to worry about too much burden on the people, and we don't have to worry about riots afterwards. It wasn't that they didn't know that the original method would bring huge hidden dangers, but they didn't have a better method for the time being. They could only bite the bullet and use it. Now that there was a better method, of course, they would choose the better one. Only the first official who spoke had a flash of light in his eyes. What does Darrenly think? The previous method was proposed by Darrenly. Didn't Darrenly vow that there was no better method? I was too narrow-minded, Lordly said reluctantly. It's not Lordly's fault. Before the minister came up with a new idea, we didn't have any better ideas. I just don't know who came up with this idea. It really helped us a lot. That's right, that's right. Sir, please clear our doubts. There are many talented people around His Majesty. You will know in the future. The Minister of Revenue smiled. Sir, why are you still keeping us in suspense at this time? With the boulder in his heart removed, the atmosphere instantly relaxed. Alright, let's discuss what to do first. His Majesty is still waiting for an answer. Everyone started a heated discussion. Outside the palace, shopkeeper Su sent a message saying that Xianxia had come looking for him again. He followed Xinyu's instructions and told the other party that Xianxia wanted to meet with Xinyu. When Xinyu read the letter, he did not avoid Shang Junlin. Shang Junlin peeled a grape and put it in Xinyu's mouth. When does you plan to meet him? Does His Majesty have time to go out of the palace recently? Xinyu bit the grape in his mouth. The slightly sour grape juice filled his mouth. Xinyu frowned and swallowed the grape. Shang Junlin noticed his expression. What's wrong? The grape is sour? A little. In fact, it was not bad. It was sweet on the whole, but there was a trace of sourness. Xinyu did not like to eat sour things. Then don't eat it. Meng Chang, don't serve this kind of grape in the future. Shang Junlin put down the grape in his hand and picked up a handkerchief to wipe his hands. Eunuch Meng hurriedly removed the grapes from the table. Xinyu drank a few mouthfuls of water to relieve the sourness in his mouth. If His Majesty does not have time, I will go out of the palace myself. Shang Junlin was very busy recently. He had to personally oversee the matters of the imperial court, the matters of Subei, and the disaster relief. Xinyu woke up several times, but Shang Junlin was still busy. I will go with you. No matter how busy he was, Shang Junlin would not let Xinyu meet Yanjing alone. He did not forget the experience in Yanjing's eyes when they first met. Xinyu wrote a reply to shopkeeper Su and arranged the meeting to be in the afternoon 3 days later. After the finished medical alcohol was made, Shang Junlin gave a part of it to the Imperial Institute of Medicine to let them test the effect. A few days later, the Imperial Institute of Medicine received some results. When Imperial physician Gu came to take Xinyu's pulse, he mentioned this matter. The medical alcohol that His Majesty gave to the Imperial Institute of Medicine can indeed reduce wound infections. The Imperial Institute of Medicine found some small animals and compared the wounds with and without alcohol. The former was obviously not infected and healed faster. Speaking of this, Imperial physician Gu was very excited. He had studied medicine for many years and knew how serious the consequences of an infected wound could be. Many people died not because of the wound itself, but because of the infection of the wound. If the wound infection could be reduced, patients with large wounds would be more likely to be cured in the future. At the same time, the booklet from the Imperial Institute of Medicine was handed to Shang Junlin's desk. The booklet not only reported the results of this period, but also applied for a new batch of alcohol and permission to use it on wounded patients. After all, using small animals to test medicine was not the same as testing medicine on humans. What's more, the alcohol was sent to the Imperial Institute of Medicine by Shang Junlin's people. Any changes had to be reported to him. If it can really be used on humans, the soldiers at the border will be able to reduce a lot of unnecessary casualties. In Yuzhong Palace, Shang Junlin and Xinyu talked about this matter with a slightly excited tone. Shang Junlin had entered the army when he was young, so he had a deep understanding of the living conditions of the soldiers at the border. He had experienced too many deaths and knew that many soldiers did not die on the battlefield, but died because their wounds were not properly treated in time. After Shang Junlin ascended the throne, he assigned military doctors to all the troops. However, the worsening of the wounds caused by the worsening of the infection caused by the wounds, and the military doctors were helpless. Xinyu made some more and sent it to Yuzhong Palace yesterday. Your Majesty can give it to the Imperial Institute of Medicine. If it has the same effect on humans, we can start preparing to popularize alcohol in the army. Ayu is right. If it can really reduce the casualties of the soldiers, Xinyu can be considered to have made a great contribution. After the Imperial Institute of Medicine obtained the alcohol, Shang Junlin specially ordered them to be allowed to bring the alcohol into the imperial prison. The prisoners in the imperial prison were all criminals who had committed heinous crimes and were awaiting punishment. Among them, there were many who had been tortured. It was a good opportunity to test the effects of the alcohol. Led by Imperial Physician Gu, several Imperial physicians entered the Imperial prison with medicine boxes. Later, a terrifying legend began to spread in the Imperial prison. It was said that the Imperial prison set up a new type of punishment. The torturer wore white clothes and did something to the prisoners. The prisoners' heart-wrenching screams could be heard from afar. During that time, the prisoners in the Imperial prison were especially obedient. They would answer whatever questions were asked. The efficiency of handling cases was more than doubled. Isn't Imperial Physician Gu killing two birds with one stone? Xianxia couldn't help but laugh after reading the booklet. The people from the Supreme Court also asked if they could directly arrange for a few Imperial physicians to be stationed in the Imperial prison. They said that the methods of the Imperial physicians were much better than torture to deal with some difficult prisoners. Shang Junlin also didn't expect such an unexpected development. Imperial Physician Gu and the others probably didn't expect that they would become a nightmare for the prisoners in the Imperial prison. Needless to say, the Chancellor of the Supreme Court really did visit the Imperial Institute of Medicine. This made Imperial Physician Gu and the others speechless. They studied medicine to save the dying and heal the injured, not to torture people. When alcohol came into contact with the wounds, it would indeed cause great irritation. Imperial Physician Gu and the others had tried to reduce this irritation, but to no avail. The prisoners had many wounds on their bodies. If they applied alcohol on a large area, it would definitely be unbearable for them. Official Feng and the others finally arrived in Subei. The black-clothed men who were secretly protecting them returned to their hiding places. The ones who came to greet them were Sun Zhao and two other officials from Subei, who had arrived earlier. After exchanging some pleasantries, they moved into the Subei government's residence. The other officials all breathed a sigh of relief. Only official Feng knew more than the others and didn't dare to let down his guard. When the supplies arrived, the officials from Subei and the officials from the Imperial Court began to arrange the disaster relief. Official Feng was led around by several enthusiastic officials from Subei to stroll around the area. Just by looking at this place, one wouldn't think that the disaster was serious. The road was very clean, and there weren't any seriously affected victims on the side of the road. Occasionally, they would see a few people walking by, but they were all in a hurry and didn't dare to look at them. Official Feng secretly remembered these abnormalities in his heart. Let's go back. Won't Official Feng continue to look around? It was impossible to see anything even if he continued to look. Official Feng became suspicious, but he didn't show it on his face. This official is tired. I'll go back and rest first. The two officials who accompanied him looked at each other. One of them, who had a goatee, said, Official Feng has traveled a long way to Subei. It's time for you to take a good rest. Rest assured, Official Feng, we will arrange the disaster relief. After returning, Official Feng wrote two memorials. One was to be sent to the capital from Subei, and the other was to be handed directly to the black-clothed men who were secretly following him. This unusual memorials wouldn't pass through the hands of any officials and would be sent directly to Shang Junlin. Shang Junlin freed up an afternoon to accompany Xianxia to the palace to meet Yanjing. The agreed meeting place was still Yingxing Tower. The waiter led the two to a private room. Two guests, this is the place. Xianxia nodded to the waiter and walked into the private room with Shang Junlin. A man in a dark purple robe stood by the window with his back to them. When he heard the sound, he turned his head and saw Xianxia and Shang Junlin. His eyes flashed with astonishment. It's actually young Master Lin and young Master Yu. Quickly, please take a seat. Yanjing quickly restrained the emotions in his eyes and greeted them warmly. I also didn't expect such a coincidence. Xianxia and Shang Junlin sat down. Yanjing poured tea for the two. When I first met you, I felt that you two were very close. I didn't expect that we would have such a fate. Please. Xianxia picked up the tea and took a sip. I heard from shopkeeper Su that young Master Yan wants to cooperate with us. How does young Master Yan want to cooperate with us? Since the two of you came to see me personally, I won't keep you in suspense. I'm not talented, but I have several business routes. I wonder if the two of you are willing to sell these new products from the capital to other places? Yanjing vaguely guessed the identity of the two people and subconsciously looked at Shang Junlin. No need to look at me. Everything in our family is decided by Madam. Yu's hand that was holding the teacup paused. He suddenly realized that it was just as Shang Junlin said. Since he entered the palace, everything he did was not restricted. Even when it came to matters related to the imperial court, as long as he mentioned them, Shang Junlin would implement them. A strange feeling welled up in his heart. It was sour and hot. Yu used the action of drinking tea to cover the strange expression on his face for a moment. I didn't think it through. I punish myself by drinking a cup as an apology. Yan Zheng's face flashed with a trace of unnaturalness. He picked up the wine jug, poured himself a full jug of wine, and drank it all in one gulp. Lin. Yan Zheng was stuck. He really couldn't call the two words madam in front of the elegant young man. Shang Junlin picked up a piece of fish for Yu with his chopsticks. You can call him young master Yu. Young master Yu. Yan Zheng had always been generous when it came to banquets. This time, he ordered all the famous dishes of Yingxing Tower. The cost of a table was not small. Yan Zheng didn't immediately talk about business. Yu was also not in a hurry. When both sides were almost done eating, they talked about cooperation. Yu had the intention to cooperate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally come to see Yan Zheng. He just had shopkeeper Su send him away. His identity meant that there were many things he couldn't personally take care of. If there was a reliable partner, it would be much more convenient. Where does young Master Yan want to sell these things? Yu put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. To be honest, I want to sell these things outside the pass at a high price. Yan Zheng directly said his plan. Outside the pass? Yu raised his eyebrows. Does young Master Yan have a trade route to outside the pass? Because of the loss of a large area of land during the reign of the late emperor, Dahuan didn't open the trade route to outside the pass. Of course, there was no explicit ban on merchants doing business outside the pass. As the relationship between Dahuan and other countries stabilized, there were gradually developed merchants who specialized in traveling inside and outside Dahuan. They would sell Dahuan's goods outside the pass at a high price, then bring back goods from outside the pass and sell them at a good price. However, the risk was very high. After all, without the protection of the government, the slightest carelessness could allow robbers to rob them. The loss of property was small, but in serious cases, they could even lose their lives. I have some connections. Yan Zheng smiled. Compared to Dahuan, I prefer to earn money from people outside the border. Yan Zheng was obviously prepared in advance. Their conversation was organized and clear. Yu also expressed some of his own ideas. Shang Junlin also joined in the discussion. The final plan was more perfect than the initial one. The smile in Yu's eyes deepened. This was the advantage of cooperating with a smart person. There was no need to explain too much. Just point out a point and the other party would understand what it meant. It's not convenient for me to appear often. Shopkeeper Su will discuss the details of the cooperation with you. If you have any other questions, you can look for Shopkeeper Su directly. Shopkeeper Su is in charge of the trading of these items. Yu didn't want to go out of the palace often because of this kind of thing. Compared to doing it personally, he preferred to let his subordinates do it. Okay, I'll talk to Shopkeeper Su about the details. In addition to the items suitable for women, I have some other goods that are suitable to be sold outside the border. If there is a chance, I look forward to continuing our cooperation in the future. I also hope to cooperate with Gongziyu for a long time. Oh right, has Gongziyu heard about the donation order that the imperial court is planning to release? The official version hadn't been released yet. The Ministry of Revenue was still discussing the specific reward measures. However, some people who were close to the officials of the imperial court had already received the news in advance. For example, Yan Zheng, who had formed a relationship with the Ministry of Works because of road repairs. After receiving the news from the officials he was close to, Yan Zheng had been preparing for this matter. He wasn't a short-sighted person. Of course, he knew how beneficial this matter was for merchants. This was directly receiving the approval of the imperial court. It was more useful than having a good relationship with any local official. For them, it was only a little money. Bribing anyone was the same. If they could establish a relationship with the imperial court and gain a good reputation, why not? You're talking about the donation to Subei? Xinyu didn't expect the Ministry of Revenue to act so quickly. The news had already been leaked. Yes, I don't know who came up with this idea. It's too beneficial for us merchants. The bosses I know and I have all decided to do our best. Every little bit counts. Yanjing casually mentioned it. The local aristocratic families will certainly be willing to contribute. Have the two of you heard that there are several families in Jiangbei that have stockpiled large amounts of grain and are planning to sell it to Subei? Xinyu didn't know about this, but he remembered that in his previous life, several local aristocratic families had suddenly risen at this time. Later, they had provided a lot of convenience to the king of Yu. Your Majesty, why do you think Yanjing told us about the local aristocratic families? Xinyu asked after returning to Yuzhong Palace. He should have deliberately revealed it to us. If I'm not wrong, the Ministry of Revenue will soon receive this news. The Minister of Revenue got the news from the Minister of Works. After the Minister of Works stopped asking for money from the Ministry of Revenue, the relationship between the two eased up. They were no longer as incompatible as before. They're good. At this time, they're still thinking about making a lot of money. The Minister of Revenue was angry. They didn't send all the grain to Subei because they were afraid something like this would happen. If the grain fell into the hands of the aristocratic families, these people would only raise the price in order to make money. If the common people couldn't afford the grain, there would be a big problem sooner or later. Don't be angry. Didn't we know about it in advance? When the time comes, we'll think of a way to get them to donate a batch of grain. The Minister of Works comforted. I have to think of a way to squeeze more grain out of them. They actually want to take advantage of the drought in Subei to make money without conscience. After the Minister of Revenue returned, he immediately called people from the Ministry of Revenue to talk about this matter. In fact, they all knew that because of the late emperor, there were many internal problems in Dahuan. Compared to the capital, there were more problems in the local areas. The aristocratic families were growing stronger day by day, and the vassal kings had too much control over the local areas. These were all problems that needed to be solved. The next day, Shang Junlin received a booklet from the Minister of Revenue regarding the local donation plan. After reading it, even though he knew that the Minister of Revenue wouldn't let go of this opportunity, he didn't expect him to be so ruthless. What's going on? Xinyu walked over and took the booklet from Shang Junlin's hands. What's written here? It's from the Minister of Revenue. Shang Junlin's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. It seems that he's furious. The booklet wrote what he heard from the Minister of Works. He deeply felt that these aristocratic families had a heart for the country and the people, and intended to help them fulfill their wishes. After reading it, Xinyu was amused. If those aristocratic families knew that their intentions were misinterpreted by the Minister of Revenue like this, their expressions would probably be very good. These people didn't care about what would happen in Subei at all. They just wanted to take this opportunity to make a big profit. Shang Junlin later sent people to investigate. The aristocratic families in the capital knew how to restrain themselves. Many of the aristocratic families in the capital had already begun to wantonly purchase grain. However, the price they offered was slightly higher than the market price. The people happily sold the surplus grain at home. If they didn't discover it in time, when the national treasury was empty, these aristocratic families would have enough grain in their hands. The price of grain in the market would be controlled by them. At that time, it would be time for them to wantonly amass wealth. Xinyu didn't know how the matter in Subei was resolved in his previous life, but according to the subsequent development, it seems that many hidden dangers were buried. The vassal kings also have a lot of supplies in their hands. After operating for so many years, some people's private stores are even richer than the national treasury. It's not a day or two that I've wanted to move against them. The vassal kings were always a thorn in the emperor's heart. We can't rush to deal with the vassal kings, but we can collect some interest first. After enjoying the convenience of the imperial family for so long, it's time for them to contribute to Dahuan. Xinyu hooked the corners of his mouth. Ayu is right. Being led astray by Xinyu, Shang Junlin had already begun to imagine what they could take from the vassal kings and use them in Subei. Does your Majesty plan to transport these collected supplies to the capital and then to Subei? Xinyu walked to Shang Junlin and sat down. If it's urgent, your majesty might as well directly transport them from the original place. But this way, special officials will need to be sent to the place to supervise this matter. Before arriving in Subei, the local garrison will escort them. After arriving in Subei, they will be escorted by the Subei army. Shang Junlin thought for a moment and felt that this was also a good idea. After the Ministry of Revenue's discussion, the matter of donating to Subei was raised in the morning court. Although the ministers had already heard the rumors, they still felt that it was inconceivable when they officially heard it. In particular, the Minister of Revenue's idea was that the bulk of the donations came from the people. It was undeniable that the method proposed by the Minister of Revenue could solve the current predicament of the imperial court, but this official thinks it's inappropriate. What's inappropriate? The Minister of Revenue glared at him. Or can Jia Darren think of a better way? Then this official will listen with respectful attention. How can the imperial court ask for money from the people? Isn't this embarrassing? How is this asking for money? Isn't it voluntary? As a citizen of Dahuan is in trouble, so it's reasonable to contribute. Or is Jia Darren unwilling to contribute? This official thinks that this method is very good. The Prime Minister stood up. To show my support, this official is willing to donate 1,000 taels of silver. The other two cabinet ministers also stood up and expressed their willingness to donate money and food. From the moment the Ministry of Revenue leaked the news, they knew that His Majesty was determined to do this. Rather than oppose it and make His Majesty unhappy, it was better to agree and contribute. Putting aside everything else, they also felt that this method was the most beneficial for Dahuan. They were already in the cabinet, so the first thing they had to ensure was Dahuan's stability. After the ministers' discussion, the method proposed by the Minister of Revenue was further improved. After it was finally confirmed that there were no mistakes, it could be implemented. The people in the capital who had connections heard the news and began to make preparations. Shang Junlin came back from court and didn't find Xinyu in the room. Where is Gue Jun? Greetings, Your Majesty. The palace servant who was called hurriedly saluted. Gue Jun is in the small theater over there. Shang Junlin went to the small theater. The small theater was north of Yuzhong Palace. Xinyu rarely went there. Some time ago, he had discussed with Shang Junlin to redecorate it. Before he walked in, he heard the sound of opera from inside. When did you like to listen to opera? Shang Junlin walked into the small theater and happened to see Xinyu lowering his head and saying something to a person in a pink costume. Before he could be jealous, he saw Xinyu waving at him. Your Majesty, come quickly. Let's see how this part can be changed. What are you doing? Shang Junlin didn't know what was going on and walked over. I'm making up a play for the people in the capital. Before the imperial court issues an order, let them understand the meaning of what they are doing. This was what Xinyu had thought of recently. The disaster relief method that the imperial court was about to announce was not only in Dahuan, but also in the previous dynasties. Unlike the ministers in the imperial court who understood this method after a dispute, the people of Dahuan didn't understand this method. If someone had evil intentions at this time, the people who didn't know the inside story would easily fall into the trap. Ayu intends to use opera to let the people understand? Shang Junlin picked up the script in Xinyu's hand and asked. Yes, I originally wanted to let some small officials explain it to the people. Later on, I thought that oral explanations might not be enough to reach the people's hearts. I have to find another method. It's best to mobilize the people's discussion and thinking. The people of Dahuan loved to listen to opera. Xinyu wanted to weave this method into the opera, and then let the opera troupe sing it for the people. Shang Junlin roughly flipped through the script. Right now, it was only a rough outline of the story. He was very familiar with the handwriting on the script. It was Xinyu's. Ayu is very thoughtful. After Shang Junlin finished reading the story, he felt that this story was just right. The disaster relief was linked throughout the entire story. Everything that happened in the opera revolved around it. What's more, Xinyu also included the possibility that someone might maliciously misinterpret the imperial court's meaning. He was very thoughtful. Even if someone wanted to use this to cause trouble, their first reaction would be that it was a bad person in the opera. Xinyu was almost done with his work. It just so happened that it was time to eat. He said a few words to the opera troupe and then left with Shang Junlin. I was scared to death just now. The woman in blue patted her chest. With the emperor here, I didn't even dare to breathe loudly. I didn't expect that the first meeting with the emperor would be under such circumstances. The slightly older man sighed. Their opera troupe specialized in serving the imperial family. When the previous emperor was on the throne, he liked to enjoy life. The opera troupe often went in and out of the palace. Later, the new emperor who ascended the throne didn't like to enjoy life, so the opera troupe was completely idle. He had taken over the position of the troupe leader from his master after the new emperor ascended the throne. He had thought that he would be able to show off his skills and bring the troupe to greater heights, but the truth was that the troupe had been silent in his hands until now. The troupe leader instructed the people below to continue preparing for the new show. This was their only chance. Whether or not they could make a beautiful comeback depended on this. It is our honor that Your Highness is willing to give us this opportunity. Everyone, cheer up. We must complete this matter perfectly and live up to Your Highness' expectations. Yes. Those who were able to enter this troupe were all ambitious. To be able to provide entertainment for the royal family, they had to be the best troupe in the capital. In the past, they didn't have this opportunity, but now that they did, they had to perform well and not tarnish the reputation of the troupe. Eunuch Meng had left and returned. The troupe leader asked nervously, I wonder if Eunuch Meng has any instructions? Although they rarely went in and out of the palace, they still knew that Eunuch Meng was the emperor's favorite person. I don't dare to give instructions. His Majesty specifically sent me here to tell you that after you have finished transcribing Your Highness's script, remember to hand it over to His Majesty. Eunuch Meng smiled kindly. I understand. So it was because of this matter. The troupe leader let out a sigh of relief. You must do it as soon as possible. His Majesty doesn't like Your Highness's things to be in the hands of others for too long. Eunuch Meng emphasized. Yes, yes. The troupe leader wiped the sweat from his forehead and watched Eunuch Meng leave. Troupe leader, why did His Majesty suddenly ask for the script back? The man in pink walked over with a puzzled expression. Don't worry about it so much. Find someone with good handwriting and transcribe the script first. In just a short while, the troupe leader had already seen how much His Majesty cared about this emperor. It wasn't surprising that he would ask for the script that Your Highness had personally written. I'll do it. I can also deepen my understanding of the role. The man in pink volunteered. He was playing one of the main characters and had a lot of scenes. He really needed to understand the script very well. The troupe leader hesitated for a moment before agreeing. The man in pink happily took the script and went to transcribe it. The others looked enviously at the back of the man in pink. They had all been retrained in the troupe. They had never entered the palace and had never seen the nobles in the palace. Before we came, the teachers in the troupe warned us that we must be very, very careful after entering the palace. The slightest carelessness will cause us to make mistakes. At that time, it would be a small matter if something happened to us, but if we implicated the troupe, it wouldn't be too much to ask for our deaths. As a result, I've always been very nervous. After coming here, I realized that it was completely different from what the teachers said. The youth who spoke was about 16 or 17 years old. His face still had a hint of immaturity and his eyes were clear. Me too. When I entered the palace, I had to be very careful with every step. I was afraid that I would take a wrong step. When I was waiting to see Your Highness, I was so nervous that my heart almost stopped. After seeing Your Highness, I realized that Your Highness is completely different from the nobles that the teachers said. He is approachable and doesn't put on any airs. If there is something that we don't understand, he will explain it to us. I just plucked up my courage to ask Your Highness a question. Your Highness' voice is really nice to hear. The youth who spoke laughed. I shouldn't have hesitated just now. Otherwise, I would have been able to ask Your Highness a question. It doesn't matter. Your Highness will definitely come again in the future. We still have a chance. Your Highness is beautiful, has a nice voice, and is talented. No wonder Your Highness is always favored. I envy Nan Xiao. He asked Your Highness a lot of questions today and Your Highness answered all of them for him. Now, he can even transcribe the script. I also want to, who doesn't want to? But our handwriting is not as good as Nan Xiao's. When the troop leader told us to practice our handwriting, we shouldn't have been lazy. The others nodded in agreement. Today's experience fully showed that good handwriting was really important. Before the new drama was finished, they needed to live here. Considering that most of the people who came were young, Xinyu specially ordered the kitchen to make some delicious food for them. After Xinyu entered the palace, the craftsmanship of the imperial chefs in the palace skyrocketed. Not to mention other things, they could be said to be handy when it came to cooking delicious food. With Xinyu's instructions, the deliciousness of the food the troop ate in the palace was far better than outside. Master, when you came to the palace before, did you eat such delicious food? The large table of food was finished. The youths who were full collapsed on the chairs and became more and more curious about the senior in the palace. The middle-aged man who was called Master was silent for a while. No, these should be specially ordered by Your Highness. In the eyes of Your Highness, they were just servants. The food they ate was not much better than the palace servants. How could they be treated like today? It was not a secret that Xinyu summoned the performers to Yuzhong Palace. Although they did not know what Xinyu's purpose was, the ministers who heard the news still frowned. How can Your Majesty be so mischievous? The north is facing a drought, and you still condone Your Highness to enjoy himself? Your Majesty has favored the legitimate son of Count North for a long time. If you don't like it, you can impeach him. Now, who dares to impeach this matter? Look at what happened to the previous imperial censors. The ones who impeached them most ruthlessly have long disappeared from the court. Are you going to let Your Majesty be so mischievous? What do you think, Prime Minister? Is Your Majesty ignoring the court or what? Did Your Highness summon the troop into the palace affect the government? Has His Majesty been too lazy to enjoy himself and ignore political affairs? Your Highness has been in the palace for so long. Have you done anything harmful to Da Huan? The Prime Minister's series of questions made the ministers confused. They murmured. No. That's it. I say, you are all idle. You keep an eye on the affairs of the harem every day. Have you finished the government affairs in your hands? Have you understood the specific measures regarding the donation? Don't make me teach you step by step. The Prime Minister, who was almost crazy with work, really couldn't stand these people who didn't do proper business. Several officials were asked until their faces turned red. They lowered their heads and went back to do their own things. Yuzhong Palace. After the meal, Xinyu lay on Shang Junlin's lap and read a novel. The novel was bought from outside the palace. After knowing Xinyu's preferences, there would be palace servants who were responsible for purchasing the latest novel for Xinyu every month. After half a year, Xinyu had finished reading all the novels in the palace's library. When I went to the small theater, what was you talking about with the woman in pink? Xinyu was reading something interesting and was interrupted. She was stunned. What woman in pink? After asking, she realized what Shang Junlin was asking. She explained with a smile, that was a man. It's just that his frame was small and he was short. He was one of the main characters. He was asking me some things about the play. There are so many people. Why did he ask you? If you can't understand, you can just ask someone else. Shang Junlin twirled a strand of Xinyu's hair around his fingertips. Why is Your Majesty so unreasonable? Xinyu raised his head and looked at Shang Junlin with interest. Your Majesty only saw him. Before Your Majesty came, many people also asked me questions. According to Your Majesty's idea, these people should be replaced? Shang Junlin pursed his lips as he imagined that scene. Xinyu raised his hand and poked Shang Junlin's chin. Is Your Majesty angry? I'm not. The next time I go there, I'll accompany you. Shang Junlin knew how good Ayu was. It was normal for such a good Ayu to be liked by many people. He just felt unhappy that his treasure was being peeped at by others. You're really not angry? Xinyu raised his head and asked. No, I'm not angry at you for this kind of thing. Shang Junlin denied. Okay then, Xinyu deliberately dragged out his tone. I originally wanted to kiss Your Majesty if you were angry. Since Your Majesty isn't angry, I'm angry. Shang Junlin suddenly interrupted Xinyu's words. I'm angry. Ha ha ha, Xinyu shook with laughter on Shang Junlin's legs. Your Majesty just said that you wouldn't be angry over this kind of thing. I said that I wouldn't be angry at you, but I didn't say that I wouldn't be angry at others. Seeing that scene, Shang Junlin almost couldn't suppress the violence in his heart. Of course, he wouldn't blame you. He wouldn't be angry at you. He only blamed those who deliberately approached you. If Xinyu hadn't noticed his arrival and stopped him, Shang Junlin didn't know what he would have done. The violence in his heart could only be soothed by Xinyu. Shang Junlin stared fixedly at Xinyu. The affection in his eyes was like thick ink that couldn't be melted. His pupils were originally pitch black. When he stared at someone so intently, that person's reflection was imprinted in his eyes. It was as if he wanted to suck that person in. Xinyu was stared at by him and slowly stopped laughing. He could feel the drowning feelings in Shang Junlin's eyes. He propped himself up with one hand and hooked Shang Junlin's neck with the other, slowly approaching him. Then I'll kiss your Majesty. Your Majesty won't be angry, okay? Xinyu's voice was very low. Every word seemed to have a hook, drilling into Shang Junlin's heart. Shang Junlin supported Xinyu's waist with one hand, supporting the young man's body. Xinyu saw that he would not fall, so he put his hands on Shang Junlin's shoulders. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer. They looked at each other, and each other's figure was reflected in their eyes. Their lips touched. The tremor suddenly increased. Xinyu slowly closed his eyes and pecked the man's lips. Shang Junlin put his other hand on Xinyu's waist, and his fingers clasped her flexible waist. He resisted the urge to tear the young man apart and swallow him whole, allowing the other party to touch his lips lightly. It was like drinking poison to quench thirst. Xinyu knew that the other party would not be satisfied with such a touch, so he slowly pried open the other party's lips and entered. Similar to Xinyu's usual style, there was no straightforward violence. Every movement was extremely seductive, and it was likely to lead people into the abyss of desire. Shang Junlin's breathing became heavier and heavier. When Xinyu was about to withdraw, he took the initiative, captured the young man's lips, and heavily invaded. His attack was fiercer than ever before. His white and slender fingers weakly grabbed the black clothes on the man's shoulders, leaving wrinkles. However, at this time, no one cared about the marks left on the expensive clothes. After the kiss, Xinyu leaned on the man's shoulder, panting slightly, "Your Majesty, are you still angry?" Shang Junlin's eyes were dark, and his voice was slightly hoarse. "If I say that I'm still angry, will you coax me again?" "What do you think, Your Majesty?" Xinyu's voice was lazy, and a little hoarse. After his breathing calmed down, Xinyu turned over and leaned on Shang Junlin's chest. The man put his arm around the waist and put it on Xinyu's lower abdomen. Xinyu glanced at the table. Shang Junlin's half-approved booklets were spread open on the table. There was also a thick stack of booklets waiting to be approved. "Your Majesty, please approve the memorials first." Xinyu pointed at the pile of unfinished memorials. "You, accompany me." Shang Junlin rested his head on Xinyu's shoulder, reached out to pick up a memorial and spread it open. This booklet was written by the Prime Minister, and it was about the examination of officials. Every year in Dahuan, there would be an official assessment. Based on the results of the assessment, the next year's official would be promoted or demoted. In the past, this matter was handled by the cabinet. The examination of the officials was set to take place in the winter, and the content of the examination was the performance of the officials for the year. Specialized officials would report the situation to the cabinet, and after the cabinet discussed it, they would report it to the emperor, who would make the final decision. During this period of time, the Prime Minister was very busy. Especially when he found that some officials were slacking off all day, he felt that it was intolerable. He directly asked the emperor to reinvestigate the assessment of these officials in the past years. At the end of the memorial, he said that he hoped that the emperor could send a few useful people to help him. The other two ministers in the cabinet were also busy. They were busy with the affairs of the court and the family. They had to determine the amount of materials and gold to be donated before the donation was announced to the public. They couldn't let outsiders look down on the aristocratic families, and they couldn't let the emperor be afraid of them because of this. In addition, Shang Junlin was more assured to let the Prime Minister handle this matter. Compared to the other two ministers in the cabinet, the prime minister's shoulders were heavier. As for the officials, Your Majesty might as well send Xianxia and the others to the prime minister's side. They can help the prime minister and also get some practice in advance. Xinyu thought of Xianxia and the others who were still in the Hanlin Academy and suggested. I also have the same idea. In comparison, the Hanlin Academy is currently the most leisurely. The court is short of manpower, so they can get used to it in advance. The next day, He Qingyu, Jiang Huiqing, and Feng Jiai, who were on duty in the Hanlin Academy as usual, all received the imperial edict from the palace. The three of them were stopped at the entrance of the Hanlin Academy. After the imperial edict was read, the eunuch who announced the edict urged them, the three of you should quickly pack up and follow me to the prime minister's side. Jiang Huiqing and He Qingyu looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Although they didn't know what was going on, they quickly packed up and were sent to the prime minister's side. The prime minister was sitting in the study dealing with official business. When he saw them, he said faintly, since the emperor sent you here, you should do your work well and don't worry about anything else. Look over there, these are the things you need to deal with today. Go. After that, the prime minister lowered his head and continued to do his work. Jiang Huiqing looked at the place the prime minister pointed at and saw 5 stacks of documents on the small table. He couldn't believe his eyes. These were the things they needed to deal with today? A few days later, Jiang Huiqing rubbed his sore neck as he walked out of the prime minister's residence. These past few days, I've realized how difficult it is to be a good official. Every day, he had to deal with endless documents. Compared to working in the prime minister's residence, his days at the Hanlin Academy couldn't be more relaxed. The prime minister really doesn't have it easy, Feng Jiai sighed. I always thought that my father was very busy. I didn't expect the prime minister to be even more busy. Although it's a bit tiring, I've learned a lot these past few days. Other than being serious about official business, the prime minister is very easy to get along with. The officials of the imperial court had also noticed that the prime minister had been following the top 3 of this year's batch. He brought them with him wherever he went. Later on, he even brought them with him to morning court. There were some people who complained about this, but since the emperor didn't blame them, they couldn't say anything. The 2 memorials written by official Feng arrived at Shang Junlin's desk one after another, explaining the true situation in Subei. The first one arrived earlier, and the other one arrived at the palace 7 days later through official channels. This one was deliberately released by Feng Jun to deceive others. Shang Junlin finished reading the 2 memorials and picked up the one that arrived later. It says that everything in Subei is normal, the disaster situation isn't serious, and the supplies they brought are just enough. Then this one is about the suspicious points in Subei. Xinyu picked up the other one, but didn't open it. How's the situation in the Subei army? If there were only problems within the officials, the matter would be easier to solve. If there were also problems within the Subei army, it would be troublesome. Feng Jun hasn't found any abnormalities for the time being. When I was in Subei, I separated the Subei army from the Subei army's official system. The 2 sides operate independently and don't interfere with each other. Shang Junlin had done this because he didn't feel at ease leaving the Subei army in the hands of the Subei army's officials. Your Majesty didn't send Gu Huai and the Hidden Dragon Guards just to secretly protect official Feng, right? Xinyu walked around and sat down next to Shang Junlin. You knows me well. Their true goal is the Subei army. I need to understand the situation in the Subei army. Subei was an important barrier between Dahuan and the northern desert. The existence of the Subei army deterred the northern desert from sending troops south. Every time the northern desert army tried to invade Dahuan, they would be stopped outside the pass by the Subei army. Late at night, Subei men in black sneaked into the Subei army like ghosts and didn't make a sound. They were all wearing black masks, which reflected a cold metallic glow under the faint moonlight. Who is it? Shu, a silver dagger was pressed against his neck, and a cold aura enveloped him. Who are you? Do you know that trespassing into a military camp is a serious crime? If you don't tell us, no one will know that someone was here tonight. A hoarse voice came from behind. The man wanted to turn around, but the moment he moved, the dagger on his neck sank into his flesh. He was so scared that he didn't dare to move again. Let's talk nicely. Let's talk nicely. Let me ask you. Do you know that the imperial court sent people to Subei? I know. They're here for disaster relief. What else do you know? Speak. The dagger pierced his skin, causing him to feel a stinging pain. I really don't know anything else. I'll talk. They seem to be very concerned about the Subei army situation and the disaster there. Some of the supplies they brought with them were stolen before they reached Subei. That's all I know. Really? The man behind him asked a few more questions. The last sentence scared him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. I know you entered the Subei army through connections. It's best if you don't tell anyone about what happened tonight. I'm sure the people behind you don't want to see the spy they spent so much effort to send into the Subei army disappear without a trace before he could do anything. The grip on his neck loosened. The man turned his head to look. There was no one else in the tent except for himself. If it weren't for the wound on his neck reminding him that everything that had happened was real, he would have suspected that he was having a nightmare. He touched his neck, but he didn't feel any blood. Refusing to believe it, he got up and walked to the basin where the water was and leaned over to look. His neck was really intact. Could it be that it was really just a dream? The man touched his neck, puzzled. He really was a high-ranking official of Subei who had inserted him into the Subei army. On the surface, his identity had nothing to do with that official. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enter the Subei army. Only a few people knew about this. He wanted to pass on what had just happened to his superiors, but he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He forced himself to suppress the idea. He couldn't gamble with his life. The next day, he indirectly asked the soldiers guarding outside the tent. Everyone said that nothing unusual had happened last night. Mr. Hu, did something happen? Mr. Hu subconsciously touched his neck. It's nothing. Is the general in the tent now? I have some questions about the disaster relief. Yes, this way please. The hidden dragon guards personally delivered the information about the Subei army to Shang Junlin. The Prime Minister seems to think highly of Xianxia and the other two. Xinyu glanced at Shang Junlin's open memorial. He has praised them several times. I heard that ever since the three of them started working for the Prime Minister has been able to spare some time to drink tea every day. He can also occasionally play chess with Jiang Huiqing and Xianxia. Shang Junlin didn't comment on the Prime Minister's comfortable life. Huiqing also wrote to me. Other than the large amount of documents they have to deal with every day, the Prime Minister takes good care of them in other aspects. In just a few days, the three of them had matured a lot. With their help, the Prime Minister's progress had also sped up. When Xinyu's play was performed outside the palace, the donation policy would officially be implemented. He's still writing to you? Shang Junlin held Xinyu's waist and pinched the soft flesh on his waist. When will you write a letter to me? Didn't the outside of the palace send in some peach blossom letters last time? You can use those to write. No wonder your majesty looked at them for so long last time. Why didn't you tell me at that time? Xinyu turned his head to look at Shang Junlin with a teasing look in his eyes. Also, the people in the opera troupe said that your majesty took away my manuscript. Why does your majesty want the original manuscript? Shang Junlin was not annoyed at being exposed. Instead, he lifted Xinyu's chin and said, Your Highness's authentic works should naturally be in my hands. What does you think? Your Highness is right, Xinyu said with a smile. What about the ones I wrote for Jiang Huiqing? Does your Highness want to keep them in your hands too? Shang Junlin thought about it seriously. In fact, he wanted to keep them, but those were written for other people. They were different from the script. Seeing Shang Junlin thinking seriously, Xinyu was overjoyed. Your Highness, you don't really want to keep those letters for yourself, do you? You wrote so many letters to him, but he never wrote to me even once. Shang Junlin was dissatisfied. He also wanted Xinyu's handwritten letters. Your Highness is very busy every day. Don't you feel tired of reading the memorials and letters? If he was the one dealing with these matters, Xinyu would not want to read these things in his free time at all. Can you write the same as them? I'm willing to read any amount. Shang Junlin's eyes were deep. Then, Xinyu dragged out the last word. What does your highness want me to write? A love poem? A personal note? Or something else? Shang Junlin replied reservedly, I'm fine with anything. He wanted everything. Xinyu smiled and glanced at him. I'll remember it. I'll write it for your highness. Your highness, you can wait patiently. Since he had agreed, Xinyu began to think about what to write for Shang Junlin. Shang Junlin got the answer he wanted. He was much more efficient in approving memorials. Guijun, the small theater, sent a message saying that the play has been arranged. They want you to take a look. Mushi walked in from outside and said. Xinyu was writing a letter. On the table, there was a pink letter paper. On the paper, there were peach blossoms. It was sent to the palace by Boss Yi last time. Together with it, there was a light blue and light green. According to Boss Yi, these letters sold very well and were very popular with the young masters and young ladies of aristocratic families. Even if the price was expensive, they could still be sold out quickly. Pink was suitable for expressing one's feelings. It was best used to write a letter to one's sweetheart to express one's yearning. If one was shy, light blue could be used instead. Shang Junlin specifically asked for pink paper, so Xinyu asked Mu Shi to take out the pink paper from the storeroom. She planned to write a piece of pink paper first. The tip of the brush dipped in ink, and a beautiful hairpin-style small regular script appeared vividly on the paper. After finishing the last stroke, Xinyu put away the brush and said, Go, and tell them that His Majesty and I will be there this evening. Yes, this servant will take her leave. After Mu Shi left, Xinyu looked at the pink letter on the table and couldn't help but smile. Who would have thought that the decisive His Majesty would ask for a small letter in private? When the ink on the paper was dry, Xinyu put the letter away and put it in the envelope prepared in advance. The envelope was also sent by Boss Yi. The seal was printed with peach blossoms so that people could see what the content of the letter would be at a glance. The effect of medical alcohol had been verified. How to produce alcohol on a large scale became a big problem. Xinyu's method was still too inefficient. The Imperial Institute of Medicine had now obtained the method to produce alcohol. They also asked for several sets of glass equipment from the palace and made several spare rooms for the production of medical alcohol. In order to avoid confusion with alcohol, they were thinking about a new name for medical alcohol. Alcohol concentration is too high to drink directly. It will be life-threatening. Could it be that those who were poisoned by alcohol in the past were poisoned because they drank too high of alcohol concentration? Was it because someone poisoned them or they ate something that was harmful to them? Over the years, deaths caused by drinking were not rare. Countless doctors had studied this problem, but they still couldn't find a solution. After investigation, they found that these people who died had almost nothing in common except drinking. It's not impossible. The person who sent the alcohol from the palace also repeatedly warned that the alcohol produced by this method should not be drunk. If it wants to have an effect on the wound, it must be mixed accurately. Otherwise, not only will it not reduce the wound infection, but it will also cause secondary damage to the wound. The Imperial Institute of Medicine's envoy, Imperial Dr. Wu, emphasized again, remember, it must be made strictly according to the ratio. Yes. Gu Chong, come with me. Imperial Dr. Wu was old and had planned to retire. Imperial Dr. Gu was the junior he thought highly of. Although he was still young, his medical skills were brilliant and he was steady in doing things. He was the most promising successor. He also vaguely expressed his opinion to His Majesty. He knew that in terms of qualifications, Imperial Dr. Gu was not as good as the other two, but in terms of other things, Imperial Dr. Gu was the most suitable. I called you out to tell you that I will be retiring at the end of this year at the latest. I have recommended you to His Majesty to take over the position of envoy. You must perform well during this time. Imperial Dr. Wu patted Imperial Dr. Gu's shoulder. This? Imperial Dr. Gu was stunned for a moment. There are many more people in the Imperial Institute of Medicine who are more qualified than me. Why would you recommend me? I believe in your medical skills and I believe in your character. I also know that you are young and it will be difficult for you to control the people below. Don't worry, I will arrange everything. Since you have taken care of His Majesty's health, His Majesty will not make things difficult for you. Before making this decision, Imperial Dr. Wu had thought about it for a long time. In the end, he made this seemingly irrational decision. He could feel that the Imperial Institute of Medicine was going through some changes in the Great Huan Kingdom. At this time, the person in charge was especially important. If it was any other time, it would be fine for the person in charge to be mediocre. But in the vortex of change, mediocrity would become the original sin. The two people who were talking didn't notice that someone was quietly following them and listening to their conversation. Imperial Doctor Sun hid behind a pillar, his face extremely ugly. Last time, he took Imperial Dr. Gu's position to treat Prince Huayu. He thought that by saving the prince's life, he could at least get something. Who would have thought that not long after, Prince Huayu was condemned by the imperial court? Not to mention a reward, it would be good if he wasn't implicated. After that incident, he hid like a quail for a period of time. Seeing that Imperial Dr. Gu was getting more and more powerful, he couldn't sit still anymore. When Imperial Dr. Wu asked Imperial Dr. Gu out alone, he knew something would happen, so he quietly followed. He never thought that he would let himself hear such a conversation. He entered the Imperial Institute of Medicine earlier than Imperial Dr. Gu, and his medical skills were not inferior. Why did Imperial Dr. Wu pass the position to someone who wasn't qualified? And he even tried his best to pave the way for him? Was it just because Imperial Dr. Gu took care of His Majesty's health? Imperial Dr. Sun glared in Imperial Dr. Gu's direction. He waited until the two finished talking and left before coming out from behind the pillar. He wouldn't let it go just like that. That position, anyone could sit, except for Imperial Dr. Gu. In the evening, Xinyu and Shang Junlin arrived at the small opera house together. When they heard that His Majesty the Emperor was coming with His Majesty the Emperor, the people in the opera troupe were very nervous. They still remembered that when His Majesty first came, he had a cold aura that made people not dare to look directly at him. Be careful. This time, we are going to show His Majesty the Emperor if there is anything that needs to be changed. In a few days, you will have to face the people of the entire capital. The troop leader inspected carefully, trying to make sure that there were no mistakes. I think that facing His Majesty is more terrifying than facing the people of the entire capital. A young man muttered softly. The others nodded in agreement. Of course, they would rather face a group of people below the stage. After all, that was a scene that they were familiar with. But I'm still very happy to be able to perform for His Majesty. Since that time, His Majesty has only summoned the troop leader to meet him alone. I'm so envious of the troop leader. The troop leader had already walked to their side. The others were silent, and the young man who just spoke also hurriedly lowered his head. The troop leader wanted to ease the atmosphere and said, "If you have to face His Majesty's oppressive gaze when meeting His Majesty, would you still be willing?" It turned out that not only would they have to meet His Majesty, they would also have to meet His Majesty. The young men widened their eyes as if to say, "Troop leader, you're so pitiful." The troop leader's mouth twitched. "All right, hurry up and get ready. His Majesty and His Majesty will be here soon." Because Shang Junlin was jealous, Xinyu didn't come to the small theater anymore. Every time he wanted to come, he would be stopped by Shang Junlin for various reasons. If it happened once or twice, it could be said that it was a coincidence. However, after 4 or 5 times, Xinyu understood that Shang Junlin was doing it on purpose. If their performance doesn't meet my requirements, how does Your Majesty plan to compensate me? That's their problem. Why are you blaming me? Your Majesty, you really don't know? Xinyu poked his arm. Who was the one who found all kinds of reasons to not let me come to the small theater to see the progress? I've already given such detailed instructions, but they still can't perform. You might as well directly replace them. Your Majesty, you can't say that. The performance this time is not the same as the previous ones. It's normal that they can't grasp some parts. Later, in order to take care of Shang Junlin's emotions, Xinyu called the troop leader to the main hall for questioning. Fortunately, the troop leader was a smart person. He knew the purpose of Xinyu's arrangement. Not only did he perfectly implement Xinyu's ideas, but he also made a lot of useful suggestions. After all, Xinyu was a layman. His understanding of this aspect was not as good as that of the troop leader, who grew up in primary school. After improvement, the performance of this play would be better. Your Majesty has arrived. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The troupe knelt down and saluted. No need to be so courteous. Today, I came with Your Majesty just to be the first to see this play. Shang Junlin sat down with Xinyu. Let Mu Shi and eunuch Meng sit at the back and watch. Xinyu glanced at the palace servants standing at the side. They sat in the middle of the front row with the best view. There were many empty seats behind them. Xinyu glanced at them and simply let the troupe members sit at the back. At the beginning, there was a cheerful piece of music. The beginning of the story was also cheerful. Gradually, the music became sad. The two childhood sweethearts had to separate. One went to the north to join the army, and the other stayed in her hometown. In the blink of an eye, a few years had passed. Natural disasters came and starved people were everywhere. The woman who stayed in her hometown made a lot of money in the business world. Thinking of her lover who was far away in the disaster area, she decided to do something. The imperial court's relief food was embezzled by the corrupt officials. They organized people to donate money and food. More and more people joined the team. The imperial court also sent new officials to punish the corrupt officials. These life-saving supplies were gathered by the people little by little to the disaster area. In the end, the evil people were punished. The woman and her lover hugged each other tightly after the disaster passed. Everyone was happy. Xinyu stood up and clapped his hands. Not bad, this is very good. On the stage, the man in pink who played the role of the woman heard these words and his eyes lit up. Xinyu turned to look at the palace servants and the other members of the troupe. Everyone's face was full of excitement. Obviously, their emotions had been completely stirred up. This was the effect that Xinyu wanted. The play didn't need to be obscure or elegant. The most important thing was that it could make the audience feel immersed. They couldn't help but think. What should they do in such a situation? What could they do? Now that there was a drought in the north, could they also do something? Could she also be like the woman in the play and do her part? No matter how small a person's strength is, when gathered together, it is an unshakable force. Shang Junlin understood this principle very well. Yes, some people will always ignore that many little things make a mickle. People who are too arrogant will fall sooner or later. Xinyu discussed some details with the troop leader and returned to the bedroom with Shang Junlin. Ayu, did you notice that the man in pink has been moving closer to you? Shang Junlin approached Xinyu from behind. No. Xinyu's mind was on the play. He didn't have time to pay attention to these things. Pleased by Xinyu's answer, Shang Junlin laughed in a low voice. Xinyu's ears were numb from his laughter. Didn't His Majesty want me to write a letter to you? I've written it. Xinyu walked to the secret compartment and took out the envelope. I've written 23 letters to Jiang Huiqing. I've written twice to His Majesty. This is the first letter. Does His Majesty want to see it? Shang Junlin reached out his hand. I use good intentions, I will not disappoint you. Your Majesty can think that way. Xinyu looked at him with a faint smile and put the letter in his big palm. Shang Junlin didn't open the letter in front of Xinyu, but put it in his arms. Your Majesty, don't you want to see what I wrote? As long as it's written by a you, I will like it. Xinyu saw that he really didn't want to open the letter immediately, so he didn't force him. In fact, he was quite curious about Xinyu's reaction when he read the letter. At night, after Xinyu fell asleep, Shang Junlin looked at the sleeping face of the person in his arms with tenderness in his eyes. Under the soft candlelight, the young man's facial features were delicate, and there was a faint blush on his white skin. Shang Junlin knew how beautiful the young man's cheeks were when they were dyed red. The young man's eyelashes were very long, and they drooped down quietly, like a resting butterfly. Shang Junlin had lived in the palace since he was a child, so he had seen countless beauties. When he first ascended the throne, there were many who dared to approach him because of their beauty. He only felt disgusted when these people touched him. No matter how beautiful they were no different from ordinary people in his eyes, until he met Xinyu. For the first time, he had a strong desire to touch someone. For the first time, he wanted to hold someone in his arms. For the first time, he wanted to trap someone and not let them leave at all costs. Xinyu now took the initiative to find a comfortable sleeping position in his arms, and he was also used to sleeping with the person in his arms. After confirming that Xinyu was asleep, Shang Junlin sat up gently and took out the letter under his pillow. He opened the letter with half expectation and half apprehension, then slowly took out the pink letter and opened it. What came into view was a beautiful hairpin-style small regular script. Shang Junlin was stunned. He had seen Xinyu's semi-cursive script, cursive script, and running regular script, but it was the first time he saw this kind of handwriting. "What are you secretly looking at, Your Majesty?" Xinyu's voice sounded with a slight smile. Shang Junlin tilted his head and saw Xinyu looking at him with a teasing look in his eyes. "You hasn't slept yet?" Shang Junlin blushed a little. "If I slept, wouldn't I not be able to see Your Majesty secretly reading my letter in the middle of the night?" Xinyu propped herself up. Her long hair flowed down her shoulders like a waterfall. The young man's face appeared particularly gentle under the candlelight. Only his eyes were shockingly bright, like stars shining in the dark night sky. Shang Junlin turned his body slightly and covered Xinyu's eyes with one hand. "You wrote it. We like it very much." Xinyu's eyes were covered, so he couldn't see the man's face that was getting redder and redder. He blinked, and his eyelashes fluttered like feathers across the man's palm. The numbness spread from her palm to her heart. "It's good that Your Majesty likes it." Xinyu was also very nervous when he wrote the letter. His literary talent seemed to have lost its effectiveness. In the end, he only left a few simple and straightforward sentences. "A Yu's handwriting is very beautiful. It's as beautiful as a Yu's." Shang Junlin sighed softly. Xinyu removed the hand covering his eyes, sat up, and faced Shang Junlin. "I only use this handwriting when I write to Your Majesty. It was only displayed in front of one person, and only bloomed for one person." His eyes were full of sincerity. Some emotions were hidden in a very deep place, and were faintly revealed to the outside world. Shang Junlin's Adam's apple bobbed. He forcefully pulled Xinyu into his arms. "We're very happy, Yu. We'll never let you down." Xinyu raised and lowered his hands. After a few times, he seemed to have made up his mind. He wrapped his arms around the man's waist. "Your Majesty, you promised me. You can't go back on your words." "How can we go back on our words?" Shang Junlin lowered his head and kissed Xinyu's hair. The faint fragrance lingered, and his entire heart calmed down. Xinyu leaned on the man's shoulder and slowly closed his eyes. If it was Shang Junlin, he was willing to try again. Looking at his life, he was bumpy when he was young. After he became an adult, he had been deceived. Even after he died, he was told that his life was used to help others. Xinyu was never willing to accept his fate easily. Therefore, when he knew that he was deceived in his previous life, he destroyed Prince Yu's dream of ascending the throne. In this life, he wouldn't let the ending in the book happen. If he could destroy the ending once, he could destroy it a second time. The only exception was Shang Junlin. The cruel and heartless tyrant in the book, who caused the people of Dahuan to live in misery, wasn't as the book said. On the contrary, he was diligent and loved the people. He also gave Xinyu a sense of reality. On a day off, Imperial Dr. Sun brought a pot of good wine and visited a colleague. It was Imperial Dr. Qian, who had the same rank as Imperial Dr. Gu in the Imperial Hospital. Imperial Dr. Qian was a slightly fat middle-aged man. He looked very amiable. Because of his kind face, he was very popular. Originally, Imperial Dr. Wu was retiring, and Imperial Dr. Qian was supposed to be the new Imperial Doctor. "What brings Imperial Dr. Wu here? Please come in." Imperial Dr. Qian smiled before speaking. He was so polite that no one could find any fault with him. "Recently, I found a pot of good wine and specially brought it for you to taste." Imperial Dr. Sun raised his hand that was holding the wine pot. The smile on Imperial Dr. Qian's face deepened. He loved wine, but he couldn't drink when he was on duty in the Imperial Hospital. He could only drink a little during his break. When the two entered the room, Imperial Dr. Qian ordered the servants to serve wine and dishes. "If you don't mind, Imperial Dr. Sun can stay and drink a few cups with me." Imperial Dr. Sun came with a purpose, so he naturally wouldn't refuse, then it would be impolite for me to refuse. Imperial Dr. Qian asked the servants to set up a table in the small courtyard and sat down face to face with Imperial Dr. Sunday. After 3 rounds of wine, Imperial Dr. Sun was a little drunk. He thought about his purpose of coming here and said, "There is one thing, but I don't know if I should say it." "What is it?" "If it's convenient, you can say it. Maybe I can help you solve your problems." "It's about the Imperial Hospital. You should know that Imperial Dr. Wu is retiring soon. There are only a few people who are qualified to be the next Imperial Doctor. If it was someone else, I wouldn't say anything, but I feel that it's not worth it for you." Imperial Dr. Sun was filled with righteous indignation. The smile on Imperial Dr. Qian's face disappeared. "Oh? In fact, everyone in the Imperial Hospital thinks that you are the most qualified to be the next Imperial Doctor. Whether it is qualifications or other things, if the one who sits in that position is you, no one will have any objections. But someone took a shortcut and used his relationship with the nobles in the palace to take your position." Imperial Dr. Sun drank a mouthful of wine. His words seemed to be defending Imperial Dr. Qian. The current Imperial Doctor is still Imperial Dr. Wu. It's not good to jump to conclusions about the future. Imperial Dr. Sun should be careful with your words. Imperial Dr. Qian put down the wine cup. Imperial Dr. Sun looked at Imperial Dr. Qian's face and felt that the other party was not very happy. He thought that his words had an effect, so he continued, "No matter what, the one who sits in that position should be someone like you. And don't think that I am talking nonsense. I can guarantee that everything I said is true." It was Imperial Dr. Wu who said it himself. Imperial Dr. Sun looked around and lowered his voice. "Then what do you want me to do?" Imperial Dr. Qian calmly asked. "At least, you can't let someone who is not worthy sit in that position." Imperial Dr. Sun stated his final goal. "I know. Imperial Dr. Sun is drunk. Come, help Imperial Dr. Sun to rest." The servants came over and helped Imperial Dr. Sun up. Ignoring his protests, they took him to the guest room. When Imperial Dr. Sun's figure disappeared, a young man came out of the corner. It was Imperial Dr. Gu. Imperial Dr. Gu's mood was very complicated. He knew that Imperial Dr. Sun had always been at odds with him, but he didn't think that the other would do such a thing to deal with him. If he really succeeded, the people of the Imperial Hospital would be divided and it would bring great trouble. It's good that teacher has good eyes and saw that this person has bad intentions. He told us to guard against him. I don't know who else he went to visit other than me. Imperial Dr. Qian looked with disgust in the direction that Imperial Dr. Sun left. I don't know how I provoked him. Imperial Dr. Gu grimaced. Since I entered the Imperial Hospital, I have been targeted everywhere. This is not your fault. The villain is used to being jealous of the virtuous. Imperial Dr. Qian patted his shoulder. Don't worry. Teacher has told us. We will help you in the future. There were several students of Imperial Dr. Wu in the Imperial Hospital. Imperial Dr. Qian was one of them. Imperial Dr. Wu knew the conduct of these students. Before he talked to Imperial Dr. Gu alone, he had talked with these students. Compared to fighting for power, his students preferred to study medicine. They didn't have any objections to their teacher's actions. You don't have to worry about Imperial Dr. Sunday, teacher will take care of it. Thank you. Imperial Dr. Gu cupped his hands and thanked him. Because he was young, Imperial Dr. Wu took good care of him when he first entered the Imperial Hospital. Later, because he was indeed talented in medical skills, several of Imperial Dr. Wu's students gradually became good friends with him. If you want to thank us, why don't you take out your new medical book and discuss it with us? When I finish, I will ask for your advice. Imperial Dr. Sun didn't know that he thought he could provoke the conflict between the other Imperial doctors in the Imperial Hospital and Imperial Dr. Gu, but the first one to be dealt with was himself. By the way, have you seen the popular Return to Spring in the capital recently? It's your day off. Why don't you go and see it together? In addition to loving wine, Imperial Dr. Qian also liked to watch opera. This time, the people who watched the new opera were full of praise. Imperial Dr. Qian had been itching for a long time. Imperial Dr. Gu couldn't refuse and went with Imperial Dr. Qian. Xinyu wanted to experience the feeling of sitting in the crowd and watching opera. He found a day when Shang Junlin wasn't busy and went out with him. There were many people in the opera. In order not to cause a sensation, Xinyu and Shang Junlin disguised themselves. Xinyu changed into a red robe this time. He was flamboyant like fire. His facial features were bright. Not only was his aura not suppressed by the red robe, but he was even more beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off him. Shang Junlin looked at Xinyu in a red robe. His eyes were full of unconcealable amazement and strong possessiveness. He didn't want others to see Xinyu like this at all. Mushi was about to tie Xinyu's hair with a waterfall behind her head. Shang Junlin walked over. "Give it to me." Mushi handed the hair tie and ivory comb to Shang Junlin. Shang Junlin used one hand to tuck Xinyu's long hair behind his back. The long black hair slid through his fingers. He held the ivory comb in his other hand and gently combed it. The ivory comb went into the black hair and smoothed it to the end. Xinyu touched his hair behind his back. "Your Majesty, do you know how to do it?" Shang Junlin proved with his ability that not only did he know how to do it, but he also knew how to do it very well. The hair he combed was no worse than Mushi's. Xinyu looked at himself in the bronze mirror and asked curiously, "When did your Majesty learn how to comb people's hair?" Mushi covered her mouth and laughed. She still remembered that not long ago, the high and mighty emperor clumsily learned how to comb people's hair. "I learned it from your maid." "How is my skill?" Shang Junlin held the ivory comb and looked at him with a smile. "Very good." Xinyu's eyes were full of praise. "I will comb Yu's hair in the future, okay? As long as your Majesty doesn't find it troublesome." Xinyu looked at himself in the mirror again. The bronze mirror was polished until it was shiny, clearly reflecting the young man's appearance. With snow-white skin and black hair, he looked like an elegant young master in this chaotic world. How can it be troublesome to comb Yu's hair? Shang Junlin walked over and lifted a strand of hair on his shoulder. He said in a half-joking tone, "Yu is so beautiful that I don't want others to see it." "What should I do?" Xinyu always knew that his appearance wasn't bad. It wasn't the first time he had been praised for his appearance, but when Shang Junlin said it in a possessive tone, his heart still trembled. "Then your Majesty must keep an eye on me so that I won't be snatched away by others." Xinyu's lips curled up, his eyes mischievous. "I won't give anyone a chance. You can't go anywhere except by my side." Thinking of the possibility of Xinyu standing beside others, Shang Junlin's lips flattened. Xinyu comforted him with ease, "Your Majesty, don't worry. I won't go anywhere except by your Majesty's side." Xinyu sat in front of the bronze mirror and painted his face. After a while, his eyebrows and eyes looked very different from before. His facial features were brighter and more flamboyant. If one looked closely, they could still see some similarities with his original appearance. Shang Junlin also changed his appearance and changed into a navy blue uniform. Xinyu walked around him in a circle. "Your Majesty also looks good in this color." Shang Junlin rarely wore colors other than black. Xinyu was used to seeing him in black. Suddenly seeing him in another color gave him a sense of novelty. Shang Junlin's facial features were handsome, belonging to the kind of beauty that was very oppressive. The lines of his face were sharp. After the disguise, the original sharpness was neutralized, and it was no longer as unbearable as before. The blue uniform suppressed his aura, giving people a kind of illusion of gentleness. Although his face didn't change much, people wouldn't associate him with the emperor of the Great Huan dynasty. The two of them got into the carriage and left the palace. Xinyu was also very familiar with this carriage. When he got on, he found that the place where he sat was covered with a soft blanket. Some time ago, Xinyu felt that it was too hot, so he asked Shang Junlin to remove the blanket. "Wait for this year's autumn hunt. I'll make a tiger pelt for you." Shang Junlin sat beside Xinyu and rubbed his earlobe. "Will His Majesty give me whatever I want?" Xinyu was looking out of the window, but when he heard the question, he turned around. "As long as Yu asks, we will do it for Yu." Shang Junlin looked at him with determination. Xinyu had no doubt that Shang Junlin could do what he said, but he was still stunned by the man's answer without hesitation. "If His Majesty continues to spoil me like this, I will become arrogant." Xinyu collected his thoughts and looked at Shang Junlin seriously. I give you the right to be arrogant. The hand that was rubbing his earlobe changed to caressing his cheek. Xinyu's eyes curved slightly. This is what His Majesty said. His Majesty, don't regret it in the future. Falling in love with you, we will never regret it. The weather turned cold, and the number of people on the street suddenly increased. The carriages moved in an orderly manner on the street. When they arrived at the opera house, Xinyu and Shang Junlin got off the carriage. There were people coming and going outside the opera house. People gathered in groups of 3 to 5, talking as they walked inside. The favorite concubine of a certain emperor of Dahuan loved to listen to opera. The emperor followed suit, and the opera industry of Dahuan developed greatly during that time. After a few generations, the favorite concubine and the emperor of Dahuan had become characters in the opera. The opera was also deeply rooted in the hearts of the people of Dahuan. The 100 Opera House was an old opera house that had been passed down for several generations. The best opera troupe in the opera house was specially for the nobles to enjoy. The other opera troupes performed for the common people. If they were favored by a certain influential person, they could also perform in the influential person's house. The first floor was the hall. Most of the common people would choose to listen to the opera here. The second floor was a private room separated by a partition. Each guest had a separate space. It was most suitable for influential people or tycoons to bring their family or friends here. Will the 2 guests be on the first floor or in a private room? The opera will start in a quarter of an hour. You 2 came at the right time. Otherwise, you will have to wait for a while. I want a private room on the second floor. Okay, please follow me. Xinyu and Shang Junlin walked into the private room on the second floor. The space was not big, but the decoration was very delicate. There were some snacks on the table in the middle. Because there were only 2 of them, they asked for a private room for 2. Do the 2 of you need someone to wait on you? No need. A quarter of an hour later, the story of returning to spring officially started. Xinyu and Shang Junlin sat together and watched. He was the one who wrote the skeleton of the opera. He knew the development of the story very well. What he saw more was the reaction of the audience below. They chose a very good position. Whether it was the stage below or the people who were listening to the opera, they could all see it. Ayu's opera is very well arranged, Shang Junlin said softly. Your Majesty, do you think there will be officials coming to watch? If Xinyu remembered correctly, there were many officials in Dahuan who liked to watch operas. Yes. Look over there. That's the Minister of Revenue and the Minister of Works. Shang Junlin pointed in a direction. Xinyu looked over. Sure enough, the Minister of Revenue and the Minister of Works were wearing casual clothes and sitting in the crowd on the first floor. Are they so close and private? They could even get together to watch operas. It turns out that they are not that close. Before the Ministry of Works could support itself, it was not an exaggeration to say that their relationship was like fire and water. Later, when Ayu proposed the idea of sponsorship, they became closer and closer, Shang Junlin explained. Could it be that their relationship is not good because the Ministry of Works has been asking the Ministry of Revenue for money? Xinyu felt that it was a little inconceivable. From the looks of it, that is the case. Is there any progress from the Ministry of Works? Ever since the first cement road was paved, Xinyu had not paid attention to the follow-up for a long time. The second road is almost finished. There will be results after a while. The Ministry of Works said that if this plan is feasible, they can gradually replace the roads in the capital with cement roads. They also discovered that cement can be used for construction. They used cement to build a small house, and it is said that it is very sturdy. Xinyu was just asking. After hearing the reply, he no longer cared about this matter. There were so many people in the Ministry of Works. It was impossible that they could not handle this matter well. Xinyu looked around and looked at the second floor. He saw a familiar face again. The Prime Minister is also here. He even brought along Jiang Huiqing, He Qingyu, and Fang Jiai. In order to not attract attention, Fang Jiai was dressed as a man. The Prime Minister thinks highly of He Qingyu and the other 2. He even praised them in the memorial he presented yesterday. How could he not think highly of them? With the addition of these 3 people, the Prime Minister's daily workload could be reduced by more than half. The Prime Minister dreamed that one day, all the officials in Dahuan could be like these 3 people. He did not ask for anything else, but at least they should do their job well. As a result, many officials who had been promoted by the Prime Minister could not do their job well. They also stared at the power of others all day long. They could not do anything, and they always caused a mess for the Prime Minister to clean up. Sometimes, I feel that the Prime Minister went against the aristocratic families because he could not stand the style of these aristocratic family officials. Xiang Junlin thought of some past events and could not help but laugh. The Prime Minister's family should not be low. It is not low. In the beginning, his relationship with the aristocratic family officials was not so bad. Otherwise, he would not have been able to enter the cabinet so easily. After becoming the Prime Minister, he had to clean up the mess made by the aristocratic families every few days. Over time, the relationship between the 2 sides became more and more strained. Xiang Junlin was naturally happy to see this scene. The Prime Minister was listening to the play seriously. He originally did not plan to come. Even if it was a rest day, he still had a lot of things to deal with. It was Jiang Huiqing who suggested to him that he should properly relax after being busy. He thought about the countless days and nights he had been busy with official affairs and deeply felt that he should take a break. Therefore, he brought the 3 people to listen to Return to Spring. He often went in and out of the palace, so of course, he knew the real purpose of this play. He brought the 3 people out to test their political acumen. During the intermission, he poured himself a cup of tea and asked, "Do you have any thoughts after watching this play? This play alludes to the incident in Subei, right? The embezzlement of disaster relief supplies just happens to match up with the robbery. The imperial court has always been discussing the matter of donations. Now that the common people know the significance of donations through the play, once the imperial court officially announces this policy, there will be no unwarranted suspicion." It was not just in the capital. There were also theaters and other places performing this play. Moreover, because the play itself was sufficiently attractive, more and more people came to watch. The Prime Minister nodded approvingly. This time, the imperial examination had finally picked out some good seedlings. He was secretly planning how to quickly nurture the 3 of them. With one more person to share the burden on his shoulders would be lighter. During the intermission, the common people below began to discuss. The corrupt officials are too much. There are so many soldiers and common people at the border who are still waiting for food to save their lives. They actually embezzled the food and money. That's right. With my bad temper, I want nothing more than to rush up and blow his head off. Lao Nyang and the others have already begun to prepare food. I hope they can make it in time. Otherwise, with the enemy at the border, the soldiers at the border won't even have food to eat. How will they protect the country? That's why they say the corrupt officials have no heart. They don't even think about it. If the enemy invades, even if they have so much money, what's the use? Say, if Lao Nyang can prepare food and send it to the border, can't we do the same? Subei is in a drought. Lord Fong was ordered to provide relief, but he was met with bandits. Right now, we don't know what the situation is over there. Can we do something for Subei? If we can successfully send the food to Subei, I'm willing to donate half of my family's food. Beyond Subei is the Northern Desert. The Northern Desert has been eyeing the Great Huan for a long time. If His Majesty hadn't beaten them until they were afraid, how could they have so easily stopped? It's only been a few years since the Great Huan has been peaceful. If something happens to Subei, the Northern Desert will definitely make a comeback. We can't let the Northern Desert have a chance to invade the south. Just like Lan Yang said, to protect the country, everyone should do their part. Moreover, many little drops make an ocean. Although our abilities are limited, what if we have 100, 1,000, or 10,000 people? We can at least make a difference. That's right. Does anyone know anyone from the government? Can we express our views to the imperial court? The discussion below became more and more heated. Xinyu picked up the teacup and took a sip. The corners of his mouth curved slightly. He had already achieved half of his goal. Did you rehearse for this scene in the beginning? Shang Junlin also heard the discussion and a complicated look flashed through his eyes. Your Majesty, what I want is not an order from the imperial court, but an opportunity for the people to fight for themselves. How lucky I am to have a Yu's help. Shang Junlin hugged Xinyu and planted a light kiss on the side of his face. As a king, Shang Junlin certainly knew the difference between the two. I originally thought that you arranged this play just to make the people more accepting of the donations. I didn't expect that there was a deeper meaning. You asked me to delay the time, so you were waiting for this opportunity. Xinyu nodded. I always feel that those people have a backup plan. They stole a batch of supplies, so they definitely won't watch us collect enough supplies to send to Subei again. Shang Junlin, what I'm most worried about is that the people from the northern desert have infiltrated the officials of Subei. According to the news from the Hidden Dragon Guards, they haven't found any traces of the people from the northern desert. Xinyu, the northern desert is undoubtedly the most beneficial to the disaster in Subei. Without the threat of the northern army, Subei is undoubtedly in the bag for the northern desert. Your Majesty thinks that it's not strange that the people from the northern desert are involved, but I'm more inclined to think that it's done by someone in Dahuan. Your Majesty, don't forget that the king of Yu is still in the secret prison. Shang Junlin, Yu suspects that it's the people behind the king of Yu? Xinyu, if the king of Yu wants that position, food, gold, and silver are all indispensable. Your Majesty, did you send people to the king of Yu's fief? The king of Yu had been detained in the capital for so long, but there was no movement in his fief. This was an abnormal thing. Your Majesty can use the donation as an excuse to investigate the king of Yu's fief. After a cup of tea's time, the second half of the play continued. The discussion below slowly disappeared, and everyone's attention turned back to the play. On the other side, in a private room. Noticing that Imperial Physician Gu was obviously not in the right state, Imperial Physician Qian poured a cup of tea for him. What are you thinking about? I seem to have seen an acquaintance just now. Imperial Physician Gu paused for a moment and took the teacup. I don't know if I'm mistaken. Is it your good friend? Why don't you invite them over for a chat? Imperial Physician Gu shook his head. No need, I think they don't want to be disturbed. Seeing this, Imperial Physician Qian didn't say anything more. After the play ended, there was a thunderous applause below the stage. This ending is really satisfying. Corrupt officials should be beheaded in public like this. Chang Yang has finally reunited with her lover after going through untold hardships. I am satisfied that our lovers have finally gotten married. Mother Chang's efforts were not in vain. The wicked were punished, and the good were rewarded. The disaster was resolved in time, and the enemies who wanted to take advantage of the situation were defeated. How satisfying! There were both men and women who came to watch the show. Both sides focused on different things, but no matter which side, they were all very satisfied with the ending. Xinyu and Shang Junlin walked out of the opera house. Along the way, they could hear the discussions of the people around them. Apart from the story itself, the most talked about part of the story was the actions of Wu Yang in the play. Chang Yang was the embodiment of all the beauty of women in the world. She had the tenderness of a woman, but she also had the courage of a man. She dared to say and do what she wanted, and she was not afraid of difficulties. She had touched countless people. Since Chang Yang in the play succeeded, does this mean that this method is feasible? I am also thinking about this problem. You and I are both businessmen, so we know that the treatment of businessmen in the Great Huan dynasty is much better than that of other courts. In the play, Chang Yang's situation was so difficult, but she still succeeded in the end. Because of their actions, the situation of the businessmen at that time was changed. If we can contribute to the Great Northern Sioux, can we also change the way the world views businessmen? Scholars, farmers, businessmen, the ideas passed down from generation to generation were not easy to change. Even if the Great Huan dynasty was not harsh on businessmen, because of all kinds of inherent ideas, the status of businessmen was not high. No matter how much money they had in their hands, if they didn't spend a lot of money to bribe people, they could easily lose a lot of money. Even if they had to spend money to buy peace of mind, buy protection, they were willing to do so. However, in most cases, after the money was spent and the relationship was good, the other party could still back out at the last minute. Xinyu's sponsorship and donations could prevent this from happening. Xinyu's play had already been performed in the capital for several days, and local opera troupes had also started to rehearse this play. For each troupe, as long as there were people watching, it was the same no matter what they rehearsed. There were also storytellers who saw a business opportunity telling stories about Xianxia in restaurants and teahouses. The guests liked to listen, and they were happy to tell more. After a few days of fermentation, the government received a petition from the people. Not only the government, but also the Supreme Court, the Ministry of Revenue, and several other places received the petition. In the morning court, the Minister of Revenue directly took out the petition, reporting to Your Majesty, this official has received some letters from the people. Several other officials also stood up, reporting to Your Majesty, this official has also received them. Bring them to me to see. Outside the palace, Yingxing Tower. Yan Jing and more than a dozen businessmen were sitting in a private room. The leader was an elegant man in his 30s. They had just written a joint petition and handed it to the government. On the other side sat a few ordinary people, all of whom were well-known people in the neighborhood. They had gathered here to jointly write a petition. Everyone, don't worry. I have some friendship with an official in the Ministry of Revenue. He said that the Minister of Revenue will inform Your Majesty of our request today, the elegant man said. We naturally believe in young Master Jin's words. The others also spoke one after another. Young Master Jin had a lot of say among the businessmen in the capital. He was reliable, and everyone trusted him. This time everyone had also recommended him to be in charge of this matter. After comforting the people, young Master Jin walked to Yan Zheng's side and said in a low voice, if you hadn't told me this, I wouldn't have dared to agree to this matter. Here's a toast to you. Brother Jin, you're too serious. When I first came to the capital, I received your help, but I wasn't able to thank you properly. This time, I only told you some information that I know. It's nothing much, Yan Jing replied. When Xinyu had wanted to decline the plan, he had asked Shang Junlin to conceal this information again. Unlike the officials, if the businessmen and ordinary people didn't have any connections, they wouldn't be able to find out about the imperial court's information. Yan Jing knew about it because the Ministry of Works had accidentally leaked some information to him. There was also another reason. Yan Jing had originally been waiting for the imperial court's order to donate a sum of money. He didn't expect that in the end, they would take the initiative to propose this matter. However, this was also good. It would be more beneficial for them and the imperial court. When Yan Jing first saw Return to Spring, he had some vague guesses in his heart. Later, when he talked about this matter on the streets and alleys, his thoughts became clearer. Later, when he talked about cooperation with shopkeeper Su seemed to have inadvertently mentioned it. He knew then that this was an excellent opportunity for him to enter the inner circle of the capital's businessmen. The small groups of businessmen in every place were xenophobic. In a place like the capital, it was even more so. He had been here for a while, but he still hadn't really integrated into the group until now. He knew in his heart who shopkeeper Su was. The information that shopkeeper Su revealed must have been from the people behind shopkeeper Su. With an accurate answer, Yan Jing privately looked for young Master Jin. After the two of them talked in detail, he met the most important person in the capital's business circle for the first time. If this matter went smoothly, he could use this matter to slowly gain a foothold. The waiting time always seemed exceptionally long. The sun gradually rose. Finally, a servant ran in with a happy face. That person has replied. His Majesty has agreed. Everyone's face lit up with joy. That's great. After this, our business should have fewer restrictions. After sitting down to discuss the specific matters of the donation, the group of people went back to make arrangements. Young Master Jin walked at the back with a relaxed smile on his face. He was a natural businessman and had always been sensitive to the trend of the imperial court. But this time, if it weren't for Yan Jing's reassurance, he wouldn't have dared to take such a big risk. That day, when he helped Yan Jing out of trouble, it was just a matter of convenience. He didn't expect that it would leave him with such a great good karma. Xinyu was taking care of the flowers in Yuzhong Palace. Except for a pot sent by Imperial Physician Gu, the rest were sent by Shang Junlin. There were precious varieties, and there were also some that were sent purely because of their good growth. Xinyu was not like Shang Junlin, who had a lot of free time every day. Every few days, he would personally take care of these flowers and plants. he would water them, loosen the soil, cut the branches, and so on. Mushi stood to the side with a clean handkerchief. Young Master, shopkeeper Su sent a message saying that he has preliminarily discussed the cooperation with young Master Yen. He also leaked the news to young Master Yen according to your instructions. I heard that in the past 2 days, the merchants and people in the capital have written to the government together. There should be a conclusion today. This show has been going on for so long, it's time to end it. Officially of the Ministry of Revenue only knew what the imperial court was planning today. This matter was not disclosed to the outside world except for the Minister of Revenue, the Prime Minister, and a few other ministers. Even what Xinyu told Yanjing was only a part of it. After the court officially anxiously paced back and forth in the study. Finally, he made up his mind. He picked up a pen and hurriedly wrote something. Without waiting for the ink to dry, he put it in his pocket and walked out. The study door was opened, and Official Li's eyes widened in surprise. Where do you want to go, Official Li? The visitor coldly raised the corner of his mouth. Or rather, who do you want to send a message to? I don't know what you're talking about. You don't need to know. Come, take him away. Official Li was quietly taken away. After the morning court, Shang Junlin stayed behind with the Prime Minister and the Minister of Revenue to discuss the details of the donation. Eunuch Meng walked in from outside and said in a low voice, Your Majesty, the spy in the Ministry of Revenue has been caught. Handed over to the Supreme Court to investigate. I want to see who is plotting against Dahuan. When Shang Junlin returned to Yuzhong Palace, Xinyu was still tending to the flowers. The hidden dragon guards caught a spy in the Ministry of Revenue. I handed him over to the Supreme Court. I hope they will be able to get something out of him. Shang Junlin walked over. I feel that it's not normal for it to be so peaceful now. Every time something happens in the imperial court, there will always be people secretly spreading unfavorable rumors about your Majesty. Did your Majesty find out who did it? Xinyu put down the small shovel in his hand. I did. Don't worry, Xinyu smiled. If they want to do anything this time, they will lose more than they gain. Xinyu knew what those people would say without thinking. They would just blame Shang Junlin for the natural and man-made disasters. They might be waiting for the best time to act, but they didn't know that Xinyu was also waiting for them to act. Not only would he not let these people get what they wanted, but he would also return the dirty water that they had slandered Shang Junlin in the past. Ayu has taken good care of these flowers. Shang Junlin picked up the small shovel on the stone table and loosened the soil for the flowers that had not been loosened yet. I naturally have to take good care of the flowers sent by your Majesty. The two took care of the flowers and plants for a while. Shang Junlin wasn't interested in these things at first, but Xinyu liked them, so he occasionally helped. After a few times, he had a certain understanding of these flowers and plants. In the beginning, he didn't know how to do anything. Shang Junlin had never taken care of flowers and plants in his life. When he was young, he was busy surviving in the harem. When he grew up, he entered the battlefield, so it was even more impossible for him to have time for this kind of romantic activity. When he ascended the throne, he took over the mess left by the previous emperor. In addition, the external enemies hadn't been eliminated yet, so the burden of the entire Dahuan was on his shoulders. Every day, he was busy with political affairs, which almost took up most of his time. Later, everything in Dahuan was on the right track. He had also passed the age of enjoying life. His life was as boring as ever, until Xinyu entered the palace. Like a stone thrown into the water, it created circles of ripples. Like a bright moon, it lit up his boring life. Shang Junlin had never thought that the two of them would enjoy such a leisurely day in the afternoon like now. Your Majesty's current technique is much better than before. Xinyu looked at the Junling that Shang Junlin was taking care of and joked, Your Majesty seems to like this Junling very much. Every time, you would take care of it alone. That was because he didn't want Xinyu to take care of the flowers and plants sent by others. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent so many flowers and plants to Yuzhong Palace to distract Xinyu. Ayu cares about it, so Zhen naturally also cares more. Shang Junlin pursed his lips. Xinyu didn't expose his little thoughts. Does your Majesty still remember the first time you said you would help me loosen the soil for the flowers? You almost broke the roots. I took care of that pot of flowers for a few days before I managed to grow it back. It's this pot. Xinyu pointed at the pot of flowers beside his hand. I remember, Shang Junlin smiled as he recalled what happened at that time. At that time, Zhen was thinking that if this pot of water couldn't be saved, Zhen would find an opportunity to ask for it from you. Then, Zhen would find a pot of water that was exactly the same and say that it was saved. He still remembered the sadness that flashed across Xinyu's face at that moment. He didn't want to see such an expression on Xinyu's face, even if it was just a pot of flowers in his eyes. Since Xiyu cared, he would find a way to make Xiyu not feel sad about this matter. So at that time, His Majesty had even thought of the worst-case scenario. Xinyu also smiled. His Majesty is a quick learner. Later on, he did not harm these flowers and plants. Shang Junlin was a person who would do everything to the extreme once he made up his mind. Xinyu had personally witnessed how Shang Junlin changed from a person who didn't know how to do anything. He also knew that Shang Junlin didn't like the flowers sent by Gu Tai. It was because he saw that Xinyu liked them that he didn't say anything. At most, he would send a large wave of flowers and plants to share the favor of Junling. It's also because Xiyu taught well. With such a diligent teacher like Xiyu, if the student still couldn't learn, then he could only be described as stupid. Shang Junlin finished loosening the soil and washed his hands in the basin beside him, drying them. The student has to be smart. Otherwise, no matter how good the teacher is, it's useless. Xinyu also finished tidying up the last pot of flowers. Shang Junlin grabbed Xinyu's hands, submerged them in the water, and washed them little by little. Then is you willing to teach Xin some other knowledge? For example, how can the student please the teacher to make the teacher more comfortable? Be willing to do more with the student. Your Majesty really doesn't forget about this matter at all times. Seeing that Shang Junlin's words were getting more and more out of hand, Xinyu interrupted him. Xinyu's hand was imprisoned in the man's palm. The man's calloused fingertips slid over the back of her hand, causing her to feel a burst of numbness. Xinyu couldn't help but curl her fingers. Her soft palm was opened, and the man's bony hand forcefully submerged into her hand. From the palm of her hand to the gap between her fingers, the man's 10 fingers were tightly intertwined. Ayu, Zhen wants to kiss you. Shang Junlin stared at him with burning eyes. If your Majesty wants to kiss me, then kiss me. The rest of her words were blocked by the man who suddenly approached her. Nibbling, licking, and sucking. The man's actions were as bold as always, forcefully cooperating with Xinyu. She closed her eyes, and her long eyelashes cast a shadow under her eyes. Her eyelashes fluttered gently with her breathing, like a startled butterfly. After the kiss ended, Shang Junlin's forehead pressed against Xinyu's. Both of their breaths were somewhat unstable. How was your student's performance this time? Shang Junlin chuckled. The man's voice was low and slightly trembling, knocking on Xinyu's heart. Xinyu's reaction was even more intense than before. Seeing this, Shang Junlin's eyes darkened even more. He sucked on Xinyu's lips and asked, "Do you like your student acting like this?" Your Majesty, without waiting for him to finish speaking, Shang Junlin had already kissed him again. Ayu, Zhen will build a greenhouse for you. He hid Xinyu and his favorite flowers together. Xinyu was immersed in a haze, and all of his senses were robbed. Vaguely, he seemed to hear Shang Junlin saying something, but the voice was separated by a vast white fog, so he couldn't hear it clearly. He could only reply with meaningless syllables. Shang Junlin hugged him even tighter. 2 days later, the imperial court issued the first government order to aid Subei. The people of the capital had been waiting for this moment for many days, and finally, they arranged their belongings to see what they could donate. Of course, Xinyu knew that the premise of donating was that it couldn't affect the normal lives of the people, and it also had to prevent officials from taking advantage of the opportunity to fill their pockets. After discussing with Shang Junlin, he decided to anonymously disclose the donation information. The people would be informed of the ins and outs of each donation. If the donation exceeded a certain amount, an official would visit the person, and after obtaining the consent of the owner, the donor's information would be disclosed to the public. The latter was specially set up for merchants and some aristocratic families. They could choose to use this opportunity to gain a good reputation for themselves, or they could choose to donate silently. The imperial court would give the same reward to both parties. It was undeniable that this was a huge and tedious project. Fortunately, Shang Junlin had selected many useful officials through the imperial examinations over the years. These people didn't have high official positions, and there weren't many of them in the imperial court. Most of them were still in the process of being transferred out, so they were just in time to handle this matter. The government order was quickly sent to various places, and the imperial court set up a special monitoring organization. The Prime Minister and the Minister of Revenue were temporarily in charge, and the officials who entered this organization were mostly from the capital. They were in groups of 2 or 3, and they would take people to various places in the Great Huan dynasty as quickly as possible to supervise the matters related to the donation. At the same time, the imperial court also arranged for special officials to explain the specific process of donating to the people. Because of the disaster in Subei, the entire Great Huan dynasty started to move. All the officials were nervous and expectant about this operation. They couldn't find similar precedents in the history books. If they succeeded, it would be a great achievement in the history books, but if not, Yan Zheng and the other merchants who first received the news were the first to act. They had already prepared supplies in advance, mostly food and other necessities. There was also a lot of gold and silver, which were donated under the witness of the officials sent by the imperial court. Next were the aristocratic families. After a few generations of accumulation, the wealth in their hands was immeasurable. The ordinary people were informed in advance, and they contributed as much as they could. Xinyu considered the possible problems and incorporated the solutions into the script. Those who had watched the story of returning to spring would at least have a certain understanding of donating. In addition, there were officials watching from the side, which greatly reduced the possibility of problems arising. The local officials cooperated with the people sent by the imperial court, and the donating process was carried out in an orderly manner. The hidden dragon guards were scattered all over the country, and they passed the news back to the capital. Subei. Official Feng and the others rested for a while, and they sent people to start the disaster relief. The food and other supplies they brought were temporarily enough, and official Feng also received confirmation from the capital that more supplies would be sent over, so he didn't have to worry. After receiving the news, official Feng also dared to do the disaster relief. First, they helped the people. Official Feng ordered people to give out porridge every day, and those who were able to work gathered together to do what they could. In the face of a disaster, the most important thing was not just disaster relief, but also the problem of post-disaster reconstruction. Subei's geographical location was too important, and it would be a major blow to Dahuan if it couldn't recover after the disaster. Official Feng took out a portion of the food and gave it to the Subei army. After all, before the imperial court people came, the people in Subei relied on the Subei army's salary to survive. Subei was very big, and official Feng ignored the advice of the officials, and began to lead the people sent by the imperial court to help with the disaster relief. After leaving the biggest city in Subei, official Feng and the others finally realized how serious the disaster was. There were people starving to death by the roadside at any time, and there was no harvest. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was hell on earth. It's already so serious, why are those people still saying that it's okay? Was this not a big deal? Will they only admit that the disaster is serious when all the people are dead? The younger officials saw this scene, and their eyes turned red. What was written in books or heard from other people was not as shocking as seeing it with their own eyes. They lived in the city and were almost deceived by the tranquility of the city. If Master Feng did not insist on bringing them out, would they not know what they had done wrong until they returned to the capital? A shabbily dressed teenager saw them, and his eyes lit up. He crawled over on all fours. "Masters, please do me a favor and give me something to eat." The soft-hearted official subconsciously reached for the food, but was stopped by official Feng. "Stop." Official Feng walked over and looked at the crowd of victims. He frowned and squatted down, ignoring the confusion of the official. "Can you still walk? If you can, follow me. Do you see over there? Our people are giving out porridge over there. If you stick to it, you'll get food. Not only will you be full today, you'll be full in the future." There was a small city in front of them, and it was also the destination of official Feng's group. It was not far from here, and under normal circumstances, they could reach it in less than an hour. The teenager looked into the distance, and then looked at official Fong, who was squatting down to look at him at the same level. His eyes were half puzzled and half conflicted. Official Fong nodded. I'm not lying to you. Our people are already there. Look, isn't there smoke over there? The teenager looked over again, and in a daze, he really did see smoke rising from the chimneys. You look like a good person. I'll believe you this time. The teenager's face was covered in dirt, but his eyes were no longer lifeless. Instead, there was light in them. It was the look of someone who saw hope after despair. Official Fong suppressed the bitterness in his heart. You have to follow. If you follow, you'll survive. The teenager nodded. Official Fong stood up, picked up a branch from the side, and handed it to the teenager. This is for you. The teenager slowly stood up with the support of the branch. He looked at the backs of Official Fong's group, and slowly but firmly followed step by step. Sir, why didn't you let me give the child something to eat? The official couldn't help but turn around. Don't look back, Lord Fong's voice was still steady, you can save him now, but you can't save him forever. What's more, didn't you see those refugees faintly gathering around us? If you save this one, what about the rest? There aren't many people, that's because you've only seen these people. Do you know why I told them to take the food and leave at night? It's because starving people don't have any rationality. They even eat people. Do you think you can leave this place safely if you take out the food? Lord Fong's unhurried voice caused the official to break out in a cold sweat. Another official walked up and whispered, I know you're soft-hearted, but being soft-hearted when you shouldn't be will only harm everyone. This official knows his mistake. The young official lowered his head in shame. In fact, before they left, Lord Fong had told them to ignore people begging for food on the road. He saw that the child was young and thought of his younger brother. He couldn't bear it and almost made a big mistake. Lord Fong sighed. He didn't have the heart to do that, but the goal of this trip was the entire Subei. He couldn't lose the big picture for the small. He knew that this trip would be difficult before he left, but His Majesty sent him because he trusted him. No matter what, he couldn't betray this trust. The small town in front of them was their second destination. Compared to the main city, the environment here was worse. But in the face of all this, none of the officials complained. They knew that just surviving was already the result of the people living here putting in the greatest effort. The official who came to greet them wasn't very dignified. His cheeks were thin and his complexion wasn't good. When he saw them, his eyes lit up. You must be the disaster relief official sent by the imperial court. I didn't expect you to come in person. Please come in, there aren't many things in the residence. Please forgive me. The official residence of this small town was much smaller than the main city. The decorations were also very old. Lord Fong looked around but couldn't find a single valuable item. After a few simple greetings, Lord Fong went straight to the point. How is the disaster situation here? I had people bring some supplies, but I don't know if it's enough. The official clearly knew the situation here and gave a concise summary of the disaster situation. Lord Fong's frown deepened as he listened. Strictly speaking, the disaster began at the end of April. Until now, there had not been a single drop of rain. Later, when they could no longer hold on, the government sold everything that could be sold for money and bought a batch of food from outside. Only then were they barely able to hold on until now. Didn't you say that the Northern Jiangsu Army's pay and provisions were used for emergency purposes? Most of the food is in the main city. For small towns and villages like ours, it's already a blessing to be able to get some. There's only so much food left, and it won't last long with so many people. Those who can leave have already left, but where can they escape to? It's the same situation in the entire Subei region. Didn't anyone escape to the northern part of Su? The minor official looked embarrassed. He gritted his teeth and continued, it's impossible to escape outside. This official has a relative who wanted to leave Subei with his wife and daughter, but they disappeared before they could go far. They haven't been found yet. No wonder the imperial court didn't receive any news. Lord Fong pondered. It turned out that from the beginning, someone had deliberately prevented the people here from escaping. As long as there were disaster victims outside, they would be able to find out that something had happened in Subei. After understanding the situation, Lord Feng asked the minor official to gather people to distribute porridge outside the official residence. Lord, there are many refugees outside the city gate. A gatekeeper came to report. They should have followed us here. Lord Feng remembered that it was a young man he had met on the way here. Should we let them into the city? The county magistrate looked at the busy crowd. Actually, it doesn't matter if they come in. There aren't many people in the city anyway. Some of these people might have originally come from the city. Let's check first. After making sure there's no problem, bring them here. You guys go and help. Lord Feng pointed at a few guards behind him. With the guards maintaining order, the people who came to get the porridge lined up in an orderly manner. The county magistrate's words were not wrong. There weren't many people left here. The people distributing the porridge moved quickly. Before long, the long line could be seen. Are these the only people? Lord Feng frowned as he looked at the people squatting at the side. Even though the city was not big, the number of people here was much less than he had expected. Lord, I have a bedridden mother at home. I wonder if you can give a bowl of porridge to my bedridden mother. What are you thinking? Lord Feng is already kind enough to give porridge. The person beside him pulled him aside. He had heard that the imperial court had sent an official to provide disaster relief. The philanthropist official had even personally come to this small town to distribute porridge. Those who could come had all come. There were still some who couldn't, especially the childless elderly, who could only resign themselves to fate. You, come here. Lord Feng called the official who had almost made a mistake on the way here. Who is more familiar with this place? Bring him around and send some food to the bedridden elderly. You are really a philanthropist. The people who were eating porridge at the side heard this and couldn't help but put down the porridge and kowtow. Since the imperial court has sent me here, I will save those who can be saved. Also, gather all the doctors here. I need some medicinal herbs. After major disasters such as droughts and floods, they were often accompanied by plagues. Before he came, the imperial physicians of the imperial hospital had given him some prescriptions to prevent plagues. He had to nip the problem in the bud. That's right, let the doctors come with us to check on the situation of these people. If they have symptoms such as fever, they need to be treated together. Also, let everyone in the city clean themselves. Lord Feng gave out orders one by one. The people below followed and quickly acted. Knowing that the imperial court had sent enough food and wouldn't abandon them, the people also enthusiastically helped. Originally, he was going to arrange things for them to do. Before he came, Xianxia had specially told him that if possible, he should try his best to let the disaster victims use their own labor to exchange for food. Only in this way could the possibility of a riot be reduced. The disaster victims who came with Lord Feng and his group were also properly settled. After that, the youth found Lord Feng and kowtowed to him. Lord Feng saved my life. I am willing to do anything for Lord Feng. That's not necessary. You were able to come here by yourself. Lord Feng patted the shoulder of the youth who had been cleaned. What are your plans for the future? I also want to be an official. I want to be a good official like Lord Feng. The youth's eyes were firm. Lord Feng's heart moved. What about your family? Do you want to go find them? I don't have a family. The light in the youth's eyes dimmed. I don't know where they are. Can you read? Lord Feng asked. The youth nodded. I can. I used to write letters for some people. Then are you willing to work for me? Lord Feng asked again. Can I? The youth was pleasantly surprised. As long as you want. However, it will be very tiring to work for me. I am willing. The youth nodded heavily. At night, Lord Feng wrote down the situation in Subei as usual and handed it to the black-clothed people hiding nearby. A few days later, Shang Junlin received a report from Subei. The situation in Subei is really strange. When Feng Jun arrived outside the main city, he found that the situation there was completely different from the main city. Shang Junlin picked up the report written by Lord Feng and showed it to Xianxia. So the soldiers' provisions are all in the hands of the main city's officials? Only a small part of it is actually used by the people? How deeply did the late emperor's people infiltrate Subei? Xianxia frowned. He knew too little about Sube. In his previous life, Sube had never been in any trouble. His attention was focused on the south. Until his death, Sube's existence was not high. When I led the Sube army to resist the northern desert, I was most seriously injured in Sube. At that time, the officials in Sube did not act, causing half of Sube's territory to be occupied by the northern desert. After I led the army to take back the territory, I fiercely attacked and separated the military and government in Sube. Now it seems that my purge was not thorough enough. Shang Junlin looked displeased. Xinyu, those people actually let Lord Feng go elsewhere? Shang Junlin, Feng Jun can directly contact the Sube army. For the time being, they did not dare to go too far. Xinyu, according to the information we know, those people should not be able to control the Sube army. Seeing that they only dared to kill people after they left Sube's territory, we know that they are afraid of the Sube army. As long as the Sube army was not infiltrated, there was nothing to be afraid of. Shang Junlin, Gu Huai's side has also contacted the Sube army. They will first investigate internally to find the problematic people. Once they have dealt with the people planted in the Sube army and figured out their true purpose, they will take action to deal with them. Xinyu, Your Majesty, did you find anything in King Yu's fief? I found clues about him secretly recruiting soldiers and buying horses. Shang Junlin was even more displeased at the mention of King Yu. He stroked Xinyu's hair. Yu, do you know why he approached you in the first place? When Shang Junlin suddenly mentioned this, Xinyu was stunned. Rope in Jinbei Marquis' residence? What's there to rope in Jinbei Marquis' residence? Yu, do you know what news I heard from Shang Junyue's fief? Shang Junyue raised a group of strategists, and the people in the group came from different places. One of the strategists who was good at divination once mentioned to Shang Junyue a maxim: whoever gets the son of Jinbei Marquis will get the world. As long as he thought about how King Yu had coveted Xinyu from the beginning, Shang Junlin could not suppress the murderous intent in his heart. Xinyu's mind suddenly shook. He seemed to have thought of something, but also seemed to have not thought of anything. There was a trace of confusion in his eyes, so that's why he approached Shen Qingran while approaching me? How many secrets were hidden in the past life that was hidden under the timeline? It's just nonsense. Only people like King Yu would believe it. Yu, don't think too much. I have already asked the hidden dragon guards to find a way to find that person. No matter why that person said those words, I will make him pay the price. Yu was deceived because of a sentence that he did not know was true or false. This time, Yu was smart and did not fall for it. What if he was really deceived by King Yu? Shang Junlin did not dare to imagine that possibility. I won't think too much. What King Yu thinks has nothing to do with me. I know that Your Majesty will protect me. Isn't that right, Your Majesty? Xinyu leaned on Shang Junlin's shoulder. At this moment, he was even more confused about what happened in his previous life. Xinyu was never afraid of fate. In his previous life, he was able to overcome the difficult situation. Regardless of whether his fate was intentional or not, he did not care. He always believed that he had to walk his own path. I will protect you. No one can hurt you. Shang Junlin hugged Xinyu tightly. Does Your Majesty believe what that person said? Does Your Majesty believe in fate? Xinyu leaned into the man's arms and asked softly. Fate? Shang Junlin snorted. I have never believed in such things. When I was young, everyone told me to accept my fate and become an abandoned prince. But I did not. I have never believed in the so-called fate. If you want something, don't fight for it yourself and blindly rely on fate, you might as well give it up from the beginning. Xinyu gave a muffled laugh and said, Your Majesty is right. I have never believed in fate. When I was young, the servant girls and manservants in the Fu told me more than once that I didn't have this fate and that I had taken the title of D-Sun for nothing. At that time, I thought, so what? No matter how much Shen Qingran and Yinyangru think, the fact that the D-Sun is mine will not change. I must take this title. Not only that, I will stand at a height that they can't reach in the future and look down on them. The facts proved that Xinyu did it. Whether in his previous life or this life, he stood at a position higher than Shen Qingran and his son. In his previous life, Shen Qingran was favored by Emperor Yu. When he met Xinyu, he could only obediently shrink back. Xinyu never wronged himself. In his previous life, he did not like Shen Qingran, so he did not force himself to be on good terms with him. Emperor Yu tried to repair their relationship several times, but he was rejected. Will your majesty think that I am not good? How can that be? Whatever Yu does is right. Shang Junlin rubbed his cheek. Your majesty, if you catch that person, I want to see him. Maybe the reason why King Yu came to him in his 2 lives was because of this person. Shen Yu was somewhat concerned about this person. Shang Junlin, who originally wanted to catch the man and execute him on the spot, paused. In his heart, he did not want Shen Yu to come into contact with that man. Why would you want to see him? He's just a con man. Since he accurately said the name son of Count North, perhaps he used to be active in the capital, or even went to Count North's residence. I'm curious about this person's identity. If he was a scammer, he could just let Shang Junlin deal with him. If he wasn't, that person might be able to solve some of his doubts. Alright, but when you go see him, you have to bring me along. Speaking of Shen Qingran, after Shang Junlin went to the imperial court the next morning, Shen Yu asked Mu Shi about the situation in Count North's mansion. His people had been keeping an eye on Count North's mansion, and any movement would be directly transmitted to Mu Shi. Shen Qingran has been very quiet recently. It seems that he has stopped making trouble. Concubine Ru has also been very quiet. Shen Yu was somewhat surprised by this result. It was reasonable to say that Shen Qingran and Concubine Ru did not seem like people who would obediently accept their fate. Otherwise, they would not have caused so much trouble in Count North's mansion. Shen Yu was right. How could Shen Qingran be willing to accept his current fate? He thought that he was from the modern era, so there was no reason that he could not beat some ancient people. How could he be willing to watch Shen Yu live better and better? When the summer was hot, he made a fuss and said that he wanted to see Count North, saying that he had something very important to give him. However, Count North did not want to see him at all. He had no choice but to use his trump card, saying that he could turn water into ice in the summer. As soon as he said this, before he could report it to Count North, the servant who delivered the message laughed. I say, second young master, you should save it. Now the imperial court sells ice at a low price. There is already a way to make ice. Don't you just find an excuse to trick Count North to come over? How is that possible? Shen Qingran did not believe it. He clearly remembered that De Huan did not have a way to make ice. He hid this method because he wanted to have a better future for himself in the future. He did not tell anyone. He grabbed the servant's shoulder and said with a ferocious face, you lied to me, didn't you? Did you get benefits from Shen Yu and deliberately don't let me see my father? Second young master, the servant pulled his hand away with a cold face. I called you second young master, but you really think that you are the same as before. Why would I lie to you? You can casually ask and you will know whether I lied to you or not. If the imperial court did not sell ice at a low price, do you think that with your current situation, you can still use ice? Shen Qingran's face was blank for a moment. He had never thought about this problem. Since he transmigrated, he was favored because of his concubine mother. Everything he used was not inferior to Shen Yu, the son of the first wife. During this time, he had been thinking about how to change his current situation and how to climb to the top of Shen Yu's head again. He did not pay attention to the changes in his surroundings. Not only you, even the little ones can use ice. Who wouldn't be happy to spend some money and have a good sleep? The summer in the capital was really hot. In the past, when they had no money, they served their master during the day and could get some cool air. At night, there was no other way. It was so hot that they could not sleep. Let's talk about the matter of being instructed by the eldest young master. The eldest young master is now living in the palace. How could he instruct the people in the palace through the palace walls? Besides, Her Majesty will soon go to the summer palace to avoid the summer heat. As the only person in Her Majesty's harem, the eldest young master will naturally be busy preparing for the summer heat. How could he have the time to care about your business? The servant's words made Shen Qingran's face turn green and white. Especially the servant's words revealed that Shen Yu was living well now, which made him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. The manservant was bullied here and didn't want to let Shen Qingran have a good time. When he went to reply to Sir Jinbei, He only said that Shen Qingran had a bad attitude and didn't mention anything about the ice making. Going to the summer palace to avoid the summer heat? Shen Qingran remembered that Count North had taken him there when he was young. This time, Count North would definitely be able to go there, so this was his only chance. He wanted to tell the emperor in person that he was the one who should go to the palace. It was Xinyu who took his position. He wanted to take this opportunity to put everything back to its original position. Unexpectedly, he waited and waited, but Count North did not take him to the summer palace. Instead, he took another concubine in the palace. Shen Qingran was so angry that he smashed his favorite ornament. After Mushi finished talking about this, she covered her mouth and smiled. Count North scolded him again after he went back. Since then, Shen Qingran has been quiet. In Count North's palace, Count North is probably completely disappointed in his son. Xinyu played with the empty teacup on the table. That's right. Young master, you don't know. After Duke Shenbei returned from the summer palace, Shen Qingran made a big fuss. He even went to ask Duke Shenbei why he didn't take him there. Did he not take his son seriously? Concubine Ru finally made Duke Shenbei feel a little guilty by being gentle. He was almost angered to death. Speaking of this, Mushi's eyes flashed with a touch of joy. When they were in Count North's palace, how arrogant were Shen Qingran and Concubine Ru? How many bad things did they do to her young master because of Count North's favor? Now, they finally got what they deserved. Xinyu just thought of it and suddenly asked. After knowing the situation of the two, he no longer cared about this matter. He looked at the place where the flowers and plants were placed and raised his eyebrows. Did His Majesty send flowers again? Among the flowers and plants, there was one with a huge yellow flower bud. Xinyu walked over to take a look, but he couldn't recognize the species. When was this pot sent here? Xinyu looked at the flower and asked. It seems to be 2 days ago? Mushi's eyes flashed with confusion for a moment. I don't have much impression of it. I'll ask someone to ask. Mushi called the attendant in charge of taking care of the flowers and plants. The attendant saw the flower, thought for a moment, and replied, "This flower was sent by Prince, and Prince heard that you like flowers and plants, so he specially found a precious one and sent it here." Princeton, why would Princeton send flowers for no reason? Take the flowers away. In the future, only flowers sent by His Majesty will be placed here. Find a place to put the flowers sent by others. Xinyu ordered lightly. Yes. The attendant hurried forward and moved the flowers away. Xinyu looked around and didn't find any strange flowers and plants. I didn't do a good job and didn't carefully ask about this matter. Mushi bowed her head and admitted her mistake. Just be careful in the future. Tell the servants to pay more attention. Don't casually accept flowers and plants of unknown origin. There were too many people who could tamper with flowers and plants. Yes. Find someone to find out what kind of flower that pot is and find out the origin of the flower, by the way. Yes. Young master, there's one more thing. Many people in the palace asked me if they could donate some money. Although it's not much, it's still a token of their sincerity. On the way back, Mushi asked. At that time, didn't you let many people in the palace watch Return to Spring? They've come to me several times, saying that they hope they can do something. At that time, after Return to Spring was rehearsed, in order to test the effect, Xinyu let them perform it several times in the palace. Shang Junlin didn't have any concubines in the harem, so Xinyu let the palace people listen to it. These people's reactions could also explain some people's reactions after watching it. It's okay to do a token of their sincerity, but tell them not to compare and just do their best. I'll leave this matter to you and little eunuch Meng. Xinyu also heard this news in Consort Dowager's palace. He couldn't help but be stunned. At the same time, he admired Xinyu even more. The donations outside the palace were managed by the imperial court. Xinyu in the palace couldn't completely ignore it. However, with Mushi and little eunuch Meng in charge, Xinyu didn't have to worry too much. Shang Junlin returned from the imperial court and heard eunuch Meng mention this matter on the way back. In my opinion, Guijuan's method is really wonderful. Right now, almost everyone is paying attention to the matters in Subei. Whatever those rascals want to do, they definitely won't succeed. Shang Junlin felt proud, you can always solve problems for Zhen. When they arrived at Yuzhong Palace, Xinyu was looking at the account book. It was the donation of the palace people after Mu. She sorted it out and submitted it. What is you looking at? Shang Junlin waved his hand to signal the palace people to retreat and walked to Xinyu's side. Looking at the account book of the palace people's donation, it's more than I expected. Xinyu handed one of the account books to Shang Junlin. Shang Junlin took it and said, the imperial court also sorted out a copy. It's much more than expected. In order to reduce the time spent on the road, Zhen had them directly transport it from the original place to Subei. It's just to find something for the garrison troops to do. What's the reaction of the vassal kings? Perhaps they were scared in the capital during the new year. After the imperial court people went there, they did whatever they were told to do. They were also very concerned about the donation. Did you receive anything from the vassal kings? Shang Junlin didn't forget that before the vassal kings left the capital, they were ruthlessly ripped off by his Ayu. The people they left in the capital sent me some things. I asked my subordinates to exchange them for food and medicinal herbs to donate. Xinyu thought of something important. Your Majesty, you must let them prepare for the plague in advance. After a disaster, there would be a plague. The former was a natural disaster and couldn't be resisted. The latter could be minimized through manpower. I have already instructed them. This time, I will send the imperial physicians who are experienced in this field. I have also recruited physicians who are experienced in this field. They will go to Subei with the next batch of relief supplies. Through this incident, Shang Junlin realized that a lot of things could be done by using the power of the people. In the past, they were too narrow-minded and ignored the huge power that could be used by the people. If it wasn't for Xinyu mentioning it, he was afraid that the disaster relief this time wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Your Majesty, is there any new progress regarding Fei Meng? After this drought, if there was an epidemic, would it be related to Fei Meng? Shang Junlin shook his head. The hidden dragon guards are investigating, but there are very few clues. Every time, they will be cut off at the most crucial point. I am afraid of alerting the enemy, so I didn't let them make too big of a move. Your Majesty, which imperial physician are you sending to Subei this time? Is he reliable? Xinyu asked. It's imperial physician Wu and one of his students. They will also bring along a few less experienced ones. Imperial physician Gu also wanted to go, but I didn't allow it. In Shang Junlin's heart, Subei was important, but Xinyu's health was another matter. Imperial physician Gu was responsible for Xinyu's health. He wouldn't let Imperial physician Gu leave so easily. There are no problems with these people. Ayu, what do you think? Shang Junlin didn't think that Xinyu would ask about this for no reason. There are some things I want to say about Fei Meng. In the end, after Xinyu and Shang Junlin discussed, they decided to reveal some important information to Imperial physician Wu. Imperial physician Wu's medical skills were excellent, and he had studied all kinds of epidemics. If it really involved Fei Meng, Imperial physician Wu would be able to distinguish it in time. Imperial physician courtyard. Imperial Dr. Wu called his student and Imperial Dr. Gu over. I've already spoken to His Majesty. You don't have to worry too much. There are many doctors going to Subei. There won't be any problems. Imperial physician Wu comforted his disciples. He knew that his students were worried about him, but there were some things that if everyone did not do out of fear of possible risks, it would only lead to more serious consequences. Moreover, he had come into contact with various epidemics in the past, so it was not as scary as the rumors said. It was just that the infection rate was slightly higher. If the cause of the disease was found and the right medicine was used, the disease could still be cured. As a doctor, he should treat all illnesses equally. If he gave up because of fear, he might as well quit being a doctor. We know that we can't persuade teacher, and we won't. We only hope that teacher can take good care of himself. Third senior brother, when you go with teacher, you must remind teacher to eat on time, rest on time, and not be overworked. In truth, it wasn't that they didn't want their teacher to go, but they couldn't help but worry. After all, their teacher was getting on in years. Going to the faraway Subei, where the environment was harsh, what if something happened? Brothers, don't worry. I will. The third disciple stood up and cupped his hands to everyone. Actually, I originally wanted to bring little Gu along. This is a very good opportunity for him to gain experience. Unfortunately, His Majesty won't allow it. Imperial Physician Wu knew that Imperial Physician Gu's qualifications were still lacking if he wanted to take over his position. If he could go with him to Subei, he could earn some merits. Imperial Physician Gu also wanted to go. On one hand, he studied because of his family background, and on the other hand, he wanted to save the people of the world. He had expressed his thoughts to His Majesty in private, but His Majesty clearly hoped that he could stay in the capital and look after His Majesty's health. Imperial Physician Wu gave a few more instructions to his students. He was determined to go to Subei. How could he not know that he was getting on in years? But with his medical skills, he still had to put them to good use. You all should also relax. This time, there hasn't been an epidemic in Subei yet. We're going to do more to prevent it, so it's not that dangerous. Instead of worrying here, why don't you use what you've learned to make some medicine? I'll bring it with me when the time comes. Imperial Physician Wu didn't want his students to be stuck in a state of worry, so he suggested. Based on his experience, Imperial Physician Wu listed some necessary items and entered the palace to make a final report. At that time, Shang Junlin was with Xinyu, so he asked Imperial Physician Wu to come directly to Yuzhong Palace. This was the first time Imperial Physician Wu saw Xinyu at such a close distance. He once thought that Xinyu was a sickly beauty, but when he saw him, he discovered that he wasn't. If he didn't know that Xinyu had congenital deficiency in advance, Imperial Physician Wu would have thought that he was a normal person just by looking at his current appearance. His complexion was very good, his eyes were bright, and there wasn't a trace of illness on his body. Sitting together with His Majesty, his aura wasn't suppressed at all. The atmosphere between the two complemented each other and couldn't tolerate anyone else. No wonder His Majesty didn't want Guchong to go to Subei. At this moment, Imperial Physician Wu understood. Because in His Majesty's heart, Guijuan's status was not lower than anything else. It was even faintly higher than anything else. There could be many doctors going to Subei. One more Imperial Physician Gu wouldn't make a difference. However, the only one who could make His Majesty feel assured to nurse Guijuan's body was Imperial Physician Gu. Imperial Physician Gu was indeed the most talented doctor he had ever seen. If it weren't for Shikai, he wouldn't have made an exception to let Imperial Physician Gu enter the Imperial Hospital. Now, he wouldn't have made an exception and wanted to pass his position to him. According to the pulse recorded by the Imperial Hospital, Guijuan's physical condition was really not good. Even if Imperial Physician Wu were to nurse Guijuan's body, it probably wouldn't have the effect it had now. Imperial Physician Wu, please sit down. Don't be restrained. Xinyu asked the palace servants to bring a chair for Imperial Physician Wu. He and Shang Junlin were originally playing chess in the courtyard. When they heard that Imperial Physician Wu had come, they directly met him in the courtyard. Since it wasn't a formal occasion, there was no need to be too restrained. After Imperial Physician Wu sat down, he talked about the preparations of the Imperial Hospital and some handover matters. This official will temporarily hand over the Imperial Hospital to Guchong. Your Majesty, please rest assured. This official has arranged everything. After this official leaves, the Imperial Hospital will operate as usual. There won't be any trouble. I know. If there's anything you need, just tell me. This time, you're going to Subei to do things for me. I won't treat you unfairly. Shang Junlin said. Your Majesty is too serious. Even if Your Majesty didn't give the order, this official would have wanted to go there personally. This official sat in this position because of the merit of curing the epidemic. These years, there hasn't been any new epidemic under Your Majesty's rule, so there's no place for this official to use his skills. Your Majesty, please rest assured. With this official here, this official will not let any problems occur in Subei. No one except Imperial Physician Wu dared to make such a promise. With you here, I'm very relieved. During this trip, Imperial Physician Wu must also take good care of your body. Shang Junlin still had a lot of trust in Imperial Physician Wu's medical skills. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. As a subject, what he hoped most was to be appreciated by the Emperor. Imperial physician Wu felt that everything was worth it to hear Shang Junlin's words today. There's one more thing. The medical alcohol that I gave you before can not only reduce wound infection, but also be used to disinfect. Another thing is, if there really is an epidemic, I hope that Imperial physician Wu can carefully observe and see if there are any differences or similarities between this epidemic and the ones you've seen before. I've listed some things here. If the situation matches up, I hope that Imperial physician Wu can report the news to Lord Feng as soon as possible. Xinyu waved his hand. Mu Shi, bring the things here. Mu Shi presented a sealed letter and handed it to Imperial physician Wu. Imperial physician Wu, just read the things inside and remember them by yourself. Shang Junlin said. This official obeys. Why did you write those things to Imperial physician Wu? After Imperial physician Wu left, Shang Junlin asked, previously, you asked about Fei Meng. Is it because he suspects that the epidemic in Subei is related to Fei Meng? It had to be said that Shang Junlin was a very sensitive person. He could easily grasp the most crucial information from a person's movements and then integrate it to reach a conclusion that was infinitely close to the truth. You can say that. Xinyu didn't hide anything from Shang Junlin now. But it's just my personal guess. Whether it's true or not depends on Imperial physician Wu's verification. In the letter, Xinyu wrote about the phenomenon of the man-made epidemic and the symptoms of some people who were infected. He also wrote some countermeasures according to the memory of his previous life. The man-made epidemic that he knew of didn't happen in the present, so he wasn't sure if the other party would take action. Don't worry. We've made sufficient preparations this time. Nothing will happen. Shang Junlin held Xinyu's hand and comforted him. After the first batch of relief materials was organized, they were transported to Subei from all over the country. Shang Junlin gave a strict order that every donation of money and materials must be made public. When the materials arrived in Subei, how to use them would be transmitted to each place so that the people could participate in the whole process. Xinyu and Shang Junlin had previously proposed to build a separate communication channel for each place. This was the first time that the latest information about the disaster relief would be sent to each place at the fastest speed through this channel. Unlike the court bulletin, this newspaper was for everyone in Dahuan. Taking into account that there were people who were illiterate, special readers were arranged. At first, the imperial court didn't agree to do this. Some officials felt that it was improper to tell the people everything. Shang Junlin didn't bother to pay attention to them and directly gave the order. Once the imperial edict was issued, not many people dared to disobey it. Only the prime minister suffered because there was one more thing he had to take responsibility for. After this incident, I plan to send He Qingyu and the others to Subei. At night, Shang Junlin said while reading through the memorials. Being transferred outside had always been the fastest way to increase one's qualifications. If one could make some achievements, they could be transferred back to the capital ahead of time and enter the center of power in Dahuan. Every official who passed the imperial examination had to go through this. According to the normal process, He Qingyu and the others needed to work in Hanlin Academy for 2 to 3 years, then be transferred outside, and then be transferred back to the capital step by step. Now, they had only worked in Hanlin Academy for less than half a year, and Shang Junlin wanted to send them to Subei. In fact, it was against the ancestral rules. However, in Shang Junlin's place, the ancestral rules were meant to be broken. Why does your majesty suddenly want them to go to Subei? When the disaster relief is over, I don't plan to keep any of these officials in Subei. If they still wanted to hide such a big incident, they shouldn't stay in that position. Come over here and let me hug you. As soon as Xinyu approached, the man pulled her into his arms. Shang Junlin buried his head in Xinyu's neck and took a deep breath. Hug you and these things won't be so troublesome. I'm not a panacea, how can I have such an effect? Xinyu found a comfortable position in Shang Junlin's arms. You is more effective than any panacea for Jin. Shang Junlin buried his head in Xinyu's neck, his voice slightly muffled. Then give His Majesty a hug. Xinyu patted the man's head, so that His Majesty can deal with government affairs more energetically. Shang Junlin tightened his arms around the person in his arms. Were the officials in Subei sent by His Majesty later? Xinyu looked at the booklet spread on the table. It was sent back by Feng Darren from Subei, and there were other officials beside him. Fong Darren brought officials from Jing City. Every time they arrived at a new place, they would be shocked speechless by the tragic situation there. They originally thought that the first small city they passed was already very bad, but the further north they went, the more they found that it was just the tip of the iceberg. The more they saw, the more shocking it became. Every time they arrived at a place, they would gather the people together after giving them porridge and do something that they could. When they recovered some of their strength, they would exchange it for more food according to how much they worked. They also had them help and relieve the local people who were unable to move. In the booklet written by Fong Darren, he described in detail the current situation of every place they passed. Just the written description was enough to make people feel despair. Some were directly promoted from the local area. Shang Junlin rubbed Xianyu's fingers. Shen almost completely changed the upper-level officials in Subei. The imperial court didn't have many people that could be used, so they only sent some people over. Most of them were promoted from the local area. That year when Subei was lost, if Shang Junlin didn't lead troops to arrive in time and fight back the Northern Desert Army, it was hard to say if De Huan would still be De Huan today. Shang Junlin didn't want to listen to their excuses, so he directly chopped them down to comfort the souls of the soldiers who had died because of their dereliction of duty, and also to avenge the innocent people who had died. On the day of the execution, the entire city watched, and all of them applauded and cheered. Amidst the smell of blood, Shang Junlin had all the officials in Subei watch the execution with their own eyes. Some of the officials had lived like princes for many years and had never seen such a scene before. Their faces were pale and they did not dare to watch. However, each of them was guarded by 2 burly soldiers. As long as they tried to dodge, they would be stopped. Shang Junlin was also using this opportunity to warn the newly promoted people that if they could not defend Subei well, they should go down and accompany these people. He also took this opportunity to completely separate the military and political power in Subei. Under the bloody means, no one dared to refute. Since then, Subei was peaceful for a long time. Shang Junlin and Xianyu talked about the past. Zhen thought that they would learn to be obedient. Indeed, they did learn to be obedient. They didn't dare to do anything blatantly and only did some small actions in private. They also thought of ways to prevent the news from spreading to the capital. Xianyu said, "The greed of people is always endless. After getting a little, they will want more. Over time, their greed will grow and they will never be satisfied." It has been 7 or 8 years since that incident. Time can wear away a lot of things, but it can also change a lot of things. The officials promoted by Your Majesty may be trustworthy, but after so many years, no one can guarantee that they will not change at all. Shang Junlin said, "People's hearts are fickle." Zhen knows that very well. Xianyu said, "After the truth is found out, punish those who should be punished and reward those who have made contributions. After so many years, Your Majesty is no longer the same as before. There is no need to be constrained by a lack of manpower. In order to prevent this kind of thing from happening again, Your Majesty can set a time limit for appointment. After the officials sent to Subei have served for a certain number of years, Your Majesty can return to the capital." The officials in Subei were divided into 3 categories: the Subei army, the officials transferred from the capital, and the local officials. It should have been a tripartite situation, but according to the news from the Hidden Dragon Guards, the latter 2 had been mixed together. They had also planted people in the Subei army. Moreover, there was the shadow of another force among the 3. If the time limit is set, the officials sent from the capital will be less likely to stand on the same side as the local officials. Compared to Subei, they should want to return to the capital, the center of power. Then, they will spontaneously watch over Subei for the court in order to make their resumes look better. Xianyu lowered his eyes and continued, "Once the time limit is up, they will return to the capital. Everything that happens in Subei will only become a stepping stone for their promotion." As long as their interests were not tied together with the officials in Subei, there was no need to worry that they would work together and harm the court. Shang Junlin seriously thought about it and realized that this was indeed a good idea. The mobility of the officials in Dahuan was not high. Unless they were particularly capable or had connections in the court, most of them would be sent to a certain place and most of them would stay there. If it was not a special place like Subei, there were many benefits to this. The more familiar the officials were with a certain place, the easier it would be for them to manage it. However, the most important thing right now was the disaster in Subei. As long as the drought did not subside, they would not be able to relax. Official Fang and the hidden dragon guards were in the open and in the dark, trying to understand the situation in Subei. Official Fang continued to lead the officials north. The further north they went, the more serious the disaster became. The officials from the capital also became more silent. They had never seen such a hellish scene. In the past, they had at most learned about the disaster through various documents. How could words compare to the shock of seeing it with their own eyes? The more they saw, the more they disagreed with the inaction of the officials in Subei. This was especially so when they heard more than once from the locals that if the disaster relief team had come earlier, perhaps not so many people would have died. The resentment in their hearts reached a peak. There were so many people. They could have saved their lives if they were willing to give them a share of the Subei army's military pay. The young official who spoke was choked with sobs. No one made a sound. No one who saw the scene could make a sound. In a destitute and dilapidated house, the emaciated mother did not have a single piece of good flesh on her body. Her child was curled up in her arms, a piece of flesh still wet in his mouth. It was obvious that the mother had bitten off the flesh from her body. Even in death, the mother stared at her child with wide eyes. If only we had come earlier. If only we had come earlier, perhaps we could have saved this mother and child. The house was filled with the thick stench of blood. No one complained about the pungent smell. They only felt a stabbing pain in their hearts. Along the way, they had seen all kinds of tragic scenes. They had thought that after seeing so much, they would become numb. It was only at this moment that they realized that no matter how many times they saw the scene in front of them, they could not become numb. Official Fang, can we really save Subei? After a long time, a young official could not help but ask. His face was full of confusion. Of course we can, Lord Fang replied firmly. We've already saved many people along the way. The imperial court has also collected enough supplies. Everyone, hold on for a few more days. They'll be here soon. Lord Fang looked at everyone's faces one by one. He knew that what he had seen and heard in the past few days had a great impact on these young officials. He also knew why they were so confused. It was because he had experienced the same thing in the past. Everyone, cheer up. News has come from His Majesty. This time, there are people from all over the country who are willing to come and help. The disaster relief fund is also donated by the people of Daheng. Subei will not be abandoned by anyone in Daheng. The main city of Subei. In the magnificent main hall, young women in thin dance dresses danced to the music. Men in luxurious clothes raised their cups in celebration. That Fang Jun, are we going to let him continue like this? Don't ruin official Fang's plan. If he wants to see the real disaster in Subei, then let him see. He volunteered to work with the refugees. If he is accidentally injured by the refugees, it has nothing to do with us. Official Sun, don't you think so? Sun Jiao calmly looked around and drank the wine in his cup. Of course. It's not that we haven't tried to persuade him, but he is stubborn. If something really happens, how can we be blamed? Exactly. Come, let's continue drinking. Sun Jiao finished feigning civility with them and returned to his residence. Although he was not the highest official in Subei, his status was not low. When he returned home, the housekeeper came to greet him. Official Fang, have you drunk? Yes. Official Fang invited me, so I couldn't refuse. There were many colleagues at the banquet and they even talked about the refugees. Since ancient times, the refugees have been a difficult problem to solve. The housekeeper's eyes flashed. Official Fang, you should wash up first. I will order a bowl of hangover soup for you. Official Fang rubbed his forehead. I am a little dizzy. Help me in. In the darkness, a black robe silently streaked across the night sky. In an inconspicuous corner, a middle-aged man in a gray robe turned out of the courtyard and walked all the way to the corner of the street. There was an inconspicuous horse carriage parked there. Did you find anything? An emotionless voice came from the horse carriage. Official Fang, everything is as usual. There are no suspicious people in the residence. The man in the gray robe replied carefully. Sun residence. Sun Zhao rubbed his aching temples. He purposely said those words to the housekeeper in the courtyard just now so that he could pass the news to the hidden dragon guards hiding in the Sun residence. The housekeeper was also a member of the hidden dragon guards in disguise. However, there were other spies in the residence. The person in charge of passing the news was someone else. The capital. The resources collected from various places were transported to Subei. The capital was the first to receive the news and also the first to take action. The other places that were slightly further away would set off later. Other than the doctors, some young adults were also summoned from various places. The scorching summer was coming to an end. After a rain in the capital, the weather had cooled down significantly. Is it still not raining in Subei? Xinyu looked out the window at the pitter-patter of raindrops. No. Shang Junlin frowned. Although it rarely rains in Subei, it is rare for there to be no rain for several months like this year. There was already a discussion among the commoners about why there was no rain in Subei for several months. Droughts were often accompanied by locust plagues. Subei had already suffered a locust plague in May or June. Otherwise, there would not have been no harvest. If there is no rain for a long time, I am afraid there will be bad rumors. Xinyu's words became a prophecy. Within a few days, rumors began to appear in various places. It was said that the drought in Subei was a warning to the emperor not to do anything unkind and not to break the ancestral rules. It was obvious that every rumor was directed at Shang Junlin's actions during this period. These rumors were just short of pointing at Shang Junlin's nose and saying, "If it weren't for you, there wouldn't be a drought in Subei, and it's all your fault." The rumors were discovered very early, but they didn't reach the climax. It was funny that they were discovered so quickly, but it was all thanks to the people of various places. Didn't you mention before that we can set up a suggestion box in each government office? If the people have any opinions, they can write in anonymously. In the past 2 days, many government offices have seen letters mentioning this matter in this suggestion box. They didn't dare delay and immediately sorted out the letters and handed them in. Not only are there letters from the capital, but there are also letters from other places. Shang Junlin didn't look angry when he spoke of this matter. This kind of thing was normal for the emperor. No matter what kind of natural disaster or man-made disaster, there would always be some people who liked to put the blame on the person in power. Not to mention other things, the previous emperor of Dahuan had encountered this kind of thing. These people think that by putting the blame on His Majesty, they can achieve their goal. Xinyu smoothly poured tea for the two of them and pushed one of the cups in front of Shang Junlin. No matter what their goal is, it's destined to be in vain. Although Xinyu had expected such a thing to happen, he still felt angry that it had really happened. Shang Junlin had done his best to work for Dahuan, and after finding out about the situation in Subei, he had also done his best to resolve this matter. In the end, all of this had become evidence to destroy him. Don't frown because of this. Shang Junlin reached out and touched Xinyu's cheek. It's not a big deal. With the used precautions in advance, they can't make any waves. Didn't the people tell us when there were just rumors? Even so, I still don't want to hear them speak ill of His Majesty. Since he had guessed what those people would do, Xinyu certainly wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Whether it was the suggestion box, the newspapers that were targeted at all the people, or the special channels that passed information to the capital, they were all in order to deal with this matter. The commoners were the easiest to incite. If those people wanted to incite the commoners to be dissatisfied with Shang Junlin, they would definitely find people to spread rumors among the commoners. They would deliberately distort the facts and exaggerate a certain part of the matter to incite the anger of the commoners. Then, they would further discredit the commoners. This kind of thing had happened more than once or twice. Xinyu had listed a few cases, summarized the routine, and then resolved them one by one. In fact, it was very easy. The other party was able to succeed one after another because of the lack of information. The commoners did not know much about the imperial court, and even less about Shang Junlin. All their impressions were obtained from the mouths of others. Whether it was good or bad depended on the speaker. Xinyu directly told them what the imperial court had done, what the emperor had done, and why he had done these things. Compared to hearing it from unknown people, the commoners clearly believed the information given by the imperial court more. After all, the president of Subei was here. The daily situation in Subei was known to them from the imperial court. This eliminated the possibility of a middleman relaying information that might cause a difference in information. The imperial court directly passed down the information, which was more objective and direct. In addition, Xianxia had written some conspiracies about the protagonist in Return to Spring. After the people finished reading it, they would unconsciously remember these. When they encountered similar things, they could not help but think, is this a conspiracy like in the drama? In short, with the support of various reasons, the situation not only did not develop as the people behind the scenes wanted, but it was also reported to the imperial court by the commoners who heard it. In the tea house. It rained in the capital last night. I don't know how the situation in Subei is like. The news that came back 2 days ago was that it hasn't rained there yet. However, the supplies we collected are almost here. I hope they can be put to use soon. Don't you think it's strange? It's raining everywhere, so why isn't it raining in Subei? An unfamiliar man in gray suddenly spoke up. The people who were talking suddenly fell silent. After a while, someone smiled and poured a cup of tea for himself. What's so strange about it? It rained in the capital last night, but that doesn't mean it rained everywhere in the Great Huan. That's right. It's normal for the weather to be different from place to place. Sometimes, half of the capital is raining and the other half is sunny. Let's not talk too far. Just last night, it didn't rain everywhere. That's right. It didn't rain in my house. Today, I heard from you that it rained in many places. The gray-clothed man was deflated. He wanted to say something else, but the people around him had already started talking about other topics. They looked at him as if he was an uncultured man. He almost fainted in anger. That's right. Have you heard? The imperial court is preparing to open a new school in the capital. At that time, not only will they accept male students, but they will also accept female students. It's said that there will be a lot of things to teach. It won't be restricted to the imperial examinations. You can also pass the examination and directly enter the Ministry of Works and other departments. Eh? My son won't study no matter what. I originally didn't have much hope. If he can learn something else and enter the imperial court, it'll be better than working in the fields like me for the rest of his life. Where did you hear this from? Is it reliable? The People's Report, but it only mentioned a little. The imperial court is probably busy with the matters in Subei, so they won't have the energy to do this for the time being. If they can accept women, then can I also send my daughter there? No, don't you think it's against common sense for women to be officials? The gray-clothed man listened to them talk for a long time, and even began to excitedly imagine sending his daughter into the school. He couldn't help but speak up. I say, why are you so strange? Why do you think that women can't be officials? Didn't Xianxia in the play become an official in the end? It's much better than that man who is a corrupt official. You said it yourself, that's in the play, so what? I'm just fantasizing about my daughter becoming an official. If you don't like it, then don't listen. I've seen his daughter before. She's smart and quick-witted, just like Xianxia. She'll definitely be a good official in the future. Everyone chatted together for fun. The middle-aged man was an honest man, and he only had one daughter in his family. She was smart and likable, so everyone was happy to support him. In fact, they were just joking. No one would take their half-joking words to heart. Unfortunately, the gray-clothed man didn't know that. He thought that they were sincerely accepting women as officials, so he swallowed his unfinished words. He originally wanted to say that it was against the heavens for women to be officials, and that this might be the reason for the drought in Subei. But now, he didn't dare to say it. Right, the donation you mentioned, shouldn't the disaster relief be the imperial court's matter? Why do you have to do it? As a citizen of Dahuan, we'll do what we can. We can't always rely on the imperial court for everything. It's not like the imperial court didn't do anything. The gray-clothed man swallowed his words again. He really didn't understand. Why did these people always side with the imperial court? It was as if they had suddenly become smart. They weren't so hard to fool before. The atmosphere in the tea house was still lively. The storyteller was telling a story based on the news from Subei. Everyone was paying attention to Subei's situation, so they loved to hear stories like this. The gray-cloaked man observed for a while longer. After confirming that there was no chance to make a move, he left the tea house with his tail between his legs. After he left, the two men sitting not far away looked at each other and followed him. In the small alley, the gray-cloaked man walked quickly with his head down. He had to report the news quickly. They seemed to have been deceived. Their original plan didn't work at all. Suddenly, the gray-clothed man stopped. Two men wearing similar clothes blocked his path. Sir, may I know your name? Can you come with us? Who are you? The gray-clothed man stared at them warily. You'll know our identities when you come with us. The gray-clothed man realized that something was wrong and turned to flee. The two men had been guarding him for several days. How could they let him leave just like that? They raised their feet and chased after him. The gray-clothed man only knew a few simple moves. How could he compare to the two well-trained men? Not long after, his path was blocked again. This time, the two men didn't say much and tied him up. We've caught another little mouse. The gray-clothed man was shocked. Judging from the familiarity of the two men's movements, it was clearly not their first time doing this. No wonder they had sent so many people but had no effect at all. The imperial court had been prepared for this. Unfortunately, he found out too late and didn't have the chance to report to his master. Even now, he still held on to a glimmer of hope. Have you found the wrong person? I don't know you. I really don't know you. Why have you caught me? We don't need to know you. We only need to know what you've done. The gray-clothed man's heart sank. He wanted to say something, but his mouth was blocked by the impatient man beside him. He clapped his hands and said, "Why waste words with this person? Someone will interrogate him when we get there. Now, we have peace." The two men brought the tied-up gray-clothed man back to the Supreme Court. You've caught another one? Yes, we've caught quite a few recently. I don't know if you found out anything. Along the way, the gray-clothed man listened to the conversation between the two men and his colleagues. His face was ashen. Their plan this time might become a complete joke. But he didn't know that things were far from over. Yuzhong Palace. Xianxia sat by the window and slowly poured a cup of tea for himself. Mushi, what's the situation outside the palace? Young master's guess is right. Those people are hiding in restaurants, tea houses, and other places with a lot of people. They want to take the opportunity to incite the people. After our men saw through them a few times, the others also realized that they weren't fooled. Instead, they blocked those people and made them speechless. The Supreme Court has already arrested many people. I was wondering why the people suddenly spoke in unison. It turns out that you sent people to guide them. Shang Junlin walked in from outside. Eunuch Meng followed behind him with a memorial. It can be so effective because your majesty is wholeheartedly serving the people. After your majesty ascended the throne, the lives of the people have been getting better and better. They know this in their hearts. If it weren't for the fact that he had made great achievements, how could he convince the people with just a few words? In Ayu's heart, am I so good? Shang Junlin walked over. Xianxia wore a light blue wide-sleeved robe today. His snow-white wrist stretched out from the wide sleeves. He was fiddling with the tea set in a relaxed and elegant manner. Shang Junlin held Xianxu's wrist and gently rubbed it. The young man's skin was white and tender, like the best white jade. It was very admirable. Your majesty is naturally the best in my heart. Xianxia picked up the brewed tea with his other hand and fed it to Shang Junlin. This cup is to reward your majesty. Shang Junlin lowered his head and took a sip from Xianxu's hand. He slowly savored the taste and said, the tea this time seems to be different from the last time. You learned a new technique from the book. How is it compared to the last time? The palace had a rich collection of books and Shang Junlin did not guard against him. At first, Xianxia was reserved and did not pay attention to the books that were not sensitive to him. Later on, he became closer to Shang Junlin and no longer restrained himself. He would read the books that he was interested in. No matter what technique you uses, the tea is still delicious to me. Before Xinyu entered the palace, Shang Junlin only knew a little about tea. He was not passionate about it. Later on, Xinyu would occasionally brew tea for him and tell him about the tea ceremony. This made him more fond of tea. Rather than saying that he liked tea, it was more like he liked the feeling of drinking tea with Xinyu. Shang Junlin drank the entire cup of tea with Xinyu's hand. Then, he took the empty cup from Xinyu's hand and put it on the small table at the side. How many people have they arrested now? Did they find out anything? One of Xinyu's hands was still held by Shang Junlin. The two of them sat on the soft couch. According to Yu's method, I asked them to pay more attention to the places where people gather. If they find something wrong, they will check and confirm that there is no mistake before arresting them. Not only in the capital, but also in other places. The order was sent to the place along with the news. It was sent through another special channel. The arrests were also carried out secretly. The people behind the scenes did not know that the people they sent out to spread the rumors were all in jail. We have also received news of the interrogation. Most of the people we captured were just following orders from the higher-ups. We were unable to get much useful information out of them. However, according to the clues we obtained from them, we found out a few of their hiding spots. I have asked the hidden dragon guards to investigate their backgrounds. They didn't take action as soon as they found out because they didn't want to alert the enemy. These people had been hiding in the Great Huan land for many years. Now that they were finally discovered, of course they had to follow the clues and get rid of them all in one go. Regarding these matters, Xinyu had always only given suggestions and never really intervened. It was not because he was afraid of Shang Junlin, but because he simply didn't want to. Your Majesty, do you still remember the flower that Prince sent over? I always felt that there was something wrong with that flower, but I couldn't find anything wrong with it. The vassal king sent a lot of things, most of them were gold, silver and jewels. Only the Wang sent a strange flower for no apparent reason. Shang Junlin also knew about the existence of this flower. Xinyu had told him about it before. Did the people from the Imperial Institute of Medicine come to take a look? He was worried that this flower would affect Xinyu, so he put the flower alone in a corner and didn't ask anyone to take care of it. As a result, after a period of time, the flower didn't wither because of lack of care. Instead, it bloomed more beautifully. Yes, Imperial physician Gu said that this flower was similar to the ones that appeared in the ancient books. However, there were some differences when you looked at it carefully. The other Imperial physicians also came to take a look. The attendants in charge of taking care of the flowers in the palace also took a look. Other than being sure that it wasn't poisonous, they couldn't tell what kind of flower it was. Xinyu felt that it was very strange. Your Majesty, why do you think Prince sent this flower over for no reason? If you doesn't like it, just ask someone to throw it away. Shang Junlin stroked his hair that was hanging down behind his back. What kind of flower does you want? I'll find it and send it over. Just leave it there for now. This flower always gives me a very strange feeling. Prince shouldn't be so stupid as to give the Imperial Palace something that can be used against him. I'll listen to you. However, you shouldn't get close to the flower. Just ask someone to take care of it. I'll find someone who knows about flowers and plants to take a look. After confirming that there's no problem with the flower, you can go take a look if she wants to. Xinyu also had the same plan. She nodded in the man's arms. Shang Junlin brought up another matter. The first batch of goods from the capital to Subei will probably arrive today. It's finally here. Looking at Feng Daren's memorial, the officials he brought over are almost at their limits. Xinyu had personally witnessed the aftermath of a natural disaster in her previous life. She knew what kind of hell it was. No matter how good one's endurance was, they wouldn't be able to endure it for a few more days. Feng Jun wants to bring those people back. Shang Junlin stroked the strand of hair in his hand. Especially two of the younger ones. Their condition isn't very good. When I mentioned it to them, they weren't willing to come back. Among those two, one of them had once wanted to give the youth food. In just a few days, his understanding of the past few years had almost changed. After knowing that the imperial court had sent many people in addition to the goods, Fang Jun called the officials who had followed him for a period of time together and asked, "Do any of you want to go back?" "Darren, why are you suddenly asking this? There are still so many places in Subei that we haven't visited yet. How can we go back?" One of them answered without hesitation. "Yes, we have to finish what we started. Since we're here, we naturally have to finish what we started before we leave." In fact, at the beginning, a few of the officials were very uncomfortable. They were the children of aristocratic families and had never experienced such hardships since they were young. They had grown up in luxury and didn't know that the lives of the common people would be so difficult. They didn't deny that they had thoughts of retreating, but these thoughts were obliterated by one incident after another. On the contrary, an indescribable ambition grew in their hearts. The confusion of their previous life as officials was swept away, and the conviction in their hearts was strengthened. Hadn't they originally wanted to be good officials to benefit the common people? If they hadn't come out on this trip, if they hadn't seen these hellish scenes and shocking scenes, perhaps they would have spent the rest of their lives in confusion. But now, they wouldn't. After experiencing this incident, they knew what kind of burden they were shouldering. As officials, they shouldn't look at power, but the responsibility behind the scenes. The imperial court's reinforcements will arrive soon. "If any of you want to rest, you can return to the capital with them first," Lord Fang said as he looked at the officials whose spirits had greatly changed. The crowd fell silent. Did they want to go back? Of course they did. Compared to the capital, the environment here was truly too harsh and vile. If Lord Fang had asked this question a few days ago, perhaps some of them would have wavered. But now, after experiencing so much, they asked themselves, were they willing to go back like this? They still hadn't seen the leg of the old man next door get better, they still hadn't seen the birth of their wife's child, they still hadn't seen. There were still too many things that they had yet to see. If they went back like this, how could they be at ease? "I won't go. I won't leave until I'm certain that the disaster in Subei is alleviated." After the first person spoke, a second, a third, all of them spoke. Without exception, the answer they gave was that they weren't willing to leave. Lord Fang had expected this. He had seen the changes in these people with his own eyes. It could be said that he had personally witnessed the changes in these people. Several of the muddle-headed scions of aristocratic families in the capital had undergone massive changes at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lord Fang was happy for them, but at the same time, his heart ached for them. This was because these changes meant that they had experienced immense pain in their hearts. The scions of aristocratic families who had grumbled when they first arrived would no longer complain no matter how hard or tiring the work was. There were also faint calluses on their hands. Lord Fang scanned these people's faces one by one. Their expressions were resolute and their eyes showed that they weren't willing to back down. He slowly retracted his gaze and unconsciously said in a gentle voice, "Don't be in a hurry to answer. You have one night to consider. I have already told His Majesty about your achievements. When you return to the capital, these will not be affected because of your early departure." The next day, everyone's answer remained the same. They were all willing to stay here until the day they saw Subei get better with their own eyes. Lord Fang didn't say anything else. He just objectively wrote down this matter on a memorial and had the hidden dragon guards send it back to the capital. Xianxia found the memorials that were sent from the northern Su province. Just like before, Master Fang wrote 2 memorials. One was sent back to the capital through the hidden dragon guards while the other was sent back through official channels. The latter was usually a few days slower than the former. Xianxia opened the memorial and read through it. It seems that Lord Fang has a good opinion of these officials who followed him. Half of the officials who went to the disaster relief were from the lesser aristocratic families. Lord Fang was the leader. At the beginning, there was some friction between the two parties. Now, both parties were able to put aside their differences and work together harmoniously. Compared to when they left the capital, both parties had changed a lot. Those who followed Lord Fang to Subei were mainly young officials. If there were no accidents, these people would become the pillars of the imperial court in the future. This experience was extremely beneficial to both them and the imperial court. Because the news from the imperial court was that the people from the imperial court would directly meet with them, Lord Fang brought his people and stayed in the small city to rest and wait for them to arrive. Their resources were almost depleted. Every time they arrived at a place, they had to leave behind a portion. Most of the resources they brought were left in the main city. If there were no more resources along the way, they could only return to the main city first. The imperial court had sent an army to escort the resources. On the way, the officials in the main city had also received the news. Lord, if we don't act now, when the people from the imperial court arrive, it will be too late. In the dim study, the person who spoke was hidden in the shadows, his voice hoarse. Go arrange it. Do it cleanly. Don't let anyone discover that something is wrong. Lord, don't worry. This lowly one is very good at this. There definitely won't be any mistakes. The door to the study was opened and closed. The wind blew the candlelight, as if nothing had happened. Lord Feng's group had been on the move for many days and finally had a moment to rest. They took the officials who had come with them to look around. This small city was a bit further north than the first one they had gone to, and the disaster was more serious. However, they had already given out porridge for several days, and the disaster relief work had been carried out smoothly. The situation was much better than when they had first arrived. As they walked, the disaster victims put down what they were doing and greeted them. The officials smiled in response. Occasionally, they would stop and talk to the people on the side of the road. I suddenly feel that these days are not bad. The official behind Lord Feng sighed. That's right. In the past, when we were in the capital, we felt that we were very powerful and amazing. Only after coming here did we realize how shallow we were in the past. The officials whispered to each other. The atmosphere was relaxed and lively. The gap between the humble officials and the aristocratic officials had completely disappeared here. Lord Feng listened to their conversation with a hint of a smile in his eyes. Suddenly, the crowd in front of them surged in their direction. The youth beside Lord Feng grabbed him and shielded him behind him. Lord, be careful. Just as the youth finished speaking, the refugees in front of them suddenly charged at them with a clear target. Protect Darren. The officials stared at this scene with their mouths agape, unable to figure out what had happened. The guards surrounded them in the middle, but the other side had more people and they had fewer people. Although they looked like refugees, they were very skilled and their target was clear. They went straight for Darren Feng, who was surrounded by the crowd. The youth was like a wolf cub, standing in front of Darren Feng to prevent anyone from getting close. The attack happened in an instant, and the people around them didn't even have time to react. Facing the surging killing intent, Darren Feng was very calm. He could see that these people's true target was him. He calmly said, "Protect them, don't worry about me." Saying this, he wanted to separate from the crowd. He could guess that these people were sent by some officials in Subei main city. They probably felt that his arrival had ruined their plans and wanted to eliminate him. Although the officials following Darren Feng were frightened, they had experienced some things in the past few days and weren't as rash as they were at the beginning. They surrounded Darren Feng, unwilling to leave. Through this period of time, they knew very well how much Darren Feng had done. Any one of them could be injured or even killed, but Darren Feng couldn't. They wouldn't watch Darren Feng get hurt in front of them. The refugees didn't care about the officials in front of them. Even though they had some training, these people's strength couldn't compare to the people who came with a purpose. Soon, they were thrown to the side. Soon, someone broke through the crowd and came in front of Darren Feng. He picked up something in his hand and stabbed at Darren Feng. Midway, he was stopped by a pair of scarred hands. It was the youth who had been following Darren Feng. The youth had brute strength. For a moment, the people couldn't do anything to him. The person saw that there wasn't much time left and ruthlessly stabbed at the youth. Careful. The youth leaned to the side and barely dodged, but a wound still appeared on his waist. Blood instantly dyed the clothes on his waist red. Lord Feng frowned. Over the years, he had learned some martial arts and was barely able to deal with the people in front of him. However, he did not dare to delay. He was afraid that these people would ignore everything and hurt the other officials and the surrounding people. There were many busy commoners on this road. After Lord Feng came, he found some work for them so that they could eat their fill. They were also willing to do something for their hometown. Just now, they didn't react. Now that they saw that the group of unidentified people wanted to attack the officials who brought them food, they were instantly displeased. "What are you doing? Where are you from? If you dare to harm my lord, you'll have to ask for our permission first." Everyone took their tools and surrounded him. The group of refugees didn't expect more and more people to surround them. They even deliberately chose a place with fewer people to attack. Who would have thought that Lord Feng just happened to send a lot of people here to do things? After experiencing drought, locusts, and famine, the people were sincerely grateful to Lord Feng who had brought them food. Lord Feng's arrival told them that they had not been abandoned by the court. Lord Feng had brought them food and hope. They would not allow anyone to try to harm these officials who had helped them. With the addition of the commoners, the situation was reversed. The refugees were surrounded by the commoners. In order to disguise themselves more, they didn't bring too many weapons that didn't fit their identity as refugees. Their numbers were also smaller than the commoners who surrounded them. Lord Feng and the other officials, don't be afraid. With us here, we won't let these refugees who came from nowhere hurt you. The men from the north were all tall and strong. After Lord Feng came, they were able to eat their fill. They weren't at a disadvantage against these refugees. The officials helped each other up. When they saw the aggressive commoners surrounding the refugees, they felt as if their roles had been reversed. Why did these commoners look even fiercer than the people who had attacked them? The commoners didn't care. They weren't afraid of getting hurt. They broke through the encirclement of the refugees and protected Lord Feng and the others. The commoners who came from behind gradually formed a circle and surrounded the refugees in the middle. In the stalemate, the sound of horse hooves gradually approached. Lord Feng looked in the direction of the sound. A well-trained soldier wearing armor quickly walked over. What happened? The commoners looked at these people warily. The leader looked at them one by one. When he saw Lord Feng in the middle of the crowd, he clasped his hands and said, "Lord Feng, your subordinate Yang Ziyuan is here to deliver supplies. General Yang, please capture these people dressed as refugees." Lord Feng remembered that the general sent by the imperial court to deliver the supplies was surnamed Yang. The refugees saw that the situation was hopeless and rose up to attack. The commoners who surrounded them were caught off guard and were almost injured. General Yang's men acted in time and didn't cause more casualties. General Yang's army was well disciplined and equipped with elite weapons. They quickly captured all the refugees. Today, I thank all of you for saving my life. Let me thank all of you in advance. No need, no need. The burly man at the front waved his hand. If it wasn't for Lord Feng, we wouldn't be here today. No matter what, we can't let Lord Feng be harmed by these bandits. The others nodded. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the young officials behind Lord Feng couldn't help but turn red. In truth, they had never thought that they would receive anything in return for the things they had done. But today, they were protected by these people who had helped them without fear of death. They were moved beyond words. At this moment, they made a decision in their hearts: in the future, they must become good officials who can benefit the commoners. General Yang followed the large group from the capital and walked a little slower. Lord Feng looked in the direction they came from and could faintly see the shadows of the carriages. "We noticed that there was movement here, so we came to take a look first," General Yang explained. "Since we met, let's go together." Lord Feng looked at the young man beside him who didn't seem to care about his injuries and asked, "General, do you have medicine with you? My guard was injured in order to protect me." General Yang took out a bottle of medicine and handed it to Lord Feng. "There are a few imperial physicians with us. When they arrive, they can take a look at this young friend." "Thank you." Some of the commoners were also lightly injured. Lord Feng found a place to rest nearby and put the injured people together to wait for the large group to arrive. Not long after, the large group arrived. General Yang went up to say a few words and came back with two people dressed as doctors. "Dr. Wu?" Lord Feng was surprised when he saw who it was. Lord Feng. After the two exchanged greetings, Lord Feng and his disciples came forward to check the injuries of the injured people. Fortunately, no one was seriously injured. The young man's wound was carefully bandaged. Dr. Wu also treated the wounds of the other injured people. A tall man said casually, "It's really nothing." When the north was in chaos, we often had to fight with the people of the northern desert. This kind of injury happened every few days. There's no need to care at all. It will heal on its own in 2 or 3 days. Will the people of the northern desert still come here? An official couldn't help but ask. Yes, before the northern desert was defeated by His Majesty, this place was in chaos. The slightest carelessness could cause death. These men of the northern desert grew up fighting with the people of the northern desert. They were ferocious in their bones, so when they saw someone disguised as a refugee attacking Lord Feng and his group, they dared to surround them. This kind of situation was a common occurrence in the northern desert a few years ago. After a simple rest, the group headed to their destination. On the way, Lord Feng learned a lot of news from General Yang. Lord Feng looked at the carriages behind him. Aren't these things sent to the main city? His Majesty said to let you handle it. Since the officials in the main city don't need help, we don't need to worry about them. His Majesty also told me to pass on a message to you. It's time to act. This sentence was a signal. Before Lord Feng came, Shang Junlin had privately summoned him and told him that the journey to the northern desert was dangerous. He also gave him an item and told him to wait for orders from the capital. Now, General Yang was telling him that it was time to act. General Yang and his group settled down with a large number of supplies. Lord Feng gathered the low-level officials and announced, I'm going back to the main city. I'll leave this place to you. After handing over the matters here, Lord Feng mounted his horse and walked for a while. Suddenly, he stopped and said to the empty space behind him, Didn't I tell you to wait for me here? The young man walked out from the corner. What happened in the northern desert was passed on to Shang Junlin through the hidden dragon guards. Xinyu also knew about it. Lord Feng saved a young man in the northern desert, and he's being blamed? Feng Jun wants to send the young man back to the capital first. What he's going to do is too dangerous. It's not suitable for the young man to follow him. Therefore, when the carriages returned from the disaster relief in the northern desert, they also gave a young man as a gift. Xinyu was curious about the young man who saved Lord Feng and wanted to meet him. Feng Jun asked me to take care of him. Let's meet him first. It was not appropriate to directly summon him into the palace. Xinyu and Shang Junlin changed into casual clothes and left the palace. Xinyu wanted to talk to Yanjing about the next cooperation. Shang Junlin had a lot of houses outside the palace. Some of them were where he lived before he ascended the throne. This time, he chose to meet the young man at a place where he lived for a short period of time before he ascended the throne. Shang Junlin led Xinyu inside. At that time, I had just returned from the border and was not liked by the previous emperor. There was nothing in the palace. Therefore, Feng Jun found a house for me. Xinyu looked around. The house was not big, but the environment was very quiet. It could be seen that some places were old, but they were still carefully maintained. It was obvious that the owner cared about this place. Your Majesty has never brought me here before, Xinyu said as he looked around. I have a lot of houses in various places. If there is a chance in the future, I will bring you to live there. However, most of them are at the border. I don't know if you can get used to the environment there. Shang Junlin held Xinyu's hand, his eyes filled with tenderness. If your Majesty can live there, then I can naturally live there. Xinyu smiled and looked at him. I don't know how delicate I am in your Majesty's eyes. In my eyes, you deserves the best. Shang Junlin had been at the border for a long time. He was very clear about the environment there. He could bring Yu to live there temporarily, but he was not willing to let Yu live there for a long time. Turning around the corner, Xinyu saw the young man standing in the courtyard. The young man heard the sound and turned around. His face was blank for a moment. Have I seen you before? Shang Junlin held Xinyu's hand and walked over. Hearing this, he couldn't help but look at Xinyu. Before Feng Darren sent the young man back to the capital, he wrote down the young man's background in the memorial. If there was no accident, the young man had never come to the capital. As far as he knew, Xinyu had never been to Subei, so the two shouldn't have crossed paths. Understanding this point, Shang Junlin looked at the young man with scrutinizing eyes. Xinyu carefully looked at the young man's appearance. The young man's half-length black hair was casually tied behind his head. His appearance was handsome with a hint of immaturity, and the color of his eyes was light. If he really had contact with the young man, it was impossible for him not to have any impression of him. "Are you sure the person you saw was me?" Xinyu asked. Shang Junlin held Xinyu's hand tightly. The young man thought for a while and nodded. Then, under the gaze of Xinyu, who was looking at a stranger, he shook his head slightly. "I don't know." Xinyu pulled Shang Junlin to the stone table and sat down. "What's going on?" "When I was young, I saw a person who looked like Gue Jun." The youth finally reacted. The first time he saw that person was many years ago. That person's appearance had given him a great shock when he was young. So much so that when he saw Xinyu, who looked almost the same as that person, he couldn't help but ask this question. Xinyu and Shang Junlin looked at each other. They didn't expect to hear such a sentence from the young man's mouth. "Do you still remember what happened at that time?" Xinyu asked. "I don't really remember. I only remember that Subei was very chaotic and there were wars everywhere. I accidentally fell into the trap of the northern desert people and was rescued by a very good-looking person. Many years had passed, and he was still young at that time." The young man could only remember the beautiful face of that person under the moonlight and the cold temperature when that person held him. That was the first time he was held in someone's arms since he could remember. It was also the only time. It was a secret hidden in the deepest part of his memory that he would never say. After the young man finished speaking, he glanced at Xinyu and added, "Just as good-looking as Gue Jun." Before coming to the capital, Lord Feng had told the young man many things about the capital and told him to follow the rules and be obedient. The young man trusted Lord Feng very much and agreed to everything. On the way to the capital, Lord Feng had entrusted him with many things about the capital, such as the emperor, the nobles, and so on. That person had told him that the emperor was as bright as the moon and could be recognized at a glance. At first, he didn't believe it, but when he saw the real person, he suddenly realized that the person wasn't exaggerating. Seeing the young man staring at Xinyu, Shang Junlin's eyes flashed with displeasure. It was another person who looked like her. Together with Xinyu, this was the second one. Xinyu lowered his eyes and pondered. In his previous life, he had lived for more than 10 years, but he had never encountered such a situation. Was it a coincidence? Or did his rebirth change something? Xinyu was more inclined to the latter. Shang Junlin knocked on the table. "Tell me what you know." Although he was displeased, this matter was very likely related to Xinyu's past. Shang Junlin couldn't just ignore a little displeasure in his heart. "That's all I remember. That person saved me, put me in a safe place and left. Later, I searched many places, but I couldn't find any trace of this person. Later, I secretly asked people to inquire, but they all said that they had never seen such a person." Suddenly appearing and disappearing without a trace, Xinyu thought of his mother. Could the person the young man met be related to his mother? After confirming that the young man really didn't know any more information, Xinyu gave up asking. Shang Junlin didn't want the young man to keep focusing on Xinyu, so he took the initiative to ask about Subei. The young man followed Feng Darren, so he was very clear about what happened to Feng Darren during this period. Before coming, Feng Darren also told him that Her Majesty would ask him some questions. He didn't want him to hide anything and answer truthfully. The young man remembered Feng Darren's instructions. When he heard Shang Junlin's question, he pulled back his thoughts and talked about what happened in Subei. The young man was clearly prepared in advance. His answers were clear and organized, without any superfluous words. Through the young man's words, Xinyu and Shang Junlin had a better understanding of what happened to Feng Darren in Subei. With a steady flow of supplies, the situation in Subei improved greatly. This time, the military escorts were sent all the way, and the Subei army was also there to provide support. There were no more incidents of bandits along the way. The group of hidden dragon guards that Gu Huai had brought with him was focused on investigating the internal problems in Subei. Other than saving Feng Darren, they hadn't shown their faces again. No one knew that they had already infiltrated the upper echelons of Subei and were collecting evidence. They were only one step away from delivering a fatal blow. Those upper echelons of Subei were still dreaming of pocketing the disaster relief supplies that were being sent to Subei from various places. The imperial court is really something. They actually skipped the main city and sent all these things to the surrounding small cities. They're just a bunch of foolish people. What's there to save? You can say these words in front of us, but you can't say them in front of those officials from the capital. I still know my limits. Come, let's continue drinking. The people drinking and making merry still didn't know that the scythe of the Grim Reaper was already hanging over their heads. Those refugees are also incompetent. We let them take advantage of the chaos to kill Feng Jun, but the result is great. They didn't manage to kill him and were even captured. Darren, those people won't sell us out, right? Do you think that I'm so stupid that I would leave evidence behind? No matter how Feng Jun interrogated those people, they would only get one result. They didn't know that Darren Feng only locked them up and didn't spend any effort to interrogate them. He already knew the result, so why bother? Xingyu and Shang Junlin obtained more details about the assassination from the young man. They pretended to be refugees and acted. They had a good plan. If their plan succeeded, they would be able to provoke the conflict between the officials sent by the imperial court and the local people. At the same time, they would be able to clear their names. It's killing two birds with one stone. Shang Junlin tightened his grip on the cup in his hand. Xingyu rescued the innocent cup from Shang Junlin's hand. Your Majesty, there's no need to be angry over these people who will be dealt with sooner or later. Darren Feng has already successfully handed over the task to the hidden dragon guards. After a few more days, those people won't be able to laugh even if they want to. Shang Junlin held Xinyu's wrist and pulled her into his arms. If everyone can be like you, I won't be so troubled. Your Majesty, don't think about these unrealistic things. Even if it's me, I won't be able to maintain my original self even after being in the imperial court for a few years. It was easy to say that power-blinded people. Maintaining one's original self was easy, but since ancient times, how many people could actually do it? Let's not talk about this anymore. Is Yanjing going to bring people to the north soon? Shang Junlin held a strand of Xinyu's hair and twirled it in his hand. The last time they went out of the palace, other than meeting the young man, they also met Yanjing. Coincidentally, there were a lot of supplies that needed to be transported to Subei from the capital. There were also military escorts for the entire journey. Yanjing wanted to take this opportunity to test the waters. He chose the northern desert as his first destination. In the private room, Yanjing expressed his thoughts. The relationship between the northern desert and our great Huan kingdom has been stable these years. I also have caravans going there. If we go to the northern desert at this time, we can not only borrow the military escort, but also go to the northern desert to scout for information. Xingyu was taken aback by his bold idea. Choosing such a time of crisis to go over, I know, it's very dangerous, but at the same time, it will also be accompanied by great opportunities. Yanjing poured a cup of tea for himself and slowly drank it. As a businessman, we must not forget the word seize the opportunity. I believe that the things in my hands can bring me a lot of wealth. Yanjing never hid his ambition. In front of Xingyu and Shang Junlin, he didn't have to deliberately hide anything. Many times, being frank and open made people appreciate him more. It's good that you've decided. I'll prepare the things you need. When you arrive at the northern desert, be careful. Yanjing didn't expect Xingyu to say words of concern. He was stunned for a moment and then said, even if it's for our long-term cooperation, I'll come back safely. Shang Junlin sat next to Xingyu. At that time, he didn't have any reaction to this conversation. But after returning to the palace that night, he fiercely bullied Xingyu. Now, there were still traces of him on Xinyu's body. Xingyu didn't expect Shang Junlin to suddenly mention this matter. He raised his eyebrows. Your Majesty, you're not jealous this time? Shang Junlin changed to rubbing the skin on Xinyu's neck. There were still traces of him there. Not only on the neck, but also on other parts of the body that were covered. Shang Junlin's eyes darkened when he thought of that night when the young man's skin was dyed red little by little. Ayu, tell me, why am I jealous? The man's voice was low and hoarse. When it entered Xinyu's ears, it was as if he had returned to that night. The man also used the same voice and asked Xingyu over and over again. If Xingyu didn't answer, or if his answer didn't satisfy the man, he would be bullied even more severely. Xinyu couldn't remember how many things he shouldn't have said under Shang Junlin's coaxing that night. Anyway, when he woke up the next day, there wasn't a single spot on his body that was unharmed. Xinyu faintly felt a little hot when his memory was awakened. It's indeed in these 2 days. Xinyu forced himself to clear those memories from his mind. His caravan will depart with the second batch of disaster relief supplies. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Yanjing followed the large group out of the city. During the rest time, he looked back at the capital and thought that abandoning those useless people to come to the capital was probably the most correct decision he had ever made. In Yuzhong Palace, Xinyu's eyes were tightly closed. His long eyelashes fluttered uneasily, casting a shadow. Tears seeped out of the corners of his eyes, and the corners of his eyes were dyed with a layer of rouge, making him even more charming and moving. The tall man in black held him tightly in his arms and kissed him hard. Just like Shang Junlin himself, this kiss was rude and overbearing, with a strong sense of invasion. It was as if he was ruthless and wanted to tear the young man apart and eat him up. Xinyu could only be forced to accept it. You, don't think about other people. I will be angry. Shang Junlin moved back a little, his lips still pressed against Xinyu's. Your Majesty is unreasonable. You were the one who mentioned it first. Xinyu opened his eyes. The mist in his eyes hadn't dissipated, and his eyes were glittering, making people sink into them at a glance. Xinyu didn't forget that this time, it was Shang Junlin who mentioned Yanjing first. Because of what happened that night, he wouldn't mention Yanjing in front of Shang Junlin these days. Shang Junlin's kiss turned upwards, and finally kissed the pair of eyes that made him obsessed. Xinyu closed his eyes and enjoyed the warmth of this moment. This time, I misunderstood you, Shang Junlin apologized in a low voice, but the words he said had a deeper meaning. You can be punished however he wants. Xinyu glared at him. In the end, are you punishing me or punishing His Majesty? Xinyu didn't forget that after the last incident, he was bedridden for several days. Rather than punishing Shang Junlin, it was better to say that he was rewarding Shang Junlin. Of course, it's punishing me. You can do whatever you want. Shang Junlin's voice was as soft as a whisper, with an inexplicable ambiguous meaning, like a hook that crossed Xinyu's heart. The two were very close to each other. Xinyu could clearly feel the change in the man's body, so she deliberately rubbed against him. As she wished, she saw the change in the man's face. What did His Majesty do wrong? Xinyu deliberately said, why does he need to be punished? Seeing that his goal was not achieved, Shang Junlin's heart flashed with a touch of loss. He wanted to feel Ayu's enthusiasm and initiative again, but he didn't show it on his face. Ayu said no need, so there is no need. Xinyu's eyes moved, then she grabbed Shang Junlin's collar and slightly narrowed her eyes. This is His Majesty's request, don't regret it when the time comes. Naturally. Shang Junlin couldn't ask for more. Xinyu let go of her hand and withdrew from the man's arms. Let's talk about this at night. Shang Junlin's goal has been achieved, so he didn't mind waiting for a while. He walked to the soft couch and sat down, then said, Ayu, do you know how much surprise those kings gave me? Is His Majesty talking about the supplies they sent to Subei? Xinyu followed and sat on the other side. Yes, it really opened my eyes. They said that the things in their hands are more abundant than the national treasury. It's really not a joke. Shang Junlin knew that these vassal kings were extremely rich. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given so much gold and silver just to please Xinyu. However, he didn't expect that they had so much more than he had imagined. Not only Shang Junlin, but the other officials who received the news from the supervisory minister also sucked in a breath of cold air. If it weren't for this opportunity, they would probably never have known that the vassal king had so many things in his hands. No wonder the previous kings were so wary of the vassals. Isn't that so? Look at all these, and this is just one fief. Compared to the treasures in the national treasury, this isn't the only fief in the great Huan dynasty. At that time, His Majesty said that the vassals should also contribute. Who was against it? They even said that the vassal kings were also in a difficult situation, so we shouldn't force them. Is this their difficulty? Have too much money to spend? The Minister of Revenue couldn't help but raise his voice. After working together for so many years, all the officials knew the temper of the Minister of Revenue, so they were not surprised. Don't be in such a hurry to get angry. The Minister of Works patted the Minister of Revenue's shoulder and reminded him, isn't this just the first batch of supplies? Subei needs more than this. You're right. If I had known that they had enough money and supplies, I would have asked for more. Fortunately, it's not too late. His Majesty's method of collecting and sending out batches is really good. When the others heard this, the corners of their mouths silently twitched, and they silently mourned for the vassals who were targeted by the Minister of Revenue. The Minister of Revenue sorted out the list and hurriedly prepared for the next stage of the collection of supplies. This time, he felt that if he didn't make the vassals bleed for the next batch, he wouldn't be the Minister of Revenue anymore. The vassals didn't know that the things in their hands were already targeted by the Minister of Revenue. Your Highness, with so many things, do we really have to send them to Subei? The steward of the prince's mansion was at a loss. If we don't let them, the vassals were also very helpless. The court and the people of the world are watching. The people have already contributed. If we don't do anything, do you think His Majesty doesn't have enough and thinks we're an eyesore? Did the vassals want to take out these things? Of course not. Who would complain about having too much money, but their way out had already been blocked? If they didn't give it, wouldn't it be announcing to the world that they were disloyal to the great Huan dynasty? They were just deterred by Shang Junlin at the beginning of the year, and now they didn't want to face him at all. The people this prince left in the capital have contacted His Majesty. His Majesty said that if we perform well this time and His Majesty is happy, not only will the past be forgotten, but we will also be rewarded by the court. This prince doesn't want anything, as long as His Majesty doesn't look at this prince. He was very clear that anyone who was targeted by Shang Junlin wouldn't have a good ending. Look at Prince Li, how glorious was he at the beginning, but now he was removed from the imperial family. Then look at Prince Yu, who was still trapped in the capital. He didn't want anything in this life, he just wanted to live the rest of his life in peace. There were many vassals who had the same idea. They had seen Shang Junlin's cruel side with their own eyes and knew how ruthless he was. Those who could live peacefully until now weren't stupid. They couldn't fight against Shang Junlin before, let alone the current full-fledged emperor. However, it was still necessary to feel the pain. Prince Yu's fief. Because Prince Yu himself wasn't there, the officials sent by the court worked together with the officials of Prince Yu's fief to raise the money. Shang Junlin had sent people in advance to find out how much the Prince Yu's fief could contribute. The officials sent by the court knew clearly how much the Prince Yu's fief could contribute. The final decision wouldn't exceed the capacity of the fief, and it would also make the Prince Yu's accumulated wealth bleed. Prince Yu was still in the capital, and the situation was unknown. The officials of his fief naturally didn't dare to play any tricks, so the whole process was very smooth. If Prince Yu knows this news, I don't know how angry he will be. After listening to Shang Junlin, Xinyu couldn't help but laugh. I will let someone tell him. Shang Junlin's tone had a trace of disgust. Xinyu found that Shang Junlin now showed more and more emotions in front of him. When he first entered the palace, he almost felt that Shang Junlin was an angry monarch. I don't know what those people are worried about. It's been so long, but they still haven't made a move. Do they really think that Your Majesty won't do anything to Prince Yu? That was why they were fearless and let Prince Yu stay in the secret prison. Maybe it's because they can't even take care of themselves. Yu, do you still remember those people who spread rumors? The Supreme Court got a lot of useful information from them and destroyed several of their strongholds in the capital. Didn't you say that those people couldn't get anything out of them? At first, they didn't know much. Later, they caught a small leader of a force in a tea house. Although this person's status wasn't high, he knew a lot. After being treated by the Supreme Court, he told them all the information he knew. The Supreme Court had caught so many people, but they still didn't get anything. The officials of the Supreme Court were also anxious. It wasn't easy to catch someone who knew something. They used all the means they could to get more information out of him. Hard work paid off. They really did get a lot of useful information. Although they hadn't caught the mastermind behind the scenes, that day wasn't far away. The Minister of Revenue acted quickly. In less than half a day, he drew up a new donation plan. He didn't delay and directly asked to see the emperor. Shang Junlin wasn't very happy that his two-person world with Xinyu was interrupted. Xinyu just happened to want to see what the Minister of Revenue was going to do, so he proposed to go together. Imperial study. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The Minister of Revenue respectfully saluted the two. After the donation, the Minister of Revenue's view of Xinyu changed greatly. When he saw Xinyu this time, the excitement in his eyes couldn't be ignored. This is the next step of the plan. Your Majesty, please take a look. The Minister of Revenue presented the memorial. Eunuch Meng took the memorial and put it on the emperor's desk. Shang Junlin opened it and looked at it with Xinyu. The contents of this memorial were all against the vassal kings. Xinyu, who was used to cheating the vassal kings, silently lit a candle for the vassal kings who were about to be ruthlessly exploited by the Minister of Revenue. This was simply stepping on the bottom line to ask for things from the vassal kings. The vassal kings couldn't afford it. Too ruthless. Your Majesty, as the vassal kings, since they enjoy the treatment of the great Huan royal family, they should do their best for the great Huan royal family. What's more, they are His Majesty's relatives. It's normal for them to solve problems for His Majesty. The Minister of Revenue talked a lot. The central idea was nothing more than that the vassal kings should contribute money and effort. Otherwise, they would be sorry for the people and the great Huan royal family. For the first time, Xinyu knew that the Minister of Revenue was so eloquent. Shang Junlin's knuckles knocked on the table. His voice was as calm as ever. Take it out for discussion in the court tomorrow. This was passed. The Minister of Revenue was overjoyed. Then, he looked at Xinyu with expectant eyes. Does Your Majesty have anything else to add? Darren's method is perfect. Under such a gaze, Xinyu felt a little pressure and couldn't help but pull Shang Junlin's sleeve. Shang Junlin chuckled and helped Xinyu out. Well, you go prepare for this matter. Discuss it with the Prime Minister first. The Minister of Revenue slightly withdrew his gaze. Your Majesty. After the Minister of Revenue left the palace, he went straight to the Prime Minister's residence. The Prime Minister and Jiang Huiqing were drinking tea in the courtyard. When they heard that the Minister of Revenue came to visit, they asked the housekeeper to bring him directly. Jiang Huiqing poured a cup of tea and handed it to the Minister of Revenue. Darren, please. The Minister of Revenue was indeed thirsty. He took the cup and drank it in one gulp, saying, I just went to the palace to see His Majesty. His Majesty asked me to take it out at the morning court tomorrow. It was drafted so quickly? The Prime Minister was shocked by Fong Darren's speed. I had some ideas before. Today, I just put in a specific amount. It's not troublesome. The Minister of Revenue roughly explained his idea. That's it. Even though he knew that the Minister of Revenue's performance was amazing, the Prime Minister still twitched his mouth after hearing it. His Majesty agreed to this method? The Minister of Revenue nodded. I originally wanted to ask if Your Majesty had anything to add. Unfortunately, Your Majesty didn't say anything. The Prime Minister understood. If he added a little more, maybe the vassal kings would directly rebel. The Minister of Revenue was really amazing. Your Majesty, if we let the Minister of Revenue do this, will there really be no problems? Xinyu sat next to Shang Junlin and rested his chin on one hand. Shang Junlin was reviewing the memorials. When he heard this, his hand paused slightly. He knows what he's doing. That's right. If he doesn't know what he's doing, how can he be in this position for so long? I'm worrying for nothing. Xinyu yawned. I'll go wash up first. Shang Junlin continued to review the memorials, but he was a little absent-minded. After waiting for a while, he didn't see Xinyu return. He put down his brush and walked towards the bedchamber. Mushi was waiting outside. When he saw Shang Junlin, he was about to salute but was stopped by Shang Junlin. No need. Is Your Majesty inside? Yes. After receiving an affirmative answer, Shang Junlin pushed open the door. Dense hot air hit his face. Your Majesty, are you here to receive your punishment? A young man wearing only red underwear walked barefoot. His half-wet hair scattered in front of his chest and behind his back. He was as beautiful as a demon. Shang Junlin's eyes instantly lit up. He walked in, quietly locked the door, and walked towards Xinyu. The young man who had just taken a bath was simply wearing clothes, revealing a large part of his snow-white skin. Under the contrast of his red clothes, it was dazzlingly white. The water droplets on his hair fell and soaked his clothes, leaving a wet mark. Under the candlelight, the young man's temperament was like a demon, and his lazy appearance was even more seductive. His lover looked like this, but he could only look but not touch. It was indeed a sweet punishment. In order to avoid scaring people, Shang Junlin restrained the burning emotions in his eyes and approached the young man step by step. How does you plan to punish me? After getting closer, Shang Junlin subconsciously reached out and wanted to pull the young man into his arms. Xinyu reached out a hand and pressed Shang Junlin's chest. Shang Junlin stopped and looked at Xinyu in confusion. You? His eyes were burning hot, and they slid over Xinyu's skin inch by inch. It was as if there was a pair of invisible hands caressing down along with his gaze. Xinyu's body gradually turned red. Since it's a punishment, Your Majesty, of course you have to listen to me. Xinyu felt that his throat was a little hoarse, so he cleared it. Okay, I'll listen to you. His words were polite, but his eyes were still unbridled. The first thing Your Majesty needs to do, Xinyu glanced at the arm on his waist, let go of me and take a step back. Shang Junlin did as he was told, and a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. Xinyu was satisfied with his obedience, so he turned and walked towards the inner room. Your Majesty, follow me. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Xinyu was in a good mood and raised the corner of his mouth. After entering the inner room, the heat became more obvious. Shang Junlin looked around and found the source of the heat behind the screen. It was a huge bathtub. Dense steam was rising from the bathtub, spreading in all directions in midair, filling the entire space. Xinyu didn't stop and walked straight to the bathtub. When he was almost there, he turned his head and invited, Your Majesty, do you want to join us? Shang Junlin's red robe slid down his shoulder, and his gaze fell on it, unable to move away for a long time. His Adam's apple bobbed violently as he walked over and said in a low and hoarse voice, I will serve you as she bathes. The red color slid off. Completely. Before Xinyu could react, Shang Junlin carried her by the waist and gently put her into the water. Xinyu looked up at Shang Junlin. The man's eyes were filled with uncontrollable emotions. He could only see himself in those long and narrow eyes, and he could only see himself. Xinyu stretched out her fair arm from the water and hooked it around the man's neck. She gently exhaled, Your Majesty, do you like it? I like it. Shang Junlin patted the young man's back. His sleeve sank into the water, becoming the only trace of black in the water. Muscles of ice and bones of snow. Shang Junlin had always known that Xinyu was very beautiful, but at this moment, the young man was so beautiful that he couldn't move his eyes away. Other than the young man, his eyes and heart couldn't put anything else. He wanted to leave his mark on the young man's snow-like skin. He wanted the red plum blossoms to slowly bloom on the snow. He wanted the young man to be stained with his traces from the inside out. He wanted to completely possess the young man in front of him. You. Shang Junlin's voice became even hoarser, with an unresolvable desire. He closed his eyes, not wanting to frighten the young man with the emotions in his eyes. With the man's hand supporting her from behind, Xinyu let go of one hand and slid it down along the man's lapel, finally stopping at the waist belt. Your Majesty, my clothes are wet. Xinyu raised her head, revealing the beautiful lines of her neck. Shang Junlin was still wearing the imperial robe, and his hair was meticulously tied behind his head. On the other hand, Xinyu's black hair was loose, and water droplets slid down her shoulders and into the water. Xinyu's fingers moved slightly, and the waist belt was untied. Didn't Your Majesty say that you want to serve me? Under the steam, the snow was dyed pink. Her entire body, except for her lips, were red like ripe fruits that were tempting to be picked. Shang Junlin's Adam's apple bobbed, and his eyes became darker and darker. He could clearly feel the changes in his body caused by the young man's movements. He allowed the fire in his heart to spread. The raging fire set the prairie ablaze, burning everything. I will definitely satisfy you. Shang Junlin raised his other hand unhurriedly. The outer robe fell, followed by the inner robe. Throughout the whole process, his eyes were fixed on Xinyu, as if he wanted to ignite the fire on the young man. Xinyu did not avoid his gaze. She half leaned on the edge of the bathtub and calmly watched Shang Junlin's performance. Xinyu slightly moved her eyes away when the last cover was no longer effective. The water surface rippled, and before Xianyu could react, the man had already sat in the bathtub. The water surface rippled even more, and Xianyu fluttered and fell into the man's arms. Shang Junlin was a man of his words. He carefully washed every inch of the bathtub, not missing a single spot. Xianyu gasped for breath, and slightly tightened her grip on the edge of the bathtub. I didn't ask you to bathe like this. The warm water flowed in through the gap, and Xianyu's fingers suddenly tightened. The white snow was dyed with a layer of more gorgeous color than before. Red plum blossoms bloomed on the snow, and as the water rippled, it was a beautiful sight. Didn't you ask me to help you bathe? Shang Junlin chuckled. I should do my best to satisfy you. Do you like it? I only asked you to do what you should do, not what you shouldn't do. Xianyu bit the man's shoulder to vent her anger. Shang Junlin's hands didn't stop moving, and Xianyu soon lost her strength. She softly fell into the man's arms, allowing him to do whatever he wanted. More and more red plum blossoms bloomed on the snow, and the sound of water occasionally mixed with a few sobs, which tugged at the heartstrings. It wasn't good to soak in the water for too long, so Shang Junlin carried the young man out of the bathtub, casually wrapped him in a cloak, and walked to the bed. Bastard! Xianyu curled up in his arms, and even her voice was trembling. Be good. If you don't prepare in advance, you won't be able to bear it later. Shang Junlin's tone was gentle, but there was a storm in his eyes. He wanted to truly possess this person. Shang Junlin had this idea for more than a day or two. Ordinary contact was no longer enough to satisfy him, and he wanted to possess Xianyu on a deeper level. Xianyu lay on the bed on her back, with one arm on her forehead. The crimson color spread down her neck and disappeared into the quilt. Shang Junlin held the quilt above her and looked at her attentively. Shang Junlin gently brushed away the hair on Xianyu's cheek, and his voice was as mellow as strong wine. I want you. Xianyu moved her arm away and looked at him without blinking. If I say no, will your majesty stop? Shang Junlin was silent. The arrow on the bow had to be shot. Obviously, he wouldn't. Xianyu didn't really want to refuse. When he first acquiesced, he was already prepared to accept Shang Junlin, although Shang Junlin stopped because of him. To be honest, Xianyu was very surprised at that time, not to mention that Shang Junlin stopped many times later when he frowned. Every time, Shang Junlin only touched him briefly. This kind of tolerance was rare for an emperor. However, Xianyu also resisted this. He didn't resist Shang Junlin, otherwise, he wouldn't let Shang Junlin mess with him every time. He just felt that he couldn't bear it. Shang Junlin's physical strength was too good. While he was thinking, Shang Junlin had already bent down and kissed him. Soft kisses fell on Xianyu's forehead, eyes, nose tip, all the way down, and finally sucked on Xianyu's lips and tasted it carefully. Xianyu couldn't help but hug him and indulge in this different gentle kiss. Suddenly, Xianyu let out a muffled groan. The crimson color faded from his face at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his eyebrows were tightly knitted because of the pain. Shang Junlin's action was without any warning. Xianyu tightly grasped the thing in his hand. Shang Junlin let go of his lips, and he finally cried out in pain. It was too painful. This was the only feeling Xianyu had at this moment. Xianyu was in so much pain that he just wanted to curl up. However, under the man's restraint, he could only be forced to stretch out. Tears seeped out of the corners of his eyes, but they were quickly kissed away by the man. I love you. Shang Junlin kissed Xianyu's ear. His low and deep voice entered Xianyu's ears. It was extremely gentle, but his actions were firm and irresistible. The storm swept over, and Xianyu was caught in the center of the storm. Ups and downs. At dawn, the young man's sobbing voice sounded from the tent. I'm sleepy. A snow-white wrist stretched out of the red tent. Not long after, it was held by another hand and brought back. Sleep if you're sleepy. The man's voice was full of satisfaction. Xianyu didn't know when he fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already noon. He moved his body and instantly gasped. There was no place that wasn't screaming in pain. Xianyu slumped back on the bed. The bed curtain was opened, and a man wearing an emperor's robe came in with a bowl of hot porridge. You're awake? Xianyu turned his face away. He didn't want to look at the culprit who made him feel uncomfortable everywhere. Shang Junlin, who was full, didn't mind Xinyu throwing a tantrum. He put the porridge on the table. Are you hungry? No. Xinyu suddenly closed his mouth. It was hard to imagine that such a hoarse voice came from him. Shang Junlin sat on the bed and carried Xinyu out. Drink some water first. The water that was fed to his mouth had a sweet taste. Xinyu's throat was uncomfortable, and he was thirsty. He drank a cup of water from Shang Junlin's hand. After that, he felt his throat was better. Your Majesty, you didn't look like you were receiving punishment yesterday. Instead, you looked like you were receiving a reward. Xinyu looked at him angrily. I didn't restrain myself. Shang Junlin kissed Xinyu's forehead. But if he could do it again, he wouldn't be able to restrain himself. Drink some porridge first. Shang Junlin brought the porridge to his mouth and blew on it to cool it down. Then, he fed it to Xinyu's mouth. Xinyu didn't want to move a finger. He was exhausted from the whole night and was indeed hungry. He obediently ate a bowl of porridge and finally recovered some strength. Xinyu was wearing pajamas. As he moved, the collar of his pajamas opened a little, revealing sporadic mottled marks. Shang Junlin lowered his eyes and hid the thick black color in his eyes. These marks were planted by him last night. He also knew that there were many such marks on the young man's body in places that couldn't be seen. Sensing danger, Xinyu moved to the side. He didn't want to experience what happened last night again. He was still feeling uncomfortable, especially at a certain part of his body. He couldn't get rid of the strange feeling, but it was at that part. He couldn't ignore it even if he wanted to. Xinyu's hands and feet were weak. Before he could move much, he was caught by Shang Junlin. Xinyu's face changed slightly. It was the same last night. He wanted to escape several times, but he was caught by Shang Junlin at the last moment. Then, he had to face a new round of violent storms. Every time, Shang Junlin's strength would be stronger than the previous time. No matter how Xinyu cried or begged, he couldn't stop for a moment. Where does you want to go? Hearing the same words, Xinyu subconsciously trembled. Shang Junlin noticed that he seemed to have scared Xinyu. He coughed softly and hugged the stiff young man. I'm not such a beast. I won't do anything now. Xinyu looked at him suspiciously. Your Majesty, you promised more than once last night that this would be the last time. After he tricked Xinyu into believing him, he reverted to his old ways. Shang Junlin rubbed his hair. I really won't do anything. I'm sorry for the torment last night. Then we'll continue next time. Xinyu glanced at him. Shang Junlin smiled but didn't say anything. Xinyu was bullied too much last night. The corners of his eyes were still red and his lips were a little swollen. Shang Junlin rubbed his lips and said softly, I'll apply some medicine for you. After last night, Shang Junlin applied medicine for Xinyu once. When the medicine was applied, the young man who had fallen into a deep sleep groaned softly due to the pain. Shang Junlin almost turned into a wolf again, but his remaining reason stopped him. This was the first time. Shang Junlin couldn't hold back and did it a little too hard. The area was a little red and swollen. He really couldn't bear any more. Shang Junlin sighed and carefully applied the medicine to the patient. The medicine was specially made by the Imperial Institute of Medicine. It was very effective. No need. Xinyu refused without thinking. He sensed his body. Other than a little strange feeling, everything else was fine. He should have applied the medicine once. His body was very fresh and there was nothing that shouldn't be in his body. He remembered that before he fell asleep last night, his body was sticky. It was obvious that Shang Junlin had cleaned him up. Shang Junlin didn't force him. The medicine was very effective. He only needed to apply it once in the morning and once in the morning. Xinyu's body was sore and weak. This time, it was more serious than before. Shang Junlin didn't want to let go of him. He leaned lazily in Shang Junlin's arms with his eyes slightly closed. He let his thoughts wander aimlessly. Your Majesty, don't you need to attend to your business? Seeing that Shang Junlin had no intention of leaving, Xinyu asked. Zhen wants to spend more time with you. Shang Junlin rubbed against Xinyu's cheek. Zhen also wants you to spend more time with Zhen. Shang Junlin didn't want to be separated from Xinyu even for a moment after their intimate contact. If it wasn't for eunuch Meng's dissuasion, he wouldn't even want to go to the morning court. If it wasn't for eunuch Meng's dissuasion, he would have taken Xinyu with him. Xinyu also enjoyed the feeling of snuggling up to Shang Junlin. This was the fastest morning court session that the ministers had ever had. His Majesty seemed to have more important things to do. After dealing with the things that had to be dealt with, he hurriedly dismissed the court session. The Minister of Revenue's plan was to be completed in several steps. After they were separated, those requests were nothing to the vassal kings. In the end, when they came together, the dust had already settled, and there was no way to change anything. The Prime Minister took Jiang Huiqing and the other two back to the Fu. In order to make things more convenient, the three almost treated the Prime Minister's Fu as their second home. The place they stayed the most every day was the Prime Minister's Fu. The Prime Minister knew about Shang Junlin's plan. He also felt that these three people were capable of taking on heavy responsibilities and would be more careful in training them. The Prime Minister was definitely one of the people who wanted the imperial court to welcome new blood as soon as possible. Because Jiang Huiqing and the others were going to Subei in the future, the Prime Minister intended to let them know more about Subei. During this time, the things they had to deal with were mostly related to Subei. During this time, the imperial court was busy with the matters in Subei. Jiang Huiqing and the other two didn't have any suspicions. They didn't know that when the matters in Subei were over, they wouldn't continue to return to Hanlin Academy. Instead, they would follow the other officials of the imperial court to Subei and officially start their political career in Dehuan. Subei. Batch after batch of supplies were sent to Subei. They weren't sent to the main city, but to the various small places. The officials sent by the imperial court and the local officials of the small places worked together to deal with the disaster relief matters. It was as if the main city had been excluded. After working with Lord Feng for some time, these young officials from the capital were no longer the same as before. With Lord Feng's guidance, they were now able to independently deal with the disaster relief matters in the small cities. With food, the commoners smiled more often and their spirits were refreshed. Keeping in mind Lord Feng's teachings, the officials didn't let the commoners idle. Instead, they arranged for them to do what they could, allowing those who still had energy to participate in the post-disaster reconstruction. While the rumors were spreading through the capital and other places, a similar situation occurred in Subei. The commoners of the small cities were gathered together and led by officials to work. On the way, the atmosphere could be considered relaxed. 10 days ago, I wouldn't have dared to imagine that we would be able to wait until this day. 10 days ago had been the day that the imperial court had brought the disaster relief supplies over. Me too. We've already finished the last of our food. My lord, it's fine to starve for a while, but my family still has a little one who can't endure hunger. If the imperial court hadn't come in time, my little one might have. The middle-aged man didn't continue, but his companions all knew what he hadn't said. The middle-aged man's wife had passed away while giving birth to his child. He had worked hard to raise his child until he was in his teens, and just when there was hope, a drought had suddenly descended. Me too. Olive. You should remember that when I was sick, it was you who brought me food. At the time, I was lying in my room thinking, at least give me something to eat. Being a full ghost is better than being a hungry ghost. When I turned around and saw all of you bringing in porridge, I was given a fright. No wonder you had such a big reaction. At the time, I really thought that I was going to die. The gods heard my prayers and fulfilled my wish before I died. Gods? Someone suddenly sneered. If there really is a god, why hasn't he cared about our lives for so long? If you ask me, no god is more reliable than the imperial court. The food we're eating now is imported from all over the Great Huan dynasty. It has nothing to do with the gods. That's true. Didn't someone come to us and ask us to believe in some god? At the time, I already felt that it was unreliable. It's not that it's unreliable. When something happens, they run faster than anyone else. They didn't know that their conversation had been overheard by the soldiers nearby. Soon, it would spread to the imperial court. Through this method, the imperial court could better understand the situation in Subei. They were chatting happily when someone suddenly asked in a low voice, why do we still have to work for the government? Shouldn't they be doing these things? The group suddenly fell silent. Then, someone retorted, how is it working for the government? Aren't we working for ourselves? That's right. We're going to live here in the future. Besides, the government has already paid us. But aren't those things given to us by the imperial court? Why do we have to work for them before they're paid? The person continued. I say, do you not understand life? The men of Subei were forthright, but they weren't stupid. Some officials had already explained to them why the imperial court had to do this. They also felt that it was better to get paid through their own labor than to eat for free. What's more, they could still receive food every day. Their pay was separated and could be saved up for later use. Although they didn't have to worry about food and water with the imperial court's people here, once they left, wouldn't they still have to rely on themselves? It was a good thing for them to restore Subei as soon as possible. That's not right. You're sneaky and you're still saying such things. Are you up to no good? Someone saw that something was wrong and ran to the side of the accompanying official, saying, Darren, a suspicious person was found over there. That person didn't have time to do anything before he was caught red-handed. Similar things happened in other places in Subei. Except for a few people who were found, most of them were caught before they could do anything. Xianxia was tired and couldn't sleep, so he lay on Shang Junlin's lap and let Shang Junlin read him the memorial. Darren Fong must have made preparations in advance. Subei has been dry for so many days, and the imperial court went there late. It's quite easy for someone to do something, Xianxia said. Every time Fong Jun went to a place, he would gather the local people and say something to them, explaining the reason for their follow-up actions. After he left, the officials who followed him learned from him and did the same thing. In this way, it won't be so easy to fan the people. Shang Junlin held the memorial in one hand and stroked Xianxu's hair with the other. When the people that Darren Fong brought back come back, we can investigate whether they can continue to be used. Xianxu pondered. Although Shang Junlin wanted to suppress the aristocratic families, he didn't completely forbid their existence. The most important thing for a ruler was balance. Whether it was aristocratic families or poor families, it was best to have equal power. I will pay attention to their follow-up performance. Shang Junlin nodded. But people always change. This moment of enlightenment didn't mean eternity. Especially in the officialdom, it was easy to change a person. Shang Junlin didn't need every official to be a saint. That was unrealistic. As long as they could be used by him and bring tangible benefits to the Great Huan dynasty, he could turn a blind eye. With the help of the entire country, the situation in Subei improved day by day. Although the drought hadn't been relieved yet, the epidemic that the imperial court had been worried about didn't happen. After the natural disaster, the most frightening thing was the epidemic that followed. The imperial court sent a large number of doctors, led by imperial physician Wu, to guard against the epidemic every day. Finally, there was no problem that worried them. Xianxu thought about it carefully and confirmed that there was only a drought in Subei in his previous life, and there was no large-scale epidemic. He was slightly relieved. The epidemic that left the deepest impression on him happened a few years later. It was also after that Shang Junlin's reputation took a turn for the worse. There was still a lot of time until now, and the epidemic wasn't completely caused by the natural disaster. If the problem of Fei Meng could be solved in advance, the nightmarish scene in his previous life might not appear again. Young master, the flower sent by Princeton has bloomed. Mushi came in with a bowl of boiled medicine. After last night, although Shang Junlin had checked carefully, he was still worried. He asked Imperial Physician Gu to come to Yuzhong Palace to take Xianxu's pulse. After taking his pulse, Imperial Physician Gu left a new prescription that was mainly used to nourish the body. Xianxu frowned slightly when he saw the medicine. Shang Junlin found it funny. He put down the booklet in his hand and took the medicine from Mushi. When did the flower bloom? When Princeton sent the flower, it was just a bud. After so many days, there was no sign of it blooming. Why did it suddenly bloom? Xianxu was also very curious about this question. Around 9 o'clock last night, Mushi replied. Xianxu didn't know why his heart skipped a beat. This time just happened to be when he and Shang Junlin. Why did the flower bloom at this time? Was it a coincidence? Xinyu glanced at Shang Junlin and saw that his expression didn't change. He knew that Shang Junlin didn't think too deeply about this matter. Slowly retracting his gaze, Xinyu thought to himself, maybe he thought too much. It's just a flower. How could it be related to this kind of thing? Maybe he and Shang Junlin didn't do anything that night, and it would still blossom. Seeing that the two masters didn't have any other orders, Mushi left. When Xinyu and Shang Junlin were alone, they didn't like the palace servants to serve them. The servants of Yuzhong Palace also knew this. Unless the master called them, they wouldn't easily come forward. Shang Junlin stirred the medicine in the bowl and scooped up a spoonful. Just as he was about to feed Xinyu, his hand was held down by Xinyu. I'll do it myself. Xinyu half propped himself up and sat up. No matter how much he tried to improve the taste of the medicine, it wouldn't be very good. Xinyu didn't want to drink it spoonful by spoonful. You don't want me to feed you? The taste of the medicine is too hard to describe. I want to drink it directly. Looking at Xinyu's outstretched hand, Shang Junlin put down the spoon and handed the bowl to Xinyu as he wished. Xinyu drank the medicine in one gulp. Shang Junlin brought a handkerchief and candied fruit over. Xinyu leaned over and took the candied fruit from Shang Junlin's hand. His soft lips and skin touched and parted. She was like a noble cat. Shang Junlin's eyes darkened. He put one hand around Xinyu's waist and pulled him directly into his arms. He lowered his head and kissed Xinyu. I'll try it. Is it bitter? After the kiss, Xinyu pressed his forehead against Shang Junlin's and asked. It's sweet. Shang Junlin rubbed against Xinyu like a big dog. You is sweet everywhere. After drinking the medicine, Xinyu felt a little sleepy. Shang Junlin was very careful that night, so he didn't suffer any injuries. However, after being tormented for a whole night, it wasn't easy for him to recover his vitality. Otherwise, Imperial Physician Gu wouldn't have given him a new prescription and reminded His Majesty to control himself. Sleep for a while if you're tired. Do you want to go to bed? Shang Junlin touched his face. Xinyu shook his head. He didn't want to lie in bed all day long. It would remind him of some bad things from his previous life. Shang Junlin didn't force him. In his heart, he didn't want Xinyu to rest on the bed. Compared to other places, he wanted Xinyu to lie in a place where he could reach. Xinyu nestled in the man's arms, found a comfortable position, and slowly closed her eyes. He had a dream again. In the dream, it was a rainy day. He was lying on the bed. His body was heavy, as if something was pressing down on him. He couldn't even lift a hand. Separated by a screen, there were people walking around outside. At the same time, there were also low voices. Xinyu wanted to hear what they were saying, but he couldn't. Xinyu seemed to be separated from this world by something. He couldn't see the specific scenery around him, nor could he hear the voices coming from not far away. He was in the middle of it, but he was also drifting away. When he woke up, it was already evening. The afterglow of the setting sun shone through the window. Suddenly, it seemed to overlap with the dream. A pair of warm hands touched his forehead. Do you feel uncomfortable? You're sweating a lot. The man's low voice broke Xinyu's daze. His drifting thoughts were pulled back to the present world. Xinyu felt the constant heat from the man's body, and also felt the stickiness of his body. Xinyu subconsciously rubbed against the man's hand. My clothes are wet. Zhen will take you to wash up. After taking a bath and changing into clean clothes, Xinyu finally felt less uncomfortable. He hadn't dreamed about his previous life for a long time. He didn't know why he suddenly dreamed about it today. Your Majesty, was it raining just now? No. When Jin held you just now, you didn't sleep well and sweated a lot. Did you have a nightmare? Shang Junlin took a dry handkerchief and wiped Xinyu's hair. Xinyu nodded, it seems so, but I can't remember the details. After waking up, everything in the dream receded like a tide. Xinyu only remembered the urgency in the dream. He couldn't remember anything else. Zhen will let Imperial Physician Gu take a look. In the middle of the night, Imperial Physician Gu was once again summoned to Yuzhong Palace. Thank you, Imperial Physician Gu. Xinyu stretched out his hand. For the sake of comfort, Xinyu was dressed casually. His black hair was just casually draped behind his back. He looked lazy, but people couldn't take their eyes off him. Imperial Physician Gu looked down and focused on taking Xianyu's pulse. He originally thought that His Majesty summoned him because His Majesty was injured in that incident. After all, he had been summoned not long ago for this reason. After taking Xianyu's pulse, Imperial Physician Gu realized that he was overthinking. His Majesty's body is fine. After Imperial Physician Gu left, Shang Junlin hugged Xianyu and buried his face in the back of his neck. He said in a muffled voice, "You, don't leave me." "I won't leave." Xianyu comforted the suddenly uneasy big dog. Shang Junlin silently hugged the person in his arms tightly. After the incident, Shang Junlin summoned Imperial Physician Gu alone. He mainly asked about Xianyu's physical condition. Before Xianyu fully recovered, Shang Junlin couldn't be at ease. "Is His Majesty's body really fine?" Shang Junlin's body was cold. He looked at Imperial Physician Gu with his dark eyes. "Your Majesty, everything I said is true. I dare not hide anything. Imperial Physician Gu, don't let me down. His Majesty is my savior. I will do my best to save him. Your Majesty, please rest assured." Shang Junlin knocked on the armrest of the chair. "Then tell me, what's wrong with His Majesty today?" From his pulse, His Majesty's body is indeed fine. It's inevitable for normal people to have nightmares. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry too much. What Imperial Physician Gu said was true. Anyone could have nightmares. It wasn't a big deal. Shang Junlin naturally knew this. However, this matter concerned Xianyu, so he couldn't ignore it. "You can get up." Imperial Physician Gu stood up. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Your Majesty, His Majesty's body is weak. Please restrain yourself when you do things." Imperial Physician Gu still remembered the first time he came to check on Xianyu. The young man only had one arm sticking out of the bed curtain. That arm was covered with red marks. Even the gaps between the fingers were covered. It was easy to imagine how serious the other parts of his body were. "I know I shouldn't ask about this matter, but His Majesty, I really can't stand your torment." Imperial Physician Gu felt the pressure around him getting lower and lower. He silently swallowed the rest of his words. "I know." Shang Junlin's face was a little dark. "Write a note for me." "Yes, Your Majesty." Xianyu slept comfortably. The next day, he felt much better. However, he still had some trouble walking. Xianyu didn't want others to see him lose his self-control. He spent almost all day on the soft bed. Fortunately, Shang Junlin knew that he was in the wrong and would massage his sore parts. The disaster in Subei was alleviated. The people who spread the rumors were arrested. However, the person behind the scenes was very calm. Even if many of their strongholds were destroyed, they still didn't reveal anything. Xianyu lay on Shang Junlin's lap. He played with the man's long hair. "Last time, Your Majesty said that you would tell the king of you about the thief. Does he know now?" "I asked the jailer to accidentally let it slip in front of him. That night, the king of you made a scene in the secret prison. The jailer was so angry that he kindly told the king of you everything related to the king of you's thief, the capital, and the king of you. In fact, if the king of you thought about it carefully, he would find that there were many things wrong with this matter. For example, why would the jailer tell him these things? For example, why would the jailer know these things so clearly? There were many suspicious points. Unfortunately, the king of you was so angry that he couldn't think of these things. In this life, the king of you had no chance to ascend the throne. Whether it was Xianyu or Shang Junlin, they wouldn't allow him to ascend the throne. Shen Qingran was also trapped in the Marquis Fu. Because of Xianyu's interference, in this life, the two had very little interaction, let alone develop feelings like in the previous life. Thinking of Shen Qingran, Xianyu felt that it was very interesting. At the same time, in the previous life, Shen Qingran was trapped in the imperial palace and couldn't enter or leave. In this life, he didn't enter the imperial palace but was still trapped. It was just that the location changed from the imperial palace to the Marquis Fu. He didn't know what Shen Qingran was thinking. Shen Qingran was naturally unwilling. The better Xianyu's life was, the more unwilling he was. However, he didn't know who ordered the servants in the Marquis Fu to talk about how Shen Guijun was favored outside his courtyard every few days. It was the same today. Shen Qingran was lying on the bed, tossing and turning. Suddenly, he heard the discussion outside the window. It wasn't loud, but it was just enough for him to hear clearly. It was as if they were talking deliberately to let him hear it. Did you see it today? His Majesty rewarded a lot of things. The Marquis was so happy today that he gave us a lot of rewards. Is it also because of Guijun this time? Otherwise, Guijun is the eldest legitimate son of the Marquis Fu. He can't be compared to any cat or dog. Some people relied on the Marquis's favor and jumped around more happily than anyone else. Look at them now, they were beaten back to their original state. A concubine's son is a concubine's son. He only has this little eyesight. Look at Guijun. That's the bearing that a legitimate son should have. Guijun is now favored by His Majesty. Finally, there's a silver lining. His Majesty really dotes on Guijun. I heard that Yuzhong Palace receives rewards every few days. They are all precious things. What His Majesty rewarded to the Marquis Fu is nothing compared to those. It's just a drizzle. Shen Qingran couldn't hear the rest of the words clearly. Jealousy was gnawing at his heart like a poisonous snake. The words of the servants were like needles stabbing at him. Those words circled around his mind, constantly reminding him that how glorious Xinyu was. He was a failure. He thought that he could always suppress Xinyu. However, he didn't know when their positions had been completely reversed. Xinyu was already standing at a height that he could only look up to. He had the emperor's only favor and was favored by thousands of people. Everyone had to lower their heads in front of him. But what about him? Could he only shrink in this small courtyard and spend the rest of his life? The light in Shen Qingran's eyes dimmed. No, he would never allow himself to end up like this. Xinyu, who was missed by Shen Qingran, was in a tug-of-war with Shang Junlin. Your Majesty, Xinyu held the quilt and stared at Shang Junlin vigilantly. I really can't. Why didn't you agree? Is it because he doesn't like me? For some reason, Xinyu felt that Shang Junlin's tone was a little sad. Before he could say anything, Shang Junlin leaned over and pulled him and the quilt together under his body. You obviously liked. Xinyu raised his hand to cover his mouth. Then, he felt something soft rubbing against his palm. Xinyu quickly withdrew his hand. There was a wet feeling in his palm. Xinyu's fingers curled up slightly in his sleeves. He realized that Shang Junlin liked his hand very much. When he did that, he especially liked to guide his hand to leave marks on his body. Previously, when he was worried about his body and didn't do it to the end, he also liked to let his hand hold him. Some memories uncontrollably emerged in his mind, and Xinyu's face gradually turned red. Shang Junlin propped himself on top of Xinyu and saw the changes on his face clearly. He laughed softly and said, "What is it you thinking about?" Xinyu pulled the quilt to cover half of his face and said, "Nothing." He could feel the heat on his face. His face must have turned completely red. It was rare to see Xinyu like this, so Shang Junlin didn't want to miss it. He propped his elbow on the side of Xinyu's face, lowered his body, and pulled down the quilt covering Xinyu's face with one hand. His face was almost touching Xinyu's face and he said, "Why are you blushing if you aren't thinking about anything? Is you shy?" "No." Xinyu refused to admit it. Without the quilt covering his face, Shang Junlin could clearly see every change in Xinyu. He saw that Xinyu's eyes flashed when he said this, and he couldn't help but glance to the side. He knew that Xinyu was being stubborn. The Xiaoyu was even more delicious. Shang Junlin opened his mouth and gently bit on Xinyu's blushing face. Xinyu suddenly opened his eyes and felt a wet feeling from the place where he was bitten. "Your Majesty, you, call my name," Shang Junlin whispered. "Alin?" Xinyu called out tentatively and found that the man was even more excited. He could feel it through the quilt. Xinyu silently moved to the side. Shang Junlin was unwilling to let go of him so easily. He pulled him back together with the quilt. "Let me look at you." Shang Junlin's voice was low and hoarse, with a desire to control himself. Xinyu had heard this man say "hug me tightly" in her ear countless times when she was at the peak. Not only his face, but Xinyu also felt that his body was starting to heat up. Shang Junlin slowly peeled Xinyu out of the quilt. The young man was only wearing a white nightgown. His long hair was gently draped over his back. His hair was black, and his skin was snow white. The light pink color spread out on his snow-white skin. Under the soft candlelight, he looked even more beautiful. Shang Junlin's eyes became darker and darker. Now, Xinyu was like a budding flower, waiting for the final rain to completely unfold. Shang Junlin had seen this flower in full bloom before. That was the result of his hard work. His watering made this flower bloom little by little, and also made this flower stained with his own imprint, from the inside out. The man's gaze was like a fire that could easily ignite everything. Xinyu felt a little thirsty and unconsciously licked his lips. He saw with his own eyes that because of this action, Shang Junlin's gaze became dangerous. Xinyu really wanted to continue covering himself with the quilt, but Shang Junlin would not give him the chance. The man lowered his head and kissed Xinyu's watery lips. Sucking, grinding, dancing, there were still traces on Xinyu's body, which were left by Shang Junlin last time. Soon, new traces covered the old ones one by one. On the white snow, the red plum blossoms slowly bloomed. The half-opened flower was forced to unfold, and it was dyed with another kind of scent from the inside out. Shang Junlin was very gentle this time. After Xinyu fell into a deep sleep, he was not woken up by him. This time, Xinyu slept very deeply and was not disturbed by nightmares. It would have been better if he did not wake up with some kind of sore feeling in the morning. The sky was not yet bright, and the man's scent was still wrapped around him. This was a rare morning when Xinyu woke up and Shang Junlin had not yet woken up. The man who had not yet woken up hugged him and gently rubbed against him. Xinyu bit his lower lip to prevent himself from making a sound. Joy and suffering alternated, and every moment became extremely difficult to bear. Fortunately, Shang Junlin woke up soon. You? Get out. Xinyu gritted his teeth. He was so angry that he even forgot about Shang Junlin's identity. Shang Junlin was silent. Obviously, he did not expect to encounter such a big impact when he woke up. Shang Junlin hugged the young man in his arms and did the opposite of what Xinyu wanted. Bastard, when the two of them woke up, it was already 2 hours later. Shang Junlin carried Xinyu to wash his body, put on clean clothes for him, and carried him to the soft bed. The palace servants lowered their heads to clean up the room. Xinyu lay on the soft bed weakly with his eyes slightly closed. He did not even have the strength to scold people now. On the other hand, Shang Junlin was full of energy and could not hide the fatigue on his face. Xinyu simply closed his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. Shang Junlin did not go to the morning court today. When it was almost time for the morning court, eunuch Meng stood outside the door and listened to the muffled sounds coming from the room. He did not know whether to open his mouth or not. Of course, he knew what such sounds meant, but he did not expect to hear it at this time. Listening to the faint sounds coming from inside, he was afraid that it would not end in a short time. Eunuch Meng looked at the closed door of the bedchamber awkwardly. Seeing that there was not enough time, Eunuch Meng gritted his teeth and knocked on the door. "Your Majesty, it's almost time for the morning court." The sounds inside stopped for a moment, but only for a moment. Eunuch Meng wiped his face, knowing that this was the answer from His Majesty. Therefore, on this day, the ministers who came to the morning court on time waited for more than 2 hours before they waited for the late emperor. The ministers looked at Shang Junlin with a frosty face and looked at each other. What happened? He looked like a husband who was chased out of his room by his wife. They did not know that Shang Junlin was chased out by Xinyu, who was angered by him early in the morning. Otherwise, today's morning court would have been cancelled. Because Shang Junlin was in a bad mood, the ministers also waited for a long time. They did not dare to provoke him, so they finished the morning court very efficiently. The morning court ended at about the same time as usual. When they walked out of the main hall, the ministers breathed a sigh of relief. What happened today? Not only is His Majesty late for more than 2 hours, but he is also in such a bad mood. A few of the ministers who had a good relationship with him gathered together and whispered. I'm not sure. Hasn't His Majesty been in a good mood these days? Last time, I made a mistake and thought I would be punished by His Majesty. I didn't expect His Majesty to let it go so easily. The situation in Subei has been very stable, and nothing major happened in the imperial court. What happened to His Majesty today? It can't be that he made His Majesty unhappy, right? A minister joked. Why is it that he made His Majesty unhappy and not the other way around? Another minister was puzzled. Jiang Huiqing followed behind the Prime Minister. When he heard this, he was a little worried. He gently pulled He Qingyu's sleeve. He Qingyu moved closer to him and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Did His Majesty really have a conflict with His Majesty today?" Afraid that others would hear, Jiang Huiqing lowered his voice. Will His Majesty really be angry with His Majesty? He Qingyu was a little amused. Why are you worried about this? Don't worry, His Majesty won't be angry with His Majesty. Why? Jiang Huiqing was puzzled. He Qingyu's fingers moved slightly. He wanted to rub Jiang Huiqing's hair, but he had to give up on the idea because there were too many people around. Look at His Majesty and His Majesty's interactions outside the palace. Do you think His Majesty will be angry with His Majesty? His Majesty will be angry with anyone but His Majesty. Jiang Huiqing recalled the few times he had interacted with the two outside the palace. He had to admit that He Qingyu was right. The ministers all guessed that something big was about to happen, but they didn't know that they were getting farther and farther away from the truth. In a certain courtyard. Sir, did we just take over the imperial court and destroy our stronghold? That's... You think I don't know? The man called Sir was hidden in the darkness. You think I want to see this result? This subordinate knows his mistake. The speaker knelt down and admitted his mistake. What's the situation in Subei? The supplies sent by the imperial court were directly sent to various small places. They didn't pass through the main city of Subei. Moreover, they were escorted by the army from beginning to end. We didn't know where to start. What about the people who asked you to fan the flames in Subei? The man's voice was filled with unconcealable anger. Sir, the subordinate swallowed his saliva. Apart from a few places, the rest failed. Even those few places were quickly suppressed, useless. The man was so angry that he smashed the things on the desk. What did you do? Not only did they fail to accomplish anything, they even lost all of their manpower? Didn't you say that the imperial court was transferring supplies to the people? It was such a good opportunity to fan the people. Why couldn't you do such a small thing? Sir, we're innocent. This matter seems to be different from what we thought. Those people not only didn't complain about the imperial court, but also defended. Defended? The man was puzzled. Shouldn't the imperial court have angered the people by doing such a thing? Sir, we've been deceived. Those supplies weren't forcibly conscripted at all. They were voluntarily given by the people. The fear in the subordinate's heart grew stronger. Not only the ordinary people, but also the vassals, aristocratic families, merchants. They all donated voluntarily. When the subordinates figured out this matter, they realized how wrong they were. Their plan was doomed to fail from the very beginning. So that's how it is. The man smiled darkly. No wonder it didn't succeed even once. It turns out that they already knew that we would make a move. Sir, what should we do next? Don't worry about those people and strongholds. Do it cleanly. Don't let the imperial court find more important things. The matter in Subei is about to end. Shang Junlin, oh Shang Junlin, what's the use of sending so many things to Subei? In the end, aren't you just going to benefit me? Ha ha ha. The two people in the room didn't notice that the corner of a black robe flashed across the roof, almost blending into the night. The matter in Subei had reached a critical period. When Shang Junlin returned to Yuzhong Palace after discussing the follow-up matters with the Prime Minister and other important ministers in the imperial study, it was already dark. What is Gu Jun doing? The first thing Shang Junlin asked after entering the door was Xinyu, is he uncomfortable today? Mushi shook her head. Gu Jun slept a little more during the day. He's now in the small study. Shang Junlin turned around and walked towards the small study. Xinyu was writing something. Under the candlelight, the young man's body was covered with a layer of halo. Shang Junlin raised his hand to signal the palace servants not to follow and walked in alone. Why isn't you resting on the soft couch? Shang Junlin habitually walked over and wanted to hug Xinyu. The young man quietly avoided him. Xinyu was sitting on a chair with a soft cushion. After sitting for a short while, Xinyu couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up with the note he had just written. Your Majesty, let's agree on 3 points. Shang Junlin took the note from Xinyu and was silent after reading it. It was a bit difficult for a person who had just experienced sex to abstain from sex. With you in my arms, it's hard for me not to be moved. Xinyu narrowed his eyes. Your Majesty can go back to your own palace or stay in the small study? Shang Junlin didn't want to choose either of them. It wasn't easy for him to get her. He didn't want to be separated from her for even a moment, let alone at night. He was already used to hugging his soft and fragrant lover to sleep. Now that the two of them had a physical relationship, he only wanted to stick to her even more. I don't want to move away, and I don't want to sleep in the small study room. You and I are husband and husband, so we should sleep together. Shang Junlin wouldn't leave no matter what. Xinyu wasn't surprised by this result. He raised his eyebrows. If you want to stay, it's possible. But can your Majesty guarantee that you will do what I wrote? Shang Junlin stepped forward and picked him up under the young man's stunned gaze. It's late, I'll take you to rest. He avoided answering Xinyu's question. Xinyu subconsciously grabbed the man's clothes when his body was suddenly suspended in the air. He leaned on the man's shoulder and didn't intend to easily change the topic. Your Majesty hasn't answered my question yet. Shang Junlin lowered his head and met Xinyu's teasing gaze. He carried Xinyu and walked out, discussing while walking. Doesn't you think that 10 days is too long? I don't think so. If it wasn't for your Majesty, I think 1 month is quite good. Xinyu shook his head. Eunuch Meng and the palace servants followed behind the two from a distance, so they couldn't hear their conversation clearly. I want to be closer to you. Doesn't you want to be closer to me? Shang Junlin didn't want to give up so easily. I did my homework in advance. You should be very comfortable. Xinyu didn't deny this point. It was comfortable, but it was also really tiring. Especially the next day, his legs almost didn't belong to him, and it was difficult for him to get out of bed. Has your Majesty found someone to test it? Xinyu narrowed his eyes slightly. The tone of this sentence seemed normal, but Shang Junlin could hear the coldness in it. He didn't stop walking, but there was a smile in his voice. Zhen spends all day with you. Shouldn't you be very clear about whether or not I've tried it on someone? There are times when we are not together. Xinyu snorted. That's for the morning court or discussions with the ministers in the imperial study. I also want to bring you there. If you is worried, why don't you follow me around all the time? Shang Junlin felt that this was a good suggestion and wished that Xinyu would agree immediately. No, I believe in your Majesty. Xinyu didn't even want to think about it and refused. His words were more of a joke, and he didn't really suspect Shang Junlin. I won't find someone else to test it on. Other than you, I won't do this kind of thing with anyone else. Shang Junlin lowered his head and kissed Xinyu. You can only do it with me. As for Yu's curiosity. Shang Junlin lowered his voice and whispered a few words in Xinyu's ear. He successfully saw the youth's earlobes turn red. I know. Your Majesty, you don't need to say any more. Xinyu repeatedly interrupted him, and his face became hotter and hotter. Shang Junlin stopped as Xinyu wished. After a moment, he continued, everything needs to be practiced diligently. The more skilled you are, the easier it will be to do it. You should also practice more with me. In the future, you won't be so unbearable. Xinyu couldn't believe that these words were said by Shang Junlin in a deadpan manner. Feeling Xinyu's incredulous gaze, Shang Junlin's lips curled up. You said, isn't that right? Your Majesty is really. His understanding was refreshed once again. The small study room was not far from the bedchamber. It didn't take long for them to arrive. The palace maids gently opened the door. Shang Junlin carried Xinyu and walked in. You don't need to follow me. Eunuch Meng stopped and stood guard outside the door with the palace maids. Shang Junlin put the youth on the bed and bent down. 10 days is too long. Do you have the heart to make me endure for so long? Shang Junlin was addicted to the taste. If it wasn't for cough, he wouldn't have refused to be separated from her for an entire night and even angered her in the morning. Xinyu was held under the man's body. When she raised her eyes, she could see the man's handsome face and his eyes that only had her in them. Xiang Zhenlin's eyes were the standard red phoenix eyes. His eyes were long and narrow, and his dark pupils were bottomless. It was like an abyss that chose people to devour. Xinyu tilted her head. Her heart was shaken for a moment. Stop, Xinyu put her finger on Xiang Zhenlin's lips, we can talk about the future. This time, it will take at least 10 days. If your majesty says one more word, it will be one more day. Xiang Zhenlin didn't dare to continue. Okay, I'm going to sleep. Xinyu glanced at Xiang Zhenlin's body. Your majesty, please take care of yourself. If there is a next time, your majesty can go to the small study room by yourself. Xiang Zhenlin made a fuss in the morning. Naturally, he didn't dare to do anything now. After washing up, he came back and took the sleeping youth into his arms. The youth spontaneously found a more comfortable position and fell into a deeper sleep. It was just that Xiang Zhenlin had suffered. His sweetheart was in his arms, and he was sleeping without any precautions. However, he couldn't do anything. On the other hand, Xinyu had a good sleep. After resting for a few days, Xinyu's body had almost recovered. During these few days, Xiang Zhenlin kept his promise. Except for the occasional kiss and hug, he didn't cross the line at all. Xinyu was like a frog in warm water for a few days. Later, Xiang Zhenlin occasionally crossed the line and did something. As long as it wasn't too excessive, Xinyu let him do whatever he wanted. After a sticky kiss, under Xinyu's angry gaze, Xiang Zhenlin took his hand out of her lapel. A trace of regret flashed in his eyes. After tidying up his lapel, Xiang Zhenlin took the initiative to talk about Subei to divert Xinyu's attention. Fang Jun has already met with Sun Zhao. The hidden dragon guards have also found enough evidence to get rid of these people once and for all. So, official Fang is about to complete his mission? Xinyu's attention was indeed diverted. He no longer cared about what Xiang Zhenlin had done just now. Official Fang was sent to Subei. Disaster relief was only one of his missions. More importantly, he had to find out what exactly had happened in Subei and solve it. Only a few people knew about this. Even the officials in the imperial court didn't know much about it. It should be in the next few days. Do you have any clues about the person behind the rumors, Your Majesty? Yes, it's just a coincidence. That person happened to be in contact with Subei and was caught by the hidden dragon guards. Fang Jun will get rid of him as well. Subei main city. Under the cover of the hidden dragon guards, Sun Zhao disguised himself as an inconspicuous servant and sneaked out of the residence in the middle of the night. Everything was silent. Only the sound of his own footsteps could be heard. Sun Zhao walked through the alley with ease. He arrived at the entrance of an inconspicuous pub and walked in. Official Fang had been staying here for a while. Official Fang was injured and half lying on the bed. The situation was urgent. If not for the hidden dragon guards protecting him, the long sword would have pierced his heart instead of his shoulder. Are you feeling better, official? Sun Zhao walked in. He only knew that official Fang was injured when he came looking for him. It was obvious who the assassin was. I'm fine. How's the situation outside? Official Fang forced himself to sit up. His face was even paler. Everything is as you expected. Are you sure you don't want to rest for a few more days? Sun Zhao looked worried. I'm fine. This matter can't be delayed. It's not easy to have such a good opportunity. I can't delay it. The spy in the Subei army has been caught. Fortunately, we found out in time. They didn't have deep roots. It was fortunate that there were no major problems within the Subei army. If there were problems within the Subei army, this matter would be very troublesome. While Fang Jun was taking action, the hidden dragon guards had also infiltrated the Subei army. They tracked down the remaining spies through one of the Subei army's spies. Fang Jun then contacted the higher-ups of the Subei army and secretly captured the spies. The interrogation was also handed over to the Subei army. After the interrogation, the Subei army reported the information to Fang Jun. Then, through the hidden dragon guards, Fang Jun targeted a few of the officials. It was also at this time that Fang Jun was attacked. The assassin wanted to kill Fang Jun but was stopped by the hidden dragon guards who were secretly protecting Fang Jun. Seeing that he couldn't escape, he killed himself and didn't leave any clues. Fang Jun had been assassinated more than once. He knew that the officials in the Subei army had probably sensed something and didn't want him to leave the Subei army alive. So, they took advantage of this assassination to hide in the dark. The hidden dragon guards had been hiding in the dark. After entering the Subei army, they didn't appear in the outside world. The officials in the Subei army didn't realize that the emperor's spies and claws had already infiltrated the Subei army. They were still feeling smug, thinking that they had solved a big problem. The official sent by the imperial court, Fang Jun, hasn't appeared in a long time, an official asked at the banquet. Isn't it normal for someone to disappear after doing something they shouldn't have? Another person answered with a wine cup in his hand. Everyone sitting there was dressed in brocade clothes. The dishes on the table were not inferior to palace banquets. There were fine wine and delicacies, and dancers to liven things up. It was a joyous occasion. This was a banquet that only the upper echelons of the Subei army had the right to enjoy. Being able to participate was equivalent to being treated as one's own. After so many years of development, the Subei army had long become a place where the emperor was far away. If one wanted to climb up the ranks and obtain a higher official position, the only way was to join them. As for the officials sent by the imperial court, they either colluded with them or met with accidents. In the Subei army, were they not the ones who had the final say in everything? These people were used to having things go smoothly and thought that everything was under their control. But they didn't know that the guillotine was already hanging over their heads. Sun Jiao sat in the second row. All these years, he had kept a low profile and didn't have any big conflicts with these local officials. He held his wine cup and lowered his eyes to take a sip. He didn't need to look to know who was sitting there. It's all thanks to Lord Sun that we were able to solve such a big problem this time. Come, let this official toast to you. Sun Jiao raised his wine cup and raised it. It's my duty. In order to infiltrate their inner circle, Sun Jiao had done many things against his will over the years. In the last assassination attempt on Fang Jun, he had also participated in it. But before the incident, he had told Fang Jun through the hidden dragon guard. Fang Jun had asked the other party to tell him 4 words, beat them at their own game. That was why Fang Jun was seriously injured. And under his deliberate actions, these people all thought that the assassination attempt was a success. Thus, there was this celebratory banquet and the perfect opportunity to catch all of them in one fell swoop. Toasts were exchanged, songs and dances were sung, and the strong wine was spicy. Just by looking at this place, who would have thought that the Subei army was experiencing a natural disaster? Actually, the most unexpected thing was that Lord Sun would help us. If we didn't have a clear understanding of the movements in the capital, we wouldn't have known that Fang Jun had such a motive, said the person sitting at the head of the table. Are you all talking about this official? A slightly amused voice sounded, and the hall immediately fell silent. The voices stopped. The officials in the hall looked in the direction of the voice, their faces filled with disbelief. A man in a dark red official's robe leisurely strolled in. Every step he took was like walking on the tip of their hearts. Wasn't it said that Fang Jun was dead? Then what had appeared in front of them today? A person or a ghost? Just what had happened? Questions popped up in their minds, but no one answered them. Some people even cautiously looked down. When they saw Fang Jun's shadow, they breathed a sigh of relief. It was better to be a person than a ghost. You all don't seem to welcome this official? Fang Jun restrained the smile on his face. He didn't show any anger. How could that be? The first official to react forced a smile. We just didn't expect Lord Fang to suddenly come. That's right. Fang Jun nodded in agreement, but his next words made everyone's heart sink. How could a dead person suddenly appear at your celebration banquet? Lord Fang, what are you saying? How could we? Fang Jun waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to say more. He walked in like he was strolling through his own garden. You all are living very comfortably here. If this official hadn't come all the way here and truly felt that Subei was suffering from a drought, I would have suspected that someone deliberately leaked the news. Could it be that the imperial court didn't receive news of the drought in Subei because none of the officials felt that there was a natural disaster in Subei? With each sentence that Lord Feng spoke, the faces of the people present grew uglier. They were all from Subei, so how could they not be aware of the situation there? They were just hoping for a fluke and wanted to stall for time so that the news wouldn't reach the imperial court. They had already delayed for so long, so they didn't care if they delayed for a few more days. In any case, they weren't the ones who were starving. Feng Jun didn't need to ask to know what they were thinking. He also didn't intend to argue with them. They had done something they shouldn't have done, and how much damage they had caused. Every debt would be settled by the imperial court. Food can be eaten carelessly, but words can't be spoken carelessly. Does Lord Feng know what you're saying? The person sitting at the head of the table stood up, displeased. There was a faint sense of unease in his heart, but he couldn't show it. Moreover, he had spies all over Subei. If something really was going to happen, he shouldn't have not heard the slightest bit of it. At this moment, he subconsciously ignored Feng Jun's sudden appearance. He didn't get the news in advance. Lord Ho, are you angry because your thoughts have been exposed? I didn't understand it before, but I do now. If this is what we see every day, it's no wonder we can't see that the outside world is already filled with starving people. Don't you think so, Lord Ho? Lord Feng stood below and looked straight at Lord Ho. There was a fire in his eyes. It was anger. Although Feng Jun did not show it on his face, he was really angry at the moment, especially after seeing this scene. Even His Majesty, who was most qualified to enjoy these luxurious pleasures, had not done so. How dare these people? As if burned by the fiery light in Feng Jun's eyes, Lord Ho averted his gaze, not daring to meet it. Lord Feng must be joking. This official lives in Subei, so how could I turn a blind eye to the disaster in Subei? Today's banquet was only held because I saw that the situation in Subei had improved. I wanted to let my tense subordinates relax a little. Is that so? Lord Feng suddenly smiled. Is it really not to get rid of this official, this rock in the way? Lord Ho didn't expect Feng Jun to be so direct. His expression changed again and again. He looked towards the corner of the hall and made a gesture with his hand hanging by his side. No matter how Feng Jun escaped, since he dared to come here alone, he shouldn't blame him for using his own blood to liven things up. But Lord Ho waited for a long time. The hall was still quiet. The singing and dancing had stopped long ago, and the people he had arranged didn't move either. What was going on? Lord Ho panicked. He walked over to Feng Jun and asked sternly, "What did you do?" At this moment, his nerves that had been numbed by alcohol finally recovered some of their sobriety. He thought of more things that didn't seem right. For example, he had arranged for people to wait outside. Why didn't Feng Jun notify him when he came in? For example, Feng Jun was clearly a dead person. How could he appear here so openly? Before this, he hadn't heard any news at all. Shouldn't this official be asking you this? Feng Jun's face was cold. Lord Ho, what did you do? Did His Majesty give Su Bei to you to let you watch the people starve to death? So you didn't die. Lord Ho laughed heartily. But what can you do by coming here alone? Being scolded won't hurt me at all. On the other hand, Lord Feng, you've walked right into my trap. I'd like to see how you're going to escape this time. Come, this person is pretending to be an official of the imperial court. Arrest him. Lord Ho tried to sound fierce. There's no need to struggle, Lord Ho. Sun Jiao straightened his clothes and stood up. Lord Ho, there's no need to deceive yourself. No matter how you shout, the people you arranged to protect you won't appear. You also lied to this official? Lord Ho's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. This official thinks that I've treated you well. Why did you do this? That's right, my lord has treated me well, but I'm first and foremost a citizen of the Great Huan Kingdom, and second, I'm your subordinate. Oh, that's not right, I'm an official of the Great Huan Kingdom. My lord should wake up, Subei belongs to the Great Huan Kingdom, and not your personal property. This official was saying that the news of Subei's drought wasn't allowed to spread outside. So it was you. You were the one who reported the news to the imperial court. Sun Jiao didn't deny it. The other officials had long been confused by this scene. They looked at the three of them in confusion. This official should have known that you were left behind by that person. How could you be on the same side as Subei? Lord Ho muttered. Lord Ho, you're wrong. This official has always been on the same side as Subei. It's just that Lord Ho's heart is biased. Sun Jiao retorted mercilessly. Orderly footsteps sounded. There was a commotion outside. Sun Jiao and Fang Jun looked at each other. The Subei army had arrived. Fang Jun did not travel with the Northern Su army. He had arrived earlier and brought a few hidden dragon guards with him. The hidden dragon guards had quietly taken care of the people outside while he entered the main hall alone. If there were any changes, he would inform the hidden dragon guards hiding outside and ask the Northern Su army to change their plans. If the plan went according to plan, the Northern Su army would arrive within an hour. As soon as he entered the main hall, he observed the situation inside. Then, according to the plan, he informed the hidden dragon guards outside. When the Subei army broke into the main hall, Lord Ho's expression changed completely. When did you contact the Subei army? The existence of the Subei army had always been a thorn in Lord Ho's heart. If such a powerful force could be used by him, no one would be unhappy. However, if this force couldn't be used by him, what would happen? It would be like a fishbone stuck in his throat. The existence of the Subei army constantly reminded him that he could never be the true master of the Subei army. How could he, who had long regarded the Subei army as his own, tolerate this? Over the years, he had spent a lot of effort to plant his own men in the Subei army. Until now, it was somewhat effective. Why didn't he inform the imperial court about the drought in the Subei army? He just wanted to buy time and use this opportunity to gain a deeper understanding of the Subei army. Once the Subei army was under his command, he would naturally ask the imperial court for help. After all, it was a large sum of money and resources. How could he let go of something that was delivered to him for free? Lord Ho doesn't need to worry about this. Lord Fang nodded to the leader of the Subei army. Take them all away. These people were locked up in the government office that they had previously occupied. However, this time, they were living in a dark and damp prison. Fang Jun finished dealing with everything. Just as he was about to say something, his vision suddenly turned black and he fell forward. Lord Fang. Sun Jiao instinctively wanted to catch him, but the two of them were not close enough. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. Fortunately, the general of the Subei army, who had been discussing the matter with him, reacted quickly and caught him, preventing him from falling to the ground. Quick, call Imperial Physician Wu over. Sun Jiao ordered a servant to bring him over. He smiled wryly and cupped his hands to the general of the Subei army. Thank you, General Wei. I will have to trouble you with the following matters. Lord Fang, this is. Lord Fang was originally injured. This time, he forced himself to carry out the operation. At the time, in order to avoid being discovered by Lord Ho's men, he didn't dare to call for a doctor. He only treated him carelessly. Fortunately, Imperial Physician Wu happened to be in the main city these 2 days. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the government office. After treating Lord Fang's wound and bandaging it, Imperial Physician Wu washed his hands. Fortunately, Lord Fang's foundation is good. I will give him a prescription. He will recover in a few days. Sun Jiao, who was standing guard at the side, breathed a sigh of relief. He was also involved in the assassination plan. If something really happened to Lord Fang, he would feel uneasy. This time, the memorial was sent to Shang Junlin as quickly as possible. Along with it, the Subei army and Sun Jiao wrote a separate report. It was also at this time that Xinyu and Shang Junlin found out that Fang Jun was injured. The memorial was sent to Shang Junlin in the form of a secret letter. The imperial court would receive the official news a little later. Without Lord Ho and the other officials interfering, the memorial to the Subei army could be sent to the imperial court. Fortunately, Your Majesty sent the hidden dragon guards to secretly protect Lord Fang. Including this time, Lord Fang has been assassinated no less than 5 times. Those people are really unwilling to give up. Xinyu sighed. Fang Jun is a threat to them. Naturally, they won't let him go easily. The hidden dragon guards also found out many secrets. These years, the officials who died for no reason in the Subei army were more or less related to them. Shang Junlin's voice was slightly cold. Your Majesty, how do you plan to deal with these people? Are you going to bring them back or deal with them directly in the Subei army? This time, many officials were arrested and involved a lot of things. If they were to be brought back to the capital, it would be too easy for there to be unforeseen events. I don't plan to bring them back. Let them stay in the Subei army to comfort the souls of those who died because of them. That's good too. Their crimes should be announced to the entire Dahuan. What about the person who spread the rumors? Does your Majesty know who it is? We'll know soon. The bait had been thrown. They were just waiting for the big fish to bite. When does your Majesty plan to deal with those people in the Subei army? Xinyu leaned on Shang Junlin and moved. You, what do you think? Shang Junlin raised his hand and touched Xinyu's face. Your Majesty, let's set the time 10 days later. At least the first person to be executed will be on that day. In fact, this time was a little rushed. However, Shang Junlin didn't ask much and only replied, okay. Your Majesty, aren't you going to ask me why I want to set the date? Xinyu turned around and looked at Shang Junlin with burning eyes. Shang Junlin stared deeply at Xinyu for a while, his eyes seeming as if he wanted to see into Xinyu's heart. It was as if nothing could be hidden, as if the secrets that had been hidden for so long were about to be exposed to the light of day. Xinyu couldn't help but feel a little nervous, his fingers slightly curling at his sides. In the end, Shang Junlin only raised his hand to stroke the hair on his temples. Wait until Yu is willing to speak, then tell us. Shang Junlin knew better than anyone that Xinyu had countless secrets. Not delving into it didn't mean that he didn't care. He just didn't want to force Xinyu to do anything. He was willing to wait for the day when Xinyu would open his heart and tell him everything. Xinyu gently leaned against Shang Junlin and whispered, actually, I can't say for sure. It might rain in 10 days. It's just a matter of time. It can happen any time. Subei really should give the people an explanation as soon as possible. The mass imprisonment of the high-ranking officials caused quite a stir in Subei. The people were confused and gathered together to discuss the matter. What's going on? Why were Lord Ho and the others suddenly arrested? Wasn't Lord Feng sent by the imperial court to provide disaster relief? Why did he arrest the other officials? It had to be said that Lord Ho and the others had done a good job on the surface. At the very least, the people of Subei were willing to speak up for them. But in other places, the people unconditionally trusted Lord Feng. Have you heard? The high-ranking officials of the main city have all been arrested by Lord Feng. I heard. Sure enough, the heavenly Dao reincarnates. They used the disaster relief funds to expand their private coffers. Sooner or later, they will pay the price. No wonder we haven't seen Lord Feng in this period of time. It turns out that he went to the main city to deal with the officials who pocketed money. I also heard a small piece of news. I don't know if it's true or not, but it said that at the beginning, there were officials who reported our situation to the imperial court. But for some reason, this report wasn't sent to the capital. We waited for a long time for the imperial court's people to arrive. It turns out that it's because someone is interfering and doesn't want the imperial court to help us. I don't understand. Doing this won't benefit Subei at all. Look at how many people have died in this period of time. If the people of the imperial court hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid there would have been even more casualties. Are you stupid? Think about it. If the imperial court doesn't send anyone over, wouldn't the ones who save us be the high-ranking officials in the main city? At that time, those people only need to say that the imperial court deliberately ignored us to incite our dissatisfaction with the imperial court. From there, we'll be grateful to the culprit who caused all this. After listening to the analysis, the others came to a sudden realization and cursed. This dog official is really inhumane. Well done. You want us to be grateful to them? Dream on. Fortunately, the lord sent by the imperial court saw through their scheme. In just a few days, the news had spread to every part of Subei. The people in the main city also understood the ins and outs of the matter from the explanations of the people sent by Lord Feng. They had always known that the drought in Subei was very serious, but the main city had relief every day, so it wasn't as if they couldn't get by. Everything in the city was stable, so their perception wasn't so clear. It was only now that the blindfolds over their eyes had been removed that they could see just how serious the situation in Subei was. It turned out that the stability they had thought of was a man-made illusion. They would secretly send the sick out of the main city and casually throw them somewhere, telling the people in the city that they were being brought to a centralized place for treatment. At the same time, they would seal the city gates, forbidding the people inside from leaving and the people outside from entering. As the news didn't spread, the people in the city never noticed that something was wrong. At the end of his speech, Sun Chao's tone was filled with uncontrollable anger. I don't know about any of this. They must have sent their trusted aides to do this. Those people who were sent out of the main city probably didn't have much luck. Not only was there no one to take care of them when they were sick, they were also left in the wilderness without medicine or food. One could easily imagine their fate. No matter what, send people to look for them. Save as many as you can, Lord Feng ordered, even though he knew that the chances of those people surviving were very small. Under Lord Feng's command, Subei's main city operated in an orderly manner. Lord Feng learned about Xianyu's actions in the capital from the people who came from the capital. He knew that he couldn't let anyone take advantage of the loopholes and stir up conflict between the people of Subei. Thus, he sent people to blend in with the people and guide them to see the truth of the matter. Lord, what did the imperial court say? Should we detain those people back to the capital? Sun Zhao asked. There were quite a lot of people arrested this time. If they were to detain all of them back to the capital, they would have to spend a lot of effort and manpower considering the possible situations that might arise along the way. His Majesty said that we can deal with them directly in Subei. He also set a date for us to execute these people before that day. Hearing the date mentioned by Lord Feng, Sun Zhao was surprised. Why is it so rushed? Don't worry about what His Majesty thinks. Go make the arrangements. Lord Feng patted him on the shoulder. Fortunately, they had already collected all the evidence. After receiving the order, the evidence was released one by one. It was also at this time that the people of Subei's main city realized for the first time that the officials they trusted had committed countless crimes. So, my sick father wasn't actually sent for treatment, but directly thrown out of the main city? The moment he heard the news, the young man covered his face and knelt on the ground. He would never be able to forgive himself for pushing his father to his death. He wasn't the only one who was devastated. I was wondering why we weren't allowed to visit him. It turns out that it's because he's long gone. How can we visit him without him? And I was so stupid to believe it. These dog officials, I'm going to kill them. The people who were stimulated by the sudden bad news were filled with regret and hatred. After all, no one could accept the fact that they had personally pushed their loved ones to their deaths. Feng Jun and Sun Zhao watched this scene from afar. On the day of the execution, let them come and watch the execution. Call more people to stand guard. The hatred in their hearts had to be vented. The evidence of their crimes was also handed over to the imperial palace. During the morning court session, the Prime Minister announced the news from Subei one by one. Upon hearing this, the hall was instantly thrown into chaos. That batch of supplies was actually stolen by the officials of Subei? They hid it and refused to report it only because they wanted to control the Subei army? The people can't even fill their stomachs, yet they're still in the mood to drink and make merry, completely ignoring the disaster. These people are simply unworthy of being officials. Lying about taxes, oppressing the people, colluding with bandits, robbing passers-by of their wealth, intercepting and killing fleeing citizens, each and every one of these things that were placed on an official made people feel that it was ridiculous. Severe punishment, this matter must be severely punished. The minister's opinions reached a high level of unity. The actions of the officials of Subei were undoubtedly trampling on the authority of the imperial court. From the emperor to the ministers, no one could tolerate this. At the same time, the Prime Minister announced the decision to execute these people on the spot. The ministers once more began to quarrel over whether or not they should be escorted back and executed. Shang Junlin propped up his forehead with one hand, bored to death as he watched the red-faced officials argue. Suddenly, his gaze paused for a moment on an official who was pretending to be calm, but before he could be noticed, he lightly looked away. The bait had worked. In the end, neither side could convince the other, so they all turned to Shang Junlin and said, "Your Majesty, please make a decision. Let's do as Lord Feng says." Although those who felt that the officials should be escorted back to the capital were dissatisfied, they could only accept. After the court session, the officials dispersed, leaving the Prime Minister behind. I really didn't think that those people would be so bold as to even touch something sent by the imperial court. They probably think that the imperial court is too far away to do anything about Subei. They didn't even think about how His Majesty would tolerate others coveting his things. After staying in Subei for so long, they really think that they're the master of Subei. With such a big incident happening in the previous dynasty, the harem had also heard the news. Xinyu saw Mushi's angry expression and found it a bit funny. Still angry? Aren't these people about to receive the punishment they deserve? Mushi, this servant just can't stand it. Xinyu, I didn't expect Mushi to be someone who abhors evil. Mushi, Gongzi, don't make fun of this servant. This servant really can't understand why they would do such a thing. Xinyu, power blinds the eyes. Since they couldn't control themselves, they should have known that there would be a day when they would pay for their sins. Xinyu had dealt with many such people in his previous life. For power and money, some people could give up everything. A mere conscience was worthless in the eyes of those people. Shang Junlin asked the Prime Minister to stay behind to discuss the follow-up of the incident in Subei, as well as how to deal with the person who spread the rumors. This person hid very deeply in the imperial court. If it wasn't for Shang Junlin's deliberate delay in the incident in Subei, this person might not have exposed himself. Why did Your Majesty let Feng Jun execute those people on the spot? The Prime Minister was somewhat puzzled. According to the usual practice, those people should be escorted to the capital to receive the final trial. This way, it would be more beneficial for the imperial court and the imperial family to establish their power. Shang Junlin stood with his hands behind his back. When he heard the question, he turned around and said lightly, "I naturally have my reasons for doing so." After dealing with official business, Shang Junlin returned to Yuzhong Palace. Xinyu was asking Mushi about the flower sent by Prince An. He thought about it and felt that this flower was a bit strange. This flower is also magical. Ever since it bloomed that day, there have been no signs of withering. After so many days, it's still blooming very well. Mushi had never seen a flower that could bloom for so long. What flower? Shang Junlin walked over. It's the flower sent by Prince An previously. Mushi said that the flower hasn't withered yet. I want to see it. This flower had been in the palace for so long and nothing had happened. There were also specialists who came to take a look at it and said that this flower was not poisonous. Shang Junlin also asked the imperial physicians to treat the palace servants who took care of the flower and confirmed that there were no problems with their bodies. If you want to see it, go ahead. Speaking of which, the date when this flower blooms is interesting. It happened to be a date that Shang Junlin had a deep memory of. If Your Majesty knows the specific time when it blooms, you might be even more surprised. Xinyu mentioned the time. Shang Junlin silently calculated. What a coincidence. While they were talking, the two of them had already arrived at the place where the flower was placed. From afar, the flower bloomed beautifully among the other flowers and plants. When they got closer, Xinyu did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the petals were leaning towards him. Shang Junlin also saw it. He looked at the flower and then looked at Xinyu. There was a trace of uncertainty in his voice. This flower seems to like you very much. Xinyu had been thinking about this flower for the past few days. When he saw it today, he didn't feel anything special. It was just a beautiful flower. Hearing Shang Junlin's words, Xinyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Your Majesty, what are you talking about? It's just a flower. Halfway through his words, Xinyu suddenly stopped because he found that the flower was swaying slightly with his movements. Xinyu looked at Shang Junlin. Both of their eyes were full of disbelief. This flower, Xinyu turned his head to look at the flower. The flower was swaying without any wind. The color of the petals was much lighter than when he first saw it. It was like a transparent jade. The petals were slightly curled and stretched outwards layer by layer. It was beautiful. Shang Junlin called the palace servant who was in charge of taking care of the flower. When you were taking care of the flower, did you find anything wrong with it? No, the palace servant thought for a while. No, there is one thing. This flower occasionally moves. Isn't it normal for it to be blown by the wind? Shang Junlin asked calmly. I dare not deceive you. There were several times when the flower moved, but there was no wind. The palace servant plopped down on his knees. I don't mean to blame you. Get up. Xinyu saw that the palace servant was frightened by Shang Junlin, so he said helplessly. It seemed that the flower didn't move only because of him. Xinyu was inexplicably relieved. Your Majesty, why do you think Prince An sent such a flower from thousands of miles away? Xinyu couldn't figure it out. Under his hint, the other vassals sent gold, silver, and jewelry in a very simple way. Only Prince An sent such a flower from afar. I've sent people to secretly investigate King An's fief, but they didn't find a second flower like this. It's said that King An obtained this flower by chance and sent it over because he thought it was pretty. He even sent it along with a big gift. Shang Junlin didn't plan to keep the flower at first. He didn't feel at ease leaving something of unknown origin with Xinyu. However, he felt that he would regret throwing the flower away. Prince An wouldn't dare to brazenly tamper with the things he sent over, so he kept the flower. Xinyu continued to observe the flower. The branches and leaves were green, and it was about half the height of a person. There was only one flower, and it was surrounded by the branches and leaves like stars surrounding the moon. It seemed to be emitting a lustrous light. This flower can't really glow at night, right? Xinyu couldn't help but think. Everything was covered by the curtain of night. It was as if this flower was the only source of light left between heaven and earth. It attracted creatures like moths to a flame. The petals unfolded to the extreme, revealing the white bead that was wrapped inside. What was that? Xinyu couldn't help but get closer. He wanted to take a closer look, but he was suddenly pulled back to reality by a voice that rang in his ears. You. Xinyu turned around. There was still confusion in his eyes. What? His hand was grabbed by the man. Shang Junlin stared at him. You wanted to pick that flower just now. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Xinyu to respond. He held him tightly in his arms and took a step back. The way he looked at the flower became unfriendly. Wrapped in the man's biting cold breath, Xinyu's muddled thoughts finally returned to normal. When he looked at the flower again, his eyes were filled with emotions. It was too strange. It seemed like he was the only one affected. Xinyu suppressed the various thoughts in his mind. He patted Shang Junlin to comfort him. I'm fine. I misjudged it just now. Shang Junlin was still worried. He carefully checked Xinyu's body. He was no longer curious about the flower. He carried him out. Eunuch Meng saw Shang Junlin carrying Xinyu out. He hurriedly greeted him, Your Majesty, summon Imperial Physician Gu. Shang Junlin didn't stop walking. He carried Xinyu to the bedchamber. Eunuch Meng didn't dare to delay. He trotted to summon Imperial Physician Gu. Xinyu carefully felt his body. He leaned against Shang Junlin's chest. I'm really fine. The flower didn't cause him any discomfort. Imperial Physician Gu was drying the medicine. He was called to Yuzhong Palace by Eunuch Meng. He thought something serious had happened. After entering, he saw that Xinyu's face was normal. On the contrary, Shang Junlin's face didn't look good. After Imperial Physician Gu finished checking Xinyu's pulse, he put down his hand. Something flashed in his mind, but it disappeared before he could catch it. Imperial Physician Gu asked Xinyu a few more questions. Xinyu answered them one by one. Imperial Physician Gu pondered, I want to take a look at the flower first. Shang Junlin ordered the palace servants to bring Imperial Physician Gu over. Not long after, Imperial Physician Gu came back, Your Majesty, don't worry. There's nothing wrong with your body. I went to take a look at the flower. It won't cause any harm to the human body. Although Imperial Physician Gu guaranteed that there was no problem, Shang Junlin was still scared. For the next few days, he had to keep an eye on Xinyu at all times. He also didn't allow Xinyu to see the flower again. However, Xinyu really wanted to see it again. He later asked around. Other than him, no one else who came into contact with the flower showed any abnormal behavior. He wanted to know if what happened that day was inevitable or just a coincidence. Of course, after that day, Shang Junlin was very angry. He ordered people to clean up the place where the flower was placed. In fact, he also knew that it wasn't necessarily a problem with the flower. It was possible that someone did something to the place where the flower was placed. Wasn't Xinyu plotted against on the day he entered the palace? Needless to say, they really did find something. It's a hallucinogenic drug. The dosage is very small. Imperial physician Gu took the small piece of wood and put it under his nose to smell it. Such a small dosage won't have any effect on the human body. Just by smelling it, it will be quickly metabolized. No wonder we didn't find anything wrong with your body that day. Shang Junlin exuded a cold aura. The small piece of wood was found on the flower rack. It was obvious that someone deliberately put it there. Shang Junlin strictly guarded it, but he didn't expect that someone would still tamper with it. He ordered people to bring the flower rack over. Shang Junlin said coldly, "Imperial physician Gu, see if there's anything else here." Imperial physician Gu walked around the flower rack and shook his head, replying, "To your majesty, there's nothing else." Xinyu walked over with a veil. The veil was soaked with medicine, which was specially made by Imperial physician Gu. Xinyu's body was weaker than ordinary people. Many medicines that were not important to ordinary people could affect him. Xinyu was also interested in the things that caused hallucinations. He wanted to take a look, so he thought of this method. The veil was not transparent, only revealing a pair of clear eyes. Xinyu's eyes were very beautiful. The corners of his eyes were slightly raised. When he wasn't smiling, he gave people a feeling that he was smiling. Especially when half of his face was covered, the charm of his eyes was even more prominent. How was this piece of wood found? Xinyu lowered his head and looked at the piece of wood that was placed on the small table. It was about 2 fingers wide and the color of the flower rack was the same as the color of the flower rack. It was inlaid on the inside so it couldn't be found. This was an accident. When he saw Xinyu, Shang Junlin's cold aura immediately disappeared. There was a little palace maid who was careless. When she was moving flowers, she accidentally knocked down the rack. This piece of wood fell out and was found by the palace maid in charge. The palace maid knew that the emperor was investigating, so she didn't dare to hide anything. When she found the piece of wood, she immediately reported it. What happened next was what Xinyu saw. The flowers and plants were all moved to other places. Xinyu walked around, but he didn't see the flower that Prince sent. He walked to Shang Junlin and poked his arm. "Your Majesty, where's the flower?" "I put it somewhere else." "Don't worry, I won't throw it away." Knowing that Xinyu's abnormality that day had nothing to do with the flower, Shang Junlin's hostility towards the flower was not so big. "Who put this piece of wood in here?" "It's a clever idea. We're still investigating." Shang Junlin took advantage of the situation and put his arm around Xinyu's waist and pulled him away. "You, don't get too close." The position of the piece of wood was next to the flower that Prince sent. No wonder Xinyu was affected when he was near the flower. What does this person want to do? Let the emperor mistakenly think that Prince harmed me? When we catch the person, we'll know what they want to do. Shang Junlin's tone was gentle, but his eyes were cold. Xinyu and Shang Junlin stayed here for a while. Eunuch Meng came in and said that a minister was looking for Shang Junlin. Xinyu left with him. The person who entered the palace was the prime minister, and it was for the matter of Subei. The upper-level officials of Subei were arrested, leaving a large number of vacancies. These positions were temporarily filled by people sent by the imperial court, but this was not a long-term plan. They had to arrange for suitable officials as soon as possible. Not all of the local officials were in cahoots. This was especially true for the smaller cities around. There were quite a few responsible officials. Lord Fong selected some of them and transferred them to the main city to take up positions. There were also some minor officials who were already serving in the main city. Based on their strength, Fong Jun kept some of them and sent the rest to the smaller cities to temper themselves. The officials from the imperial court who had come with him to provide disaster relief were also called to the main city by him to temporarily take over some of their duties. Lord Ho and the others had operated in Subei for many years and had a deep foundation. Although they had now been captured, the network of connections they had left behind could not be cut off overnight. In order to clean up the mess, Fong Darren was very busy. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the day of the execution. The sky in Subei was still clear, and there was no sign of rain. Early in the morning, the common people who learned that Lord Ho and the others were about to be executed rushed to the execution site. Those who had passed away would not return, but they could at least see the culprits receive their due punishment. The criminals were escorted to the execution site. In the face of the bloody scene that was about to happen, not a single one of the common people showed any fear. There was excitement in their eyes, a desire to get rid of them as soon as possible, pleasure, and hatred, but there was no fear. Feng Darren sat on the main seat while Sun Jiao sat below. Sensing the angry glares from the execution site, he smiled and looked back. The time has come. The sharp blade was raised high and brought down. It was as if all the sins had been cut off. The smell of blood filled the air as a sacrifice to the souls of those who had died unjustly. Rumble, when the last person was executed, a large dark cloud drifted over and covered the scorching sun. The people watching the execution looked up in a daze, cold drops of water falling on their faces. It was raining. Right after these evil officials were executed, it was raining. The common people knelt in the direction of the imperial city and shouted, "Long live His Majesty." Even Fang Jun, who was used to seeing big scenes, was at a loss for a moment when he personally experienced this moment. No one would have thought that the rain that Subei had been looking forward to for so long would fall at this moment and at such a time. When the news reached the imperial court, everyone was shocked. "Ah, you." As soon as Shang Junlin walked in, he pulled the young man into his arms. "Sometimes, I wonder if Ayu is an immortal sent by the heavens and will return to the heavens after completing the mission. Or, Ayu is a fairy among flowers. That flower will only show affection to Ayu, and Ayu can control the rain." As Shang Junlin spoke, he impatiently planted kisses on Xinyu's face, as if he wanted to use this method to confirm Xinyu's existence. Xinyu worriedly touched Shang Junlin's forehead. What happened to His Majesty? Why did he start talking nonsense? The kiss on his face was intimate and hurried. Xinyu could feel the strong uneasiness coming from Shang Junlin. It was the first time he personally experienced such a big emotional fluctuation from Shang Junlin. "I'm not sick." Shang Junlin's lips were pressed against Xinyu's forehead. His breath sprayed onto Xinyu's skin. He grabbed Xinyu's hand and placed it in his palm. "I'm not sick." "Why did your Majesty suddenly say such a thing?" "I'm just an ordinary person. How could I be the immortal that your Majesty mentioned?" However, Shang Junlin couldn't listen to him now. He was trapped in his own conjecture. The more he thought about it, the more reasonable he felt it was. If you're not an immortal, how could you know so many things? How could he know that it would rain in Subei? Which one of the things that Xinyu took out wasn't unprecedented? Xinyu opened his mouth and found that he couldn't explain it. The matter of his rebirth was too shocking. He hadn't thought about whether to tell Shang Junlin. This was the biggest secret buried in his heart, and also his biggest trump card. However, he soon heard the main point from Shang Junlin's words. "It's raining in Subei?" The shocked expression on his face didn't seem to be fake. Shang Junlin stared at him for a while. "Shouldn't you have known about it long ago? Why would your Majesty think that I knew about it long ago? If your Majesty hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have known about it. Wasn't it you who made it rain in Subei?" As he spoke, Shang Junlin stared at Xinyu's face, not missing a single change in his expression. "Why would your Majesty think so?" Xinyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "How could I make it rain in Subei?" The time was set by Ayu. Shang Junlin finally regained some rationality and sat down on the couch with Xinyu in his arms. Subei sent back news that after the execution, there was a heavy rain in Subei. The rain lasted for several days. Now, the disaster in Subei has basically been alleviated. Why does your Majesty think that the rain has something to do with me? Xinyu raised his eyebrows. Because the time was too coincidental. It happened at the moment when the execution ended. Shang Junlin rubbed Xinyu's fingers. When the news came back, his first reaction was that the rain had something to do with Xinyu. Otherwise, how could he explain why Xinyu chose such a time? At that moment, he was very glad that he didn't expose Xinyu when he gave the order. Then, fear welled up in his heart. All kinds of mysteries were connected, and he increasingly felt that Xinyu was a rumored immortal. Your Majesty, the rain in Subei really has nothing to do with me. I just checked the ancient books and found that there is a heavy rain in Subei every year at this time. So, I set the time before the heavy rain in previous years. If it doesn't rain, it won't cause any loss to us. If it rains, there will be more room for manipulation later. Xinyu didn't want Shang Junlin to continue with this dangerous idea. He knew this man. If he really believed that he was an immortal who could leave at any time, he didn't know what he would do. And this sentence wasn't a lie. It was just that he had an extra memory of his previous life and was sure that it would rain during this time of year. As for the specific time of the rain, it would be after the execution, which he didn't expect. Your Majesty, if you don't believe me, you can read my notes. In order to calculate a relatively small range, Xinyu had checked a lot of things about Subei during this period of time. He also copied down the time of the autumn rain and combined it with the later records of his previous life to deduce the approximate time range. Xinyu's manuscripts were placed not far away. Shang Junlin's thoughts came back and remembered that Xinyu had asked him for books. You asked for so many books at that time for this? Otherwise? Xinyu looked at him reproachfully. Your Majesty, shouldn't you know that I have never liked to read these? I thought you had changed your taste. When Xinyu mentioned it, Shang Junlin remembered that for a period of time, Xinyu had stopped reading novels and turned to books that recorded the situation of various places. Xinyu took the notes and put them in front of Shang Junlin. Your Majesty, take a look at them yourself. After Shang Junlin finished flipping through the notes, his tightly knitted brows gradually relaxed. At that time, I thought Your Majesty would ask. Xinyu saw that Shang Junlin was no longer tense, and the stone in his heart was slightly lifted. He complained half-jokingly, if Your Majesty had asked at that time, I could have asked for a reward. What does you want? It's not too late to say it now. When the matter in Subei is over, Your Majesty, accompany me to the farmstead to stay for a few days. Every year at this time, I will stay for a few days. Shang Junlin was feeling guilty, so naturally, he would do whatever Xinyu said. Ayu has worked hard. Shang Junlin hugged her again, but I'm afraid that I can't make public the role that Ayu played in this matter. This matter was too mysterious. If it was spread out, Xinyu would be pushed to the forefront of the storm. It was not a good thing to be the focus of everyone's attention, especially because of such a mysterious matter. The common people feared the gods, but there were also some bold people who had thoughts that they shouldn't have. Moreover, there were still several forces hidden in the dark. They were enemies and not friends, so Shang Junlin didn't want to risk Xinyu. Even if Your Majesty didn't say it, I would have asked Your Majesty to hide my existence. Moreover, I didn't do anything. Xinyu always knew that gossip was a fearful thing. This matter could be said to be big or small. Hiding it from him was far less important than keeping it mysterious. It had to be said that this rain really came at the right time. The timing was so coincidental. If he didn't take advantage of such a good opportunity, it would be a waste of a God-given opportunity. The rain was very heavy, but no one complained. The people in Subei were almost crying with joy. There was also a kind of unreal feeling. They had waited for so long for the rain, but at this moment, it fell unexpectedly. After a long drought, there was no one who wasn't happy about this. Rain. Fang Jun was a very clear-headed person. After a moment of shock, he quickly realized that this was a very good opportunity to win the hearts of the people. The rain didn't stop for a day and night, but the rain became lighter. The cracked earth absorbed enough water, and the flowers and trees on the roadside also glowed with new vitality. The people, either wearing bamboo hats or straw raincoats, walked in the patter of rain. They felt the rain that didn't come easily, and also talked about the rain that they had been looking forward to for a long time. After waiting for several months, it finally rained. Yes, but do you think this rain is a reward for the court for punishing the corrupt officials? I think so. Otherwise, why didn't it rain earlier or later? Why did it rain when the heads of those corrupt officials fell to the ground? Disregarding human life, death is not to be regretted. The whole of Subei was talking about this rain, and the officials who were punished were also talked about. Originally, there were still remnants of power that wanted to stir up unrest, but after the rain, many of their subordinates ran away. To make matters worse, quite a few of them went to the government to report them, all for the sake of alleviating some of their sins. Because of this timely rain, the power that Lord Ho and the others had built up in Subei for many years was easily disintegrated. Let alone stirring up unrest, they should be thanking the heavens if they weren't arrested by the government. Fang Jun had issued a bounty, and the people of Subei had already decided that the drought was a punishment from the heavens for these corrupt officials, so they had no mercy on the remnants of power. If it weren't for them, would there have been no drought in Subei? This was what everyone thought. The news of Subei spread from the capital to all parts of the Great Huan. When the people who had been paying close attention to the disaster in Subei heard of it, it caused a great uproar. In the restaurants, tea houses, streets, and alleys, every place was talking about this matter. Have you heard? It's raining in Subei. Now we don't have to worry about Subei anymore. It rained after the corrupt officials were beheaded. Say, do you think the previous drought had something to do with these corrupt officials? Speaking of this, do you still remember the rumor that some time ago, there was a rumor that the drought in Subei was caused by dissatisfaction with His Majesty's methods and was deliberately causing a disaster? How could we not remember? That's simply nonsense. Not to mention anything else, even if they were really dissatisfied with His Majesty's methods, why would it be the drought in Subei and not the capital? The capital is clearly closer to His Majesty. They just want to deliberately smear His Majesty's reputation. I don't know what their intentions are, but when His Majesty sent people to behead the corrupt officials, the sky immediately started raining. It can be seen that even if the heavens are dissatisfied, it's not with His Majesty, but with those dog officials. Ever since His Majesty ascended the throne, our lives have indeed been getting better and better, and we don't have to worry about the enemy troops attacking the city gates at any time. I also don't understand why there are always people smearing His Majesty's reputation, saying that His Majesty willfully slaughters the innocent, saying that His Majesty is cruel and heartless. But ever since the new year, His Majesty has punished everyone who deserved it. If you say that punishing the guilty is also willfully slaughtering the innocent, then I have nothing to say. Now that you mention it, it seems to be true. Then, did His Majesty also have other secrets when he killed the officials? At that time, who didn't cry out for imperial censor Zhang? What happened in the end? When looking at things, you can't just look at the surface. Whether those words that slandered His Majesty in the past were true or not, it would be good if the imperial court could also give an explanation. Doesn't the government have a suggestion box? How about we ask? As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings fell silent. In the blink of an eye, the government received anonymous inquiries from the people. Those anonymous letters that could be solved by the subordinates would not be brought to the imperial court, but this matter was clearly not something they could control. They also wanted to know if there was any inside story. After thinking about it, the official spoke of this matter during the morning court session. The officials looked at each other, mainly because there were many among them who didn't know the inside story. If there was really some inside story, then it would be fine, but if there wasn't. He Qingyu, Jiang Huiqing, Fang Jiai, I leave this matter to you. Don't let me down. This subject obeys. No one thought that Shang Junlin would leave this matter to three inexperienced officials. Some people subconsciously wanted to stand up and refute, but they were pulled back by the people beside them. It was obvious that he wanted to put Jiang Huiqing and the other two in an important position. They had never been able to influence His Majesty's decisions. Didn't Your Majesty plan to send the three of them to Subei? Why did you leave this matter to them? Xinyu was clear about Shang Junlin's plan. Official Fang would be back soon with his people, and the officials sent by the imperial court would also be leaving soon. You, don't you want to know who the mastermind behind the rumors is? You will know soon. Shang Junlin did not directly answer Xinyu's question. Does Your Majesty want to use this matter to force that person to take action? Xinyu asked. Seeing that Shang Junlin's reputation, which he had painstakingly accumulated, was being removed one by one and in turn made him more loved and respected by the people, how could the mastermind sit still? It was clear that he could not sit still. In a certain private residence, a trembling servant knelt on the ground. A pile of shattered porcelain was scattered on the ground, and a servant was bleeding. It was obvious how the wound came about. A bunch of trash. You've ruined such a good situation. The man was so angry that his entire body trembled. Only now did he realize that every step the imperial court took was aimed at him. He prided himself on being smart, but he did not even realize that he had fallen into someone else's trap. And the emperor, he had clearly disdained these things. Who was it that influenced him to bring up old scores? The man could not figure it out. No one could accept that his many years of planning had been destroyed in one day. After venting his anger, the man forced himself to calm down. "Tell me, what should we do now?" Kneeling to the side, his trusted aide trembled as he raised his head. "Sir, this matter." He wanted to say that at this point, the matter was no longer under their control. They could only think of a way to withdraw as quickly as possible and not let the fire spread to them. But when he saw the angry face of the man, he swallowed the rest of his words. Because he knew that this was not what the man wanted to hear. The emperor gave this matter to a few brats to handle. Should I say that he trusted himself too much, or that he underestimated the enemy too much? Under their careful planning, the matters of the past had already left a bad impression in the hearts of the people. Their original plan was to deepen this impression step by step until it reached a point where it could explode. Then, they would ignite it. The matter of Sube was the best fuse. Just as the last step of their plan was about to succeed, who knew that? There would be a sudden reversal. Not only did it change the impression of the emperor in the hearts of the people, it also dug out the seeds that they had worked so hard to plant. Now, there was no one outside who did not say that the emperor was wise and heroic, wholeheartedly devoted to the people, and was a good emperor. This was the complete opposite of what they had originally imagined. After Jiang Huiqing and the other two received the decree, they were called to one side by the Prime Minister. "His Majesty has given this matter to you because he trusts you, but it is also a test. I will not participate too much in this matter. Everything depends on you." Because of this matter, Jiang Huiqing and the other two became even busier. They checked the files, understood the whole story, and announced the truth. Every step could not be wrong. Thus, a secret duel began. "Brother Qingyu, have you noticed that our progress has been hindered recently?" Jiang Huiqing asked as he flipped through the files. In the beginning, things went very smoothly. Later on, no one knew when, but someone started to obstruct them openly and secretly. It was all very insignificant things. Even if it was brought out, it would be treated as an accident. Jiang Huiqing was very sensitive to the emotions of others. He could feel that these people were doing this on purpose. "Yes, we have. We just need to do what His Majesty ordered us to do. The rest will be taken care of." Naturally, the hidden dragon guards also knew what was going on. The hidden dragon guards were Shang Junlin's eyes and ears. Their discovery was equivalent to Shang Junlin's discovery. "Your Majesty, why haven't you made your move yet? Shouldn't you put down a white piece?" In the pavilion, the two sat facing each other. On the chessboard, the black and white pieces fought intensely. "We have to give them some time to catch their breath so that they don't cause any more trouble." Jiang Huiqing and the other two were in the open while the hidden dragon guards were in the dark. Those people who could not sit still gave themselves away. The hidden dragon guards looked for clues and caught the tail of that person. That person won't take the risk to hurt Jiang Huiqing and the rest, right? The hidden dragon guards are following them. If they really make a move, I will not let them leave. A few days later, Jiang Huiqing felt more and more that something was wrong. He couldn't shake off the feeling that he was being spied on. He didn't know if he was the only one who had this feeling, or if the other two also felt it. He found an opportunity to ask the other two secretly. The three of them exchanged glances and confirmed that they were not hallucinating. Someone was really watching them all the time. Other than Shang Junlin's additional orders, they were still working under the Prime Minister. It was only in the Prime Minister's residence that they did not feel like they were being watched. After finishing the tasks at hand, Jiang Huiqing hesitated for a while. In the end, he still told the Prime Minister about the strange things that happened recently. After the Prime Minister heard this, he ordered someone to serve the three of them hot tea. He then said, "You are not wrong. The things that His Majesty ordered you to do have affected the interests of some people. They will not let it go. However, you do not have to worry too much. Just do your jobs well." The Prime Minister's words gave them an answer and also hinted that their safety was a problem. After confirming their suspicions, the three of them continued to work on the tasks at hand. As the investigation deepened, the past was revealed one by one. The true faces of the officials who died unjustly and thought that they were innocent were also revealed. The past that was almost buried by time was revealed to the world again in a way that was completely different from the past. The discussions about Subei gradually decreased. Instead, they were replaced by the past that was buried in time. Because of what happened in Subei, the people still trusted the imperial court. The People's Newspaper was a news channel that was directly controlled by the imperial court. The news that was published in the newspaper was recognized by the people. Once the news was published, it caused a huge uproar. I said that His Majesty would not kill innocent people. Look at the people that were killed. Which one of them was not covered in sin and deserved to be killed? I remember that after the previous Prime Minister died, there were rumors everywhere about how he cared about the country and the people. He died under the tyrant's sword because he wanted to fight for the people. After his death, the tyrant was afraid of the rumors and changed the law. But today, the imperial court is telling us that the previous Prime Minister died because he obstructed the implementation of the new law. It was because he took the wealth of the people and bought and sold official titles. Why is it completely different from what we know? This was not the only time that similar situations occurred. The people went from shock and disbelief to numbness, and then they became used to it. In the end, they even felt that it would be strange if they were not slapped in the face. It was also at this time that they realized that there was something wrong with the entire matter. Once or twice can be said to be an accident. So many times, could it be that every time is an accident? Someone said what they felt was not right. Actually, I also feel that something is not right. Think about it carefully. In the past, after His Majesty punished an official, would there be rumors that were unfavorable to His Majesty spread? Those people swore to say the so-called truth and aroused dissatisfaction in our hearts toward His Majesty. Even in the matter of Subei this time, there were people who tirelessly poured dirty water on His Majesty. Now that you mention it, I remember. Just a while ago, I went to the tea house to drink tea and heard people say that the drought in Subei was because heaven was dissatisfied with His Majesty's actions. I've heard the same thing before. Me too. The people gathered around looked at each other and found that everyone seemed to have heard this before. The strangeness became more and more obvious. After a moment of silence, someone couldn't help but say, "This is man-made, right?" If we did not know what the imperial court was doing beforehand, would we have believed those people? So, the middle-aged man swallowed. From beginning to end, there were people who deliberately aroused our dissatisfaction with His Majesty. What do they want to do? Everyone faintly had an idea, but this idea was too rebellious, so no one dared to say it out loud. Lord Feng seems to be somewhat absent-minded today. Did something happen? After court, the aristocratic family officials gathered together to discuss the matter of Subei. With so many empty official positions in Subei, it would be a lie to say that they weren't envious. They still couldn't understand His Majesty's thoughts, so they could only prepare early. It would be best if they could send more aristocratic family officials over. After chatting for a while, someone noticed that Lord Feng wasn't in the mood. In fact, it wasn't just Lord Feng. Lord Duan, who was also a cabinet minister, also wasn't in the mood. The child in my family is naughty. I'm just thinking about how to discipline him. He's already so old, but he's still causing trouble. Lord Feng sighed. The other ministers also knew about this matter. The youngest son of the Feng family had taken a fancy to a commoner girl and was dead set on marrying her as his first wife. However, this young master had long been engaged to another daughter of an aristocratic family. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but look at another minister. Seeing that his expression wasn't too good, they tactfully skipped the topic. His Majesty has placed Xianxia and the other two in an important position. Perhaps he will transfer them to Subei. Not necessarily. If he transfers a group of Jing officials over, the empty positions will be just right for them. It seems that His Majesty is determined to promote them. The Prime Minister also has a good impression of them. He takes them by his side and teaches them step by step. How many people in the world can receive such treatment? Ever since Xingui Jun entered the palace, His Majesty has truly changed a lot. When Lord Feng and the others first proposed to let the son of Duke Xinbei enter the palace, they probably didn't think that there would be a day like this. They originally thought that sending in a son of an aristocratic family would be beneficial to the aristocratic families. Who would have thought that it would catalyze the conflict between His Majesty and the aristocratic families? He's just a sickly person. What can he accomplish? Lord Feng's mind was preoccupied and his tone wasn't very good. Speaking of which, Duke Xianbei is also interesting. He doesn't take the legitimate son seriously and instead treats the son of a concubine like a treasure. In the end, he produced an ingrate who wholeheartedly favors outsiders. The topic unconsciously deviated to another topic. Lord Duan glanced at Lord Feng, who was more anxious than usual and slightly frowned. In the palace, Xianyu received a visiting card from Duke Xianbei. Because Xianyu's birthday was approaching, Duke Xianbei wanted to take this opportunity to repair the father-son relationship between him and Xianyu. Xianyu stroked the edge of the visiting card. His eyes were obscure. From childhood to adulthood, Duke Xianbei had never celebrated his birthday for him. Now he remembered his birthday. Shang Junlin came over and took the visiting card from his hand. He glanced at it and threw it aside. Ayu's birthday, I want to hold a grand celebration. This was Xianyu's first birthday after entering the palace. Shang Junlin didn't want to make him feel wronged. Xianyu didn't want to hold a grand celebration. The drought in the north of Su just passed. It's not suitable to hold a grand celebration at this time. I also don't like these things. Compared to being restrained in the hall with unfamiliar people, it's better to be with your majesty. Shang Junlin was very tempted by Xianyu's proposal, but he also wanted to hold a grand celebration to tell the world that Xianyu was the person in his heart. He didn't allow anyone to slander him. He wanted to be tied to Xianyu in the hearts of the people. When someone mentioned one of them, they would definitely think of the other person. Your Majesty, don't you want to be alone with me? Seeing his hesitation, Xianyu walked around the table to Shang Junlin's side. He raised his hand and put it on his shoulder. He leaned closer and whispered, except for your Majesty and me, there won't be a third person. Your Majesty can do a lot of things for the whole day, anything? Shang Junlin hugged Xianyu's waist and asked in a hoarse voice. Shang Junlin couldn't help but imagine the scene of being alone with Xianyu. Xianyu's proposal was too tempting, especially for Shang Junlin, who was still half full. Xianyu could tell that he was tempted at a glance. She continued, if your Majesty wants to hold a banquet, you can hold it on your Majesty's birthday. As for my birthday, let's just leave it to ourselves. Ayu, do you know why I want to hold a banquet for your birthday? Shang Junlin's eyes darkened. He rubbed the tender skin of Xianyu's neck with his fingers. I want to announce to the world that Ayu is mine. Before Xianyu could answer, Shang Junlin had already given his answer. I've been tied to your Majesty for a long time. I'm your Majesty's Guijun. No one can deny this. Xianyu tilted her head and rubbed Shang Junlin's hand. Guijun. Shang Junlin used to think that this title was very good. Now, he felt that it was missing something. Does Ayu want to be the Empress? Shang Junlin's tone was calm when he asked this question. It was as if he was asking about an ordinary matter instead of an important matter like the position of the Empress. Why did your Majesty suddenly ask about this? Xianyu was slightly surprised. I think the current situation is quite good. Xianyu wasn't very interested in the position of the Empress. I just think that no one can sit in this position except for you. Before Xianyu entered the palace, Shang Junlin never thought that one day, there would be someone in his life that he couldn't let go of. Seeing that Xianyu was not interested, Shang Junlin didn't continue this topic. He just silently noted this matter in his heart and waited for the right time to announce it. Ayu doesn't want to hold a big banquet. What about a small banquet? Although Shang Junlin wanted to spend time with Xianyu, he didn't want Xianyu to have any regrets. Your Majesty, you really don't have to think about these things. In the past, I have spent my birthdays in the manor. Why don't your Majesty accompany me this year? Having lived for 2 lifetimes, Xianyu was really not interested in these things. Then we'll listen to Ayu. There was still some time before Xianyu's birthday. Although Shang Junlin had agreed to go to Zhuangzi with Xianyu, he didn't completely give up on holding a birthday banquet in the palace. Whatever others had, he wouldn't miss out on Xianyu. He couldn't participate in Xianyu's past, but now and in the future, he wouldn't let Xianyu have any regrets. After a heavy rain, Subei regained its vitality. Fang Jun and Sun Jiao joined forces and slowly stabilized the situation. Because of this reign, the remaining forces left behind by Lord Ho and other officials didn't manage to stir up any trouble, which saved Fang Jun a lot of trouble. With timely prevention and intervention, the drought didn't bring any more serious consequences. The epidemic that everyone was worried about also didn't happen. Before the new officials appointed by the imperial court took office, Fang Jun and the others needed to temporarily stay in Subei to deal with the follow-up matters. It was because of the efforts of Jiang Huiqing and the others that Shang Junlin's reputation among the people was greatly reversed. The stigmas that shouldn't have been placed on him were washed away one by one. The people couldn't help but start to guess who was behind all this. Xinyu knew that part of it was done by the king of Yu. In addition, there was also a deeply hidden force that had been hovering in the capital for many years. However, this force was about to be found and dealt with by Shang Junlin. With the news announced by Jiang Huiqing and the others, the misunderstandings that the people had about Shang Junlin since he ascended the throne were gradually resolved. This was undoubtedly the situation that the people behind the scenes didn't want to see the most. They had been laying the groundwork for so long in order to arouse the dissatisfaction of the people with the current emperor. Over the years, when they really wanted to do something, this dissatisfaction would play a huge role. Your Majesty, how long do you think they can endure? Xinyu thought that the people behind the scenes couldn't bear it anymore. He didn't expect that after so long, the outside world was still calm. They don't really dare to do anything now. Perhaps they feel that we don't have conclusive evidence and can't really do anything to them, so they want to hide and wait for this storm to pass. Shang Junlin naturally wouldn't give them a chance to do so. After all the rumors were cleared, Shang Junlin ordered people to spread the rumors among the people and let them guess who did this. At the same time, this matter was brought up during the court session. These days, we have heard some very interesting words. Tell me, who is it that has been sparing no effort to smear our deeds in the hearts of the people for so many years? In the great hall, Shang Junlin calmly sat on the dragon throne and calmly voiced the doubts in his heart. His hawk-like eyes swept across the faces of the officials. We didn't care about these false reputations in the past, but we didn't know that in the eyes of the people, we were such an emperor. We killed the innocent, disregarded human life, harmed the loyal, cruel and heartless. With every word Shang Junlin said, the breathing of the people below him became lighter. Of course, they had heard of such rumors. Some officials who didn't know the truth even believed these rumors. After the court announced the deeds of the dead officials, they were ashamed of themselves for believing the rumors so easily. We need to know who is behind this matter. Shang Junlin pointed at a few officials. We will let you handle this matter. If you can't find any useful information, you don't need to stay in this position. Official Feng, who had been silent, felt his heart jump. Coincidentally, the officials that Shang Junlin pointed at were more or less related to him. After the court session, Official Feng ignored the calls of his subordinates and hurriedly got on the carriage to return to his fu. Why is Official Feng in such a hurry today? Official Duan looked at Official Feng's back as he hurriedly left and his brows furrowed even tighter. He and Official Feng entered the cabinet almost at the same time. They had worked together for many years and he had already noticed that something was wrong with Official Feng. Everything that happened outside the hall reached the ears of Shang Junlin and Xinyu. Xinyu heard what happened at Shang Junlin's court session and said with a smile, Your Majesty deliberately let those officials investigate, right? The Prime Minister complained that they were occupying their positions and not working for a long time. Coincidentally, it's almost time for the officials to return to Jing to report on their work. We plan to keep a group of them. It was the same as admitting that he did it on purpose. Official Feng's expression at the time must have been very good. Xinyu picked up the teacup and took a sip. When did Your Majesty discover that this matter was related to Official Feng? In reality, we had some candidates in mind from the beginning. The aristocratic families didn't support us out of sincerity. They saw that we didn't have any foundation in the court and were easy to manipulate. Later, they found that we were wrong from the beginning. We weren't easy to manipulate, so they wanted to find another way out. But at that time, we had taken back the land of Dahuan and had military power. Even if they wanted to do something, they wouldn't succeed. We didn't care about the reputation of the people in the past. It was only after a Yu's reminder that we found out that some of the conspiracies against us were set up from the beginning. More than 10 years have passed. The officials of the court have been changed again and again. There are only a few people left. The range of possibilities has narrowed down. Xianxia pondered. That's right. There are even fewer people who have the ability to do it now. After confirming the suspects, we sent the Hidden Dragon guards to investigate these people. At first, we didn't find anything. It was only after the rain in Subei that we sent Jiang Huiqing and the others to clear their names that we caught the person. Official Feng knew that he had been too impatient during this period of time. Even though he used the matter of his youngest son as a cover and it was easy to find clues, he couldn't sit still and wait for death. After so many years of planning, it was exposed in one day. How could he be satisfied? When he returned to the Feng residence, he dismissed all the servants and entered the study room alone. The secret compartment was opened and he walked in. After passing through a long tunnel, he came to a small house in the suburbs of the capital. I suspect that I've been exposed. What should I do now? Official Feng stood in the empty study room and said anxiously. I'm working for you. You can't just ignore me. After a while, another person's voice came from the room. Official Feng seems to have misunderstood something. Do you still remember our deal? We helped you enter the cabinet and in exchange, you had to help us a little. Now that you've been exposed because of your own mistake, do you still want us to clean up the mess? Aren't you afraid that I'll expose you? The current emperor is not a gentle person. If he knows about your existence, what do you think he'll do? Official Feng threatened fiercely. If you're obedient, maybe we'll help you keep your bloodline on account of your many years of hard work. If you insist on telling Shang Junlin something, we can't stop you. Official Feng was shocked. He realized that the other party was not afraid of Shang Junlin finding out. Who were they? Why were they so fearless? A thin layer of cold sweat appeared on Master Feng's back. He took a step back and fell into his chair. He suddenly realized that after working for these people for so many years, he knew very little about them. He didn't even know what their identities were. You can't just ignore me. I'm a cabinet minister. Without me, who will provide you with information about the imperial court? Official Feng, why do you think that Shang Junlin will allow you to stay in the imperial court safe and sound after such a thing happened? He has long wanted to take back your position. Do you think he'll let go of such a good opportunity? Official Feng, you'd better take care of yourself. After the mysterious person left, Official Feng sat in the same place for a long time. He knew that he had been abandoned. The blankness on his face was gradually replaced by ruthlessness. He had been in a high position for many years. He was no longer the son of the first wife who was at the mercy of others. He had so many things in his hands. Could he not fight for a way out for himself? Official Feng is already in this position. Why are you still not satisfied? Entering the cabinet was already the highest position in the Great Huan dynasty. Xianxia couldn't figure out what else Official Feng wanted. Who would complain about having too much power in their hands? Shang Junlin spread out his hands. Even I am not satisfied sometimes. There are very few people like you who is not greedy for power. Xianxia smiled. He had also been lost in power and used everything he had to chase after it. Now, he was just tired of it. Official Feng must have realized that he has been exposed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted so strangely. I let him know on purpose. If he didn't know that he was in danger, how could he seek help from the person hiding behind him? Step by step, Official Feng did as he thought and went to find the person behind him. He didn't know that the person arranged by Shang Junlin was following him and was brought to the secret stronghold by him. Shang Junlin's actions were indeed telling Official Feng that he knew there was something wrong with him. Otherwise, he could have done what he did in the beginning and not let anyone notice anything amiss. Unfortunately, Official Feng was already in a panic and did not notice the deliberate nature of this matter. He had the guts to do such a thing, but he did not have the guts to bear the consequences. Official Feng sat on the spot for a while and quietly returned to his residence. He immediately summoned his confidants for a meeting. His confidants knew what he had done. After all, in many situations, it was not convenient for him to appear personally. At this time, it was his confidants who appeared on his behalf. The atmosphere in the study was very tense. His Majesty sent someone who is clearly standing behind this official to investigate this matter. It is very likely that he knows that this matter is related to this official. He wants to use this opportunity to give this official a warning. Tell me, what should this official do? Lord Feng sat down on the chair, his face no longer showing the initial panic. What official Feng said is only a guess. These things have not been through your hands. If His Majesty wants to punish you, you can push the blame to someone else. One of his confidants suggested. He was not lying. Although official Feng had instigated this matter, he was not the one who carried it out. After all, he was a powerful official in the cabinet. He would not do these things himself. That's not appropriate. If His Majesty really knows something, wouldn't this be equivalent to admitting it? We have to think of another way. Unfortunately, after much discussion, they did not come up with a feasible method. Lord Feng was getting impatient, but he could only suppress his temper and continue listening. Among the officials named by Shang Junlin, there were a few who knew some inside information. In order to defect, they had also participated. Now that the emperor wanted to investigate, it was as if their throats were being strangled. They were in a constant state of panic. A few of them gathered in private to discuss countermeasures. What should we do now? Does official Feng have any orders? No. Since that day, official Feng has not received guests. I sent a few invitations, but I was not received. I'm afraid official Feng can't even protect himself now. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings fell into a deathly silence. It wasn't that they hadn't thought of this, it was just that they didn't want to admit it. After being in the imperial court for so many years, they had some understanding of Shang Junlin's style of doing things. This time, it was obvious that Shang Junlin was angry and wanted to investigate thoroughly. Perhaps His Majesty wants us to investigate this matter as a warning to us. Otherwise, with His Majesty's habit of using officials from humble backgrounds, it would be impossible for him to only give the task to the officials from the aristocratic families. It was precisely because they had a faint bad feeling in their hearts that they were so panicked and forced themselves to do things, personally sending themselves into the abyss. They had no choice. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. The imperial court began to select the officials to be sent to Subei. Although Subei was remote, it was not as unpopular as other remote places. On the contrary, because of the existence of the Subei army, many people had their eyes on that place. In the past, they didn't have the opportunity, but now that the upper echelons of the northern Su dynasty had almost been completely purged, quite a few people were moved. The recent memorials are all about selecting new officials to be sent to Subei. Shang Junlin opened one of the memorials, glanced at it, and put it down. Xinyu took it and looked at it. Subei is now without a leader. It's a good opportunity to perform meritorious deeds. It's not strange that they are being watched. Zhen doesn't want this matter to happen again in Subei. Shang Junlin rubbed the space between his brows. Even if they can abide by their hearts now, it's inevitable that they won't change after a long time. Xinyu never had high expectations of people's hearts. Rather than placing hope on them, it's better to think of a way to cut off this possibility from the source. Zhan and the Prime Minister have discussed the method you mentioned at the beginning. It is feasible, but there are many problems to be faced. Every time an official went to a place, they needed to go through a period of time to get used to each other. After getting used to each other, they would be able to do things more smoothly. This was also the reason why many officials stayed in their local areas after being sent out. Subei's situation was more special. It was more difficult to get used to each other. If too much time was spent on getting used to each other, it would be detrimental to the development of Subei. Xinyu thought for a moment. He could roughly guess what Shang Junlin was worried about. He sat down across from him and rested his chin on his hands. Methods are always thought of by people. If your Majesty is worried, you can stagger the rotation of officials. Zhen will discuss this with the Prime Minister again. This matter needs to be settled as soon as possible. Feng Jun should be back soon. After dealing with Feng Darren, there would be a vacant position in the cabinet. Feng Jun had made a great contribution to the disaster relief in Subei, so he could rightfully take this position. Fang Jun had been very busy recently, very busy. Subei was seriously short of manpower, but the mess left behind by those people was too much. It had to be solved. He could only promote some local officials to help with the work. Late at night, the study was brightly lit. Several stacks of documents half the height of a person were piled up. Fang Jun finished reading one and rubbed his wrist. He finally understood the Prime Minister's irritable mood. Every day, there was an endless amount of documents to deal with. No one could stand it. Did His Majesty say when he will send new officials? After holding it in for a few days, Fang Jun finally couldn't help but ask. Not far away, a masked man wrapped in black clothes sat. The man played with the empty teacup in his hand. Darren, don't worry. The imperial court is already choosing the right people. The masked man was Gu Huai. He also wanted to go back quickly. When he came, he didn't expect that he would stay in Subei for so long. Ever since he was picked up by imperial physician Gu, he hadn't been separated from anyone for so long. There will probably be a wait. Fang Jun sighed. This is the first time I've been separated from Madame for so long. I don't know how Madame is doing in the Fu. Because he had a special mission, he couldn't communicate with the capital. Perhaps it was because it was easy to feel emotional in the middle of the night, but he unconsciously talked about the past with Madame. Gu Huai listened in silence, a strange emotion flashing through his eyes. Fang Jun, apologies, I unconsciously said so much. Gu Huai, it's fine. Darren and Madame's relationship is enviable. In the entire capital, there was almost no one who could be as affectionate as Fang Jun and his Madame for decades. Fang Jun thought about it and still sent a memorial to the imperial court, hoping that they could arrange for officials to govern Subei as soon as possible. After a few days of arguing, the first batch of officials to go to Subei was selected. They didn't have important positions in the imperial court. After going to Subei, they would have more room for development. Knowing that the imperial court had sent people over, Fang Jun sighed in relief. Darren, we found this in the residence of the Sinner Hosher. A soldier ran in. What is it? The soldier took out the item. It was a letter. This subordinate found it in the secret room of the Hosher. Thinking that it must be something very important if it was placed in the secret room, I didn't dare delay and came to deliver it to Darren. After Lord Ho and the others were imprisoned, they were sentenced according to the severity of their crimes. As the mastermind, Lord Ho's sentence was the heaviest. The residence he lived in was also confiscated. Fang Jun had borrowed some men from the Northern Sioux army to help him search the place. He wanted to see if he could find anything new. A few days had passed, but all they found were the expected ones. Fang Jun had given up hope, but he didn't expect that they would find something new. The letter had traces of being opened. Fang Jun ordered someone to open the letter. After reading the contents, his expression changed greatly. Ever since Lord Ho and the others were imprisoned, they had been searching for the whereabouts of the stolen goods. Who would have thought that so many things would disappear into thin air without a trace? Only now did Fang Jun understand why they couldn't find the goods after searching for so long. It was because those things were no longer in Subei. Fang Jun trembled with anger. He thought that Lord Ho's crimes were already too numerous to write down, but he didn't expect there to be more. Lord, are you all right? The soldier saw that Lord Fang's expression was not good and asked worriedly. I'm fine. How many more of these letters do you have? Bring them all over. No, Lord Fang put the letter back. Where did you find these letters? Bring me there. He had to find out how much the former high-ranking officials of Subei colluded with those people. This was a serious matter. Fang Jun didn't dare to delay. He immediately found the hidden dragon guards who were still in Subei and asked them to send the news directly to the palace. He didn't know if only the officials of Subei were involved in this matter, or if there were other people involved. Before he was sure, he couldn't let the news leak out. Through a special method, he passed the news to Gu Huai. Gu Huai would lead the hidden dragon guards to secretly investigate this matter. The atmosphere, which had relaxed because of the heavy rain, became tense again. The weather gradually turned cold. After half a year of recuperation, Xianxia was no longer as cold as before. Shang Junlin was worried that he would catch a cold, so he ordered people to make thicker clothes and send them over. Xinyu was growing, so the people from the clothing bureau came over to take his measurements. Shang Junlin frowned and waved away the palace servant who was close to Xinyu. He took the ruler from the servant's hand and walked over to Xinyu. Ayu has grown a little taller. Shang Junlin didn't want others to touch Xinyu, so he let the palace servant guide him while he measured Xinyu himself. Xinyu looked at the palace servant who was trying to keep calm and found it funny. It's just a small matter. Your Majesty, why do you have to do it yourself? How is Ayu's matter a small matter? Shang Junlin followed the palace servant's instructions and measured Xinyu's shoulder width and waist. He definitely couldn't let the palace servant do such intimate contact. After measuring, Shang Junlin put his hands on Xinyu's waist and said, "You should eat more. You're still so thin." Xinyu's waist was very thin, and it was usually wrapped in clothes. Only Shang Junlin knew how white the skin on her waist was. Every time Shang Junlin put his hands on her waist, the heat and trembling would pass through his palms to his heart, giving him a feeling of complete control. It made people indulge in it and unable to extricate themselves. The people from the clothing bureau got the measurements and didn't stay for long. Make the clothes and send them over as soon as possible. Shang Junlin held Xinyu and ordered. Yes. This time, in addition to the usual clothes, there were also 2 sets of riding clothes prepared for the autumn hunt. Eunuch Mei was very perceptive and left with the rest of the palace servants. When the 2 of them were alone, they didn't like the palace servants to wait on them. Actually, I don't need to measure. I know Ayu's size. Shang Junlin leaned close to Xinyu's ear and said in a low and magnetic voice, "If it weren't for the people from the clothing bureau watching, I actually wanted to touch it." Ayu was exposed in front of him without any defense. Xinyu moved uncomfortably as his hot breath hit her ear. "How did your Majesty know? Did you secretly measure it?" "I know every part of Ayu's body." Shang Junlin nibbled on the young man's red earlobe. "After all, I felt it one by one. Many nights, he used his hand as a ruler to measure every part of her body. Since your Majesty already knows, why do you want to measure it again?" Xinyu held back the shame in her heart and asked. "Naturally, it's to get a more accurate measurement. The clothes made for you must fit her perfectly." Shang Junlin would never admit that he deliberately used this opportunity to get close to Xinyu. It was just to know his lover's measurements more accurately. How could it be considered as playing tricks? "Your Majesty has finished measuring. Shouldn't you let go of me now?" Xinyu raised her eyebrows and looked at him. Shang Junlin had just hugged her, so how could he let go so easily? "There's no one else in the room. Why should I let go of my Gue Jun?" Not only did Shang Junlin not let go, but he also hugged Xinyu and sat down on the soft couch. A group of people has been selected to go to Subei. He Qingyu and Jiang Huiqing will leave with this group. As for Fang Jiai, Fang Jun has not returned from Subei yet. I'm not sure if I should let her go with them. Before the handover of the various matters in Subei was completed, Fang Jun had to stay. There were too many areas in Subei that needed to be rectified. Other than Fang Jun, Shang Junlin was not at ease with letting others do it. Fang Darren will return sooner or later. Your Majesty can ask Miss Fang for her own opinion. If she wants to go, it's good for her to gain experience. Didn't the Prime Minister also say that this little girl is very methodical? Subei needs new blood. After the disaster, there are many things waiting to be done. He Qingyu, Jiang Huiqing, and Fang Jiai each have their own strengths. When they go to Subei, they will be able to play a greater role. As a person who had worked with Jiang Huiqing for many years in his previous life, Xinyu was very clear about her ability. During this time, he also learned about the other 2's style of doing things through Shang Junlin. It had to be said that letting these 3 go to Subei was the best way for them to grow up quickly. I will ask the Prime Minister to ask her. If she is willing, she can come along. Turning around, the Prime Minister received a hint from Shang Junlin. He knew that the 3 of them would not be able to work for him all the time. However, knowing that they were about to leave, he could not help but feel a little reluctant. After finishing his business, he asked the 3 of them to stay behind. What are your views on the matter of Subei? This wasn't the first time the Prime Minister had asked them about Subei. From the very beginning, they had been transferred to the Prime Minister's side to work for Subei. Every once in a while, the Prime Minister would also ask them about Subei. The three of them didn't think about anything else and each gave their own opinion. Not bad. Although the three of them had set out from different angles, their goal was the same. Compared to the beginning, their ideas were more comprehensive. The Prime Minister was very satisfied with this. If I let you go to Subei, do you have the confidence to do what you said? Sir, what do you mean? I believe you have heard that the imperial court will send officials to Subei. This is a very good opportunity. Today, I asked you to stay behind because I wanted to hear your thoughts. Are you willing to go to Subei? Although this was the first time the Prime Minister had brought up this matter, the three of them were not surprised. During this period of time, the imperial court had been discussing it. Being in the midst of it, they could naturally feel the undercurrent surging below. This official is willing. Jiang Huiqing was the first to speak. Immediately after, He Qingyu and Feng Jiayi also expressed their willingness. For them, going to Subei was another shortcut and an unprecedented opportunity. Since you are all willing, then prepare well. The Prime Minister did not ask Feng Jiayi alone. He had already gotten the answer from her eyes. After interacting with her, he had personally experienced that women in the world were not inferior to men. Although Feng Jiayi was a woman, giving her special treatment was a kind of wrong. In the officialdom, everyone should be equal. How far they could go in the end depended on themselves. The next day, the Prime Minister handed a booklet to Shang Junlin. He was very optimistic about Jiang Huiqing and the other two, and most of his words were full of praise. After reading it, Shang Junlin handed the booklet to Xinyu. I thought he would complain. It was not easy to cultivate a few capable people, but in the blink of an eye, they were all transferred away by me. Isn't Lord Feng coming back? When Lord Feng enters the cabinet, the Prime Minister will not be as busy as he is now. Sun Zhao, Lord Sun, what does your Majesty plan to do? Xinyu finished reading the booklet and put it aside. I plan to let him take over Feng Jun's original position. He definitely can't continue to stay in Subei. In any case, Sun Zhao had made a great contribution in this matter in Subei. At the same time, he had also formed a lot of hatred with the local forces in Subei. No matter from which perspective, Shang Junlin could not let Sun Zhao stay there. Is there any other news from Subei during this period of time? Feng Jun sent a lot. Take a look at this booklet. Shang Junlin took out a booklet and handed it to Xinyu. Xinyu took it and read it. He smiled and said, Lord Feng has begun to urge you. Your Majesty should act quickly. This booklet was written very interestingly. It did not say anything about how hard it was for him. It only said from another perspective that he missed his family and tactfully reminded the imperial court that it was time to send someone over. The imperial court indeed quarreled over this matter for a few days. In the end, Shang Junlin forcefully intervened and finally decided on the final candidate. As for Jiang Huiqing and the other two, the ministers did not have much opinion. They already knew that Shang Junlin would train this year's top 3. Even if they objected, it would only make the emperor unhappy. If they had the time, it would be better to find a way to arrange for more of their own people to go over. After the morning court discussion, everything was settled. Jiang Huiqing and the other two were the most junior in this group of people, but no one saw them clearly because of this. Those who could be officials in the imperial court had basic discerning eyes. From various signs, it was obvious that the emperor wanted to put these 3 people in important positions. At present, these 3 people did not have any conflict of interest with the other ministers. Of course, it was best to be on good terms with them. In the end, Feng Jiayi was a woman, so it was inconvenient. In the following days, He Qingyu and Jiang Huiqing received a lot of invitations. I haven't been to the north yet. I don't know what Subei is like. Jiang Huiqing had only seen descriptions of Subei in books. He was very curious about this place that he was about to arrive at. It's raining in Subei, and the weather is gradually turning cold. When we get there, it should not be much different from the capital. I originally thought that after a few years, I would have to work separately from Brother Qingyu. I didn't expect that His Majesty would send us to Subei together. Ever since they came to the capital for the exam, Jiang Huiqing and He Qingyu had been together. If they were suddenly separated, Jiang Huiqing would definitely not be used to it. Now that the two of them could work in the same place, Jiang Huiqing was very happy. In the future, I hope that brother Qingyu will take care of me. Qingyu tightened his grip on the wine cup, but his expression did not change. Even if Huiqing didn't say it, I will. I also hope that Huiqing will take care of me. Jiang Huiqing smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, as long as I am good, I will not forget you. The officials who went to Subei were not only appointed from the capital, but also selected from the local areas. There were people from aristocratic families and poor families. Just as they were preparing to go to Subei, another urgent secret letter was sent to the imperial desk. After Shang Junlin finished reading it, he suddenly stood up. Outrageous. Summon the Prime Minister to the palace for a discussion. The palace people all knelt down and kept quiet out of fear. Shang Junlin was really angry this time. He resisted the urge to smash the things in his hands because he remembered that Xinyu had specially selected them. Since Xinyu entered the palace, Eunuch Meng had almost never seen His Majesty so angry. He did not dare to delay and hurriedly took out a plate and asked his subordinates to invite the ministers into the palace. When the ministers hurried over, Xinyu also received the news that Shang Junlin was furious in the imperial study. Do you know why His Majesty is angry? Xinyu was originally loosening the soil for the flowers. When he heard the news, he stopped what he was doing and asked. The one who brought the news was Eunuch Meng. It was Eunuch Meng who announced it. His Majesty read the secret letter from Subei and lost his temper. He also summoned several important ministers into the palace to discuss matters. Subei, if it can make His Majesty so angry, it can't be a small matter. Xinyu whispered. The matter in Subei was almost settled. What else could make Shang Junlin so angry? Xinyu went through the matter in Subei from beginning to end and vaguely found some key points. But, were those people in Subei really so bold? When Shang Junlin came back in the evening, there was no anger on his face, but it was not difficult to see that the man was in a bad mood. Ayu, come over and let me hug you. Xinyu walked over. Who made His Majesty unhappy? The matter in Subei. I didn't expect them to be so bold. Before they did these things, didn't they know what the consequences of their actions would be? Shang Junlin hugged Xinyu in his arms and sat on the soft couch. Meng Chong, give the secret letter to His Majesty. Eunuch Meng hurriedly found the letter from Subei and handed it to Xinyu with both hands. Xinyu took the secret letter. The more he read, the tighter his brows became. What was written in the letter was undoubtedly the worst of all the situations. After knowing that the robbery of the supplies was related to the high-ranking officials in Subei, Xinyu and Shang Junlin discussed where the missing supplies were hidden. Later, when those people were imprisoned, Fang Jun also actively searched for them. Unfortunately, they found nothing. Now, it was no wonder that they could not find it. It turned out that the supplies were no longer in Subei, or even in Dahuan. After the supplies were robbed, before the imperial court reacted, they were transported from Subei to the northern desert. Then, they were taken away by the northern desert people. In exchange, they gave Lord Ho and other officials a large amount of gold, silver, and jewelry. This matter was not revealed until Fang Jun sent people to search the house and found the secret room. This batch of supplies must be recovered. Shang Junlin said his plan in a deep voice. Xinyu agreed. This matter was related to the prestige of Dahuan, so it must not be hastily ended, but, does His Majesty want to go to war with the northern desert? It depends on their attitude. If they are willing to obediently return it and severely punish the offenders, I will not pursue the matter. When it came to war, Shang Junlin was never afraid of anyone. Everything he had now could be said to have come from the battlefield. The letter said that it was only a transaction with some small border officials. I don't think so. Without orders from above, the people below would not be so bold. At that time, the northern desert people were also involved in the robbery of the supplies, right? Xinyu put the letter on the small table. The secret letter between Lord Ho and the northern desert people could not be completely trusted. I will let Gu Huai investigate. Now that there is a direction, it will not be difficult to find out anything. Shang Junlin held Xinyu's wrist. It seems that I was too lenient. Xinyu, His Majesty, does Lord Feng also know about this matter? As one of the cabinet ministers, if Lord Feng was also involved, this matter would be troublesome. Whether he knew or not, he had to interrogate him to get the answer. Shang Junlin originally wanted to fish out the person behind official Feng, but now he had no time to think about that. He had to control official Feng first. At the same time, he sent an urgent message to Su Bei. Fortunately, Fang Jun was in charge of Su Bei and Gu Huai's hidden dragon guards were there. It was not difficult to investigate this matter. Along with Fang Jun's message, there were also all the letters that Lord Ho and the others exchanged with the Northern Desert. Shang Junlin had already read them once, and had also shown them to the Prime Minister and the others. Now, he was reading them again with Xinyu. The earliest date of the letters was 5 years ago. At first, both sides were testing each other. Gradually, the Northern Desert gave more and more benefits, and their attitude became more and more relaxed. A year later, the two sides conspired for the first time. It was not a big deal and almost no one found out. After the first time, official Ho and the others got a lot of benefits. Later on, there were several more such benefits. They were all small things that could be easily covered up even if they were found out. They just had to help and say something, and they could get a lot of benefits. Who wouldn't be tempted? Gradually, the two sides were no longer satisfied with the small deals at the beginning. The success of the first few times gave official Ho and the others more courage, and they did more and more things. But because both sides were cautious, and almost all the senior officials in Su Bei were official Ho's men, and because the Dahuan people and the Northern Desert people were natural enemies, the two sides secretly conspired for many years without being found out. At first, the Northern Desert people asked official Ho and the others to do some small things. Later on, they became bolder and their ambitions were exposed. Xinyu pinched one of the secret letters, his eyes cold. For example, in this letter, the Northern Desert people said that they would pretend to attack Su Bei and let the Su Bei army move out. Then they would pretend to be defeated and give the Su Bei army a big credit. The general leading the Su Bei army seemed to have surrendered to official Ho, but in fact, he was on the Northern Desert people's side. Of course, the plan didn't succeed this time. Coincidentally, the Northern Su army was undergoing internal reforms at that time. The team that was sent wasn't the original one, and the one who received the military merit wasn't the original one. After this incident, the Northern Desert stopped for a period of time. They no longer dared to have any ideas about the Northern Desert Army. The Northern Desert Army had once given them nightmares. Even after so many years, the fear in their bones had not dissipated. Are there any of their people in the Northern Jiangsu Army? When Fang Jun sent the news back, he had already informed the Northern Jiangsu Army. They will conduct an investigation. No matter how deep they hide, they will be dug out. This was what angered Shang Junlin the most. Attacking the Northern Su Army was equivalent to attacking the Great Huan Army. Shang Junlin would never allow such a thing to happen. When we took back Su Bei, we didn't let them ruin it like this. Shang Junlin's voice was very soft, but the meaning in his tone was not to be ignored. The next morning, Shang Junlin announced the news from Su Bei. Like pouring a drop of water into a pot of boiling oil, the ministers below exploded. They actually colluded with the Northern Desert? That's the Northern Desert. Have they forgotten what happened to Su Bei when it was in their hands? What do they want to do? Do they want to send Su Bei back? How dare they? The ministers quarreled. Shang Junlin sat on the throne. He seemed to be indifferent, but in fact, he was observing everyone's expression, especially Lord Feng. He had sent the hidden dragon guards to pay close attention to Lord Feng's movements. For the time being, he had not arrested him. Compared to Lord Feng, he was more concerned about the power behind Lord Feng. Yesterday, Shang Junlin was so angry that he wanted to arrest Lord Feng and hand him over to the Supreme Court for interrogation. Later, he calmed down in front of Xinyu. If Lord Feng was involved, were there other people in the court involved? Could he ensure that after Lord Feng was arrested, no one else would be left out? Acting rashly would only leave more serious hidden dangers. Looking at Lord Feng's behavior today, it seemed that he did not know the inside story. After a while, Shang Junlin raised his hand and the hall instantly quieted down. Your Majesty, is there any conclusive evidence? Treason was not a small matter. After the ministers calmed down, they began to think about the authenticity of the matter. If there was no conclusive evidence, I would not have brought it up in the morning court. Since everyone is suspicious, Meng Chong, bring the evidence. Eunuch Meng jogged out. Not long after, the palace servants who were holding the evidence filed in. These were all arranged by Fang Jun and sent back. This was a serious matter. He would definitely not convict someone based on a few letters. After discovering the existence of the letters, he immediately sent people to investigate. According to the contents of the letters and other clues in the house, he found strong evidence. Lord Fang was not a reckless person. Before the matter was concluded, it was impossible for him to rashly report the matter. He had worked under Shang Junlin for many years, and Shang Junlin knew very well what kind of personality he had. That was why he was so angry when he heard the news. The ministers did not say anything when the facts were in front of him. Even if they could not figure it out or were unwilling to believe it, the facts were the facts. They would not change because of their attitude. What followed was fear and anger. If not for this natural disaster, if the hidden danger had not been discovered, what would Subei have been like all these years later? Your Majesty, please investigate this matter. This matter cannot be tolerated. Your Majesty, please, the ministers kneeled and loudly declared their position. We will have Fang Jun continue the investigation. In addition, we will send someone else to assist in the investigation. Have you chosen anyone? This matter was of great importance, so the ministers did not delay for too long and quickly decided on a candidate. One came from a humble family, while the other came from a noble family. Both served in the Court of Judicial Review and were experts at investigating cases. The atmosphere in Subei was very tense, but of course, this was only limited to those who knew the inside story. After the rain, the disaster had been alleviated and the lives of the common people had returned to normal. Lord Fang had exempted them from some policies that were detrimental to their livelihood. For the common people, everything was getting better. Fang Jun had been very busy in this period of time. He had thought that the matter had come to an end and that all he needed to do was wait for the imperial court to send someone to take over. Who would have thought that this matter would involve another major incident? I'm afraid that I won't be able to return to the capital for the time being. Lord Fang thought to himself. Sure enough, not long after his news was reported, His Majesty the Emperor's order came down. He was made an imperial envoy and given full authority to deal with the matter of the officials in Subei colluding with foreign enemies. Sun Jiao was also left behind to help. Compared to returning to the imperial court, this matter was clearly more important. For the sake of convenience, Shang Junlin also gave Fang Jun the authority to mobilize part of the Subei army. The general who had been sent to help Fang Jun was officially one of Fang Jun's subordinates. This general was the one who had accidentally replaced a chess piece planted in the northern desert and was unexpectedly promoted. Fang Jun held the imperial edict. It seems that general and I will have to work together for a period of time in the future. My lord, there's a woman outside who wants to see you. A yeoman runner walked in and cupped his hands. A woman? Are you sure she wants to see me? Lord Fang recalled that he had not interacted with any woman in this period of time. Yes, the woman looked a little flustered. She was also carrying a large package in her hands. She said that she knew something that would interest you and wanted to tell you. Bring the woman in. Not long after, the yeoman runner brought in a woman dressed in coarse hemp clothes. Lord Fang. The woman knelt down as soon as she came in. This humble girl has something important to tell you. This humble girl is Yaoji. I was once a dancer in Lord Ho's residence. Based on the woman's description, Fang Jun learned another side of the high-ranking officials in Subei. In addition to all kinds of treasures, Lord Ho also loved beautiful women. Every once in a while, his subordinates would send him a group of women. Most of these women could only stay in the residence for half a year. No one knew where they went after that. Yaoji had been learning to dance since she was a child in order to be chosen by a high-ranking official one day. She was outstanding in appearance and talent, so she was the most outstanding among her friends. Therefore, she was chosen to serve in Lord Ho's residence. Yaoji had been learning to dance since she was a child. After entering the residence, she quickly won Lord Ho's favor. Lord Ho showed off her excellent dancing skills everywhere. Thus, she inadvertently uncovered a shocking secret. That day, Lord Ho went to a banquet as usual and asked me to perform well at the banquet. The banquet was very strange. Everyone was wearing masks. One of them took a fancy to me, so Lord Ho asked me to serve him. Perhaps because he drank too much, that man said a lot of inexplicable words in the evening, mixed with some words that I didn't understand. As she spoke, Yaoji imitated. Later, I learned that it was the language of the northern desert. That man said that he cooperated with Lord Ho. I remembered several key words: northern desert, northern army, failed plan, and kidnapped. After that, I knew something I shouldn't know, so I found an opportunity to pretend to be ill and was sent out of the main city. Then why did you come back? Fang Jun asked calmly. Because I heard a lot about your deeds. I thought that you must be different from those people, so I wanted to give these things to you. Yaoji took out a big package in her arms. These were left by the people who served me at the banquet. The yamen runner took the package and opened it. Inside were mostly jewelry for women, but the style was not popular in Dahuan. Yaoji took out one of the jade boxes, opened the interlayer, and took out a folded piece of paper. What I want to give to you is this. It was left by that man. Fang Jun asked someone to bring the things in and asked with a puzzled look, why did you leave these things? Because I hate the northern desert. After I knew that man was from the northern desert, I wanted to find a chance to expose this matter. Yaoji smiled bitterly, I know that I'm not powerful enough. After leaving the main city, I wanted to leave Subei and go all the way south to the capital. Later, I heard about your deeds from many people, so I wanted to give these things to you. From the information I learned, the northern desert people have been in Subei for a long time. Every once in a while, they would disguise themselves as people from Dahuan and appear in Subei. They are involved with the original officials of Subei. My ability is limited, so I can't find out more useful information. As she spoke, the woman's breath became more and more unstable. I'll deal with this matter seriously. He would investigate the woman's origin. As for the things she said, he would investigate in detail. Thank you, Your Excellency. After that, the woman seemed to be unable to support herself and slowly fell down. Quickly help her up and call for a doctor. Fang Jun called Sun Zhao, who was busy, and told him what happened just now. This woman's words are 80% credible. Fang Jun looked at the piece of paper the woman took out. It was a letter. It was different from the letter they found in Master Ho's house. This letter was written by Master Ho to the people of the northern desert. It matched the clues they found. So, the northern desert people are hiding in Subei and in the main city. After so many years, I didn't notice at all. Sun Zhao frowned. It seems that we were right not to announce the collusion between Master Ho and the northern desert people. Now that we're in the dark, it's easier to find them. After the woman woke up, Fang Jun asked her a few more questions. Unfortunately, the woman didn't know the location of the banquet. When we went there, we were all blindfolded and sat in an airtight carriage. We only knew that it was a big house with gorgeous decorations. After we went there, our range of activities was limited. Except for dancing at the banquet, we could only move around in a small courtyard. When we left, it was the same as when we went there. The woman told him all she knew. Fang Jun saw that he couldn't get any more information and left. Fang Jun naturally had to report such a big matter to the emperor as soon as possible. No matter whether the northern desert people had roots in Subei or not, they had to pay attention to this matter. When Shang Junlin received the news, the officials sent to Subei were already on their way. Without Jiang Huiqing and the other two to help, the prime minister was as busy as before. Because of Fang Jun's absence, he was even busier than before. When Shang Junlin talked to Xinyu about this matter, there was a smile on his face, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. So, the northern desert people have already infiltrated Subei? Xinyu picked up a piece of snack and fed it to Shang Junlin. In fact, it's not strange if you think about it. If they didn't enter Subei, how could they have a relationship with the former upper-level officials? Shang Junlin sucked the snack in Xinyu's hand and Xinyu's finger. He took a bite and let go. Ayu is right. Since you've come to Subei, don't think about going back. Those who offend Dahuan must pay the price. The culprit behind the incident in the palace has been found out. When Shang Junlin suddenly mentioned Xinyu took a while to remember what he was talking about. Your Majesty, are you talking about the wooden block that was soaked in hallucinogenic drugs? Yes, there are not many people who can enter the greenhouse. Meng Cheng ordered people to guard the greenhouse for a few days and found a few suspects. After interrogating them, we got the results yesterday. There was a special place in the palace that dealt with palace servants. When palace servants committed crimes, they would usually be sent there. The interrogation methods in the palace were crueler than those outside, and there were more ways to torture people. After those people were sent there, they were reluctant to admit anything at first. The eunuch in charge of this matter knew Shang Junlin's attitude. He would use any method to interrogate them. After a few days, those people couldn't take it anymore and confessed everything. Shang Junlin lowered his eyes. There was no need to tell you these things. Who did it? Xinyu wasn't interested in how he got the answers. What's the motive of the person behind this? If he really wanted to harm me, he wouldn't have succeeded with such little means. Besides, how did he know that I would go to see the flowers sent by Princeton? Ayu's guess is right. Their real motive wasn't to harm you, but to push the blame to Princeton. They chose a small dose of hallucinogenic drugs because they would be found out before they could bring it in. As for the instigator of this matter, it was Feng Pingqi. Feng Pingqi, Lord Feng, I don't have any grudges with him, right? Xinyu thought for a while. In this life, he didn't enter the officialdom, so he didn't have any dealings with Lord Feng. Were the previous incidents also related to Lord Feng? Xinyu now knew that the two incidents were caused by someone. However, the culprit hid it very well, so they didn't have any evidence against him. The previous two incidents had nothing to do with him. Shang Junlin would have ordered the arrest of the culprit long ago if the culprit was found to be related to him. It was only this time that Xinyu did not suffer any substantial harm, so he could barely maintain his composure. Otherwise, it would not be an exaggeration to cut the culprit into pieces. I don't think it has anything to do with him. No matter how strong the Feng family is, it's impossible for them to not give themselves away in front of Her Majesty. Xinyu was not surprised by this result. Why did he do that? We couldn't get anything out of the palace maid. This palace maid had received Feng Pingqi's favor before she entered the palace. Feng Pingqi threatened her to help this time, so she had no choice but to listen. Speaking of this person, Shang Junlin's tone was very cold. No matter whether that person was willing or forced, it was an undeniable fact that he had caused harm to Xinyu. Since he had done something wrong, he should bear the corresponding consequences. His Majesty said that there is a mysterious force behind Lord Feng. Could all these be related to this force? Xinyu was not speaking without thinking. That force had been hiding in the dark for so long, and the hidden dragon guards had not been able to find out anything. They could definitely cut off all the clues after doing something. I have this suspicion too. Let's wait a little longer. There is already progress on the other side. Feng Pingqi will not be free for a few more days. When the time comes, I will definitely give you justice. You must be worried when you're with me. Xinyu shook his head. Shang Junlin was the target of all the conspiracies and plots. He was just an accessory. The only one who was in danger and had to be on guard against these hidden attacks was Shang Junlin. Your Majesty, you must also be careful at all times. These enemies hiding in the dark would one day be uprooted by them. I have given you a team of hidden dragon guards. If there is anything, you can let them do it. Don't let them stay too far away from you. Some of my next actions might make them desperate, Shang Junlin instructed. Your Majesty, just do whatever you want to do. You don't have to worry about me. Your Majesty, you said that those people want to push the blame onto King Yin. Why King Yin? Xinyu knew very little about King Yin. This person's presence was not high in his previous life. King Yin used to have hopes of ascending to the throne. However, he gave up for some reason. Since then, he quietly lowered his presence in the court. When I led the army into the palace, he even helped me. The two of them discussed for a while but still could not come to a conclusion. They could only put this matter aside for the time being. Subei. Fang Jun received Shang Junlin's reply in the shortest time possible. In order to facilitate the operation, Shang Junlin gave Fang Jun partial access to the hidden dragon guards. Gu Huai also withdrew from the Subei army and began to secretly investigate the northern desert people hiding in Subei. Yaoji rested for a few days and felt better. She volunteered to help. I am one of the participants. I can help you. Yaoji was very nervous when she said this. The prejudice against women was engraved in the bones. She really wanted to help, but she was also afraid that she would be excluded because of her identity. Then you can come with us. We will have to trouble you for the rest of the work. Fang Jun's daughter was an official in the court. He naturally had no prejudice against women. Seeing this, the junior official subconsciously wanted to say that it was not appropriate. Yaoji was not only a woman, but also a dancer. It was inappropriate for her to work with them. Fang Jun glanced at them and knew what they wanted to say. He calmly interrupted them. Yaoji knows more than you and me. It will be more convenient with her help. I know what you are thinking. However, this is a critical period. Finding those people is more important than anything else. Put away what you should not think and work with peace of mind. Ashamed by Fang Jun's words, the junior officials bowed their heads and admitted their mistake. Sir, you are right. It was undeniable that Yaoji was indeed beautiful. When she revealed her true appearance, many people were stunned. Knowing that her appearance would attract a lot of attention and bring unnecessary trouble, she disguised herself for the rest of the time. Yaoji was a very meticulous person. She could get more useful clues by following the clues. With her help, things went smoothly. A few days later, the officials sent by the imperial court to Subei successfully arrived. Fang Jun led people to greet them and was surprised to see his daughter. Fang Jiai was not supposed to come at this time. Shang Junlin planned to let the father and daughter reunite in the capital before sending Fang Jiai to Subei. However, the plan could not keep up with the changes. Subei needed a lot of manpower. Fang Jiai volunteered, so Shang Junlin simply packed the three of them and sent them over. Fang Jun's expression only changed for a moment. Other than Sun Zhao, who was familiar with him because of their work together, no one else noticed the slight change in his expression. After arranging the new officials, Fang Jun returned to his study. Sun Zhao followed him and asked, Sir, your expression was not right just now. Is there a problem with the selection of officials? No, I just saw an unexpected person. The list of officials who would be sent over was first sent to Subei. Fang Jun had a rough idea of who would come. Coincidentally, Fang Jiai's name was not on the list. Sir, are you talking about those particularly young ones? It is said that His Majesty sent them over to increase their seniority. Sun Zhao had no objection to this, as long as the officials sent over could do their jobs well. His Majesty did not tell me in advance. Fang Jun facepalmed. Even if His Majesty had told him in advance, he would not have stopped it, right? In the blink of an eye, Fang Jun received a letter from the imperial court. Shang Junlin explained why Fang Jiai and the other two's names were not on the list. It was because the three of them should not have come at this time. Fang Jun arranged a small banquet to welcome the officials who were going to work in Subei from afar. At the same time, it was also to let them familiarize themselves with the local officials in Subei. Fang Jiai drank some wine and walked out of the hall. Subei was completely different from the capital. Only the bright moon in the night sky was the same as in the capital. Come out. Why are you following me? Fang Jiai suddenly spoke after standing for a while. Sir, are you also here for Miss? Yaoji walked out from behind the pillar, her eyes flickering. As you can see. Fang Jiai opened her arms generously. Sir, you are really amazing. Yaoji's eyes were full of envy. Has the imperial court allowed women to be officials now? You don't know? Fang Jiai was surprised. This matter had caused quite a stir back then. Logically speaking, everyone who should know should have known. Fang Jiai had heard about this woman from her colleagues. She admired such a woman. Since she had nothing else to do, she invited her to sit at the stone table in the courtyard and began to talk. Unconsciously, they talked about the most important matter at hand. In fact, when I came to find Sir Feng, I was prepared for failure. I didn't expect Sir Feng to take what I said seriously and make an exception to let me participate. My life's wish is to catch these northern desert people and find the whereabouts of the other missing women. Whatever you wish in your heart will come true. Feng Jie pondered. When the relief materials were sent to the northern desert, would some of the missing women be in the northern desert? With the addition of new officials, the pressure on Feng Jun and Sun Zhao was greatly reduced. After delegating the matters in the northern desert to the new officials, they focused most of their attention on catching the northern desert people hiding in the northern desert. Under the seemingly calm surface, there was a turbulent undercurrent. The northern desert was like this, and so was the capital. Sir Feng realized that he was being watched. He did not know when it started, but no matter what he did, there would always be a pair of eyes following him like a shadow. After enduring for a few days, Sir Feng once again contacted the mysterious force. The hidden dragon guards were waiting for this opportunity. They quietly followed him. Everything was ready. It was time to close the net. When Shang Junlin received the report from the hidden dragon guards, it was night time. Shang Junlin looked at the young man who was sleeping soundly in his arms and gently sat up. The leader of the hidden dragon guards knelt outside the room. Shang Junlin put on his clothes and walked out. "Master, we have caught the person." Shang Junlin looked behind the screen and said, "Let's talk outside." The heat source beside him disappeared. Xinyu woke up from his deep sleep and opened his eyes in a daze. He looked around the room but could not find Shang Junlin. There was a faint sound coming from outside the room. It was dark and he could not hear it clearly. For a moment, Xinyu felt that he was still in a dream. Not long later, Shang Junlin walked in with a cold aura. He realized that the young man was sitting on the bed in a daze. He quickly walked to the bedside and covered the young man with the blanket. "Did I wake you up?" "Where did you go, Your Majesty?" Xinyu was still in a daze. Shang Junlin knew that the young man was not fully awake. He hugged the young man and lay down. "I went out to talk to you about something." "There's nothing else. Go back to sleep." Xinyu, who was in a semi-conscious state, was very soft. It was completely different from usual. Shang Junlin loved the way he usually behaved. He also liked the other side of him that he occasionally revealed. He looked very easy to bully. Shang Junlin's heart softened when he thought about how Xinyu woke up and waited for him after he went out for a while. He gently patted Xinyu's back, intending to coax him back to sleep. Xinyu grabbed Shang Junlin's collar tightly. His mouth opened and closed as if he was saying something, but no sound came out. "Are you?" Shang Junlin whispered. Xinyu pressed closer to Shang Junlin and didn't respond. Shang Junlin hugged Xinyu and lowered his head to plant a light kiss on her forehead. Then, he moved down and finally landed on her lips. Xinyu didn't have any intention to resist and let him do whatever he wanted. Shang Junlin barely stopped himself before he lost control. Surrounded by a familiar scent, Xinyu's tense nerves gradually relaxed and his consciousness slipped into a sweet dream. When he woke up, the sky was already bright. Xinyu sat up with the quilt in his arms. He still had some recollection of what happened last night. He looked around but couldn't find Shang Junlin. Mushi came in to serve him when she heard the noise. "Is His Majesty not here?" "His Majesty went to the morning court and hasn't come back yet." Mushi paused and was a little surprised. Her young master rarely asked this question. Why did he suddenly ask today? Xinyu didn't ask because he knew that Shang Junlin wasn't here, most likely because he went to the morning court or because he was delayed by something after the court. It was normal to not see him when he woke up in the morning. He asked today because he was a little concerned about what happened last night. He didn't know if it was a dream or reality. Young master's clothes are a little small. The Shangyi Bureau should send new clothes over in 2 days. Mushi tidied up Xinyu's clothes and said. Suddenly, her hand paused. While she was moving, she saw the red marks on Xinyu's lapel. Compared to the panic she had when she first saw these marks, Mushi was now able to keep a straight face. After all, she had seen it too many times. No matter how surprised she was at the beginning, she didn't feel anything later on. She was the head palace maid of Yuzhong Palace. Xinyu's identity was the emperor. His Majesty had always lived in Yuzhong Palace. It was normal for something to happen. Xinyu straightened his sleeves and said, "It is indeed a little small." She didn't know if it was because the imperial palace was especially nurturing. Xinyu had put on some weight and his complexion was better. He was much taller than when he entered the imperial palace. He couldn't wear the clothes he brought into the imperial palace now. Did anything happen last night? After washing up, Xianxia drank a cup of warm water and asked. No, why do you ask? It seemed that Mushi didn't know what happened last night. It wasn't strange. The hidden dragon guards came and went like ghosts. If the person who talked to Shang Junlin last night was a hidden dragon guard, it was normal that Mushi didn't find out. Young master, the pot of flowers sent by imperial physician Gu has bloomed. Mushi remembered this important matter. She remembered that her young master was very concerned about the flowers sent by imperial physician Gu. Among the flowers and plants that could be personally cared for by Xianxia, except for this one, the rest were sent by His Majesty. Bloomed? Xianxia was surprised. Junling could bloom, since Mushi said so. Xianxia decided to go and take a look. Junling was rare, let alone now that it had bloomed. Xianxia had never seen it bloom before and was quite curious. Xianxia walked into the small courtyard where flowers were placed. A light fragrance greeted him. It was an indescribable fragrance. Just by smelling it, all his tiredness seemed to disappear. Most of the flowers and plants here were taken care of by Xianxia. Personally, he was sure that before this fragrance appeared, he didn't have such a feeling when he walked into the courtyard. He turned to look at the other palace maids and saw that they all looked relaxed. Xianxia walked in. Junling was placed on the shelf on the left. At this moment, there were a few light green flower buds in the middle of the delicate branches and leaves. How long has it been since the flower buds bloomed? Xianxia didn't see the flower buds the last time he was here. I found them last night. At that time, Shang Junlin was present and ordered that no one should enter the room to disturb them. Mushi didn't say anything. Xianxia walked closer to observe. The flower buds were very small. Each flower was only the size of a pinky finger. They were hidden among the branches and leaves and were hard to find. After getting closer, Xianxia found that the fragrance had become stronger, but it wasn't pungent. It was still light and very comfortable to smell. Unlike the peace of the imperial harem, the court was almost boiling. Shocking news came one after another, catching people unprepared. The matter in Subei hadn't ended yet, and yet another major event had happened in the court. The cause was that during the court session today, everyone found that Lord Feng wasn't present. Not only Lord Feng, but several officials under Lord Feng were also absent. Without giving them too much time to guess, Shang Junlin directly announced the crimes committed by Lord Feng's faction. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The ministers were completely unsettled. They thought that the matter in Subei was far away from them. Today, they were suddenly told that their colleagues who had been with them for many years were also involved and had even revealed the details of the court's movements to the other side. How could they accept this? Lord Feng has entered the cabinet. Why can't he figure out why he did this kind of thing? I was wondering why the robbers were so clear about the number of troops we sent. It turns out that someone had already leaked it. So, our every move is under the other side's surveillance? Lord Feng is an important minister in the cabinet and knows more secrets than we do. Just how much of these secrets did he reveal to the other side? Is Lord Feng really in cahoots with the Northern Desert? This was the last question they urgently needed to know. If Lord Feng really was in cahoots with the Northern Desert, they had to prepare early. This matter will be handled by the Prime Minister and the Ministry of Justice. We want a result as soon as possible. It wasn't just Shang Junlin. The other ministers also wanted a result as soon as possible. The officials who were usually close to Lord Feng's faction paled. Shang Junlin's move was truly too sudden. Without giving anyone any time to react, the aristocratic families lost a third of their positions in the cabinet. Lord Duan was so angry that he was trembling. He had sensed that something was wrong with Lord Feng during this period of time, but he had never imagined that Lord Feng would be so bold as to commit such a crime. Even if the aristocratic families wanted to protect him, they couldn't. Because of Lord Feng's matter, the factions in the court were once again in turmoil. While they were worried, many people turned their eyes to the vacated position of Lord Feng's faction. Especially Lord Feng's position. That was the cabinet. Ever since the Prime Minister became the cabinet, there hadn't been any changes in the cabinet for the past 6 years. Now that there was finally a vacant position, all the factions wanted to send their own people to it. When Shang Junlin returned from the court, Xinyu asked him about what happened last night. Shang Junlin didn't hide anything and told him about capturing Lord Feng and the person who was in cahoots with Lord Feng. Your Majesty, why did you take action directly this time? How did the court react? The Hidden Dragon Guards had already found out where the group of people were staying in the capital. They caught all of them last night. There's no need for Feng Pingqi to stay any longer. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to capture the person behind the scenes, Shang Junlin would have already dealt with him based on the fact that Lord Feng attacked Xinyu. These few days, the Hidden Dragon Guards had been paying close attention to Lord Feng's movements. After being pressured by Shang Junlin a few times, Lord Feng finally couldn't take it anymore and found the person behind the scenes. Their actions were very secretive, but no matter how secretive they couldn't escape the eyes of the Hidden Dragon Guards who were already prepared. Through the person who contacted Lord Feng, the Hidden Dragon Guards found out where the group of people were staying in the capital. They didn't act rashly and made use of this opportunity to sneak in. When they were sure that their plan was foolproof, they took action to capture Lord Feng. At the same time, the people who were guarding the Feng residence received the news and captured the entire Feng family. Everything happened in a very short period of time and no one had time to react. When Shang Junlin woke up last night, he heard about this matter from the leader of the Hidden Dragon Guards. After the court, the Prime Minister went straight to the Ministry of Justice. Lord Feng's case involved a lot of people and had to be dealt with as soon as possible. The other ministers didn't slack off either. Lord Feng's downfall was a foregone conclusion. The position that he left behind was highly sought after and all the factions wanted a piece of it. The aristocratic family officials were especially unwilling to give up their positions to others. What is Lord Feng thinking? Why doesn't he want to be a minister in the imperial cabinet? Look at what he has done. He colluded with the people in Subei to steal the relief supplies and opened the door for the northern desert. He even poisoned Xingue Jun. Why did he provoke Xingue Jun for no reason? Everyone knew that Xingue Jun was the emperor's reverse scale. Anyone who touched him would die. There was no turning back for anything that Lord Feng had done. No wonder we didn't receive any reports from Subei that were related to the disaster. It wasn't just the higher-ups in Subei who didn't let us know. The ministers in the imperial cabinet also didn't want the imperial court to know about this. Xinyu looked at the reports from the Ministry of Justice and laughed coldly. Subei was suffering from a drought. Other than the officials in the main city, the local officials could also ask the imperial court for help. Without exception, all these reports disappeared. Xinyu had been thinking about how the people in Subei had blocked all the news. It was because there was a spy in the imperial court. Because Shang Junlin didn't have a deep foundation in the imperial court in the early years, the imperial cabinet had a lot of power. Even now, the imperial cabinet could still fight against the imperial power. As an important minister in the imperial court, Lord Feng had been in the imperial court for many years. It was not difficult for him to hide the news of Subei. Did he collude with the people of the northern desert? Xinyu was more concerned about this than anything else. The Ministry of Justice said that when they told Feng Pingqi that the people in Subei had colluded with the northern desert, the surprised expression on Feng Pingqi's face didn't seem fake. He also refused to admit that he had colluded with the northern desert. Perhaps he knew that there was no hope for him to reverse the case, so he confessed very clearly what he had done all these years, Shang Junlin said. Isn't it because the power behind him was also arrested? Xinyu didn't believe that Lord Feng had revealed the truth because he had suddenly repented. People who had abandoned their bottom line wouldn't cry until they saw the coffin. This is also a big reason. At first, he refused to say anything. Later, the Ministry of Justice took him to watch the execution, so he became honest. The one who was punished was naturally the person who had been cooperating with him. Since the prisoner was sent to them, the Ministry of Justice naturally wanted to find out some useful information. The Ministry of Justice acted quickly. According to the clues given by Lord Feng, they arrested many people who were hiding in the capital. However, Lord Feng's information was limited. Although he had cooperated with the other party for many years, he still didn't know the other party's real background. If Lord Feng is telling the truth and he didn't collude with the people of the Northern Desert, then what about the power behind him? Did they collude with the Northern Desert? Other than the Northern Desert, what about other countries? Xinyu touched his chin and thought, is there any connection between that power and the one who has been helping the king of you? Are you suspects that they are the people left behind by the late emperor? Shang Junlin reacted. I'm not sure. It's just a guess. Whether it's true or not depends on the results of the investigation by the Ministry of Justice. It would be best if they could catch the people behind the king of you. The person behind Prince Yu was a knot in Xinyu's heart. In his previous life, he worked for Prince Yu, but he did not really come into contact with that power. If the situation was not urgent, that power would not have helped him. Xinyu had always thought that the force helped him because King of Yu had saved young Master He. What happened in this life was different from what happened in his previous life. He also knew some secrets that he didn't know in his previous life, so his view of the force changed. He didn't have much of a clue as to whose orders they were following and what their objectives were. Shang Junlin stroked Xinyu's wrist. I have always asked the hidden dragon guards to investigate Prince Yu. I also took the opportunity to find out more about Prince Yu's fief. Speaking of which, the person who gave Prince Yu the proverb has been caught. Xinyu's thoughts were immediately pulled back. Your Majesty, are you talking about the person who asked Prince Yu to get close to me and Shen Qingran? That's right. The hidden dragon guards have secretly brought that person to the capital. He should arrive in a few days. Shang Junlin's tone was as cold as before when he mentioned that person. Your Majesty, don't forget to bring me to see him. Xinyu was very concerned about whether the proverb was true or not and why the other party said such words. I won't forget. Shang Junlin held Xinyu's hand and kissed it. No matter what, you can only be mine. Shang Junlin did not care about the proverb, whoever gets the Shen family will get the world. All he wanted was Xinyu. Of course. Xinyu took the opportunity to hug Shang Junlin's neck and looked up. Your Majesty can only be mine. Shang Junlin's eyes darkened. He held the back of Xinyu's head and pulled him towards himself. Then, he leaned forward and kissed him. He also loved Yu, who was showing his possessiveness to him. The imperial palace was warm and quiet, but the front court had stirred up quite a few waves. After announcing Lord Feng's crimes, Shang Junlin dismissed all the officials involved and sent them to prison. No matter how much these people participated, it was impossible for them to return to their original positions in this lifetime. This matter involved a lot of people. If an official was dismissed, then an official position would be vacated. With the loss of Lord Feng's bloodline in the imperial court, the originally stable situation was suddenly broken. Everyone wanted a share of the spoils. Official Feng had been in the court for many years and had many officials working under him. Among them, there was no lack of third-rank and second-rank officials. Now that these officials had been stripped of their positions and Shang Junlin had not immediately appointed new officials, both the aristocratic families and the commoners had their eyes on these officials. During the morning court, some officials suggested that Shang Junlin should appoint new officials as soon as possible. Although it would not affect the operation of the imperial court, as long as the imperial court was not stable, it would be easy to cause more trouble. Shang Junlin also knew this. He had some candidates in mind. After gathering a few important officials to discuss, some of the positions welcomed new owners. Among these officials, there were people from aristocratic families and commoners. Once again, the two sides reached a delicate balance. Except for official Feng's original position, it was always empty. This position was originally held by an official from an aristocratic family. Because of this, the aristocratic families had been steadily suppressing the commoners. Now that there was only one official from an aristocratic family left in the imperial court, the aristocratic family's power was greatly weakened. In addition, Shang Junlin had promoted many new people. Most of these people had been sent out after the imperial examinations and had just returned to the capital. With their addition, the original power in the imperial court had been greatly affected. This time, Your Majesty is the biggest winner. Shang Junlin did not hide anything from Xinyu. When Xinyu saw that Shang Junlin had completed his plan ahead of time, he could not help but feel happy. Actually, I never thought that Feng Pingqi would do such a thing. Official Feng had done a lot of things. Just one of them was enough to kill all 9 generations of his family. Not to mention that he had done so many things in a row. The Feng family, which had been hovering in the capital for many years, had completely withdrawn from the stage of De Huan because of him. It was almost impossible for them to rise again. Shang Junlin would not give them this chance. The other aristocratic families would not give them this chance. Official Feng was really reckless this time. The influential people of the aristocratic families in the capital gathered together to discuss what to do next. Not only did he lose himself and the Feng family, but he also implicated us. Now that the imperial court is empty, His Majesty has no intention of letting anyone into the imperial court. In my opinion, we have recommended so many candidates, but His Majesty did not agree. His meaning is already very clear. I'm afraid that His Majesty already has a candidate in mind. As long as Feng Jun does not return, the imperial court will be empty. To be able to get to where they were today, none of the people present were stupid. They had already arranged for people to fill the other positions. Only the imperial court did not agree. If it was not because they were not satisfied with the current ministers, then it was because they already had candidates. All signs showed that the latter was more likely. His Majesty has long wanted to move the imperial court. If it were not for the fact that he did not have a chance, do you think he would let the aristocratic families ride on his head for so long? We all know what kind of character His Majesty is. Previously, regarding the matter of women entering the imperial court as officials, even if official Feng and official Duan did not agree, His Majesty could still use other ways to force you to agree. Then what can we do? Are we just going to watch this position be taken by others? What else can we do? The Feng family is very powerful. Before this incident, many aristocratic families were on good terms with them. Right now, they don't even have enough time to worry about themselves. How can they have the heart to resist His Majesty? As soon as these words came out, the room fell into a short silence. Not to mention others, their own families were on good terms with the Feng family. They were afraid that they would accidentally be implicated. It was enough to protect themselves from being punished. How could they have the heart to do anything else? It's all thanks to the Feng family's influence that we were able to easily achieve our goal this time. In the afternoon, Shang Junlin and Xinyu were resting in the pavilion. When they talked about the matters of the imperial court, Shang Junlin spoke up. His Majesty is in a fit of anger. Who dares to provoke him at this time? Xinyu chuckled. If they are willing to settle down, it will make it easier for His Majesty to act. Compared to the uncertain ownership of power, these aristocratic families obviously valued themselves more. The Ministry of Justice found out a lot of things, but Feng Pingqi refused to admit that he was in cahoots with the foreign enemy. No matter how they tortured him, he insisted that he did not know about it. Shang Junlin rubbed the teacup in his hand, his eyes unreadable. Does His Majesty believe his words? Has official Feng always been involved with the Northern Sioux, or only this matter? Xinyu asked. This matter is not a matter of whether Zhen believes it or not. Zhen needs a definite answer. If he really was in cahoots with the Northern MO, the imperial court would have to prepare early. Shang Junlin did not tell Xinyu that because official Feng had schemed against Xinyu, he was given special care in the Ministry of Justice. The possibility of him lying was not high, but even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance of him lying, it could not happen. The Northern MO and the Great Huan dynasty had been enemies for a long time. If they really knew the Great Huan dynasty like the back of their hand, the consequences would be unimaginable. The imperial court's movements were not small. The people of Jing also sensed something. Their expressions were not as relaxed as before. After official Feng and the others were arrested, the imperial court learned about the matter of the Northern Sioux officials being in cahoots with the foreign enemy. God damn it, the ones who stole the relief supplies were not bandits, but the high-ranking officials of the Northern Sioux. What do they want to do? If it weren't for His Majesty, the Northern Sioux might not have been able to return to the Great Huan dynasty. Those officials were born and raised in the Great Huan dynasty. Don't they know what the situation was like when the Northern Sioux was invaded? How could they not know? They just don't want to care about the lives of the people. Otherwise, why would they try so hard to hide the drought in the Northern Sioux region? They only care about their own enjoyment. They really are worthless. Directly killing them is letting them off too easily. If it were up to me, these traitors should be hacked to pieces. No wonder it rained on the day they were executed. Even the heavens couldn't stand it. It rained as soon as they died. It's all thanks to His Majesty's keen observation that he sent official Feng over to expose their background. His Majesty is naturally wholeheartedly for the people. None of the things taken from the houses of the corrupt officials were put into the national treasury. They were all left in the northern Su region. Because official Feng's matter had not been concluded, it was not announced yet. The neighbors were all talking about the northern Su region. The opera troupe that had been instructed by Xinyu previously arranged a new play about the northern Su region. After showing it to Xinyu, it started to perform in the capital. This troupe leader really knows how to seize the opportunity. Xinyu sighed after reading the script presented by the opera troupe. Shang Junlin glanced at it while reading the script. This is based on the play Return to Spring that you were sitting in front of, right? He is indeed a smart person. The story of the play was based on the northern Su region, but it was not exactly the same. It would only make people think about the northern Su region after watching it. Xinyu finished reading the script and handed it to Muxi. Tell them that they can rehearse the play, but there are some places that they can't cross the line. Muxi accepted the order and left. Ayu is interested in these? Shang Junlin stopped writing and asked curiously. No, it's just that the script was sent over, so I casually took a look. Xinyu is indeed not interested in these things. By the way, does His Majesty know much about Junling? It seemed to have bloomed 2 days ago. The grass that was sent by Imperial Physician Gu? Shang Junlin had always been very concerned about the flowers and plants sent by other people, who were the only ones that Xinyu treated specially. Xinyu nodded. Just as Shang Junlin was almost done with his work, Xinyu wanted to go with him to take a look. As soon as he got close, he smelled a faint fragrance. Xinyu walked closer and found that a few days had passed, and the bud had already opened. The flower was very small. Although it was in the state of bloom, it was only the size of a finger. The petals were completely piled up together. The outer layer was light green, and the deeper it was, the whiter it was. Near the center, it was the color of jade. Xinyu had never seen Junling in full bloom, so he couldn't help but slow down his breathing. It's so beautiful. Ayu took good care of it. Shang Junlin looked at the flower and then turned his gaze to Xinyu. Junling was a kind of plant that was very difficult to raise. Shang Junlin didn't know where Imperial Physician Gu got this flower and why he gave it to Xinyu. But when he saw Xinyu's surprised look when the flower bloomed, his heart slightly itched. Ayu is very happy? Xinyu looked back at Shang Junlin, and his eyes were full of amazement. I just didn't expect it to be so beautiful when it bloomed. Although it wasn't as gorgeous as other flowers, it was simple and elegant to the extreme. It was also a kind of beauty that couldn't be ignored. Xinyu liked all beautiful things. If you like it, I will ask people to find more. Shang Junlin held the young man's face and kissed his eyes that were more dazzling than the starry sky. Xinyu closed her eyes and felt a warm kiss on her eyelids. The sun shone through the gap and half of it fell on their bodies, as if they were covered with a layer of golden gauze. Xinyu reached out and grabbed Shang Junlin's collar. She felt the man's breath moving downwards, and finally, their lips touched. Xinyu's hand, which was tightly holding the collar, fell down weakly. In a trance, her body was lifted into the air. When she came back to her senses, she was already on the bed in the bedroom. What does His Majesty want to do? Xinyu's finger pressed against Shang Junlin's lips. It's not even the 10th day yet. Ayu. Shang Junlin's dark eyes were like a bottomless abyss, sucking in the people who were looking at them. Light and shadow swayed, and everything was fading away. Imperial Physician Gu came to check Xinyu's pulse as usual. Before he entered, he was brought to the side hall by eunuch Meng. Guijun and His Majesty have something to do. Imperial Physician Gu, please rest here for a while. It was the first time Imperial Physician Gu encountered such a situation. Although he was puzzled, he didn't ask much. After waiting for about half an hour, eunuch Meng came in and brought him to the main hall. Xinyu was lazily leaning on the soft couch. Her eyes were moist, and her lips were redder than usual. Imperial Physician Gu looked straight ahead and finished checking her pulse. Guijuan's body is fine as usual. Xianxia supported himself to sit up. Shang Junlin, who was beside him, helped him up. Xianxia couldn't help but glare at him. He didn't know what happened today. After the kiss, Shang Junlin carried Xianxia, who was still in a daze, back to the bedroom and bullied her from inside out. Xianxia didn't expect Shang Junlin's sudden action and was easily taken. If Imperial Physician Gu didn't check his pulse, he didn't know how long he would have been bullied. Imperial Physician Gu, do you still remember the Junling that was sent here before? It has bloomed. It was rare for Junling to bloom. Xianxia felt that he should inform Imperial Physician Gu, the previous owner. Imperial Physician Gu was stunned for a moment and said the same thing as Shang Junlin, Your Highness has taken good care of it. Why did Imperial Physician Gu also say such words? Xianxia was curious. One of the reasons why Junling is so rare is that it's not easy to grow. This subject obtained one by accident in the past. I raised it for many years but it didn't bloom. I didn't expect it to bloom in the first year it was sent to Your Highness. Imperial Physician Gu smiled. Giving it to Your Highness was the right decision. Is there anything special about it when it blooms? Xianxia only knew that Junling was rare and had great benefits for the human body. It's all rumors. It's said that Junling can only bloom under the care of a fated person. This subject doesn't think so. Flowers and plants are the same. If they want to bloom, they must meet the conditions. Maybe Your Highness has met the conditions for it to bloom. Xianxia was more inclined to Imperial Physician Gu's second theory. It was like some flowers bloomed once a year and some bloomed once every 3 years. It was impossible for it to bloom before the flowering period. No longer dwelling on the matter of Junling, Xianxia changed the topic and asked about another matter. Has Imperial Physician Gu received any news about my younger brother? Xianxia still remembered Imperial Physician Gu's worried expression for Gu Huai. At that time, Gu Huai's task was at a critical stage and he couldn't have any contact with the outside world. After the matter was resolved, he didn't know if he thought of a way to send a message to Imperial Physician Gu. Thank you for your concern. This subject received a letter from my younger brother 2 days ago. He went out to handle some matters and will be back soon. Gu Huai had been with him since he was young. When he left for a few days, Imperial Physician Gu was not used to it. After a long time, he got better. After a few more words with Imperial Physician Gu, Shang Junlin's gaze became more and more unfriendly. Xianxia had no choice but to let Imperial Physician Gu go. Why did Your Majesty scare Imperial Physician Gu just now? Xianxia turned his head and looked at Shang Junlin with dissatisfaction. Why did you keep talking to him? Shang Junlin was even more dissatisfied. He had just eaten a mouthful to satisfy his craving and was interrupted. How could he be nice to him? Your Majesty is really unreasonable. You broke the agreement and blame others. Xianxia raised his eyebrows and reached out to cover Shang Junlin's eyes. We agreed to meet once every 10 days. Your Majesty, you said it yourself. How many days is it today? Shang Junlin pulled down Xianxu's hand and bit it lightly. Ayu also likes it very much. She keeps clinging to me and won't let go. If Your Majesty knows when to stop every time, it's not impossible to make an exception once in a while. Xianxia cast a sidelong glance at him. Because Xianxia had agreed to meet once every 10 days, Shang Junlin seemed to release the beast in his heart every time the time was up. It was not that he did not want to restrain himself, but with his sweetheart in his arms and the permission to do it once every few days, he could not control himself at all. It was not easy to have a meal, so he had to eat until he was full. This caused Xianxia to be bedridden for a day or two every time after they did it. It was only today that Shang Junlin reluctantly stopped because he wanted Imperial Physician Gu to check his pulse. If you did not ask to meet once every 10 days, I would not. Shang Junlin coughed and did not continue speaking. Xianxia understood his unfinished words. He was not really disgusted with this matter. It was instinctive to have intimate contact with the person he liked. He was no exception, but, before he could fully adapt to it, Shang Junlin should still be a vegetarian. Xianxia thought expressionlessly. As if he knew what he was thinking, Shang Junlin held Xianxu's waist and pulled him into his arms. Xianxia had just been tormented, and the lingering arousal on his body had not completely dissipated. Under the man's sudden action, he trembled slightly. The redness spread along his cheeks and into his clothes. Shang Junlin's eyes darkened. The hand on Xianyu's waist massaged gently, relieving the discomfort. Xianyu squinted his eyes. Your Majesty, do you know how Gu Huai sent the letter back? The drowsy Xianyu did not forget his curiosity. Shang Junlin's hand paused for a moment. As Xianyu muttered in dissatisfaction, he continued to massage him. It was sent back together with Fang Jun's letter. Fang Jun only sent that one letter back to the capital, and it was sent back together with the people who had just gone to the capital. Shang Junlin added. Your Majesty, would Lord Fang be surprised to see that Miss Fang also went to Subei? Fang Jia was added later. She was not on the list that was sent to Subei first. If Fang Jun saw her, he would probably think that I was oppressing the Fang family. Fang Jun was surprised that his daughter was sent here without a word. Later, when he saw He Qingyu and Jiang Huiqing, he roughly understood Shang Junlin's thoughts. Lord, our people have already talked with the Northern Desert. They said that they spent a lot of money to buy those things and are not willing to return them to us. They also insisted that they did not collude with the criminal Madame Ho and the others. The official who returned from the Northern Desert reported. What do you think? Fang Jun asked in a deep voice. The Northern Desert's reaction was as he expected. It would be strange if the other party admitted it directly. Fang Jun did not intend to get the things back in one go. This time, he just wanted to test the other party's attitude. In my opinion, if we want to recover this batch of goods, it is difficult to achieve our goal by negotiation alone. We must give them enough deterrence while negotiating so that they will not be fearless. The others nodded. Why were the Northern Desert people so arrogant? Wasn't it because they did not dare to do anything to the Northern Desert? What if they did not have this backing? Jiang Huiqing and He Qingyu were in charge of investigating the Northern Desert people who had sneaked into Subei. They were newcomers and were not on the list. They simply disguised themselves as ordinary rich people and walked around the city. They got the clues about the Northern Desert people from Lord Fang Jun that Yaoji had given them. They wanted to see if they could find the hiding place of this group of people through other methods. Those people stayed in Subei, they must have some ulterior motive. Now that the people they have been cooperating with, or should I say the umbrella, are gone, they must find new people to cooperate with. In the restaurant, He Qingyu and Jiang Huiqing sat opposite each other. Jiang Huiqing dipped his finger in water and wrote the word Shang on the table. Brother Qingyu, what kind of people do you think are most likely to be selected? According to Miss Xiaoji, those who can get in touch with those people are not only officials, but also some rich merchants. Now that the officials in Subei have changed, the stable relationship between the three parties has lost a corner. There is bound to be some friction. This is our chance. They looked at each other and saw the tacit understanding in each other's eyes. The next day, the business circle in Subei received the news that a generous merchant had come to Subei. It was said that he wanted to come out of Subei to buy some exotic treasures. This was not surprising. Over the years that Dahuan and the Northern Desert had maintained a peaceful relationship, there had always been merchants entering the Northern Desert through Subei. Not long ago, there was a merchant surnamed Yan who came out of Subei. It was said that the goods brought by the merchant surnamed Yan were very popular in the Northern Desert, especially among the Northern Desert women. With his rich family background, He Qingyu successfully entered the business circle in Subei. Their appointment had not been announced yet, so they acted independently of the government. The only one who knew their movements was Lord Fang. Fang Jia stayed by Lord Fang's side to help. The failure of the first negotiation had left a psychological shadow in many people's hearts. Compared to the Northern Desert, they had more concerns. After all, no one knew how long the Northern Desert people had been lurking in Subei and how deep their understanding of Subei was. Before they figured this out, they wouldn't be able to do anything. When it came to the candidates for the next negotiation with the Northern Desert, Fang Jia stepped forward. I am willing to give it a try. Well, you are a woman after all. Won't it be inconvenient? What's the difference between a man and a woman in the face of righteousness? Since I dared to speak, I must be confident. Instead of choosing someone who is unwilling to fail again, why don't you let me try? In terms of eloquence, few could compete with Fang Jia. After a few words, all the officials were speechless. In the end, they had to admit that Fang Jiayi was more suitable for the negotiation than anyone else. Miss Fang made the right choice this time. When Xinyu heard the news from Shang Junlin, he couldn't help but laugh. The scene of this girl insulting the Prince of Yu was still vivid in his mind. Xinyu had never seen the Prince of Yu being insulted like this. Your Majesty, Your Highness, the clothing bureau has sent the clothes. Eunuch Meng walked in with his head lowered. Let them in. As soon as Shang Junlin's voice fell, several palace servants came in with the clothes in their hands. Because of Shang Junlin's attention, these clothes were all made of the best materials, styles, and colors according to Xinyu's preferences. Ayu, take a look and see if you like it. Shang Junlin walked over with Xinyu and looked at the clothes one by one. His eyes stopped on a red dress for a long time. Xinyu touched the clothes. Under the contrast of the fiery red clothes, her skin looked even fairer. Your Majesty seems to like this dress very much. Can I wear it for you tonight? The young man's voice was very soft, but there was a hidden hook in his voice, which aroused the beautiful thoughts in his heart little by little. Shang Junlin's throat moved violently. Ayu, you have to keep your word. The palace servants lowered their heads and wished they were pillars. Xinyu let go of the red dress and turned to look at the other clothes. The rest of the clothes were light in color, which was in line with Xinyu's usual dressing style. In addition to the clothes in the hands of the palace servants, there were some that were not yet completed. Xinyu was the only one in the harem, and Shang Junlin had ordered that all the good clothes should be given to Xinyu first. Why would Your Majesty want them to make a red dress? Xinyu usually didn't wear this color, and it was not suitable for him to wear red in the palace due to his noble status. The red dress Ayu wore last time was very beautiful. On the night of their first time, Xinyu also wore red and bloomed slowly in front of him. Xinyu that night was so beautiful that he couldn't take his eyes off him. Xinyu did what he said. That night, he changed into the red dress and appeared in front of Shang Junlin. Xinyu's body had grown a little, and his facial features were more beautiful. Under the contrast of the red dress, he showed a kind of burning beauty. Your Majesty, do I look good? Xinyu approached slowly. From the moment Xinyu came out in the red dress, Shang Junlin's eyes never moved away from him. His eyes were burning. If the eyes could turn into something tangible, Xinyu felt that he would be ignited. Very beautiful. Shang Junlin's voice was low and hoarse, with a strong sense of desire. Unlike last time, Xinyu was dressed neatly today. His long hair was tied behind his head with a hairband of the same color. The red dress wrapped him tightly, not revealing anything, but it was more attractive. Xinyu walked towards Shang Junlin. Before she could get close, she was pulled into Shang Junlin's arms. No matter what Ayu wears, no one can compare to her in my heart. Feeling the change in the man's body, Xinyu's eyes flashed with a trace of ridicule. Your Majesty, no matter how nice your words are, we can only watch tonight. Shang Junlin grabbed his wrist and reached into his wide sleeve. 10 days have passed. Xinyu pressed the man's hand in his sleeve and glanced at him. Your Majesty, have you forgotten what happened during the day? It was less than 10 days ago. Ayu. Shang Junlin sucked on her earlobe and ground it with his teeth. The numbness spread from her earlobes, and her Xinyu trembled. The hand on the man's shoulder unconsciously tightened. A few more wrinkles appeared on the flat black dragon robe. Xinyu was imprisoned in Shang Junlin's arms and could not escape. She could only let the man kiss her face, lips, neck, all the way down. The red petals unfolded, revealing the white snow inside. Soon, red plum blossoms bloomed on the snow. Xinyu raised her head high, and her neck drew a beautiful arc. The red string slid down, and her long black hair spread out on the bed. A few strands fell in front of her chest and mixed with the man's hair, making it impossible to tell them apart. Half of her red dress fell on the bed, and the other half fell on the ground. The candlelight was bright, and she could vaguely see a figure moving. Occasionally, she could hear a few suppressed groans. The red candle was lit all night. When Xinyu woke up the next day, his whole body was in pain. He sat up and didn't know where he pulled. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. Shang Junlin lifted the bed curtain and saw Xinyu sitting up slowly. He quickly reached out to help him. Why don't you sleep a little longer? What time is it? Xinyu slowly sat up with Shang Junlin's help. It's not noon yet. Compared to the previous times, Xinyu woke up early this time. Shang Junlin brought the honey water and fed it to Xinyu. Xinyu felt even more uncomfortable and ordered Shang Junlin, "Your Majesty, come here and lean on me." Shang Junlin sat on the bed and took Xinyu into his arms. He put his hand on Xinyu's waist and massaged it. "Are you still uncomfortable?" "What do you think, Your Majesty?" Xinyu asked angrily. Last night, he asked Shang Junlin to stop several times. He scolded and cried, but Shang Junlin didn't stop. Instead, he used more force. As long as Xinyu made a sound, Shang Junlin would become more agitated. Xinyu had no choice but to try not to make a sound. "Ayu, where do you feel uncomfortable? I'll give you a massage." Xinyu lay on Shang Junlin's body and let him massage him. It had to be said that Shang Junlin was very talented in this aspect. After the massage, Xinyu's body was obviously less sore. After the discomfort in his body was relieved, Xinyu got up from the bed. When he was awake, he didn't like to lie on the bed. Other than on the bed, Shang Junlin would usually do whatever Xinyu wanted to do. Xinyu changed his clothes. He was still wearing light blue today. Shang Junlin took the red clothes. He asked Mushi, but Mushi said she didn't see it. Thinking of the marks left on the red clothes, Xinyu felt that it was good that Mushi didn't know. It would be best if Shang Junlin threw the red clothes away. He didn't want to wear red clothes in the short term. News from Subei kept coming back. Xinyu also knew that Jiang Huiqing and He Qingyu were disguised as businessmen and were looking for a breakthrough in another way. Coincidentally, Yanjing also sent back news. He had been doing business for many years and had his own connections. Although the relationship between Dahuan and the Northern Desert was tense, he didn't receive much trouble when he arrived in the Northern Desert because he had prepared well in advance. On the contrary, the goods he brought were very popular. The people of the Northern Desert had different habits from the people of Dahuan. They were nomads who lived on the grassland all year round. Their clothing and living habits were very different from those of Dahuan. However, this didn't prevent the women of the Northern Desert from liking the clothes of Dahuan. The goods Yanjing brought were popular with the women of all families in the capital, not to mention the Northern Desert, which had always been inferior to Dahuan in this aspect. Because most of the goods he sold were women's products, which were useless in the eyes of many men of the Northern Desert. Therefore, they didn't guard against him. Yanjing also gradually got in touch with noble ladies from the Northern Desert from the beginning. He even got in touch with the women of the royal family under the recommendation of these noble ladies. He got closer to these people while quietly investigating the movements of the Northern Desert. Is Boss Yan going back to Dahuan? At night, Yanjing was invited by a noble lady to a banquet hosted by the nobles of the Northern Desert. Yanjing took a sip of wine and said helplessly, "As you can see, my goods are almost sold out. I have to go back to restock. The things in Dahuan are so beautiful. It would be great if I could go and see them." The woman who spoke was wearing an exquisite hairpin. Her lips were also very beautiful. She wore the lipstick she bought from Yanjing. "I want to too. Before I met Boss Yan, I never knew that lipstick could come in so many colors. There are even lipsticks that are specially used for cleansing and washing my hands. Now I smell good every day. I like the smell. Do the women of Dahuan have these things when they are born?" "That's not the case," Yanjing smiled. "These are all new products from the capital and have only been popular in Dahuan for a few days. I was lucky to be able to get the goods to sell in the Northern Desert. Other than in the hands of that person, these goods can't be imported anywhere else. This is also why I have to make a trip back." "So you're saying that not everyone in the Great Huan Kingdom can use these items?" The noble ladies looked at each other, their voices full of excitement. "Of course. I can guarantee that except for me, you can't buy these anywhere else. Will Boss Yan bring different goods the next time he comes? I heard that the women of Dahuan like to decorate their nails beautifully. Can Boss Yan also bring some nail decorations next time?" The other women followed and mentioned many things they wanted. Yanjing agreed to them one by one. He pretended to ask casually, "Many of the goods you mentioned are commonly used in Dahuan. Hasn't anyone come to sell them before?" "Yes, they have. Those people are not like Boss Yan. They only care about us. We can't use the things they bring. Yan Zhang's eyes flickered. What do they usually sell? Salt, ironware, tea. The noble ladies had dealt with him for a long time and didn't think much of it. These things are indeed different from what I sell. Boss Yan, don't be like them. Remember to bring more things that are suitable for us next time. At the end of the banquet, many people were drunk. Yanjing also took the opportunity to ask for a lot of useful information. Yanjing's trip to the northern desert could be said to be fruitful. The goods he brought were far more popular than he expected. The return date was also earlier than planned. Yanjing brought the caravan back to Dahuan. Because he had a good relationship with many noble ladies, he didn't encounter any difficulties along the way. In the northern desert, the status of women was infinitely close to that of men. The power in their hands was no less than that of men. No one would dare to provoke Yanjing and his caravan under their protection. When he left, the caravan mostly brought women's products. When he returned, he brought back all kinds of goods that he had bought in the northern desert. The goods in Dahuan were very popular in the northern desert. Similarly, some goods from the northern desert were also very popular in Dahuan. After leaving the northern desert and arriving at the border of Subei, Yanjing used the method that Xin Yu had given him to contact the hidden dragon guards who were hiding in Subei. He told them all the information that he had gathered in Subei. In order to avoid suspicion, he didn't dare to ask too much. However, because of his dealings with the noble ladies, he had a rough understanding of the internal situation of the northern desert. He didn't hide anything and told them everything. After that, he didn't stay in Subei for long. He continued to bring the caravan south. The news from the hidden dragon guards reached the capital earlier than Yanjing and his caravan. Ironware, salt. Shang Junlin exerted force with his fingers, causing creases to appear on the secret letter. These are all prohibited from being sold to other countries. Looking at the news from the hidden dragon guards, they have made more than 1 or 2 transactions. These people might be related to the people from the northern desert who stayed in Subei. Is there any progress with Master Feng? The officials led by Feng Jiai had a second negotiation with the northern desert. This time, the result was very smooth. They are willing to send the goods back. However, they haven't found anything that can be used against the people hiding in Subei. Subei had just experienced a disaster. On one hand, to stabilize the people's hearts, and on the other hand, to not alert the enemy, this matter wasn't made public. Only those who were involved in it knew the inside story. Speaking of which, Feng Jiai contributed a lot to the success of this negotiation. According to the news from Subei, at the beginning, the people from the northern desert saw that the negotiator was a woman and laughed at her. In the end, Feng Jiai shut them up with just a few words. Later on, she was even more skillful and forced the other party to retreat. Shang Junlin stroked Xin Yu's hair. Thanks to Yu's suggestion, Dahuan has gained another powerful member. Feng Jiai's performance not only shocked the people of the northern desert, but also shocked the officials who came with her. They never knew that the second ranker of the banquet was so powerful. Now they could understand why His Majesty made an exception to allow women to become officials. With Feng Jiai's fighting ability, they couldn't even defeat a few of them. Didn't they see how the northern desert people who came to show off their strength turned pale in the end? Fortunately, Feng Jiai was on their side. This was the first thought in everyone's mind. After the negotiation, Feng Jiai found that the attitude of the officials who came with her changed when they interacted with her. After thinking for a while, she could guess the reason for the change. He must have been frightened by her performance today. Feng Jiai didn't care what these people thought. She just needed to do her own thing. The group of people returned to Subei with the supplies and were warmly welcomed by the people. This lady is really powerful. She got the supplies back without using a single soldier. 2 days ago, Subei was under martial law. I wondered if there was going to be a war again. Me too. But I'm not afraid of war. It's only after His Majesty defeated the northern desert people that we can live a peaceful life. If there's a war again, I'll be the first to rush up. I don't think there will be any more wars. When that female official first came, I was curious. Is there no man in Dahuan? Why did they send a woman over? Now I understand. Even if it's a woman, she's not inferior to the other officials. I heard a lot of news from the people who came to help. It turns out that the court now allows women to become officials. At first, I didn't understand. Now it seems that His Majesty is far-sighted. So what if it's a woman? She can still achieve great things. Feng Jiai's action changed many people's views on women. In the Subei government, Feng Jiai, as the person who contributed the most, reported the operation. Whether it was the process or the result, it was greatly beyond their expectations. Originally, the Subei army was ready at the border. If the negotiations didn't go well, they would directly attack. But during the negotiation, the northern desert people were suppressed by them. No, to be precise, they were suppressed by Feng Jiai alone. Feng Jiai not only got the supplies back, but also compensation. Before they left, they thought that if they could get their supplies back, it would be considered a success. Who would have thought that in addition to the original supplies, they would also receive a lot of compensation? Until now, these people still felt a little dazed. I didn't even dare to think about this result. Looking at the compensation that was moved back, a younger official said. That wasn't the case the last time. The last time I went with a few lords, the other party was so arrogant. Unlike this time, they don't even dare to speak loudly. The other officials who had participated in both cases nodded in agreement. They were too shocked. She was a woman, and she was not as tall as the northern desert people. She was not as strong as them, but her aura was enough to suppress them. When she opened her mouth, they could not even raise their heads. They were thinking about how to help her and how to console her if she failed. But what happened? In the end, they watched as Feng Jiai's words became weaker and weaker. In the end, he agreed to everything she said. In fact, not only the northern desert people, but they were also dumbfounded. You did well, Feng Jun said as he looked at the woman who was standing upright. She was his daughter, an official of the Great Huan dynasty, and his pride. So what if he, Feng Jun, only had one daughter in his life? His daughter was not worse than anyone else. This is what this official should do. Feng Jiai was neither servile nor overbearing. How did you think of getting the other party to compensate? Feng Jiai did not mention this matter to Feng Jun from beginning to end. At first, this official was not sure if I could do it. Later, when I met with the other party, I realized that it was not as difficult as I imagined. Since the other party was willing to admit their mistakes, they naturally had to take responsibility for their wrongdoings. So you made the other party pay a heart-wrenching amount of compensation. The officials who heard the conversation were in a daze. Well done. Feng Jun patted Feng Jiai on the shoulder. Our Dahuan officials should be like this. The others came back to their senses and nodded. That's right, they had Dahuan behind them. No matter what, they could not tarnish Dahuan's reputation. Alright, thank you for your hard work on this trip. This official has already booked a banquet at the largest restaurant in Subei to welcome everyone. Official Feng's words were met with unanimous approval. The group of people changed out of their official robes and arrived at the restaurant in a grandiose manner. Feng Jiai was clustered in the center. Now, everyone did not care about the difference between men and women. Their admiration for Feng Jiai made them temporarily put aside their gender concerns. So what if she was a woman? They only knew that Feng Jiai had made a great contribution this time. Feng Jiai picked up the wine cup and drank it in one gulp. When she put down the cup, there were a few more people around her. Darren, let us toast you. Do you have something to say to me? Feng Jiai saw their sparkling eyes and took the initiative to ask. Yes, one of them mustered up the courage and looked straight into Feng Jiai's eyes. We want to tell Darren that we admire Darren very much. Yes, yes. The others nodded vigorously. Feng Jiai nodded. Also, we were not able to see the negotiation this time. Could Darren tell us what happened at that time? This time, not only them, but the people in the other seats also pricked up their ears. Even the people who went with them looked over curiously. Feng Jiai looked at them one by one, and finally looked at Feng Jun. Feng Jun nodded at her. Feng Jiai stood up. At that time, it was like this, the hall quieted down, and only Feng Jiai's voice echoed. Following her description, they seemed to have returned to the scene of the negotiation once again. They saw the aggressive northern desert people at the beginning, they saw the northern desert people's momentum gradually weaken under Feng Jia's words, they saw Feng Jia arguing with the group of scholars. When they reappeared, they realized that the negotiation was far from as easy as they had imagined. The northern desert people were aggressive, and there were countless hidden traps behind every word. If they were not careful, they would fall into the trap and be doomed eternally. But Feng Jia was calm from the beginning to the end. She used offense as defense and was not afraid of any trap. She forced the northern desert people to retreat and defend themselves. Because of this, Feng Jia took the initiative little by little. They could not help but ask themselves, if they were present at that time, would they be able to do what Feng Jia did? No. This victory belonged to Feng Jia. No one could replace her. Miss Feng is very talented in this area. After listening to the entire process of the negotiation, Xianxia sighed. Your Majesty can't let her talent be buried. Ayu, what do you think about letting her enter Honglu Temple? Honglu Temple was an organization in Dahuan that was responsible for foreign affairs. The officials there had relatively little involvement with the imperial court and were mainly responsible for connecting with other countries. Does your Majesty still want her to stay in Subei? Staying in Subei was to accumulate experience. If she went to Honglu Temple, it would not make much difference whether she stayed in Subei or not. Let's wait for the matter in Subei to end first. If we really catch the northern desert people hiding in Subei, it will be good for Feng Jia to stay there. Xianxia instantly understood Shang Junlin's idea. When they caught the northern desert people hiding in Subei, they would definitely connect with the northern desert. No matter what, the northern desert had to give Dahuan an explanation. If Feng Jia stayed there, based on the success of this negotiation, she would definitely be arranged to deal with this matter when the time came. Your Majesty is very thoughtful. With this premise, if she enters Honglu Temple again, those officials will have nothing to say. They wanted to stop her, but she had really made a great contribution. Even if they did not want to admit it, they could only pinch their noses and accept it. Shang Junlin was reviewing the memorials. Xianxia was sitting beside him, bored. He casually flipped open one of the memorials that hadn't been reviewed and made a sound of surprise. What's wrong? Shang Junlin looked up. Your Majesty said before that you want to set up an examination different from the imperial examination to select people who can enter the Ministry of Works. How is it going? Originally, the Ministry of Rights was already preparing for it to be held this autumn. However, too many things happened this year, so the scale was reduced. It will only be held in the capital. Some people will be selected to enter the Ministry of Works and see if there is anything that can be improved. Shang Junlin took the memorials from Xianxu's hands and found that it talked about this matter. The memorials were written by the Minister of Works, asking for the specific date of the examination. Xianxu only remembered this when he saw it. There were 3 dates initially, which were September, October, and November. Now that September had passed, they could only choose October or November. If it's set in October, will there be enough time? If the scale is smaller, there's still time. This matter has already been leaked to the public. The necessary preparations should be almost done. Since ancient times, no dynasty had done such a thing. The imperial examination was to select talents to enter the imperial court as officials. However, this examination was different. It was equivalent to giving an officially recognized title. It didn't have any real power. Other than entering the Ministry of Works or a new department that had little to do with the imperial court in the future, it had no other use. Because of this, the focus of this examination wasn't on education, but a certain skill. As long as you had a skill, you could participate in the examination. After passing the examination, you could choose whether to enter the Ministry of Works or not. Then let's do it earlier. I think the Minister of Works is almost asking Your Majesty to send more people to him. Xianxu had seen the Minister of Works pass the memorials several times and felt that the Ministry of Works didn't have enough people. Now that the Ministry of Works had money and technology, the Minister of Works had finally found an opportunity. He wouldn't give up until he made some achievements. Okay, then let's set the date at the end of October. Shang Junlin wrote a comment on the memorials. Xianxu flipped through a few more memorials. After a few glances, he put them back uninterestedly. He picked up the unfinished storybooks and continued reading. Halfway through, Xinyu thought of something and poked Shang Junlin's arm. The man raised his head and looked at him in confusion. Your Majesty, do you still remember the storybooks we read the first time we left the palace? Why haven't I seen anything similar after that? Xinyu supported his chin with one hand. His eyes were full of confusion. The storybooks he read were all popular in the capital. It didn't make sense that there wasn't a single one. Ayu is talking about the one that was written based on us? Xinyu nodded. Ayu wants to read it? Shang Junlin had a subtle expression on his face. Your Majesty, don't you think it's quite interesting? The literary talent is also not bad. Maybe we can learn something useful from it. Xinyu's voice became lower and lower. This was because he saw Shang Junlin take out a few books from a hidden compartment and put them in front of him one by one. I didn't know that you would be interested in this. So, it's not that they don't exist, but that they have all been hidden by your Majesty? Xinyu flipped open one of the books. He had an impression of this book. It was the one he saw outside the palace. Xinyu had thought that these books were thrown away by Shang Junlin or left in the house outside the palace. He did not expect them to be so close to him. He was speechless for a moment. I thought you wouldn't want to see them. Shang Junlin stopped looking at the booklets and picked up one of the books. Why would your Majesty think so? Xinyu looked away from the book and turned to Shang Junlin, a trace of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Shang Junlin did not answer his question. Instead, he said, Ayu, if you don't mind, I won't keep them for you in the future. Xinyu stared at Shang Junlin without blinking. He looked at the scarlet color that crept up from his neck to his cheeks. Xinyu smiled. Did your Majesty really keep them for me because you were worried that I would not be able to accept them? After the last time, I thought that your Majesty would not allow them to continue writing. Shang Junlin looked away under Xinyu's burning gaze. Why would you think so? I have this intuition. Xinyu's intuition was right. Shang Junlin would not allow others to write about him and Xinyu, especially if the writing was so erotic and explicit. Therefore, after that day, Shang Junlin found the author through the hidden dragon guards. After a friendly conversation, Shang Junlin did not take back the author's right to write the books. Instead, he restricted the content. The books that were released to the public could not be as explicit as before, and there could not be a third person in between the two of them. As for the original books with explicit descriptions, Shang Junlin bought them at a high price. That person was quite bold. Seeing that he had not angered the nobleman, he wrote another book, but he did not distribute it to the public. Instead, he gave it to Shang Junlin. Shang Junlin accepted it silently. This was equivalent to tacit approval. That person then wrote another edition while writing the normal edition. Without exception, these books were all kept by Shang Junlin. Xinyu continued to flip through these books. The content was the same as before. He felt a little strange. According to Shang Junlin's temperament, he shouldn't have allowed this kind of book to be widely circulated. Xinyu didn't know, but in a sense, he was right. Shang Junlin wouldn't allow such a book to spread. Ayu's intuition is wrong, Shang Junlin retorted without changing his expression. How can I be such a narrow-minded person? Xinyu looked at the book and then glanced at Shang Junlin. He didn't say whether he believed it or not. He didn't intend to argue with Shang Junlin on this matter. With the new novel, Xinyu didn't bother Shang Junlin anymore. He was quite interested in the follow-up of the novel. Although the novel was based on him and Shang Junlin, the content was different. The person who wrote the novel was very skillful. The two protagonists were described very vividly. No wonder it was so popular. Xinyu half leaned on the soft couch and slightly lowered his head. A few strands of hair fell from his cheeks and disappeared into his light-colored clothes. His white and slender fingers pressed on the pages of the book. He was more beautiful than any jade Shang Junlin had ever seen. Putting down the booklet in his hand, Shang Junlin walked over and held Xinyu's hand. Xinyu was interrupted. He raised his head in confusion. Your Majesty? Shang Junlin lifted Xinyu's chin and leaned over to kiss him. This situation is just right. Xinyu was stunned for a moment, but he didn't refuse the kiss. Shang Junlin's kiss was very gentle at first. After receiving Xianyu's response, he suddenly increased the intensity of his kiss. Xianyu snorted. His hand that was pressed against Shang Junlin's chest turned into a push. His other hand was still under Shang Junlin's palm. The hot temperature began to spread from the place where they touched. After the kiss, Shang Junlin sat on the soft couch and held Xianyu in his arms. Xianyu's breath was unstable. He leaned on Shang Junlin's shoulder and panted. Slightly. Why did your majesty suddenly kiss me? Didn't you say that he wanted to use the content of the novel as a reference? Shang Junlin picked up the novel that Xianyu crumpled and put it in front of Xianyu. Just in time. We can try it. Xianyu looked down and hurriedly looked away. Reading by himself and being held in someone's arms were two completely different levels of stimulation. Do you want to try it? I will only do what is in the novel. Shang Junlin leaned close to Xianyu's ear and said in a coaxing tone, you can stop it at any time. Xianyu was imprisoned in Shang Junlin's arms. His fragile neck was also in Shang Junlin's hands. He trembled with Shang Junlin's movements. The familiar feeling aroused the heat in his body. Your Majesty, you have to keep your word. It turned out that sometimes, Shang Junlin's words couldn't be trusted. Xianyu lay on the soft couch. Under the influence of the aftertaste, his eyes were a little unfocused. Shang Junlin was like a hungry wolf. After biting a piece of meat, he refused to let go. I'll carry you to wash up. Shang Junlin strode in with a satisfied face. Xianyu turned his neck with difficulty. He didn't want to speak. He was sweating all over. His clothes were sticking to his body. For someone who loved cleanliness, this wasn't a good experience. Shang Junlin picked him up and said, Didn't you say that you want to try it? Why are you not willing now? I'll keep my word this time. It's fine if you don't want to wash up. Shang Junlin pretended to carry Xianyu to the bed. Xianyu's eyes widened. He angrily bumped Shang Junlin and said, I'm going to wash up. Shang Junlin had a strange obsession in certain aspects. Xianyu resisted several times, but it only made things worse for him. In the end, he simply couldn't be bothered. Xianyu used to be in a state of drowsiness or semi-drowsiness most of the time. It was very rare for him to be awake like today. Xianyu didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he was put into the bathtub. Xianyu's fatigue was effectively relieved under the hot water. He slowly breathed a sigh of relief. He leaned against the edge of the bathtub and half closed his eyes. Suddenly, Xianyu opened his eyes and asked, What is your Majesty doing? Shang Junlin held Xianyu's shoulder with one hand and dipped the other into the water. If you don't clean up, you'll get sick. Xianyu's fingers on the edge of the bathtub tightened. The redness on his skin deepened. This feeling was too strange. Ripples appeared on the surface of the water. Finally, after the bath, Xianyu was carried out. His whole body was soft. His porcelain-like skin was dyed light pink. It was unknown whether it was soaked in the hot water or for some other reason. After fooling around for a day, Shang Junlin's official business was delayed. He didn't want to be too far away from Xianyu, so he didn't put Xianyu on the bed. Instead, he carried him back to the soft couch. After a while, the dirty things on the soft couch were taken away by the palace servants and replaced with clean ones. Xianyu was held in his arms and read the booklets with him. During this period, they ordered a meal. It was all good food. After the meal, Xianyu was lazy and didn't want to move. Shang Junlin put away the booklets. It just so happened that Xianyu didn't want to see them for a while. The sky gradually darkened. Xianyu yawned. Shang Junlin put down the booklets in his hands and asked, Are you sleepy? A little. At night, some people were falling asleep, while others were just starting to get busy. Subei. He Qingyu and Jiang Huiqing changed into luxurious clothes. Under the guidance of the servants, they walked into a seemingly inconspicuous house. They used their new identities to travel in Subei for many days. Finally, they found an opportunity to establish a relationship with a local businessman. He Qingyu was born in an aristocratic family and had always been cultivated as the family's heir. The He family had a lot of businesses outside. As the next family head, he was no stranger to the business world. Jiang Huiqing had even asked him if his family was in the business because of how skillful he was at it. He Qingyu laughed and said, if my family was in the business world, I wouldn't be here today. Jiang Huiqing thought about it and felt that it was true. He quickly apologized. Jiang Huiqing couldn't help but suspect that He Qingyu was really a businessman. Seeing how He Qingyu was acting like he was a rich businessman, Jiang Huiqing couldn't help but wonder if He Qingyu was really a businessman. A businessman's behavior was much better than that of a scholar. While his thoughts were running wild, the two walked through the corridor and arrived at the main hall. Jiang Huiqing quickly collected his thoughts and looked around without leaving a trace. The house looked ordinary from the outside, but after entering, he discovered that it was a completely different world inside. There were fake mountains, flowing water, and winding corridors. Everything was unique. Brother Gu, you're finally here. Come in quickly. Both of them used fake names. He Qingyu pretended to be the older brother and had all the right to speak. Jiang Huiqing was the younger brother who followed the older brother out to gain experience. After entering the inner hall, the sound of music and the smell of wine assaulted the two of them. The lights were brightly lit, and the atmosphere was blissful. Dancers dressed in thin clothes danced gracefully to the music, the bells on their bodies jingling as they danced. He Qingyu led Jiang Huiqing to a person he had befriended recently. I'm late. I'm willing to drink a cup as punishment. After saying this, he boldly picked up a cup filled with wine and drank it in one gulp. Seeing his forthright attitude, the person laughed and patted He Qingyu's shoulder. Do you know what I like about you the most? It's the strength in your bones. This is a banquet for pleasure, so there's nothing to be late about. Come, let me introduce you to a few of my best friends. If you want to do business in Subei in the future, you'll have to rely on them. He Qingyu pretended to be excited. Thank you, Boss Sun. Boss Sun introduced He Qingyu to a circle of people. He Qingyu memorized the appearance and basic information of these people. With a few words, he made the other party lower their attitude and start talking. Jiang Huiqing pretended to be inexperienced and looked around curiously. Because He Qingyu wanted to talk about business, he sent him to the side to play. The banquet lasted until midnight. When it ended, Boss Sun came over with two beautiful dancers. He looked like an experienced person. When you're outside, you must have one or two close friends by your side. If Boss Gu doesn't mind, you can bring these two back. Boss Sun narrowed his eyes and looked at the two for a while. Then, he lowered his voice. These two are a pair of twins. The taste is not ordinary. They'll be perfect to serve Boss Gu. He Qingyu didn't refuse and left with the two women. After returning, Jiang Huiqing was about to say something when he saw He Qingyu holding his forehead and shaking his body. Without thinking, Jiang Huiqing supported He Qingyu before the two women hit him. What's wrong? Maybe I drank too much. Help me back to my room to lie down. Jiang Huiqing looked at He Qingyu, whose eyes were not clear, and looked at the two women awkwardly. What about these two? Let them rest in the room in the south for the night. I have a terrible headache. We'll talk about the rest tomorrow. Jiang Huiqing hurriedly handed the two women to the servant and then helped He Qingyu back to his room. Do you need me to bring a bowl of hangover soup? Jiang Huiqing helped him to the bed and sat down. He turned around and was about to leave when his wrist was grabbed. No need. He Qingyu's voice was not drunk at all. Jiang Huiqing turned around and saw He Qingyu looking at him with a smile. I really thought you were drunk. Jiang Huiqing sighed in relief and sat down on a chair. How can I fool those two dancers if I don't pretend to be drunk? Were those two sent to keep an eye on us? Jiang Huiqing asked thoughtfully. We just entered this circle. It's normal for them to be worried and send someone to keep an eye on us. I'm not sure if there's anything wrong with those two, but it's never wrong to be cautious, He Qingyu said. That's true. But won't those people be suspicious if we just let them stay in the fu and do nothing? Do we have to pretend to be drunk every day? Jiang Huiqing frowned slightly. Since he said the word serve, it was obvious what those two were sent to do. No need. He Qingyu chuckled. It's just that in the future, I'll have to trouble you to put on a show with me. What's the show? Jiang Huiqing was curious. You just have to throw a tantrum at me occasionally, especially in front of those two, He Qingyu said with a smile. That's it? You don't have to do anything else? Jiang Huiqing was full of questions. He Qingyu, no need. Just do everything else as usual. Jiang Huiqing didn't know why, but he still agreed. I found something strange today. These dancers aren't all from Dahuan. Since He Qingyu wasn't drunk, Jiang Huiqing started to talk about business. While He Qingyu was talking with the bosses, Jiang Huiqing wasn't idle either. He looked like he was wandering around out of curiosity, but he was actually observing the entire banquet. And the utensils at the banquet. Many of them aren't from Dahuan. They're closer to what the northern desert people use. I didn't find anything wrong with the merchants who attended the banquet. We can't rush this. They're still suspicious of us, so they can't directly show too many things that are wrong. We can only be considered part of the inner circle after we pass their test. Some things had to be done slowly. They couldn't be rushed. There were 2 more women in the residence. It didn't seem any different from before, except that Jiang Huiqing had to throw a tantrum at He Qingyu when the 2 were around. Every time the 2 women tried to get close to He Qingyu, they were interrupted. After a few times, they vaguely sensed something and stopped approaching them. He Qingyu still went out to attend the banquets of Boss Sun and the others from time to time. Jiang Huiqing didn't need to deal with these people, so he secretly observed. After returning, the 2 locked themselves in the room to check the clues they found. Time passed in the blink of an eye. After receiving Shang Junlin's accurate reply, the Ministry of Works started to prepare for the examination. Because this examination was only to select people to enter the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Rights didn't participate much. The specific process has been temporarily confirmed. I'll go to the palace to report to His Majesty. If there are no other changes, we can start preparing for the examination. The Minister of Works gathered everyone in the Ministry of Works and talked about this matter. This was a big deal for the Ministry of Works. It was also a big deal for the common people. Have you heard about what happened recently? This kind of examination is unheard of. You can enter the Ministry of Works without taking the imperial exam, as long as you have a skill. I want to give it a try. This news has been around for a long time, right? Is it accurate this time? It's been reported in the People's newspaper, so it must be accurate. But the date hasn't been set yet. They only said to let interested people prepare first. Do you want to give it a try? The newspaper said that as long as you know a skill, you can go. I only know how to do carpentry. I don't know if I can do it. For a time, there was a lot of discussion among the people about this examination. The People's newspaper wrote it very clearly. Without any rumors, the people accepted this examination very well. Many people had already started to think about which skills they could use. During the morning court session, the Minister of Works brought up the matter of the examination. Because this matter would not affect the power of the imperial court, there were not many people who objected. The time was set. After the court session, the ministers caught up with the Minister of Works. Has the minister been busy with this matter all this time? The Minister of Works nodded. Recently, we've been busy with the construction of roads and buildings, so we're really short on manpower. If any of you have subordinates that you can borrow, you can send them to the Ministry of Works. The person who caught up said in an embarrassed tone, everyone has been busy recently. I see. The Minister of Works lost his enthusiasm at a speed visible to the naked eye. Forget it, I'll go and talk to the Minister of Rights about the assessment. They're more experienced. The Minister of Works did not care about their urging him to stay and strode away. He did not lie. He had originally planned to talk to the Minister of Rights about the assessment. If he had not been stopped by these people, he might have already caught up with the Minister of Rights. Compared to the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Rights had more experience in this area. If they know that Her Majesty is planning to establish a new power that is independent of the imperial court, they definitely won't let go so easily. Xinyu and Shang Junlin sat at a stone table under a big tree. There were snacks and tea on the table, all of which were to Xinyu's taste. This matter, we'll talk about it after the results of the Ministry of Works assessment are out. Shang Junlin slowly sipped his tea. Implementing it only in the Ministry of Works and implementing it in the entire Dahuan were 2 different concepts. There were more and more problems to consider. Xinyu was clear about this point. He believed that Shang Junlin would be able to handle this matter well. There were so many officials in the imperial court, and they were not paid for nothing. Your Majesty, I have a bookstore under my name. They have researched a new printing method. If it can be implemented into Huan, it will be more convenient than the original method. It will also not be like the original method, where it can only be abandoned after it's used up. This method is called movable type printing. This was also the technology that Shen Qingran had provided to the King of Yu in his previous life. Shen Yu had thought of this when he was writing a newspaper in the imperial court. However, he had not come into contact with this technology in his previous life, so he could only extract the main points from the content in his memory. Therefore, he did not directly tell Shang Junlin. He had sorted out the method and handed it to his bookstore. 2 days ago, news came from outside the palace that the effect he wanted was achieved. Shen Yu then mentioned it in front of Shang Junlin. Is it the bookstore's research or the idea provided by you? Shang Junlin's question hit the nail on the head. It is whatever your Majesty thinks it is. Shen Yu did not admit or refute. I am also very curious about the effect. Does your Majesty want to see it? Shen will summon them into the palace. Shang Junlin paused for a while and then continued, or we can go out of the palace to see it. Does your Majesty have time to go out of the palace? Counting the days, they had not gone out of the palace for a long time. Shang Junlin had been very busy during this period of time. Shen Yu did not want to go out of the palace alone, so he stayed in the palace. Zhen will see if I can spare an afternoon. He was somewhat interested in Shen Yu's words. The production of the newspaper was completely funded by the imperial court. Because it had to be published every 1 or 2 days, it consumed a lot of material and financial resources. The Minister of Revenue had been talking about this matter many times. If this method can make the Minister of Revenue stop talking about how the newspaper is too expensive, it will be better. Is the National Treasury short of money recently? Shen Yu did a rough calculation. The newspaper should not be so expensive that the Minister of Revenue would complain about it every day. For the time being, there is no shortage. With the method you thought of before, most of the relief money comes from the people, so the National Treasury is not damaged. It is just that the Minister of Revenue, he will complain about everything that does not make money. Speaking of the Minister of Revenue, Shang Junlin was also somewhat helpless. He did not know if it was because of the position of the Minister of Revenue or some other problem. Before the Minister of Revenue was the Minister of Revenue, Shang Junlin had not seen him like this. Stingy. The nature of the people's daily determines that it cannot be used for profit. However, it is not impossible. Your Majesty can publish a newspaper that is different from the people's daily at the same time. Like how Yanjing sponsored the Ministry of Works, let interested merchants pay a sponsorship fee and then open up a section in the newspaper to introduce the goods these merchants sell. Shen Yu thought for a while and suggested. You and the Minister of Revenue should have a lot of common topics, especially in the area of making money. Am I not helping His Majesty solve his problems? If it were not for your Majesty, I would be too lazy to think about these things. Shen Yu tilted his head, his eyes sparkling. Shang Junlin's heart felt warm. I know Yu's intentions, and I will not disappoint you. The man's tone was solemn. Shen Yu was stunned. He did not understand why Shang Junlin suddenly changed the topic. However, he still followed Shang Junlin's words and said, Your Majesty's words are golden. In the future, there will be a day when you go back on your words. Otherwise, I will be angry. How could I bear to do that? He could not wait to dote on him. How is Subei? When will official Fang come back? Shen Yu and Shang Junlin had been reading memorials for the past few days. They had seen a lot of memorials that talked about another position in the cabinet. Entering the cabinet was the dream of almost all civil officials. It represented not only power but also a kind of recognition. There was always a kind of obsession in the hearts of civil officials. After all, who did not want to do something big and leave their name in history? I also hope that he can come back soon. For the vacant cabinet position, the courtiers are about to fight. However, it was not that easy to find the northern desert people who had been lurking in Subei for many years. According to the clues given by Yaoji, Fang Jun sent people to conduct a strict search in the main city of Subei and the surrounding small towns. However, they still could not find the house that Yaoji mentioned. It was as if it had disappeared into thin air. Does official Feng really think that woman's words can be trusted? In the study, someone raised a doubt. It was not that they wanted to suspect anything, but after so many days of searching, they really could not find any clues. What if this matter was a lie from the beginning? Then everything would make sense. Why could they not find the house even after turning the main city upside down? Because there was no such house from the beginning to the end. Whether it is trustworthy or not, this matter needs to be taken seriously. They were able to lurk in Subei for so many years without being discovered by anyone. It is enough to show that they can integrate well into Subei. It is normal that we can't find them easily, Feng Jun said lightly. You are right, official Feng. I have misunderstood. Don't say such things again in the future. Yes. Feng Jun did not doubt Yaoji's words. However, according to the news that the merchant who came back from the northern desert asked the hidden dragon guards to bring back to him, Yaoji's words were very credible. They could not find any useful clues for the time being. They could only hope that He Qingyu and Jiang Huiqing could find some clues. Recently, Jiang Huiqing felt that something was not right. Especially every time he went to a banquet with He Qingyu, those people looked at him. Although they were very subtle, he could feel that there was something else behind it. Also, in the residence, the two women did not go near them anymore. He sat on one side, bored. On the other side, He Qingyu was talking business with Boss Sunday. If this business could be done, they would really enter the business circle of Subei. I didn't know that you were in that kind of relationship before. Did the two women I sent to you cause you trouble? After the business discussion, Boss Sun took the initiative to talk about the two dancers. I threw a tantrum, but it has been dealt with. He Qingyu raised his wine cup and covered the smile on his face. Look at how I handled it. If it is inconvenient for you, you can just tell me directly. How about this? I will take the initiative to give you 10% of the profits for this cooperation as an apology for what happened before. Boss Sun looked guilty. I didn't say it. It is not your fault. He Qingyu and Jiang Huiqing's movements were immediately reported to the palace through the hidden dragon guards. Their plan is very successful. I think they will find the clues of the people from the northern desert earlier than Feng Jun. Shang Junlin put down the secret letter and said. Xianyu's attention could not help but fall on another matter. Is the top scholar deliberately tricking Huiqing? What do you mean? Shang Junlin's focus was obviously not on this matter. There are so many ways available. Why did He Qingyu choose the one that would make outsiders misunderstand his relationship with Jiang Huiqing? Xianyu pointed to a paragraph in the secret letter. Shang Junlin could not deny it, but it can't be denied that the follow-up impact of this is the least. Xianyu nodded. Indeed, after such a misunderstanding is created, it can reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble. Especially when the other party wanted to plant spies around them, at least under the condition that the relationship on the surface was not torn apart, the other party's behavior would be restrained. The two of them were not wrong. After that banquet, Boss Sun found an excuse to take the twins away. At other times, he would not deliberately say anything about letting people serve him. Liking men and being together with men was not a rare thing in Dahuan. Boss Sun had been doing business for many years and had seen a lot of things. He would not make a fuss about this matter. Except for suddenly sending them dancers, he behaved normally at other times. The twins were brought back to the Sun residence, and Boss Sun met with them alone. Did you find anything in the Gu residence? A businessman who had never been heard of suddenly appeared in Subei, and at such a coincidental time. Because of the turmoil in Subei's officialdom, the protection above them could not even take care of themselves, and many of their businesses were hindered. At this time, they urgently needed new blood with clean background and enough money to join. He Qingyu and Jiang Huiqing appeared at this time, so even if there might be a problem with their appearance, Boss Sun still tried to find a way to get in touch with them. After a little probing and confirming that there was no problem with them, he decided to bring them in. The first banquet was a test. The people who appeared at the banquet that day were all local merchants of Subei. Even if there was something wrong with those two people, it wouldn't affect them. The twins were sent to further investigate the details of those two people. On the surface, they were dancers, but in fact, they were specially trained to spy on intelligence. Replying to Master, everything in the Gu residence is as usual. The relationship between the two is indeed as mentioned before. The two are together all day long. Every time we get close to Boss Gu and want to do something, young Master Gu will lose his temper with Boss Gu, one of the twins replied. What about at night? Do they stay together? Yes. Although young Master Gu has his own room, he often sleeps in Boss Gu's room. When he shows up the next day, he usually looks tired. What the twins did not know was that they were tired because they had been searching for clues in the middle of the night. I knew it. These two people don't look alike. At first glance, they don't look like brothers. It turns out that this brother is not the other brother. Boss Sun suddenly realized. My sister and I have pretended to accidentally bump into their interactions many times, but we really didn't find anything wrong. I got it. You guys can leave first. After the twins left, a tall and sturdy man dressed differently from the Subei people appeared in the study. You guys have to move faster. The deadline is almost up. Mr. Sun smiled bitterly. Do you think I don't want to? You've seen the current situation in Subei. That new Lord Feng isn't as easy to fool as before. I know. The female official in their midst is also very powerful. Hasn't the Great Huan dynasty always looked down on women? How could they allow women to enter the court as officials? Most of the foreign men frowned. Mr. Sun had also heard about the negotiations. It was precisely because of the failure of this negotiation that the other side was so anxious. They had already made a deal once and then snatched a batch of supplies. Even if the incident in Subei happened and those officials were executed, they shouldn't be so anxious. They could temporarily lie dormant. However, those officials from the capital were not easy to deal with. They insisted on an explanation from the northern desert. After the first negotiation failed, they came for a second time. It was also because they underestimated the enemy that they were killed by a woman the second time. Our current emperor has never acted according to common sense. Who knows what he's thinking? It's said that the court has now allowed women to enter the court as officials. Thinking of this, Mr. Sun was upset. Their network of relations with the northern desert had been initially established during the time of the previous emperor. After more than 10 years of improvement, it was now very stable. However, at this time, there was a drought. What happened later was like a wild horse that was out of their control. I told you long ago not to look down on women, but those people didn't listen. This time, they're in big trouble. The strange raceman sneered. They messed up such a big thing, and I have to clean up the mess for them. No one could have predicted this kind of thing. Mr. Sun tried to persuade him. Let's not talk about these idiots. In short, this matter can't be delayed any longer. Since you have a candidate, hurry and get it done. Those officials from the capital seem to be looking for us. Mr. Sun was startled. Could it be that they found something? Who knows if some idiot gave the game away? This Lord Feng is not easy to deal with. You have to be careful. A long night had many dreams. Mr. Sun also felt that this matter could not be delayed any longer. Without the twins in the Fu, Jiang Huiqing let out a sigh of relief. He finally didn't have to argue with brother Qingyu over such a small matter. They probably can't wait any longer. In the courtyard, Qingyu sat opposite Jiang Huiqing. Tea was boiling on the small table between them. Steam rose in spirals. They seemed to be very anxious. Although I don't know the reason, this is undoubtedly extremely beneficial to us. When people were anxious, it was always easy to make mistakes or neglect some things. Their bait had been released little by little, waiting for the fish to take the bait. Huiqing is right. Through their actions these past few days, it's not hard to see that their suspicions towards us have already been reduced to the lowest. If the matter wasn't so urgent, they could have used a gentler method to slowly probe us instead of directly sending spies to our residence. If I'm not wrong, they should have come to our door in the next 2 days. Just as Qingyu had expected, Boss Sun came to visit him again in less than 2 days. This time, he brought a friend and asked Qingyu if he was interested in talking about a big business that was sure to be profitable. Qingyu did not directly agree, but deliberately hesitated for a while. This undoubtedly dispelled the last concerns in Mr. Sun's heart. It is not the first time that you and I have cooperated. You know my character. Just relax. If it was not a good job, I would not have specially called you. Mr. Sun, you are too serious. It's just that this business is too big. I don't have so much stock in my hands. I need some time to prepare. Will it delay you? Ha ha ha, you can rest assured. I don't have so much stock in my hands. They don't want so much all at once. They can trade in batches. You can trade as much as you have. After some discussion, Xianxia agreed. It seems that they are more anxious than we thought. Xianxia looked at the goods list left by Mr. Sunday. The light in his eyes was obscure and uncertain. Jiang Huiqing, they don't completely trust us. There is no big problem with the goods written on the list. However, this transaction proves that our efforts are not in vain. The direction is correct. Xianxia, originally, I thought that it would take a lot of effort to get in touch with them. I didn't expect Boss Sun to be one of them. We can't let anything go wrong with this deal. Boss Sun is a very cautious person. We need to let them let down their guard bit by bit and treat us as their own people. Only then can we get in touch with the most important thing. What they needed was precisely the most important things. Brother Qingyu, can you prepare such a large batch of goods in time? This time, it was not the same as the previous small transactions. This time, what the other party wanted to trade was equivalent to the entire heritage of a small aristocratic family. Don't worry. Since we have chosen this identity, we can naturally do everything that this identity can do. In order to prevent the news from leaking, only Fang Jun knew about Xianxia and Jiang Huiqing's progress in Subei. Only Fang Jun knew about their plan. As soon as they got in touch, Fang Jun received the news. Xianxia's plan was to bide his time and wait for the other party to reveal more of their trump cards before making a move. Fang Jun did not object. Instead, he secretly set up a large net through the information Xianxia and Jiang Huiqing sent over. This time, they were going to completely dig out this malignant tumor that had grown in Subei for many years. After telling Xianxia and Jiang Huiqing to be careful, Lord Fang asked Xianxia if he needed help. He had the same concerns as Jiang Huiqing. He was worried that Xianxia could not take out so many things. Xianxia refused. Just as he said, if he was not completely confident, he would not have chosen this identity. He had indeed done it and did not let the other party find anything amiss. So Xianxia's family is so rich. Xinyu looked at the booklet Fang Jun sent back and sighed in his heart. The He family has been passed down for many years. It is not surprising that they have such a rich family background. In the capital, many aristocratic families can easily take out these things. Previously, the majority of the goods shipped to Subei were provided by aristocratic families. Before Shang Junlin ascended the throne, he knew that he should never underestimate aristocratic families. It was common for dynasties to change, but some aristocratic families were able to stand tall and not fall. The role they could play was immeasurable. No matter how dissatisfied Shang Junlin was with the aristocratic family's actions, he could not rashly make a move against them. The few times he made a move, he hit them with one blow. The aristocratic families did not have time to react, nor did he give them any chance to unite. Didn't you say that he was going to take me to see the new printing technology? Shang Junlin ordered someone to bring a carriage and took Xinyu out of the palace. They went to the shop they went to last time. Because the purpose this time was different, they did not go to the shop. Instead, they went directly to the backyard. Boss Yi already knew that they were coming and had prepared everything. Shang Junlin's eyes casually glanced at Boss Yi. When he saw that Boss Yi's body was tense, he frowned slightly. His memory was never wrong. Last time, when he felt that this person looked familiar, he asked the hidden dragon guards to investigate this person. The result was that there was no problem. Xinyu scratched Shang Junlin's palm. "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" Shang Junlin squeezed Xinyu's hand. "Nothing." After passing through the long corridor, the three of them came to the more secretive backyard. This was the place where the books were printed. Shang Junlin also saw the movable type printing technology that Xinyu mentioned for the first time. Xinyu felt the strength of the hand that was holding Shang Junlin's hand suddenly increase. He turned his head and looked at Shang Junlin. "Your Majesty?" You always brings me big surprises. Shang Junlin's voice was hoarse. Xinyu once talked to Shang Junlin about the difference between movable type printing and Dahuan's existing printing. Comparing the two, the former was far more practical than the latter. One of the reasons why aristocratic families could stand for so many years was because of their heritage, the knowledge accumulated over generations, and the rich variety of books. Although Dahuan had opened the imperial examination, the competitiveness of the students from poor families was far less than that of the aristocratic families. Part of the reason was that the students from poor families had less access to knowledge from the beginning than the aristocratic families. If an ordinary family wanted to cultivate a scholar, it was far from easy to imagine. The impact of the new printing would be huge. Unlike the previous printing where all the content was engraved on a board, if a word was wrong, the whole board would be scrapped. The new printing would carve each word separately. When printing different content, the words only needed to be rearranged, unlike the previous printing where only one piece could be engraved. Shang Junlin could foresee the huge impact of this printing. With this method, books could be printed on a large scale. In a short time, there may not be any changes, but after a long time, the gap between the aristocratic families and the poor families would be narrowed. Knowledge would no longer be monopolized by the aristocratic families. For the real rulers of Dahuan, it was extremely beneficial. For a moment, Shang Junlin forgot that Boss Yi felt something was wrong. His whole mind fell on the things in front of him. If this printing could be popularized on a large scale, the influence of the aristocratic families would become smaller and smaller. Boss Yi knew that the two came to see the printing, so he took the two inside and let the experienced people demonstrate. This method is much more convenient than before, Boss Yi sighed. The cost of printing a book in the past is simply incomparable to now. Yes, this way, the time, manpower, and material required are greatly reduced. In the same time, with this method, more books can be printed. Shang Junlin agreed. Xinyu curiously looked around. His understanding of this method was limited to what he heard from others. In his previous life, he didn't see how it worked. This was the first time he saw it. What do you think, Your Majesty? After walking around, the two returned to the front yard. Boss Yi sensibly didn't disturb the two alone time, but went to the bookstore to work. With the new printing technology, the bookstore sold more kinds of books. Previously, because of the special letter paper, the bookstore had a good reputation among the scholars. This time, there were a variety of new books, and more customers came to patronize. Xinyu's favorite snacks were placed on the table. Xinyu picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. She slightly narrowed her eyes. It's really a pleasant surprise. Shang Junlin took a sip of tea to ease his mood. But we can't let the aristocratic families know about it for the time being. The aristocratic families were not in cahoots with each other, but if their interests were endangered, they would unite as quickly as possible and unite against the outside world. The aristocratic families had been entrenched in this land for a long time. If they were really angered, it would bring about a lot of unnecessary trouble. Moreover, if they knew that all of this was done by Xinyu, he was afraid that they would all target Xinyu. They might not dare to do too much because of him, but they definitely wouldn't let Xinyu go easy because of him. In any case, Shang Junlin wouldn't let Xinyu be exposed to danger. Is Your Majesty worried about the aristocratic family's counterattack? This matter really can't be rushed. After all, we have a trump card in our hands, so we can take it slowly. Xinyu understood Shang Junlin's concerns. I'm afraid that you will have to be wronged for the time being. I can't give you the credit for the new printing technology for the time being. Shang Junlin paused for a moment, and looked at Xinyu with a somewhat complicated expression. The aristocratic family's influence in the capital is too big. I can't risk exposing you under their eyes. He was very dissatisfied. If he could solve the hidden danger of the aristocratic families earlier, why would Xinyu be wronged now? Xianxia had obviously made such a big contribution, but because of these people, he could only be behind the scenes. Even if Your Majesty didn't say it, I would still ask Your Majesty to take me out. I got this method from somewhere else, and the one who really made the results was not me. If Your Majesty wants to reward, then reward these people. Shang Junlin held Xinyu's hand on the table. I will never let you be wronged. After returning to the palace, Shang Junlin immediately summoned the prime minister to the palace to discuss how to popularize the movable type printing technology. In the imperial study, Shang Junlin said, "Your Majesty's people have recently developed a new printing technology. Meng Chang, give it to the prime minister." Eunuch Meng sorted out the files about the movable type printing technology and handed them to the prime minister. To be able to reach the position of prime minister and become Shang Junlin's confidant at the same time, the prime minister's knowledge and political acumen were top-notch. After reading the files, he didn't speak immediately. Instead, he digested the contents of the files for a while before saying, "This method is really good for De Huan. I know. What I am thinking about now is how to make the aristocratic families less resistant to it. Also, the relationship between De Huan and Your Majesty cannot be revealed." The Prime Minister immediately understood that the Emperor did this to prevent De Huan from becoming a target for the aristocratic families. The Prime Minister could see how sincere Shang Junlin was towards Xinyu. Because of this, he became more and more emotional. With Xinyu's ability, if he was in the imperial court, he would definitely be an extremely high official. It was a pity that he had an unreliable father. Shang Junlin called the Prime Minister to discuss the printing technology. In the end, the preliminary plan was to directly popularize it among the people. When the aristocratic families discovered it, the imperial court would intervene. As long as there was enough time in between, there would be a lot of room for manipulation. Subei. Under the unremitting efforts of Fang Jun and the others, they finally found some clues. He Qingyu and Boss Sun's friendship became deeper and deeper. After the successful completion of the first transaction, Boss Sun basically dispelled his suspicions towards He Qingyu. Gradually, he began to tell him more about the inside story and started to introduce him to some foreign businessmen. He Qingyu observed these people. Some of them were from the northern desert, and some were from other countries. So it's not just the northern desert people. At night, He Qingyu and Jiang Huiqing gathered together as usual to talk about their discoveries. Most of the transactions between these people are normal goods. This Boss Sun is hiding a lot of secrets. He originally thought that Boss Sun was just an ordinary businessman. He didn't expect that the more he interacted with him, the more he realized that the power behind him was complicated. The scale of Boss Sun's power today is inseparable from the power behind him. It's like a tie that connects all the forces. After knowing that Boss Sun had a certain relationship with the northern desert people, Fang Jun sent people to carefully investigate the identity of this person. He was an ordinary businessman in Subei. Before the Sun family was handed over to him, it was far from its current scale. No useful information could be found about the history of this person's family. It seemed that he suddenly rose overnight. After finding a breakthrough, Fang Jun ordered people to follow Mr. Sun's lead and continue to investigate. Maybe they could find more useful information. Fang Jun called Yaoji and asked, "Have you heard of Boss Sun?" During this period of time, Yaoji had been investigating cases with the government. Her temperament had changed a lot. She was more determined and her eyes were also very different from before. Especially after Fang Jiao's arrival, Fang Jiao's confidence and calmness greatly shocked her, which also affected her personality change imperceptibly. Boss Sun? Yaoji thought about it carefully. She really pulled out such a person from her memory. I've seen him before. It was at a banquet. That Mr. Sun seemed to have a high status. Even Lord Ho at that time gave him some face. At that time, Lord Ho could be said to be the one holding up the sky in Subei. Even he had to give face to someone who was not a simple person. Think about it. Is there any more detailed information about this person? Boss Sun doesn't appear at every banquet. Whenever he appears, it's relatively mysterious. Lord Ho pays much more attention to those banquets than others. I'm just a dancer. Except for occasionally being ordered to stay in the hall for a while, I can't get in touch with these people at other times. After all, with her identity, it was already a surprise that Yaoji could give so much information. Who else have you seen? Can you describe them and ask someone to draw them down? Fang Jia suddenly asked. Yes. Fang Jun called in someone who was good at this. The two of them worked together and drew more than 10 portraits. Feng Jun immediately ordered people to check the details of these people. It was much easier to check these people. It didn't take long for the information about them to be sent to Feng Jun's desk. Feng Jun listed a series of common points through the results of the investigation. The hidden truth gradually surfaced, and only the last line that could connect everything was left. With Xinyu's instructions, Boshi revealed the movable type printing under the pretext of cooperation. The cooperation was first proposed by Boshi. He looked for bookstores that were not involved with aristocratic families. After all, Xinyu told him that this matter could not be known to the aristocratic families for the time being. Boshi was a very rational person. His position was very clear. He knew that if there was no Xinyu, he would not be where he was now. Therefore, he did not object to Xinyu's request, even if it was unreasonable to share the new printing technology unconditionally in the eyes of many people. Today, I invited you to come over because I want to talk to you about a business. I want to publish a book of basic literacy with you and sell it at the lowest price. When Bossia's voice fell, someone objected, Bossia wants to pull us to do charity together? It's not that we don't want to agree, but Bossia is also a bookstore. You know that our industry is far from being as profitable as it seems. The price of books is high because of the cost. I know that this is a bit difficult, but to show my sincerity, I am willing to share the new printing method with you. After listening to Bossia's introduction, the people present were stunned. This method is really wonderful. For a long time, someone spoke. They were all running bookstores for many years. They knew the drawbacks of the existing printing technology. Now all kinds of books were expensive. A large part of the reason was that the cost was too high. Whether it was printing or hand copying, it was not an easy task. But if there was the new printing technology mentioned by Boshi, many problems could be solved. Why is Boshi willing to tell us such a method? After the shock, some people were puzzled. Peers were also competitors. If this technology has been in the hands of Boshi, in a few years, Bossia's bookstore will be able to suppress them. Cooperation always needs to show some sincerity first, right? Boshi smiled faintly. This she thinks that this sincerity is enough. This she knows that the cooperation proposed by this she is too idealistic, but with the new printing technology, this matter is not so unbelievable. What do you think? Boshi is really. A person stood up and said, in this case, I am willing to cooperate with Boshi. Several other people looked at each other and no longer objected. It was not about other things, but the new printing method described by Boshi was enough to make people excited. After the matter was done, Boshi sent the news to the palace. Your Majesty wants to implement it first among the people. I asked Boshi to invite the bosses of the major bookstores in the capital in the name of cooperation and teach them the movable type printing technology. In order to get the greatest benefits in the early stage, they will definitely not take the initiative to tell others about this method. On the contrary, they will keep the secret for as long as they can. Ayu has helped me again. Shang Junlin suddenly hugged Xinyu. The Prime Minister also told me 2 days ago that if Ayu enters the court, his achievements will not lose to him. I also think so. Oh? Xinyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Your Majesty also thinks that I should enter the court. Whether you enter the court or not, Ayu can only be mine. Why would Prime Minister say something like that? Xinyu didn't remember that he had any interaction with the Prime Minister. The methods that Ayu gave us, Xin didn't hide them from Prime Minister. Shang Junlin put Xinyu down. Prime Minister should be happy to see them. Xinyu didn't comment on this result and asked about another matter. Your Majesty, is there any result from interrogating official Feng and the mysterious force that you captured? Shang Junlin, there is a result. From Feng Pingqi's side. This time, he was only following the orders of that force and didn't know much about the inside story of Subei. Xinyu, he didn't know about the people of the northern desert? Shang Junlin, yes, the result of several interrogations was the same. He only provided information about the imperial court's disaster relief and conveniently blocked the memorials that came from Subei. Xinyu, what benefits did the other party promise him? Ah, Shang Junlin sneered, it's nothing more than that. Wealth, power, or something else, there's always something that can move him. Once greed was born, it wouldn't disappear easily. Feng Pingqi was able to enter the cabinet back then because of the help of those people. In return, he needed to do things for those people. Spreading rumors that were not beneficial to Zhen was one of them. The matter of Sube was also one of them. Shang Junlin added as he stroked Xianyu's long hair. Hearing this result, Xianyu wasn't surprised. Shang Junlin's unfavorable rumors had been around from the beginning. The other party had been dormant for many years and was an important official of the imperial court. Even if Shang Junlin didn't have the habit of explaining things to others, official Feng shouldn't be ignorant of the inside story. The more inside information one knew, the easier it would be for one to find something that could be manipulated. Half-truths and half-lies had always been the hardest to expose. That was because the truth fabricated for the people with inside information would be very credible at first glance. What about Prince Yu? What's the connection between them and Prince Yu? Xianyu didn't forget that Prince Yu was also one of the people who worked tirelessly to defame Shang Junlin. For the time being, there is no evidence to prove that there is any connection between them. Feng Pingqi also refuses to admit that he and the King of Yu are in cahoots. Without enough evidence, the Ministry of Justice can't force him to plead guilty. He has confessed to all the other crimes with conclusive evidence. What about the other force that was captured? Did they reveal anything? Shang Junlin shook his head. That person is very stubborn. The Ministry of Justice has interrogated him for so many days, but other than the matter of defaming me and Sube, they couldn't get anything else out of him. Lord Feng, were you also instructed by those people when you drugged me? When I fell ill outside the palace, were they also the ones who did it? Xianyu's suspicions were the same as Shang Junlin's. After the people were captured, Shang Junlin immediately asked people to interrogate them about this matter. The results were similar to what they had expected. They admitted to this matter, but when they were asked why they did it, they began to ignore other things. I am very concerned about the reason behind it. Lord Feng was one of the people who pushed me to choose you to enter the palace. If they really didn't want you to enter the palace, they should have excluded you from the beginning. When the candidates were chosen to enter the palace, as the only legitimate son of Duke Xianbei, Xianyu shouldn't have been on the list. However, his name was on the list and he entered the palace in the end. What was going on at that time? Your Majesty has always refused to choose anyone to enter the harem. Why did you agree to it that time? Xianyu was quite curious. Shang Junlin had only agreed to it once in his 2 lifetimes. I can't explain it clearly. At that time, the court was arguing fiercely. I was annoyed, so I relented. Now it seems that it was fortunate that I relented at that time. Otherwise, you wouldn't have entered the palace. Speaking of this, Shang Junlin felt slightly relieved. If it wasn't me who entered the palace at that time, but someone else, what would your Majesty do? Will His Majesty and him be like us now? How could that be? Shang Junlin couldn't help laughing. My original plan was to find a random palace for him to live in. Didn't they want to send someone in? I can do as they wish. However, this person's life in the palace isn't something they can control. I won't care, and it's impossible for me to treat him the same as I treated you. In this world, only Xianyu was special. Shang Junlin thought that those people probably didn't expect that the person they spent so much effort to send into the palace not only didn't do as they wished, but also brought many obstacles to them. The Minister of Works borrowed a few people from the Ministry of Rights to help with the examination. This was the first time the Ministry of Works had done something like this. The Minister of Works was a nitpicky person. In order to ensure that no mistakes were made in the process, he kept a close watch. Those who wanted to participate in the examination were eagerly anticipating the arrival of the final day. A few close friends gathered together to talk about the examination. If I can pass, I'll be a member of the Ministry of Works in the future. It'll be much more honorable. Have you seen the examination process? At first, I thought it would be similar to the imperial examinations. I didn't expect it to be completely different. I remember that one of the tests requires you to show what you're good at. What do you think? What I'm good at? I'm better at forging. Do I have to forge during the examination? Everyone was full of anticipation for this examination. The imperial court was still busy with the matter of Sube and official Feng. After knowing that official Feng didn't collude with the people of the northern desert, the people in the imperial court heaved a sigh of relief. Taking this opportunity, Shang Junlin wantonly cleaned up the power in the imperial court. His actions were so big that all the officials focused on this matter. They didn't notice some changes among the people. For example, a few big bookstores among the people jointly published a very basic literacy book. It was mainly sold to the common people. For example, other than the people's daily newspaper, another kind of newspaper quietly appeared in the capital. Different from the people's daily newspaper, this new newspaper talked about some interesting things among the people. There were also some stories that were obviously more of an entertainment nature. A newspaper wasn't expensive. Many literate people bought it out of curiosity. The storytellers in the restaurants and tea houses developed a new profession as newspaper readers. These changes didn't attract the attention of the aristocratic families. Their attention was focused on the imperial court. Official Feng was a big tree. When the tree fell, the monkeys scattered. The power of the imperial court changed greatly because of his fall. At this time, everyone hoped that they could reap more benefits. Shang Junlin coldly watched their open and covert struggles. This wasn't the first time such a situation happened in front of him. The disputes in the capital didn't affect Subei. According to the clues given by Yaoji, Feng Jun carefully investigated those businessmen. He found that they all had something in common with Boss Sunday. They all suddenly rose at a certain time and then controlled the business in Subei as quickly as possible. Subei was remote and the business development was far inferior to the south. This also caused, except for these big businessmen who were inextricably linked to Boss Sun, the other businessmen were all small businessmen with little influence. Feng Jun told He Qingyu and Jiang Huiqing all the information he found. He Qingyu had gained the trust of Boss Sunday. During this time, he gradually got to know a lot of businessmen. They were all introduced by Boss Sunday. After comparing with the information secretly sent by official Feng, the two found that the two sides were very similar. It seems that these people also know. Jiang Huiqing tapped the table. The third transaction went smoothly. Boss Sun's guard against us has been lowered to the lowest. It's almost time to close the net. Before the fourth transaction, Boss Sun came to visit. This time, they need some different goods. He Qingyu poured tea for the two of them and pushed one of the cups in front of Boss Sunday. What is it? Boss Sun lowered his voice and said a few words. Seeing He Qingyu's face change slightly, Boss Sun patted his hand. I know you have connections. The price they offer is also high. If you can succeed this time, you can earn enough for 3 years. It's not that I don't agree, but these things are not easy to get. He Qingyu looked embarrassed. And the risk is very high. I do have some connections, but the other side wants too much. The risk is too high. Boss Sun had been observing the expression on his face. Seeing this, he lowered his voice again. So the price they offer is high. If you cooperate with others, you will also have to bear the risk. The amount you get will be far less than the amount this time. You have done business with them several times and can feel their generosity. If I didn't sincerely treat you as a friend, I wouldn't have specially called you. He Qingyu seemed to be persuaded. He showed a hesitant expression. I need to think about it. Okay. Boss Sun didn't press too hard. When you have thought about it, let me know. They are still waiting for a reply. After seeing Boss Sun out, Jiang Huiqing sat where Boss Sun was sitting just now. It's a pity that such good tea is cheap. If Huiqing likes it, I will ask someone to send more over. There is no need to spend money. I just said it casually. All of this is finally going to end. After they came to Subei, they directly changed their identities to get close to Boss Sunday. In order to avoid any unforeseen events, the connection documents and the like were all temporarily placed in Feng Darren's hands. After a little longer, Jiang Huiqing almost felt like he was a rich family's child who had followed his elder brother out to gain experience. Everything in Subei was proceeding in an orderly manner. The disturbance caused by Feng Darren's fall slowly calmed down in the capital. The weather was turning cold, and the time of the annual autumn hunt was slowly approaching. The autumn hunt was a tradition of Dahuan. It was also a rare project that was continued after Shang Junlin ascended the throne. The court began to prepare for the autumn hunt. Before the autumn hunt, Xinyu's birthday came first. Zhen Beiho still didn't give up on using this opportunity to repair the relationship between him and Xinyu. He wrote several letters to his family and sent them to the palace. Xinyu piled them up on one side and didn't open them. Zhen Beiho still hasn't given up? Shang Junlin looked at the letters that Xinyu casually threw in the corner and asked. Xinyu sneered, as long as I don't fall out of favor, he won't give up. Shen Qingran, who he liked, was given up by himself. Right now, the only one who can bring benefits to the Zhen Beiho Fu is me. Ayu doesn't want to pay attention to it. It's just Zhen Beiho. How can he be happier than Ayu? Shang Junlin sat beside Xinyu and handed him a small booklet. This is? It was sent from the vassal king's fief. See if there is anything else you want. Xinyu opened the booklet. Inside it was a list of all the birthday gifts that were sent to him by various vassals. In order to cater to his preferences, the list was basically filled with all kinds of treasures. Xinyu was about to say something when someone suddenly appeared in the room. The leader of the Hidden Dragon Guards half knelt on the ground. His voice was emotionless. I didn't do a good job. After I brought that person to the capital, he escaped. I am willing to accept the punishment. Xinyu was astonished. How can someone escape from the Hidden Dragon Guards? Tell me, what happened? Shang Junlin asked coldly. After my men brought him back to the capital, I brought my men to meet him. At first, he was very cooperative. However, when we were about to reach the palace, he suddenly disappeared. Suddenly disappeared? Yes, I locked him in a room with all the doors and windows tightly shut. I also arranged hidden dragon guards to guard the room. At first, he tried to talk to the people outside, but no one paid any attention to him, so he gradually quieted down. About 15 minutes later, when I went in again, there was no one inside. The hidden dragon guards did not know how to lie. Furthermore, the leader was not the only one who was present at the scene. If he could escape so easily, how did you catch him? Xinyu asked. The hidden dragon guards found him in King Yu's fief. He seemed to be hiding from someone. He did not resist and was taken away by us. He did not do anything on the way. The leader of the hidden dragon guards frowned. He seemed to be too obedient. The hidden dragon guards were ordered by Shang Junlin to capture him. At first, Shang Junlin ordered them to kill him. Since he could say such things, regardless of whether it was true or not, it would cause King Yu to attack Xinyu. Based on this point alone, Shang Junlin did not want to keep him alive. After that, it was Xinyu who requested to meet this person. Shang Junlin then changed his mind. You guys can even lose him in the capital. You guys are really good. Shang Junlin felt the temperature around him drop. He was very hostile towards the culprit who caused King Yu to befriend Xinyu. I will not punish you now. The person disappeared in the capital. No matter what method you use, I want to see this person in 3 days. If you can do it, you can forget about your position. Yes. Just like how he came, the leader of the hidden dragon guards disappeared from the room silently. Has that person been caught and brought to Beijing? Xinyu poured 2 cups of tea and placed 1 cup beside Shang Junlin's hand. Yes, Shang Junlin frowned, obviously in a bad mood. We originally planned to tell you when they arrived, but we didn't expect them to lose sight of it. To be able to escape under the watch of the hidden dragon guards, he either has a spy in the capital city or he has a problem. I am curious. There were so many opportunities along the way. Why did he choose to escape after entering the capital city? Xinyu took a sip of tea. I will ask the hidden dragon guards and the imperial army to pay more attention to the movements in the capital. No matter if it was the former or the latter, the person went missing in the capital. Shang Junlin had to pay more attention to it. What Shang Junlin didn't say was that what he was really worried about was whether that person had any magical abilities and whether what he said to King Yu back then was true. Why don't we go and see King Yu? Maybe he knows something. Xinyu suggested. Since that person knew King Yu, he couldn't have only said 1 sentence to King Yu. Other than that matter, did he say anything else to King Yu? Xinyu had never seen such a person beside King Yu in his previous life. He had also never heard King Yu talk about this person. Was it because this person didn't exist in his previous life, or was it because something happened in between that caused King Yu to completely forget about this person? What happened in his previous life couldn't be traced back. However, in this life, Qingyu was still locked up in a secret prison. Maybe he could get some useful information from him. After many days, Xinyu met Qingyu again. The current Qingyu was very different from how Xinyu remembered him to be in his previous life. He was like a stone that used external forces to make himself shine. Now, he had lost his shine and was only left with a dim interior. Xinyu couldn't help but wonder if he had really loved this man in his previous life. Hearing the sound of footsteps approaching, Qingyu raised his head absent-mindedly. The moment he saw the person approaching, the confusion in his eyes was replaced by shock and hatred. It seems that you haven't become stupid after being locked up. Shang Junlin's tone was indifferent, as if he was stating an unimportant matter. Why didn't Imperial Brother stay in the Imperial Palace? Why did you come here? Did you finally realize that the emperor you appointed didn't have you in his heart? Qingyu didn't hide his malice. If I didn't pretend to be His Majesty, would I pretend to be you? Originally, I couldn't compare with His Majesty. Now, I'm even. Xinyu looked at Qingyu from top to bottom. The disgust on his face was obvious. The resentment in Qingyu's eyes was even more intense. He was like this because of them. If it weren't for these two people's treachery, how could he end up like this? He should be enjoying the love and respect of his people in his fief, enjoying good wine and delicious food. He shouldn't be like this, trapped in a cold and damp secret prison, unable to see the light of day. Xinyu took a step forward and was stunned to find that the Prince of Yu had uncontrollably taken a step back. He had a strange expression on his face. Just how blind was he in his previous life to fall in love with such a person and be willing to do so many things for him? The mystery of his previous life seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. Shang Junlin came over and held Xinyu's waist, interrupting his thoughts. Do you know a person called Zhu Wang? Shang Junlin didn't forget the purpose of this trip. Qingyu's face suddenly changed. Suddenly, he laughed, so that's how it is. It turns out that he didn't only tell me. No wonder you, who usually don't have feelings for others, dote on Xinyu so much. Ha ha ha. Now you are asking me this question in front of him. Aren't you afraid that I will tell him your secret? What secret? Is it the sentence, the one who gets the Shen family will get the world? Xinyu's eyes were half closed and his gaze fell on Qingyu. You know? Qingyu's laughter stopped abruptly. His smile was mixed with malice, which made his face even more distorted. Since you know, why are you still willing to stay by his side? He couldn't see the expression on Xinyu's face, but he was happy to make these two unhappy. The malice in his heart almost overflowed. Xinyu, oh Xinyu, don't forget that you are not the only child of Duke Shenbei. Believe it or not, my good brother can dote on you because of this sentence today. In the future, he can also give all of this to Shen Qingran. He has always been like this. He doesn't care about other people's feelings at all. Feeling the arm around his waist suddenly tighten, Xinyu patted him to comfort him. He knew what kind of person Shang Junlin was. On the other hand, Qingyu, so you admit that you hooked up with Shen Qingran while you were in contact with me? You approached me with ulterior motives from the beginning. What you wanted was neither me nor Shen Qingran. What you wanted was what we represented. You are already like this. How dare you talk about others with such certainty? Qingyu's words were blocked in his mouth again. He opened his mouth but found that he couldn't refute. Ignoring the embarrassed look on Qingyu's face, Xinyu continued to ask, I'm quite curious. No matter what, you are a dignified king. You wouldn't believe a word from others, right? Oh, yes, you not only believed it, but you also took action. In the end, you ended up in prison. Do you really think that what that person said is true? Qingyu was stunned. He had never considered that this sentence might be false. After hearing the proverb, he gathered his confidants to discuss countermeasures. What was he thinking at that time? No matter whether this sentence was true or false, he had to try. What happened later? Why did he believe that this sentence was true? Qingyu covered his head and thought for a while. Suddenly, he calmed down and said, since you believe that this sentence is false, why did you ask me? I have never believed in these things. I just want to know your motive for approaching you. You grew up in the capital and had no interaction with you. Why did you choose him? Shang Junlin's tone was calm. Only when he mentioned Xinyu did he show some fluctuations. Don't you already know the reason? Qingyu looked at Xinyu. I admit that my motive for approaching you is not pure. But other than this, I was sincere in everything else, including seducing Shen Qingran from the bottom of your heart. Xinyu interrupted his words that he thought were affectionate. Qingyu was speechless. Don't talk about whether you are sincere or not. Even if you say it, you won't believe it. I just want to know what Zhu Wang did to make you believe that sentence without any doubt. I met him by accident when I first arrived at the fief. The locals all call him Mr. Zhu. He saved me once, and before he left, he gave me a brocade pouch, saying that the things inside could help me get through 3 difficulties. I accepted the brocade pouch skeptically, and not long after, I encountered my first difficulty. Even if Qingyu did not say the rest, Xinyu and Shang Junlin could guess that the brocade bag had indeed helped Qingyu overcome 3 difficulties. With this premise, it was not surprising that he became friends with Xinyu and Shen Qingran because of this sentence. His whereabouts were a mystery. I could not make him stay. Later on, something happened and he stayed in the residence for a short period of time. Not long after, he disappeared again. It matched the information that the hidden dragon guards had found. Xinyu and Shang Junlin were released from the secret prison. Not only did they not feel less confused, they were even more curious about Zhu Wang's existence. Your Majesty, how much credibility do you think Qingyu's words have? On the way back to the palace, Xinyu asked. Shang Junlin, I still remember the 3 things that he said. Not long after Qingyu arrived at his fief, there was a riot. Before the imperial court could take action, the riot was suppressed. I always thought that it was the forces that the late emperor left behind for him. Xinyu, Qingyu's fief was rich and the people were living in peace. Why would there be a riot? The late emperor was biased towards Qingyu. Before he died, he had already decided on Qingyu's fief. It was a very good place. After Shang Junlin ascended the throne, he had too many things to do. He just wanted to send Qingyu away as soon as possible. He did not care about the fief and sent Qingyu there directly. Shang Junlin frowned. Because there were too many things to do at that time, and Qingyu had dealt with the riot in the fief by himself, I did not ask further. Does you suspect that there's something wrong with this riot? Qingyu described that person as mysterious. I don't think so. What if it was arranged by someone from the start? Xinyu supported his chin with one hand. If there was a riot after the brocade sachet, it means that Zhu Wang is indeed capable. But who can be sure that the brocade sachet was obtained first? There were more questions now. Why did that person do this? Could it be that he wanted Qingyu to believe his words without a doubt? To be more specific, was it to make Qingyu believe in the saying, the one who gets the Shen family will get the world? When the hidden dragon guards catch them, we will know what they want to do. Suddenly, the carriage stopped. The guard outside the carriage reported, Your Majesty, there is a person who calls himself Mr. Zhu. He wants to see you. The person that the hidden dragon guards were looking for suddenly appeared in front of them. It was unbelievable. Xinyu looked at Shang Junlin and saw the same confusion in his eyes. Of course, since the person came to them, there was no reason for them not to meet him. The carriage door opened and Shang Junlin alighted first. Xinyu followed behind him. The person who called himself Mr. Zhu stood not far away from them. The guard stared at him as though he was their greatest enemy. Xinyu and Shang Junlin took a few steps forward. This was the first time Xinyu saw Mr. Zhu. The man was wearing a lacquered robe. His long hair was tied behind his head. He was younger than Xinyu had imagined. His facial features were ordinary and gave people a strange feeling. The most eye-catching thing was his eyes. They were deep and bottomless. It was as though he had everything in his eyes. Mr. Zhu was also looking at Shang Junlin and Xinyu. The moment he saw their faces, he was stunned. Although he returned to normal in a short period of time, Xinyu still noticed it. Xinyu was very sure that he had never seen this person before. From the looks of it, this person shouldn't have seen him before either. Xinyu lowered his eyes and restrained the contemplation in his eyes. Your Majesty and Guijun are a match made in heaven. It is really enviable. Mr. Zhu looked at the two of them for a while and said. Shang Junlin's expression softened. Why are you looking for me? He stood in front of Xianxia and his body was tense. He was very wary of Mr. Zhu, who appeared and disappeared mysteriously. I wanted to see your majesty to confirm something. Now that I have confirmed it, the path of the stars has changed. I should not interfere too much. What do you want to do? Didn't your majesty ask someone to bring me to the capital just to meet me? I thought that it would be rude to be escorted here. So, I came alone. Mr. Zhu's words and actions were very calm. It could be said that he was too calm. Even though he was being stared at by so many armed guards, it was as if he didn't feel anything. Xianxia had been carefully observing this person. In addition to the mysterious feeling, he always felt that this person gave him a very strange feeling. From King Yu's words, this person should be on King Yu's side. He should be hostile to them. This person was too calm. Xianxia couldn't tell for a moment whether this person was really mysterious or deliberately mystifying. Mr. Zhu has come from afar. Why don't you come into the palace for a chat? The way we invited Mr. Zhu was inappropriate. Mr. Zhu should give us a chance to apologize, Xianxia said, looking at Mr. Zhu. Mr. Zhu's gaze once again landed on Xianxia. This humble Taoist doesn't like to be tied down, so I won't be going to the palace. Xianxia grabbed Shang Junlin's sleeve. He felt a trace of hatred from this person. Although it was fleeting, he was sure that he didn't feel it wrong. He didn't have any hostility towards Shang Junlin, but he did. It turned out that he wasn't targeting Shang Junlin, but him. Shang Junlin held Xianxu's hand. When he looked at Mr. Zhu, he unconsciously showed a trace of displeasure. Mr. Zhu is not willing to give any face to the noble emperor's invitation? Mr. Zhu was stunned for a moment. It seemed that he didn't expect things to develop like this. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. This humble Taoist didn't mean that. Then why did you refuse? You should know that many people want to be invited by me but can't get it. If you don't give me face, you don't give His Majesty face. Despising His Majesty is a serious crime. Xianxia looked arrogant. Noble Emperor is right. Shang Junlin nodded in agreement. He looked at Mr. Zhu with an even more unfriendly gaze. It was as if he was an emperor whose dignity had been challenged. It was as if he was telling Mr. Zhu to go even if he didn't want to. In the end, Mr. Zhu still followed them to the palace. Why did you insist on inviting Mr. Zhu to the palace? After returning to Yuzhong Palace, Shang Junlin hugged Mr. Zhu and sat on the couch. Mr. Zhu was arranged to stay in a separate palace. The hidden dragon guards were secretly watching his every move. This person gives me a very strange feeling. I can feel hatred towards me from him, but I don't have any interactions with him. Hatred couldn't be generated for no reason. There had to be a trigger. He had never even met Mr. Zhu before, so where was the trigger? If he hated me from the start, it wouldn't be strange for him to say something like that. He used one sentence to put me on the altar. When I was at my proudest, he used one sentence to push me to hell. I won't believe his words. Shang Junlin hugged Xianxia tightly. I don't believe in ghosts and gods. If there were really gods and Buddhas, why didn't they appear when the world was suffering? That proverb is even more ridiculous. Since when did the world change its master just because you have someone? Under the hidden dragon guard's strict guard, Mr. Zhu couldn't easily escape from the palace this time. Since Shang Junlin discovered that there was something wrong with Mr. Zhu, he naturally wouldn't let him go so easily. Mr. Zhu paced back and forth in the room. He thought that Shang Junlin would at least be afraid of the mysterious power. After he showed his mysterious power, even if Shang Junlin didn't treat him like a god like King Yu, he should still treat him with respect. But what was the result? He was too careless and underestimated this king who had killed his way out of the battlefield. He should have thought about it earlier. How could Shang Junlin and Shang Junyue be the same? Unfortunately, he realized it too late. Mr. Zhu only realized that something was wrong the next day. Xianxia said that he would apologize to him, but ever since he entered the palace, Xianxia and Shang Junlin didn't appear. On the first day, they told him to rest for a day. On the second day, he realized that there were many hidden presences around him. Even the palace servants gave him a strange feeling. He didn't have any evidence to prove it, but he believed in his intuition. This feeling reached its peak when he tried to walk out of the palace but was stopped. After a while, he realized that he seemed to have delivered himself to their doorstep. Shang Junlin originally wanted to catch him. After he escaped, he took the initiative to appear in front of the two of them. Wasn't he walking right into their trap? Your Majesty, did Zhu Wang realize that something was wrong? Xianxia sat under the shade of a tree. Although it was a question, there wasn't much doubt in his tone. It's too late. The hidden dragon guards are guarding there. I don't believe that he can escape. How's the situation in Subei? Can official Feng rush back to participate in the autumn hunt? The position in the imperial cabinet had been vacant for a long time. After many failed attempts, the courtiers vaguely realized that the emperor already had a candidate in mind. It was just that he wasn't in the capital and couldn't give the position to someone else. It should be soon. He Qingyu and the others have already gained the trust of the other side. They are just waiting for the last moment. Regardless of whether it was He Qingyu or Jiang Huiqing, they were all waiting. He Qingyu thought about it and agreed to do this business with Boss Sunday. I know that you have concerns in your heart. This is normal. After all, some goods are not allowed to be traded. But don't worry, I have been doing business with them for a long time. I have also invited others to do business with them. There has never been any problems. Hearing the reply, Boss Sun's smile deepened. It was normal to have concerns. It was still the same sentence. If He Qingyu didn't have any concerns at all and directly agreed, he would be worried. Everyone who worked with him had such concerns in the beginning. But in the end, they couldn't resist the temptation behind the deal. It was true that there were risks, but the profits were also huge. After tasting the sweetness, they couldn't let go of it anymore. Boss Sun was very confident that no one could resist the temptation. After this deal was successful, both parties would be tied to the same boat. When they truly became one of us, they wouldn't have to worry so much anymore. Both parties had their own ideas. On the surface, they looked happy and harmonious. Since He Qingyu agreed, the two of them started to discuss some details. Jiang Huiqing sat next to He Qingyu. He seemed uninterested and absent-minded, but in fact, he was quickly analyzing Boss Sun's words in his mind. In order to hit the nail on the head, they needed to make more preparations. In the end, the two of them were very satisfied with the result of the discussion, at least on the surface. Boss Sun smiled and drank the tea in his cup. Before you go this time, I will introduce some other bosses to you. We have all worked together for many years. There will be many opportunities to get along in the future. Thank you, Boss Sun, for your recommendation. It's my first time in Subei. Thank you for meeting Boss Sunday, you flatter me. It's also my great fortune to be able to meet Boss Gu. The conversation could be said to be very pleasant. He Qingyu passed the news to Boss Feng. It just so happened that Boss Feng had also found a lot of clues by investigating other people. According to the results of their investigation, these people would have a deal during this period of time, but they hadn't found out the specific time and place. He Qingyu's news was like timely rain, just enough to fill in the parts that they hadn't found out. Jiang Huiqing poured a cup of tea for He Qingyu, then walked to the other side with the teacup and sat down. Brother Qingyu, what do you think Boss Sun's expression will be on that day? He thought that everything was under control, but he didn't know that he had fallen into a big net woven by others from the beginning. We'll know when the time comes. I think the expression on his face will be very good. It's a pity that we haven't found any clues about the whereabouts of those women. When we catch them, are you afraid that we won't be able to interrogate them? What can't we get from Boss Feng's subordinates? That's true. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, Boss Sun sent a carriage to pick them up and take them to the transaction site. The sound of horse hooves was neither light nor heavy. Jiang Huiqing and He Qingyu sat in the carriage. The person driving the carriage was sent by Boss Sunday. This time, they went there to talk about business first. The real deal would begin after the discussion. The curtain of the carriage was lifted a small gap. Jiang Huiqing looked outside and found that he was completely unfamiliar with the road. Putting down the curtain, the two of them didn't speak anymore. The carriage stopped. The two of them got out of the carriage. A maid came up to them and led them to the main hall. The carriage was parked directly in the courtyard. Jiang Huiqing and He Qingyu didn't know what the courtyard looked like, but the layout inside was enough to shock them. It was hard to imagine that they could see such a garden in Subei. It was as if they were in a prosperous place like the capital. Looking around, every place was extremely exquisite. They didn't have much time to look at it. A door appeared in front of him. When the door was pushed open, Boss Sun came up to them and warmly invited them in. "I've finally met you. The person sitting here is the boss who we will often cooperate with in the future. Let's get to know each other first." Jiang Huiqing stood beside He Qingyu and calmly looked at the people sitting together. These people just happened to match Boss Fang's description. Toasts were exchanged and singing and dancing were celebrated. Mr. Fang had told them about the banquet described by Yaoji. Jiang Huiqing looked around and found that the scene was exactly the same as what Mr. Fang had told them. Was this also the place where Yaoji danced? Jiang Huiqing lowered his eyes, concealing the deep thoughts in his eyes. He Qingyu had always played the role of someone who didn't know much about business. Indeed, he didn't know much about it. During the banquet, He Qingyu was mainly responsible for communicating with Mr. Sun and others. He listened on the side and occasionally made a puzzled expression. He Qingyu would stop and explain to him. What he mainly did was to record everything that happened at the banquet and observe the people who appeared at the banquet. After returning, he would exchange the clues with He Qingyu. Under normal circumstances, there weren't many people who would take the initiative to talk to him. Occasionally, there were people who wanted to find another way to get close to He Qingyu through him. For these people, Jiang Huiqing didn't seem to know their real purpose at all. After a conversation, he didn't make any promises to them and didn't leave any evidence behind. This was the last test between the two sides. He Qingyu acted as usual and was recommended by Mr. Sunday. The other people didn't have much hostility toward him. After the banquet, He Qingyu planned to leave with Jiang Huiqing but was stopped by Mr. Sunday. "It's late. Why don't you stay for the night? It'll save you the trouble of making another trip tomorrow." "Is it also here tomorrow?" He Qingyu raised his eyebrows. "Ha ha ha, yes." Mr. Sun laughed dryly. "It's a last-minute decision. They'll send someone here tomorrow. Mr. Gu's goods are ready. You can send them here directly." He Qingyu looked at him with a faint smile. "Mr. Sun, you've been planning this for a long time. I won't blame you if you tell me directly. It's really a last-minute decision. They're in a hurry. The original date is a little late for them." Mr. Sun explained with a smile. He Qingyu was the only one who had what they urgently needed. He could not afford to offend him now. He was not surprised that He Qingyu would be angry. Businessmen valued integrity the most. This time, he was the one who broke his promise first. "All right, then I'll stay here for one more day. Find someone to take my letter and tell them to send the goods over tomorrow." The two of them were arranged to stay in the same room. This time, they didn't force any servants to serve them. Boss Sun apologized again and again before leaving with them. After confirming that there was no one around, Jiang Huiqing relaxed and sat on the bed. "Fortunately, I didn't choose today. Originally, after discussing with Lord Fang, they had planned to capture him today. Later, they changed their minds and wanted to do it on the official day of the transaction." He Qingyu walked over and sat next to him. "Especially at this kind of time, the more vigilant we should be. If we really choose today, we will only alert the enemy. After all, their real target was not these businessmen, but the people of the northern desert who were hiding behind them." Jiang Huiqing lowered his voice and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Maybe Mr. Sun did it on purpose. The date they chose from the beginning was tomorrow. The date they told us was just to divert attention. If there's really something wrong with us, they won't lose too much." "I think so too. Keeping us here is also a kind of surveillance in disguise. We only have a few servants with us. These people are probably under strict surveillance. They won't be given a chance to spread news to the outside world. They have a good plan. However, Brother Qingyu, aren't you worried that they only want to do one business?" He Qingyu understood the meaning of his words and shook his head. "No, they just want to make sure that there's nothing wrong with us. Even if there is a problem, they can retreat safely. If they want to get rid of us after getting the goods, they don't need to test us again and again." It was not good to talk too much in someone else's territory. He Qingyu stopped Jiang Huiqing from continuing the topic and asked for hot water from the servant outside the room. It was a dreamless night. The next day, it was obvious that the courtyard was more heavily guarded. He Qingyu took Jiang Huiqing to the main hall. Mr. Sun was already there and was talking to a burly man. Mr. Gu is here. Mr. Sun glanced at the two of them and stopped talking to the man. He walked towards the two of them and introduced them to each other. This is Mr. Tu, who is going to make a deal with us this time. Mr. Tu doesn't look like someone from Subei. After a simple greeting, He Qingyu said casually. Indeed, he's not. He just has a good friendship with me. Mr. Sun didn't mean to hide it. But in my opinion, it doesn't matter where he's from as long as we can cooperate in a friendly manner. What do you think, Mr. Gu? Mr. Sun is right. After a while, the other bosses also came in. He Qingyu finished the tea in the cup and said, because the goods are special, I need to talk face to face with someone on your side. This request isn't too much, right? It's not too much. Mr. Sun was afraid that the atmosphere would be too stiff, so he tried to smooth things over. Don't worry, Mr. Gu. Mr. Tu is the person on the other side. After spending some time together, Mr. Sun had a certain understanding of He Qingyu. He knew that although he looked easygoing, he was actually very ambitious. It was normal for him to be ambitious since he was able to do such a big business at such a young age. Mr. Sun didn't care about this flaw. In Mr. Sun's ears, He Qingyu's words were to confirm whether the person he was talking to was qualified or not. Sure enough, Mr. Sun saw Mr. Gu's attitude soften. It's fate that brought us together. Let me give you a toast. Mr. Tu stood up and finished the wine in his cup in one gulp. The two of them didn't waste too much time on meaningless conversation. Soon, the topic was on the right track. A batch of the goods Mr. Tu wants has been delivered. If you're in a hurry, you can check it first. He Qingyu went straight to the point. Mr. Tu couldn't ask for more and immediately agreed. The goods were placed neatly in the courtyard. Mr. Tu opened the box with his men and the snow-white salt came into view. He reached out and grabbed a handful. Fine white particles fell through the gaps between his fingers. He Qingyu waved his fan and walked over. How is it? I dare say that no one can get a finished product like mine. It was also the first time Mr. Sun saw such white salt. The shock in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Mr. Tu looked at the other boxes. Without exception, the quality of the goods inside was beyond his expectations. He gave Mr. Sun a look. Mr. Sun understood that it meant that he was very satisfied. The smile on his face kept widening. Mr. Gu really gave us a big surprise. There's no hurry. He Qingyu closed his fan. With this kind of quality, you should be qualified to meet the real boss, right? Of course. A slightly rough voice came from behind. He Qingyu turned around and saw a man wearing Northern Desert uniform walking over from the corridor. There were several guards behind him. Mr. Tu saw him and bowed respectfully. This man had a strong murderous aura. It was more appropriate to call him a soldier than a businessman. From the respectful attitude of Mr. Sun and the others, this man had a very high status. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, but he didn't show it on his face. On the other side, the Northern Army and the Hidden Dragon Guards approached the house bit by bit according to the clues provided by Feng Jun. The people in the house didn't realize that danger was approaching. They were immersed in the joy of the transaction. Only He Qingyu and Jiang Huiqing remained clear-headed. Not to mention the others, even Jiang Huiqing was surprised when he saw the boxes being opened. In order to fish out the mastermind, He Qingyu really put in a lot of effort. After he took out those items, everyone present looked at He Qingyu in a different light. Jiang Huiqing felt the constant gazes directed at him and felt a little amused. Yesterday, they were all putting on airs, but today, they couldn't wait to climb on top of him. The negotiation went smoothly. Before the final deal was finalized, He Qingyu put down his cup and said, "May I ask where these things will be used in the end? Since Mr. Gu has such good goods, we will definitely cooperate in the future. I don't mind telling you that we will ship them to the Northern Desert. It's not your first time doing business in the Northern Desert, right?" He Qingyu asked curiously. "We started a few years ago. The people of the Northern Desert are very generous. As long as they are satisfied with the goods, the price is negotiable. The businessman sitting next to He Qingyu swirled his wine cup. After the deal was settled, He Qingyu asked to leave. This time, he was not stopped. The carriage was still waiting in the yard. The main gate was not far away. At the moment, the gate was closed. No one knew what was going on outside. He Qingyu didn't get into the carriage. Instead, he pulled Jiang Huiqing to the main gate. Mr. Sun followed him in confusion. Mr. Gu, what are you doing? He Qingyu stopped in front of the gate. He turned around and smiled. Before I leave, I have a big surprise for you. Mr. Sun didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling. When he was about to say something, the gate was knocked open from the outside. Soldiers in armor rushed in from the main gate. You colluded with the government? Mr. Sun was furious. He Qingyu and Jiang Huiqing were surrounded by soldiers. Hearing this, Jiang Huiqing turned to look at him and said in a clear voice, "We are from the government." What do you mean by colluding with them? At this moment, Jiang Huiqing no longer had the slightest bit of ignorance on his body. The Northern Desert Army rushed into the house and took everyone under control. Because it was the most relaxed time, no one expected it. Some people were still confused when they were pushed to the front gate. You planned this from the beginning? Mr. Sun was forced to kneel on the ground. He looked up at He Qingyu, who was protected by the crowd. His eyes were full of viciousness. You dared to trade goods with the Northern Desert. You should have known that this day would come. He Qingyu's voice was faint. At this moment, his expression and tone were very different from the Mr. Gu that Mr. Sun was familiar with. Who are you? Mr. Sun didn't know that this generous Mr. Gu was the top scholar until he was locked in prison. After catching the people, Fang Jun sent people to interrogate them overnight. A series of clues were dug out. According to the information provided by these people, those well-hidden forces were also caught. As for how to deal with the captured people of the Northern Desert, they had to ask the imperial court first. Fang Jun was finishing the final work in the Northern Desert. The related memorials were sent to Shang Junlin's desk as fast as possible. With the contribution of the Northern Desert Army, Mr. Fang is justified to enter the cabinet. Xinyu sighed after reading the memorials. Then he said, how does His Majesty plan to deal with the people of the Northern Desert? Shang Junlin chuckled. The leader came to the capital. Whether he lives or dies depends on the sincerity of the Northern Desert. Xinyu understood that he was planning to extort a large sum of money. Xinyu did not believe that such a large transaction was only the personal actions of some people in the Northern Desert. Even if it was just one person, it must have been instructed by someone above. I just don't know if they know anything that they shouldn't know after hiding in Subei for so long. The Subei army is independent of any forces in Subei. It's impractical for them to try to find out about the internal affairs of the Subei army. Xinyu agreed. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to spend so much effort to plant their own people inside. This was all thanks to Shang Junlin's original decision. Separating the Subei army from the internal affairs of the Subei army was opposed by the imperial court. However, Shang Junlin had already made up his mind to separate the Subei army from the internal affairs of the Subei army no matter how much the ministers objected. Facts had also proven that this was the right decision. Otherwise, the matter in Subei would not have been resolved so easily. Other than the leaders of the Northern Desert people, the others will remain in Subei for interrogation and punishment. I told Fang Jun not to have any misgivings. They have been sucking blood in Subei for so long, it's time to pay them back. Shang Junlin's tone was slightly cold. The Northern Desert should have also received the news. If they are escorted back to the capital, the journey will not be peaceful. Since they dared to attack the disaster relief materials, it means that they have their own forces near Subei. I must ask Lord Fang to keep an eye on them. It's best to ask them where they are hiding and take care of them first. This matter involved a lot of people. Capturing the person did not mean that everything was over. Dealing with the aftermath was also very important, especially since the Northern Desert and Subei were too close. If the Northern Desert really wanted to do something, although they were not afraid, it would still be troublesome. The Subei army had just experienced a natural disaster. It would be best if they could recuperate for a while. I will arrange for people to escort them. Fang Jun and the Hidden Dragon Guards have been investigating the hideout of those people. The Northern Desert will send people to negotiate. The heavy burden of negotiating with the Northern Desert fell on Fang Jia. According to her qualifications, this matter should not have fallen on her, but the Subei officialdom had just undergone a great purge, and the officials originally responsible for dealing with the Northern Desert were still in prison. The officials sent from the capital were mostly responsible for the construction and management of the Subei. With the previous experience, the officials unanimously agreed that Fang Jia was the most suitable. This time, the people of the Northern Desert did not dare to underestimate this female official of the Great Huan dynasty. Their understanding of the women of the Great Huan dynasty had always been limited to the role of a housewife and children, so they were caught off guard. After deciding on the candidates, Fang Jun asked Fang Jia to stay. These days, you can put aside your work for the time being and use the time to learn more about the Northern Desert. Last time, they misjudged. This time, they will be more serious. You must know enough about your opponents. This official understands. Fang Jia handed over her work to her colleagues and focused on preparing for the negotiation with the Northern Desert. In order to know more about the Northern Desert, in addition to reading ancient books, she also asked the locals. In order to be more familiar with this case, she specifically went to Xianxia and Jiang Huiqing to learn more details from them. After they were caught, the officials knew what Xianxia and Jiang Huiqing had been doing during the time they disappeared. In order to prevent the information from leaking, this plan was only known to a few people, including Fang Jun, from the beginning. The facts proved that their worries were not unfounded. After Mr. Sun and others were caught, through interrogation, they caught a few fish that had escaped the net and were hiding in the official's office. The people of the Subei had not recovered from the aftermath of the collusion between Lord Ho and other high-ranking officials with the Northern Desert. Now they were told that the people of the Northern Desert had been hiding around them. I thought that those damn officials had reached their limit by colluding with the enemy. I didn't expect that the enemy was around us. I know Mr. Sunday. His shop is very famous, and the things he sells are good. Many people like to buy things there. I didn't expect that he was also working for the people of the Northern Desert. Now I'm beginning to wonder if there are still people of the Northern Desert or their lackeys around us. What do you think those people are thinking? When the Northern Desert attacked the Subei, they burned, killed, looted, and committed all kinds of crimes. At that time, many innocent people died under the swords of the Northern Desert. Why did they work for the Northern Desert? For money, they even abandoned their conscience. What else could it be? Don't try to understand this kind of people. You can't understand. Lord Fang is really observant. If it were me, I would have closed the case after getting rid of those corrupt officials. If it weren't for Lord Fang, who was careful and found something wrong, this matter would not have been exposed for a while. Lord He and Lord Jiang are also very important. If it weren't for them taking risks, these people would not have been caught in such a short time. After Xianxia and Jiang Huiqing returned, they received a lot of curious gazes. Some people couldn't help but ask them questions. This time, they had made a great contribution. After Fang Jun wrote a memorial to show his sincerity, he fought for higher official positions for the two of them. Your performance this time is worthy of praise. With you here, I feel more at ease leaving the Subei. After I leave, I'll leave the matters of the Subei to you. Fang Jun had stayed in the Subei for far longer than expected. Now that the matter was over, it was time for him to prepare for his departure. The transfer of power, the follow-up of the case of the Northern Desert people. Although he was ready to leave, he wouldn't leave before these things were properly handled. Xianxia and Jiang Huiqing also gained a firm foothold in the Subei this time. After Xingyu finished reading the documents from the Subei, he raised his eyebrows. Lord Fang asked for official positions for these two people. Did the ministers in the court say anything? For a newcomer who had just started out in the officialdom, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that they had reached the heavens in a single bound. Of course there are people who are dissatisfied. Xianxia, Jiang Huiqing, and Fang Jia have taken the limelight in the Subei and disrupted many people's plans. But no matter how dissatisfied they can't deny the merits of the three people. The Subei needs capable officials to lead, and these three people appeared at the right time. If they don't give official positions to them, are they going to give them to people who have done nothing? Shang Junlin sneered. When they first sent people over, the court initially decided on the official positions for some people, but this didn't mean that these people were qualified. When they arrived in the Subei, they would be reappointed based on their performance. The Subei had many things to do, and didn't need officials who only fought for fame and fortune. In the blink of an eye, it was Xinyu's birthday. Shang Junlin originally wanted to hold a large banquet, but was persuaded by Xinyu on the grounds that he could hold a large banquet next year. He only held a small banquet at Yuzhong Palace. There weren't many people attending the banquet. The consort dowager brought Xinyu over. After not seeing him for a while, Xinyu had changed even more. There were no other masters in the palace. Xinyu didn't have a good relationship with the Jinbei Marquis Fu. After asking Xinyu, Shang Junlin didn't invite the people of the Jinbei Marquis Fu into the palace. There weren't many people, but it didn't appear cold and cheerless. There was no need to feign civility. Xinyu liked this kind of atmosphere very much. Xinyu made this for Guijun. He said that the people over there eat this on their birthday. It's called cake. After the consort dowager gave the birthday gift, she had a palace servant bring in a covered box. Cake? Shang Junlin heard this word for the first time. He couldn't help but be curious. Yes. The consort dowager smiled. That little girl struggled for a long time to make it. It looks very pleasing. Under the consort dowager's signal, the palace servant opened the box. A sweet and fragrant smell instantly overflowed. Xinyu had always been fond of sweet things. After smelling the fragrance, he instantly sat up straight. His eyes couldn't help but glance at the box. Shang Junlin couldn't see through Xinyu's thoughts. He waved his hand and asked the palace servant to bring the cake over. The palace servant was instructed to take the cake out of the box and put it on the table in front of Xinyu. The cake was round and wasn't very big. It was decorated with many fruits. The appearance was very beautiful. As it got closer, the smell of the cake became more enticing. The palace servant cut a small piece and put it on the plate. Xinyu took it and tasted it. He unconsciously narrowed his eyes. It's very delicious. Your Majesty should also try it. Xinyu picked up a piece and fed it to Shang Junlin's mouth. Shang Junlin took a bite and said, it's very sweet. Xinyu knew that Shang Junlin didn't like to eat sweet things like he did. He only fed him a bite occasionally. In addition to the cake, Xinyu also took out several small transparent bottles. This is the perfume the servant made. For the time being, there are only a few scents. Perfume? Is it something similar to incense? Xinyu picked up a bottle. The transparent glass bottle was filled with a transparent blue liquid. It looked very charming. Yes, but it's more convenient than incense. You only need to apply it on your body. The disadvantage is that the fragrance can't stay for too long. This servant has already written down the recipe. Xinyu presented a thin book. This is what this servant made while making medical alcohol. One of the ingredients is alcohol. The fragrance is extracted from different kinds of flowers. They are all harmless to the human body. Xinyu added. She knew that the perfume she made was very simple. It was nothing in modern times. However, in ancient times where there was no perfume, it was novel and convenient. The people of Dahuan loved incense. Xinyu was one of the more unique ones. Perhaps it was because of his health that he couldn't accept incense. Xinyu didn't want to try it on himself. He turned to Shang Junlin and asked, Your Majesty, do you want to try it? Seeing the eagerness in Xinyu's eyes, Shang Junlin had no choice but to compromise. Only you dare to ask me to try this and that. Under the guidance of Xinyu, Xinyu applied some of the perfume on Shang Junlin's wrist. A faint fragrance spread out. It was completely different from incense. Xinyu sniffed it. It was a very light fragrance. It wasn't pungent and was very comfortable. If this perfume is sold in a shop, it will definitely be very popular. Not only women, it would also be popular among men. Xinyu put down Shang Junlin's hand and said to Xinyu, I will let people try it according to your method. If it is successful, I will give you a share of the profits. Xinyu didn't have the habit of taking things from others for free. He would pay for everything that Xinyu took out. After the small banquet, Shang Junlin brought Xinyu out of the palace. The place they went to this time was different from the previous times. It was a very spacious grassland. Xinyu looked around. Your Majesty, why did you bring me here? The autumn hunt is about to begin. Do you know how to ride a horse? Shang Junlin clapped his hands and someone brought 2 horses over. One was black and the other was white. The black horse was obviously very familiar with Shang Junlin. It intimately went up to him. After being reborn, Xinyu had never ridden a horse. He walked forward and touched the other horse. Your Majesty, do you want me to know how to ride a horse or not? I originally wanted to teach you, but it seems like you doesn't need it. Shang Junlin felt a little regretful. I haven't ridden it for a long time. If your Majesty doesn't find it troublesome, you can teach me again. The white horse was very docile. As a stranger, Xinyu didn't have any reaction when he approached. Try it first. I will watch you from the side. Hearing this, Xinyu flipped over and mounted the horse. It was obvious that he wasn't a novice. His movements were very beautiful. Xinyu sat on the horse and squinted his eyes as a gentle breeze blew over. Shang Junlin also got on the horse and steered the black horse to walk beside the white horse. The black horse didn't like this kind of slow pace and snorted a few times. Xinyu squeezed the horse's belly and let the white horse slow down for a few steps. After it got the feeling, it gradually sped up. Shang Junlin followed him at the same speed. After riding the horse for a round, Xinyu felt more and more carefree. In his previous life, he rode a horse for the sake of running. He rarely rode a horse just for the sake of riding a horse. Your Majesty, why did you want to bring me here to ride a horse? Xinyu pulled the reins and slowly slowed down the horse. The black horse also slowed down and took the initiative to approach the white horse. I thought that I would feel bored staying in the palace all day. After riding a horse, my mood would be much better. Shang Junlin held the reins and looked at Xinyu. I used to feel bored and would come here for a walk. After you entered the palace, I came less often. After a few days, Wuquang might not even recognize me. Wuquang was the black horse's name. When it heard its master call its name, it snorted. Shang Junlin reached out and patted the black horse's head. It can really make me feel better. Your Majesty, why did you only bring me here now? Xinyu raised his eyebrows slightly. I thought that you wouldn't like it. Before you entered the palace, did you rarely ride a horse? According to the information that the hidden dragon guards had gathered, Xinyu shouldn't know how to ride a horse. At the very least, he shouldn't be so familiar with riding a horse. Shang Junlin suppressed another doubt in his heart. Duke Xianbei once asked someone to teach me how to ride a horse. That person took advantage of concubine Ru and made things difficult for me. For a long time, I really didn't like to ride a horse. These were all memories from a very long time ago. They had long since faded and settled in some unknown corner. Even if they were mentioned again, it would not cause any emotional fluctuations. After learning how to ride a horse, Xinyu didn't want to ride for a long time. Every time he got on a horse, he would think of that person's mean and belittling words, and he would think of those scars that shouldn't have landed on his body. Later on, in order to make a living, he had no choice but to ride a horse himself. In the face of life and death, the shadow of his childhood was dispelled, and the influence of that person completely disappeared. Shang Junlin tightened his grip on the reins. He could tell from Xinyu's light tone that he didn't care about this matter, but he couldn't help but feel distressed. How old was he when he learned how to ride a horse? Little Xinyu faced a malicious teacher. Learning how to ride a horse was a very scary thing for Xinyu at that time. He faced the indifference from his father, the malice from his father's concubine, and the days when he couldn't participate. Little Au had to suffer a lot before he became strong and calmly faced all of this. Feeling Shang Junlin's gaze, Xinyu smiled and said, Your Majesty, you know me. I usually take revenge on the spot. The person who taught me how to ride a horse didn't end well. In fact, he didn't dare to do anything to me. After all, if something happened to me, Duke Xianbei would not let him go. He just suffered a little more. After Xinyu finished speaking, he suddenly realized that Shang Junlin's anger had become stronger. His comforting words didn't calm Shang Junlin's anger, but made him angrier and more scared. Shang Junlin rode his horse to Xianyu's side. He stretched out his long arms and hugged Xianyu in front of him. "Your Majesty?" Xianyu bent down slightly and grabbed Shang Junlin's sleeve. "It's all in the past. I won't let anyone have the chance to hurt you in the future." Shang Junlin held the reins with one hand and tightly hugged Xianyu in his arms with the other. "It's all in the past," Xianyu laughed softly. "If I knew your Majesty cared so much, I wouldn't have said it." These things were equivalent to what happened in his previous life. It was so long ago, and he had already taken revenge. Thinking about it now, it didn't hurt or itch. "Why can't you say it to me? Those things happened to you. I feel very distressed." Shang Junlin didn't feel anything about what had happened to him, but he couldn't bear to see Xianyu suffer even a little bit. Xianyu leaned on Shang Junlin's chest and felt the steady and powerful heartbeat in his chest. An indescribable emotion slowly filled her chest. So this is what it feels like to be in someone's heart. So this is what it feels like to be sincerely loved by someone. What about him? Is his feeling for Shang Junlin also love? The black horse slowly trotted on the grass. Shang Junlin didn't say anything about letting go of Xianyu, and Xianyu didn't say anything either. Nestled in the man's arms, Xianyu seemed to be thinking about a lot of things, but also seemed to be thinking about nothing. The white horse followed beside the black horse and occasionally lowered its head to chew on the grass. Shang Junlin lowered his head and rubbed Xianyu's cheek. "What are you thinking about?" "Your Majesty, tell me about the past." At this moment, Xianyu really wanted to know more about Shang Junlin. "About my past? There's nothing to talk about. I couldn't stay in the palace anymore, so I asked to go to the border. Although it was difficult at the border, it was better than in the palace. Later, when I received military merits, no one dared to disrespect me after I returned to the capital. The previous emperor's princes were instigated to make trouble for me, but in the end, they only brought displeasure to themselves. Later on, they didn't come to provoke me." Shang Junlin originally thought that he wouldn't like to talk about the past, but now that he said it, he realized that the things that he thought he would never be able to let go had become insignificant in his life. "Does this grass field belong to your Majesty?" Xianyu had never heard of such a place in the capital. "It was built after I ascended the throne," Shang Junlin nodded. "At that time, I stayed at the border for a long time and felt that I wasn't used to the life in the capital. When I had nothing to do, I would come here. There aren't many people who know about this place, right?" They hadn't seen anyone since they came in. Other than the servants who stayed here from the beginning, no one else came here. As for outsiders, there seemed to be a young boy who accidentally broke in. His face was covered in dirt, so I had people send him out. At that time, I had just come back from the battlefield. The murderous aura on me was very strong, and it seemed to scare him. When I asked him, he didn't answer. "Your Majesty, did you not punish him for disturbing your Majesty?" Xianyu turned to look at him. "In Ayu's mind, am I such a murderous person?" Shang Junlin smiled. It seemed that he could still remember the young boy's bright black eyes. Seeing that pair of beast-like eyes, Shang Junlin suddenly lost interest in pursuing the matter. He didn't punish the guard and only had people send the child out to repair the damaged areas. Since then, no one accidentally broke in. It was just a child. He didn't even know how he got in. He was just over there. Shang Junlin pointed to the front left. "I saw him there." Xianyu looked in the direction Shang Junlin pointed. At that time, there were a few fences there, but they were later taken down. According to Shang Junlin's words, a picture appeared in Xianyu's mind. Those fences weren't very old, but they were damaged by the sun and wind. They were all tilted together. Xianyu blinked and said very softly, "Your Majesty didn't investigate the child's background?" "At that time, I only stayed in the capital for a few days. The border was in a state of emergency, so I left. This matter was put aside. If you didn't mention it today, I might not have remembered." Shang Junlin felt that something was wrong. Why does you care so much about this matter? "Does your Majesty know? When I was young, I was chased by a group of unknown people. I fled to a deserted grassland. In order not to be recognized, I made my body and face dirty. Later, it rained heavily. I hid under the broken fences and prayed for the rain to stop. A cloak fell from the sky and covered me. This was something that Xianxia, who had experienced 2 lifetimes, firmly remembered in his heart. That day, he was drenched in the rain. After returning home, he had a high fever. His memory of the chase became very vague. The only thing he clearly remembered was the cloak that fell from the sky. This time, it was Shang Junlin who was surprised. The arm around Xianxu's waist unconsciously tightened. His voice was full of uncertainty. The child I met at that time was a you. I knew it. That day, I found a group of suspicious people near the horse farm. I thought they were coming for me. So they were coming for you? At that time, the relationship between the Great Huan and other countries was very tense, and there were all kinds of problems within the Great Huan. Shang Junlin would encounter a group of people who wanted to assassinate him every few days, and he was used to it, so he dealt with them without asking. He didn't need to ask who sent the people to assassinate him. He only needed to record down the account. So it turned out that Your Majesty saved me once. Later, those people didn't appear again. It seems that they were afraid of Your Majesty's existence. Xianxu's voice was tight. It turned out that Shang Junlin had protected him for so long without him knowing. Shang Junlin sighed and rested his head on Xianxu's shoulder. If I had known, I would have directly brought you back. Even if I asked a few more questions, it would have been better. However, he didn't ask anything. He only handed the unconscious child to the servant. After that, he didn't ask anything because of various things. Xianxu raised his hand and touched Shang Junlin's face. He whispered, "This is already very good. We didn't miss each other." Shang Junlin leaned his head and kissed Xianxu. There was a burst of fear in his heart. If there was a slight deviation at that time, would he have completely missed a you? Xianxu leaned his head and hugged the man's neck. He took the initiative to kiss him. Xianxu took the initiative to kiss him. Shang Junlin felt Xianxu's possessiveness from this kiss. The desire in his heart was instantly ignited. The deeper the kiss, the harder Shang Junlin hugged Xianxu's waist. The 2 of them were so close together that they could feel any changes in their bodies. You. After the kiss, Shang Junlin rubbed Xianxu's cheek. His voice was hoarse. Xianxu leaned on Shang Junlin's shoulder and moved her body. Shang Junlin suddenly grasped the reins. You? His voice was even hoarser. I'll take you back. After saying that, Shang Junlin pulled the reins and wanted the black horse to turn around. Xianxu held his hand. There were still tears in her eyes. She murmured, "I don't want to go back." Shang Junlin's eyes were dark. He resisted the urge to tear her apart and eat her up. Who knew that the chosen prey not only didn't appreciate his kindness, but also came forward to tease him? "I want to be here, on the back of the horse, on the ground, under the sky. Only Your Majesty and I. Does Your Majesty want to?" End of chapter 150. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.